053. The wound is torn open. The atmosphere within the Rainbow Bridge arena is filled with an incessant clamor. Tell me, Mada's Mandarin is surprisingly articulate. He realizes that escape is futile. Once Braum's passive stacks trigger the stun, there is no way out. With no other options, Mada can only strive to secure a safe retreat for Uzi. He skillfully maneuvers Alistar, using Q, Pulverize, to send Braum flying and prevent a close-range flash that could apply his passive onto Uzi. Subsequently, he employs W, Headbutt, to push Gu Xing away, ensuring that the excavator cannot close in. Kill the AD. Kill the AD. Imp shouts over the voice chat. If they can eliminate Uzi even once, the opposing team would face significant delays in their respawn and development. In contrast, the support's life holds little value, worth merely 300 gold. It poses a negligible loss for RNG. Driven by a philosophy of mutual destruction, Gu Xing disregards Alistar and presses onward. Xiao Duan quickly realizes the urgency and follows his jungler's lead, both of them racing towards Uzi. The excavator's pursuit speed is exceedingly swift, making it incredibly difficult for Uzi to escape. The burrowing state grants an additional 15 movement speed, and with his boots, he achieves a total of 40 movement speed. However, with only 4.5 minutes into the match, Uzi's Sivir has yet to return to base for supplies, lacking even a pair of shoes. Even though Mada managed to push Gu Xing away moments ago, the gap between them continues to close rapidly. Moreover, Imp's Lucian delivers a healing spell from an extreme distance, boosting Gu Xing's health while also providing a movement speed buff. Uzi responds with his own healing spell, swiftly turning around to cast Q, Boomerang Blade, attempting to trigger his passive to enhance his speed. Xiao Duan raises his door to block the damage, confiscating the item. Consequently, Sivir only activates the acceleration effect from the first segment of her Q, which proves utterly ineffective. Uzi furrows his brow in concern. Mid laner Xiao, whose teleport was previously used to secure a wave, and top laner Looper cannot land in front of Longo for support. The current teleport duration stretches to a lengthy 4 seconds, making it easily interruptible by Echo's W, Timewinder. Scanning his surroundings, Uzi finds no allies to come to his aid. Duanga, how many seconds left on your W? Gu Xing's voice is urgent. As they approach the range of RNG's next turret, he must ascertain his teammates' skill cooldowns. 7 seconds. Xiao Duan responds promptly, recognizing the urgency. I'll tank the turret. Without hesitation, he flashes into the turret's range, drawing its ire while simultaneously applying Ignite onto Uzi. Executing a swift DF combo, Gu Xing assesses the distance and finally uses his E-tunnel. The excavator's tunnel extends a staggering 850 yards, allowing him to position himself right behind Uzi, cutting off his escape route. Upon realizing this, Uzi understands that even using his flash to retreat would be futile. As he continues towards the second turret, his slowed pace makes it inevitable that he will be caught. The only option left is to hunker down beneath the turret, relying on its formidable early-game firepower in hopes of claiming a single kill. Miller's voice surged with excitement as he rapidly narrated the unfolding scene. Uzi activated his E-spell shield, hoping to withstand Rek'Sai's knock-up effect. He suddenly raised his voice, exclaiming, "Beautiful." Virtue had anticipated the opponent's maneuver. Employing Q, Prey Seeker, Underground first, the surge of void energy struck Sivir's spell shield, shattering it, and was swiftly followed by W, Burrow. This was a pure contest, akin to a multi-layered pastry, testing whose layers were superior. However, Uzi could not afford to gamble. His reflexes were indeed swift, yet the excavator emerged without any preliminary motion, relying solely on instinct to activate the spell shield, a feat beyond human capability. He could only make predictions. The crux of the matter lay in the initiative being in Gu Xing's hands. Had Uzi delayed the activation of his spell shield even momentarily, he might have been sent soaring into the air, facing instant annihilation. With no alternative, Uzi was compelled to deploy his shield the moment Gu Xing tunneled behind him. Consequently, he fell into Gu Xing's trap. As Sivir was sent flying, a crimson bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking her. Challenge, Smite. For the ensuing 25 seconds, Gu Xing's basic attacks would trigger additional true damage, while also reducing the damage dealt by enemy champions by 20. Typically, in the current version, most professional junglers opt for the green jungle knife, allowing them to acquire 2 free wards upon returning to base, thus aiding their team's map control with remarkable cost-effectiveness. However, Rek'Sai stands as an exception. Presently, the Void Burrower's ultimate has not been altered, lacking an explosive damage skill during skirmishes. Possessing challenge. Smite could enhance combat prowess. It is precisely due to the unchanged ultimate that Rek'Sai's performance in team fights is quite awkward, with a low margin for error, as a single misstep can lead to being swiftly focused down. In the current meta, the competitive scene predominantly features the trio of illusionary deities, with supports mostly being Braum or Alistar, while junglers, aside from characters like Nidalee, Graves, and Qiyana, tend to play frontline tanks. This trend results in a scarcity of damage dealers within teams, primarily relying on the two carries. Equipping the red jungle knife allows the excavator to apply challenge, smite on the enemy dealing the highest damage during team fights, thereby reducing their output against him, and subsequently utilizing burrow to knock up opponents. The synergy of these tactics can afford Rek'Sai considerable sustain. Without the green jungle knife's vision, the excavator can invest 800 gold in a wardstone item, securing 3 wards upon each return to base, in addition to providing 150 health points equivalent to that of a red crystal. In essence, this translates to spending 400 gold for the functionality of vision control, which is not a significant loss for Rek'Sai, albeit it may slightly delay his equipment progression. Naturally, the combination of challenge, smite, and wardstone is primarily suited for professional play. In a previous ranked match where Gu Xing encountered Clear Love, the latter opted for the green jungle knife, as Gu Xing's team possessed an abundance of damage points, a characteristic common among most ranked compositions, where players typically favor damage rolls, rendering challenge, smite largely ineffective. Reducing the damage to one individual will not grant Rek'Sai even a few more seconds of survival. It would be more prudent to invest in a green jungle item for better cost-effectiveness. The damage dealt by the challenge's smite is exceedingly high, and Rek'Sai benefits from the red buff effect, leaving Uzi unable to withstand the assault any longer. At level 4, Rek'Sai's burst damage is unapologetically overwhelming. With a single bite of ferocious bite, the true damage pierces through Sivir's main artery in an instant. Uzi is left with but a sliver of health, and disregarding all caution, he burrows underground, successfully escaping the tower's attack range. Meanwhile, Uzi can only helplessly circle beneath the turret. Having already used his healing spell to restore health earlier, he now possesses no means of recovery and can only watch as his health bar is completely depleted. Mada's Alistar ultimately could not evade his fate either, using Flash to escape over the wall, only to be met by Imp's 2 shots, sending him back to the fountain. Gu Xing's ambush on the bottom lane concludes with a 0-for-2 exchange. The VG supporters in the audience can hardly contain their elation, waving their cheer sticks and creating a cacophony of excitement within the enclosed venue. Faintly, the shouts from the crowd can be heard, as Uzi gulps down a mouthful of ice water, attempting to suppress his rising frustration. How could this excavator arrive so swiftly? Upon returning to base without clearing the jungle, he rushed directly to the bottom lane. Xianghua clarifies that they seized a timing advantage. Mada reassures his teammates, saying it's alright, our AD still has Flash. His Chinese is not fluent, and Looper is not particularly proficient either. The two can only communicate with their teammates using simple vocabulary. Concurrently, a sudden eruption of cheers resonates from the VG lounge. Well played. The youthful Jin Wenhe is flushed with excitement, praising Gu Xing's steadfast gank. Ding Jun, the owner who has just arrived to oversee the match, displays a look of approval. Gu Xing's remarkable performance in the first 5 minutes has truly satisfied him. Hongmi also smiles, though he understands that the match remains uncertain, so he continues to monitor the television linked to the live broadcast. The voices of the VG players are distinctly audible. Impressive. Top laner Long Gu has resumed his role as a cheerleader, exclaiming how incredible little Gu is. While he continues to maintain a stable lane in the top, witnessing the team frequently reaping rewards, he is nearly beaming with joy. He even showcases his Echo's dance moves to Looper, flaunting the prowess of his formidable teammate. Long Gu wishes to offer further praise, but before he can utter a word, he spots Graves emerging at the edge of his vision, wielding a shotgun. Looper flashes to wall slam Echo, but Xianghua's wall collision Q fails to deliver the necessary damage. Miller's tone betrays a hint of regret as Echo, with minimal health, flashes back under the tower. Shielded by Time Winder, and the slow field, rendering RNG's jungler and top laner unable to pursue effectively. RNG finds themselves in a difficult position, unable to discover any rhythm to counterattack. Wawa articulates the situation clearly, stating that this composition can only engage in mid-jungle skirmishes, yet the opposing mid-laner, Ezihun, offers no opportunities. Gu Xing assisted in eliminating Xiao at level 3, granting first blood and economic advantage to mid-laner Huang Ji, significantly alleviating the pressure he has faced in lane recently. After Ezihun claimed a kill, he chose not to pursue lane dominance, but rather maintained a steady control over the minion wave, allowing for gradual development in front of the tower. No one understands the yellow chicken better than he does. The champion, the Desert Emperor, can secure a significant advantage as long as he develops steadily to acquire 2 core items. I remain unhurried, yet RNG is clearly anxious. Their opponents, VG, have revitalized the mid and bottom lanes following consecutive ganks from Rek'Sai. Not to mention, Gu Xing has now confirmed that Xianghua is on the top lane, allowing him to secure the elemental dragon that reappears in the canyon after 2.5 minutes. The director displayed on the big screen the effect of the elemental dragon post-mid-season changes, which grants the team an additional 10 true damage against epic monsters and defensive towers. At first glance, it may seem inconsequential, but in reality, it is the most potent dragon for snowballing in an advantageous situation, whether pushing towers or quickly taking the Baron. It proves to be remarkably effective. As if the roof were leaking during a storm, Gu Xing's earlier ambush had thrown the bottom lane into disarray. Imp's playstyle is inherently aggressive, deviating from the traditional Korean ADC stereotype, as he truly dares to confront his opponents. Moreover, with a kill in hand and controlling Lucian, a lane-dominating champion, Uzi initially aimed to farm minions, but was swiftly met with a well-timed assault from Imp, causing his health to plummet by nearly half despite the presence of a spell shield. Uzi felt a surge of urgency. Stay calm, Xianghua quickly interjected. I will adjust the jungle and soon attend to the excavator. When Xiao was caught and eliminated, he understood why Gu Xing opted for a path from bottom to top at the start. The opposing team evidently anticipated his jungle route from the upper half, deliberately positioning themselves to create a dissonance in their farming paths. Starting from the lower half, Gu Xing's second round of monsters would inevitably spawn from bottom to top, while Xianghua's jungle camps reset in the opposite direction. In the professional arena, opportunities for ambushes are scarce. Junglers typically prioritize their own development, maintaining high efficiency in farming, clearing camps whenever possible. Thus, if Gu Xing's script unfolds as planned, their jungle movements would remain misaligned, perpetually inhabiting different halves of the map. This significantly reduces the likelihood of an explosive conflict in the jungle. Moreover, the disparity in the effectiveness of the 2 junglers would be vividly illustrated. Early on, Gangplank's efficiency is notable only during the initial gank with the red buff. Otherwise, successfully securing kills proves to be quite challenging due to the nature of the champion. This is not uncommon. In the professional scene, kill counts are generally low. If one cannot secure kills, Gangplank can simply farm, which does not pose a significant detriment. He can exert influence in the mid-game and take control in the late stages. However, the current dilemma lies in Gu Xing's successful execution of his first 2 ambushes, placing immense pressure on RNG's mid and bottom carries. If Ma Xianghua continues to develop, his teammates are likely to crumble. At that point, the phrase teammates being caught while one laughs and farms would ring true. Xianghua aims to counter this by resetting the jungle camp routes for both players. However, to achieve this, he must either take a longer route, spending extra time, or forcibly navigate against the spawn route of the jungle camps, or forego at least 2 sets of monsters. For instance, he temporarily refrains from clearing the 3 wolves and the swamp frogs in the upper area, allowing the next wave of stone beetles and the F4 to spawn, enabling him to start from the bottom of the map and ascend in synchronization with Gu Xing. Xianghua is still organizing his jungle route, and a brief tranquility envelopes the canyon. The mid and upper lanes are developing steadily, while the bottom lane's Imp continues to exert pressure, yet no kills have erupted anew. By this point, the match has reached the 7-minute mark. Gu Xing grants Ezihun a blue buff and proceeds to consume the swamp frogs and 3 wolves in the lower area, returning to base upon reaching level 6 to purchase equipment. He sells the reusable potion, acquires a true sight ward, and replaces his trinket with a scanner. A signal indicating his presence is marked directly in the bottom lane. The opposing Graves may have spotted RNG's mid laner Xiao also securing a blue buff, and Xianghua is likely nearing completion of his jungle. No matter, let us engage. Gu Xing's intentions are clear. If he can secure 2 consecutive kills on Sivir, Uzi will effectively be disconnected from the game. His objective is to tear open the wounds, throwing the situation into complete disarray. Gu Xing activates our Void Rush, and the Void Queen emits a sharp shriek, burrowing underground from the fountain and darting towards the tunnel strategically placed beside his blue buff camp. In my introductory remarks, I wish to extend New Year greetings to all, wishing readers happiness and prosperity. At midnight tonight, this book will officially be available. From the 11th until now, the public preview period has been relatively brief. Our recommendations have declined, and despite steady growth, it is time to publish. On the first day of the Gregorian New Year, the author uploaded the first chapter. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, the author will release the first chapter post-launch. Reflecting on this, it seems like a delightful occurrence. From the feedback received so far, the book's performance appears satisfactory, especially given the foundation laid by the previous work of a similar theme, which does not come as a surprise to the author. Before officially writing What is Hexagonal Jungle, I pondered deeply about what I truly wished to express: humor, fervor, or the intricacies of skillful operations and tactics. After considerable contemplation, I resolved to encompass all of them, intertwining various elements. The author aspires to present a relatively authentic world of esports in League of Legends. The challenge lies in the fact that the protagonist, Gu Xing, is situated in 2016, now 5 or 6 years ago, where many memories, both from life and the game, have faded. The author has consulted numerous sources and invested considerable effort, and I trust that readers following along can discern this. I am striving to recreate the essence of that time through meticulous details. Some readers have expressed that the current pacing of this book is somewhat slower than the last, appearing less exhilarating. However, I believe that since the previous book performed admirably, it is worthwhile to delve into groundbreaking content and undertake challenging endeavors. As everyone can observe, the initial setup of this book is notably longer and more intricate. This is all in service of rendering the subsequent plot development more coherent, immersive, and gratifying. Lin Ran is already quite the paragon, from his appearance to his familial background, his partner, and his competitive prowess within the industry. He appears impeccable. I have no desire to further sculpt another Lin Ran. That would be far too familiar. To the extent that I could don the guise of a roaming mid-laner, preserving every detail of his life without any need for alteration. The mere thought of it feels rather lackluster. In contrast to Lin Ran, the protagonist of my new book, Gu Xing, strikes me as more authentic, and I have devoted considerable effort to his portrayal. He hails from a modest household, possesses commendable gaming talent, yet finds himself too engrossed in his studies to indulge in gaming. Had it not been for the serendipitous awakening of the summoner's rift in his mind, he might have graduated smoothly, secured a respectable job, and led a life that is, like most, a blend of mundanity and occasional joy. Previously, I shared some images in this chapter, including a clip related to competitions, prompting many readers to inquire if it reflects my own experiences. This question cannot be answered directly. Revealing too much information would make it all too easy to unearth the author's personal details. I can only convey that Gu Xing's story amalgamates experiences from my life, my partners, and those of friends from my dormitory, all with a touch of artistic embellishment. Most of the gaming-related elements are drawn from my own experiences. I wonder if any longtime readers recall that in the review section of my previous book, I posted some gaming screenshots to counter critics. Among them was a historical ranking image. I began my journey with gaming in early 2012 when I was still young, and my parents were quite busy with work, granting me ample time to play. By the end of Season 2, I had reached approximately 1,800 points, though the exact figure has since faded from memory, and the sole screenshot I had was deleted. In Season 3, after the ranking system was introduced, I played 1,000 games and ascended directly to Diamond 1. At the time, there were only 50 players at the rank of Challenger, and climbing further was challenging, though it had its merit. I felt quite confident in my gaming talent, boasting about it among my classmates. However, as I became preoccupied with exams, my playtime dwindled in Season 4. During Seasons 5 and 6, with my academic workload eased, I reclaimed my Diamond 1 status, even reaching Master with 35 victory points, though I unfortunately couldn't maintain that rank and fell before the season concluded. I participated in several collegiate competitions, only to realize that there are always greater talents out there. The gaming aptitude I once believed I possessed as a youth paled in comparison to the professional realm. Thus, when crafting Gu Xing, I designed his gaming level to represent my own maximal potential, enabling him to reach greater heights and seamlessly transition into professional leagues. The groundwork laid in this narrative has been substantial, and the story is only just beginning. At midnight tonight, I will release 2 chapters totaling 10,000 words. Unfortunately, due to the recent festive season, both my work and personal life have been rather hectic, depleting my stockpile of drafts. Thank you all for your understanding. However, February consists of only 28 days, and updating 10,000 characters daily poses no challenge. The author aims to achieve a total of 300,000 words within the month. The rules for additional updates are quite straightforward. For every 500 monthly votes, an extra 2,000 words will be added, and upon reaching 10,000 points, another 2,000 words will follow. Wishing everyone a happy new year. We shall reconvene at midnight. 054. The unyielding Rek'Sai. Upon hearing the iconic sound of Rek'Sai's ultimate ability, the RNG team maintained their orderly communication. Where has the excavator gone? Little Tiger inquired while retreating, wary of another excavator emerging from the shadows. Looper mumbled that he should not be targeted. The 2 champions in the top lane were engaged in a tussle. Unless their health was critically low, the jungler would likely show little interest in them. Moreover, with Poppy's ultimate and steadfast presence, it seemed implausible that she would attempt to eliminate him. Be cautious in the middle and bottom lanes. Mata signaled for Uzi to withdraw. I can come bottom, Xiangwa proclaimed loudly. You can bait them, don't be afraid. Little Duan's speculation was correct. Xiangwa was indeed in the lower half of the map. He intended to take advantage of the recall opportunity to realign his jungle path, synchronizing his route from bottom to top with Gu Xing. If this ambush could succeed, RNG would instantly turn the tide of battle. Okay, I have both summoners available. I can engage with the tower as support. Uzi felt constrained in his lane, but was eager for assistance from the jungler. As Xiangwa farmed the stone golem, he kept a vigilant eye on the bottom lane, ready to rush in at the slightest disturbance. However, before he could finish off the jungle monster, he spotted the burrowed Rek'Sai through Mata's vision placed in the triangular bush. Before he could even utter the command to free Xiangwa, a sense of retreat gripped him as he instinctively opened the data panel. Level 6 Rek'Sai, with a Cinder Hulk jungler's knife, boots, and a control ward. This equipment so early. Under 8 minutes? Is this a joke? Xiangwa's mind was consumed by a singular thought. Retreat and escape. Don't fight, run quickly. He urged his teammates. Uzi also sensed something was amiss. Yet, it was too late to withdraw. Gu Xing used E-Burrow to traverse the wall diagonally, positioning himself behind RNG's second tower for a successful ambush. We must fight. There's no escaping, Mata decisively declared, having previously fallen to Gu Xing's ambush. They had lost considerable minions, and VG's duo had pushed a wave, creating a level disparity in the bottom lane. Uzi was still on the cusp of reaching level 6, while Mata had only just achieved level 5. Meanwhile, Imp had already reached level 6, wielding his ultimate with formidable strength. Little Tiger's Syndra's teleport had yet to cool down. Looper, retreating to the top tower, sought to teleport for support, but was forcefully interrupted by Long G's echo with Time Winder. Infuriated, Looper slammed him against the wall, compelling Long Gu to activate his Chronobreak, returning to his position 4 seconds prior. With no further obstructions, a 6-man clash was imminent near RNG's second tower. Miller eloquently narrated the unfolding situation to the audience, as Blong bravely positioned himself beside Rek'Sai. The subsequent Q, Winter's Bite, aimed at the Uzi beneath the turret, but Mata, ever diligent, utilized his robust form to block the attack. Although his flash was miscalculated, threatening the opposing Lucian became an impractical endeavor, compelling him to relinquish control abilities to the VG jungle support, attempting to safeguard his allies. Nonetheless, a small segment of the objective had already been fulfilled. He had absorbed the turret's aggro. Following this, his teammates could proceed with the dive unimpeded. You take down the cow, I will pursue their AD. Gu Xing was pushed away by the tank, yet he remained relentless in his pursuit of Uzi. Imp, recognizing that the bull's crowd control had been fully expended after sending Blong flying with seismic shatter, swiftly activated Passionate Shot, landing 2 shots upon the bull. He then immediately executed an E to cancel the recoil, unleashing 2 more shots that triggered Mata's passive, before raising his weapon for Divine Judgment. A cascade of radiant projectiles rained down upon the RNG players, Xiangguo arrived at the battlefield, but was intercepted by a small segment, positioned behind RNG's second turret. The small segment effectively obstructed Graves. The inherent flaws in Graves' mechanics prevented Xiangguo from attacking Gu Xing through Braum. Reluctantly, he fired a shot at Braum, then utilized Q and E to vault over the small segment, aiming to leverage his own turret for a wall bounce Q to inflict damage on Gu Xing. However, the challenge of the smite was once again imposed upon him. Gu Xing had prepared thoroughly. The challenge reduced Graves' damage by 20 before he closed in on Uzi, commencing with Q, Primal Surge, and subsequently burrowing forth. This time, Uzi, displaying remarkable decisiveness, immediately employed his flash to create distance. Capitalizing on the moment Gu Xing had not knocked him up, yet Uzi found himself ensnared in a dire predicament, unable to escape the relentless pursuit of 3VG players. Regardless of the direction in which he flashed, the voice of Wawa resonated, marveling at how exceptionally tanky this Rek'Sai was. Gu Xing refrained from tanking the turret, further underscoring his resilience. The Abyssal Giant's jungle item endowed the champion with 400 health and an additional 15 health points. Moreover, Gu Xing had selected the Keystone Mastery Strength of the Ages, now fully stacked, granting him an impressive health boost of 300. The confluence of these factors rendered Rek'Sai's tankiness nothing short of terrifying. Coupled with his innate resistances, the two shots from Xiangguo, afflicted by the challenge, barely caused a minor dip in Rek'Sai's health bar. Miller's tone grew urgent, exclaiming that the three RNG members were utterly incapable of inflicting damage upon Rek'Sai. Truly absurd. Gu Xing beamed with a radiant, clean smile. A reduction in damage, you say? Golden light shimmered as he unleashed his flash, once more closing in on Sivir. Under normal circumstances, the cooldown for flash is 300 seconds. Gu Xing had expended his first flash during a mid-lane ambush on Xiaohu, and approximately 4.5 minutes had elapsed since, theoretically leaving it still on cooldown. However, in Season 6, there existed a mastery known as Insight, which could diminish the cooldown of summoner spells by 15. The cost-performance ratio is exceptionally high, and it shares the steadfast keystone talent times power with Rek'Sai, allowing for easy selection. Champions equipped with Insight can experience a reduced cooldown of 45 seconds on their flash. This is precisely why Gu Xing was determined to engage in the bot lane. Early on, the destructive potential of a flash-enabled Rek'Sai is astounding. When the Dahl witnessed a significant portion of Sivir's health vanish instantly, he couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "Rek'Sai's true damage is utterly lethal." Imp continuously siphoned damage from the sidelines, and after unleashing his ultimate, he capitalized on Lucian's passive double shots and Q, Piercing Light, to successfully eliminate Uzi. Ultimately, Mada's life was claimed by Imp's basic attack. Xiangguo secured the kill on Braum. Overall, it was a 2-4-1 trade, but it truly felt like a devastating loss. Miller frowned, for his red buff was about to respawn, and with the entire bot lane duo fallen, he could hardly hold the line. Gu Xing shared the same concern. While the mid laner Xiaohu seemed poised to assist, Easyhoon could roam as well. Moreover, with Imp holding a healing spell, the enemy possessed little chance of victory. Consequently, he led his ADC into the RNG jungle. "Go ahead, I still have a red buff waiting at home." Gu Xing stood guard, watching his teammates claim the delectable jungle monsters. Imp declared his satisfaction. With both a kill and a red buff, it was a regal start for Lucian. RNG was now in disarray, and the doll's voice rang out like a bell as Virtue initiated with a powerful trio of swings, throwing Xiangguo into disarray. Miller praised Gu Xing, noting that despite Virtue being a newcomer, his understanding of engagements was remarkably clear, with a frightening success rate. If Rek'Sai continued to develop unchecked, RNG might struggle to take him down even when focusing their fire. The live broadcast chat was inundated with comments. The peak of League of Legends in the domestic scene had not yet passed. Even though this was merely an LPL regular season match, the viewership remained substantial. Look at this Rek'Sai. Is he aiming to dominate all lanes? After all, he is the best in Ionia. Surely no one believes the current domestic server lacks merit? Am I the only one who finds Virtue's smile captivating? His gameplay is fierce. I'm becoming a fan. There were even a few devoted fans of RNG's former ADC, expressing their support for their beloved player in the chat. This is the downfall of abandoning the former star. I doubt switching to Uzi would yield better results. It's backlash. I can only describe it as backlash. The players are trying. However, The majority were RNG supporters who believed that losing one match was inconsequential. Returning to regroup would prevent the players from becoming complacent. Moreover, it was merely the first game, and they were at a disadvantage. The tussle in the rift continued. As the reigning champion jungler of this spring season, Mala Xianghua was in peak form, his mind remarkably agile. He realized that reverting his jungle route would be futile, as Rek'Sai had already established a commanding early-game advantage, leading in both equipment and levels. This Rek'Sai, armed with the challenging smite and the Frostfang jungle item, was unbeatable even in a 1v1 in the VG jungle. Assisting the bot lane was not a feasible option either. At present, Uzi's equipment is woefully inadequate. He has just expended his flash. Given Imp's development, it would be reckless for Xianghua to make a move. Should Lucian and Braum from the opposing team execute their strategies effectively, they could very well turn the tide and retaliate. To recover from this disadvantage, they must seek opportunities in the mid lane. However, Easyhoon has epitomized the essence of caution. Aware that his jungler would not be near the mid lane, he remains sheltered beneath the turret, refraining from any engagement. His fundamental skills in last-hitting minions are remarkable, allowing him to stand on equal footing with Syndra. Little Tiger finds himself at a loss against him. Xianghua, brimming with frustration, feels the simmering audacity rising within him. He insists on a forceful kill, convinced that their combined damage is sufficient. He instructs his mid laner to act swiftly. If we can't take down Rek'Sai, surely we can dispatch this squishy target? Little Tiger, trusting Xianghua due to their close relationship, follows suit without hesitation. They push the minion wave to the turret, feigning last hits with Q, Dark Sphere, and as Easyhoon lowers his guard, they unleash their ultimate. 4 dark spheres collide with the yellow chicken's body. In the next moment, a decisive scatter the weak ensues. Syndra, akin to a celestial being scattering flowers, propels multiple spheres, stunning the yellow chicken in place. Xianghua glides forward, utilizing flash to secure the finishing blow. Easyhoon, under the turret, executes a slick maneuver with our unbreakable, cornering Little Tiger and forcing out Syndra's flash. However, his health is critically low. Xianghua's final explosive orb successfully sends him back to the fountain. As the match nears the 9-minute mark, RNG finally makes their mark. The multitude of RNG fans in the venue erupts in thunderous applause after a long silence. Have these two lost their minds? Easyhoon mutters in dissatisfaction in Chinese. Despite spending 6 months in the LPL, he has yet to acclimate to the peculiar rhythms of certain teams. Had the preceding scenario occurred in the Korean LCK, he would undoubtedly have survived, as the opposing team would never have initiated an attack. The Korean strategic approach is fundamentally about stability. Resource exchanges must benefit one side exclusively before any proactive engagement can occur. Yet, RNG's mid-jungle duo opted for a tower dive, sacrificing 2 flashes and 2 ultimates to forcibly claim the life of a yellow chicken with teleport. Hardly a favorable trade. Some teams in the LPL seem to relish this reckless bravado, embracing a philosophy of indifference towards life and death, seeking to eliminate anyone they find distasteful. Easyhoon, accustomed to a more prudent style, finds this perplexing. However, for RNG, this was indeed their only opportunity to break the stalemate. By liberating Little Tiger, they could apply pressure on the opposing Rek'Sai, thereby reclaiming control of the jungle and potentially reversing the game's momentum. Yet, before Xianghua could pursue further action, calamity struck in the bottom lane once more. Upon reviving and returning to the bottom lane, Uzi's expression darkened upon discovering the red buff beneath Lucian. A fleeting glance at the equipment tab revealed that Imp had already completed his Yumu's Ghostblade, sending Uzi into a frenzy. Lucian's build had transitioned from a blue buff crit style to a lethality-focused configuration with Yumu's and Black Cleaver. Selecting Lucian is inherently aimed at dominating the early to mid-game. The fixed armor penetration effect of the Duskblade allows Lucian to unleash devastating damage during the landing phase. Once complemented by the Black Cleaver, his health provides a safety net, while also utilizing percentage armor reduction to harass the tanky champions that currently reign supreme. Moreover, the active effect of the Duskblade grants the champion a sustained 40 attack speed increase for 6 seconds, which is particularly suitable for an ADC like Lucian. The sole drawback lies in its mana consumption. However, the burst damage is undeniably impressive. In contrast, Uzi finds himself in a precarious situation. After succumbing to death twice, he is far from acquiring his first major item, the blue buff. The disparity in equipment between the two ADCs can only be described as astonishing. Meanwhile, Alistar attempts to engage with his passive to secure a cannon minion, but Uzi's development has already suffered significantly, and Mada's situation is even more dismal. Following the revisions in patch 9.6, jungle monsters now only grant experience to the killer, meaning that Mada has gained no benefit from the early stone bugs. Having also fallen twice, he remains yet to reach level 6, merely one cannon minion away from it. However, VG is determined to deny him that opportunity. Xiao Duan, concealed in the brush, leaps onto the cannon minion and activates his ultimate, Glacial Fissure. Mada is launched into the air, while Imp's Lucian unleashes a flurry of attacks. Uzi realizes the dire predicament and skillfully activates Sivir's ultimate to grant his teammates a speed boost, simultaneously throwing a boomerang to assist his support in securing the cannon minion. As the blue light flashes, Mada finally attains level 6. Yet, Alistar finds no opportunity to unleash his ultimate, as Imp's damage swiftly obliterates Mada. The terrifying damage output of Duskblade Lucian elicits gasps from the audience. Meanwhile, Gu Xing, who is farming in the jungle, quickly switches screens to witness the kill in the bot lane, filled with elation. Imp is indeed a capable player, and his assistance could really turn the tide. The VG lounge is abuzz with excitement. Did you see that? Ding Jun stands up to take credit, recalling how he orchestrated the trade for Imp from LGD, which turned out to be an astute decision. Dandy's performance may not be inferior to Gu Xing's, but endless stage presence has been lackluster. Ding Ran rightly states that the team was in dire need of such a core player. Uzi, seated among the RNG players, gulps down the ice water from his paper cup and wipes his sweaty palms on his jersey, attempting to alleviate his mounting anxiety. However, it proves ineffective. Beads of sweat at his forehead, and his expression reflects distress. After being targeted twice by Gu Xing, and with Mada inadvertently gifting a kill, he finds himself unable to play effectively during the landing phase. The disadvantage in the bot lane appears insurmountable, and Xiao Duan now intends to seek opportunities in the top lane, attempting to capitalize on the moment when Echo's ultimate is on cooldown to secure a kill. However, the tanky Echo proves exceedingly difficult to catch, with Time Winder at his disposal. It is nearly impossible for the duo of Graves and Poppy to take him down. Ultimately, Longo withstands RNG's jungle damage and manages to escape with a sliver of health. Currently, RNG is in a tough spot. Dada analyzes the situation on the field. Graves has yet to develop, while Sivir has become entirely ineffective. At present, RNG's output relies solely on the prowess of Xiaohu. Miller concurred with his partner's perspective and further elucidated that the crux of the matter lay in resource allocation. The RNG roster comprises three pivotal figures: Graves, Syndra, and Sivir. While this composition might thrive in advantageous scenarios, where they can feast upon the enemy's jungle and reap additional gold from turrets, their current predicament is quite the opposite. The dilemma of prioritization has become a significant issue. Since the spring season, RNG has shown a proclivity for allowing their jungler, Xiaogua, to utilize champions like Nidalee and Graves, complemented by dual carries in the mid and bot lanes, thereby forming a tri-core setup. They capitalize on Xiaogua's early-game ganking prowess and strong landing phase to establish dominance, while leveraging Mada's exceptional strategic acumen to control vision and dominate the jungle, simultaneously attempting to orchestrate ambushes to secure kills. Their ability to snowball economically is unrivaled in the current LPL landscape. Provided they hold an advantage, RNG possesses ample resources to nurture their three core damage dealers. This aggressive tri-core strategy is not only visually captivating, but has also garnered a dedicated fanbase. During the draft phase of this match, the RNG coaching staff shared this mindset, aiming to swiftly conquer VG with their previously successful system. However, they were utterly unprepared for VG's newly recruited jungler, Gu Xing, whose relentless early-game incursions forced RNG into a disadvantageous position. At this juncture, the vulnerabilities of the tri-core system became painfully apparent. RNG's resources were insufficiently divisible. Both Sivir and Graves are voracious consumers of resources. Relying solely on their jungle or a single lane makes it exceedingly difficult to adequately sustain them, especially in a deficit where even the scant resources become precarious. Moreover, these two champions are distinctly characterized by their dependence on economic support. With resources, they emerge as formidable threats, but without, they become mere liabilities. Aside from Sivir's ultimate and Grave Smokescreen, they offer little assistance to the team. Currently, if RNG aims to bolster Xiao Gua and Uzi, they must sacrifice Xiao Hu. Yet, Xiao Hu is wielding Syndra. After being ambushed by Gu Xing and giving up first blood, Xiao Hu struggled to regain his footing, provided his items are adequate. Syndra can indeed eliminate foes in the mid-game, serving as a crucial pillar for the team. In the present circumstances, asking Xiao Hu to relinquish his economic share is utterly unrealistic for RNG. With Graves and Sivir developing at their current rate, treating teammates merely as fodder and struggling for gold distribution would leave all three cores unequipped, which would be the most distressing scenario. In a moment of dilemma, RNG found themselves at an impasse. After Gu Xing cleared his jungle and returned to base to replenish, he purchased a sightstone and subsequently crafted a magic resistance cloak. His gold reserves were indeed substantial. Once Rek'Sai's equipment level matched Graves, her jungle clearing speed became comparable, though her ability to tunnel facilitated rapid traversal between camps. This saved time could be utilized for vision placement or securing kills. Patience is key. They must push slowly, as Xiao Duan instructed his teammates over voice chat to avoid conceding kills. In their quest to nurture the three core damage dealers, RNG may find themselves compelled to engage in forced skirmishes. As long as they do not suffer catastrophic losses, they can accept the outcome. Utilizing the economic benefits from exchanged kills to support Graves and Sivir, thereby allowing them to rapidly come into their own, is the only viable solution Xiao Duan could conceive. Gu Xing acquiesced, seizing the moment to sip from a paper cup of cola as he emerged from the tunnel he had excavated from the spring. This marked his debut on the LPL stage, and naturally, he aspired for a decisive victory. Accompanied by Xiao Duan, they ventured into the RNG jungle, illuminating the lower half of the map with vision wards from their backpacks. Employing the counter-jungle techniques he had surreptitiously learned from Styloff, Gu Xing meticulously noted the respawn times of the enemy's jungle camps in the lower quadrant, consistently arriving ahead of time to clear them with precision. Xianghua, surveying the barren expanse of his jungle, felt a sudden void in his mind. What was happening? Is this really my jungle? Virtue, it's him again. Amidst the shouts of Dade, Rek'Sai, who had been lying in wait in the brush beside RNG's red buff camp, detected the enemy's movements through his burrow ability. He tunneled closer to the foes, bursting forth to unleash a basic attack followed by Queen's Wrath, building up fury to unleash a devastating wild surge that dealt true damage. With a well-timed combination of abilities and the use of Smite, he reduced Xianggua's health to a mere 13. Mada's Alistar hurriedly pushed the excavator aside, but the vision ward behind revealed a teleport. The broadcast shifted to VG's fountain. Longu completed his items and teleported in, surrounding RNG's jungle support with a pincer maneuver. Looper, witnessing the enemy top laner's teleport, sought to assist as well. Don't come down, Xianghua exclaimed urgently. He knew survival was unlikely. Boppi's descent would be tantamount to a death sentence. Aware of Xianggua's concerns, Looper recognized that his teammates were not inclined to initiate a fight and thus canceled his teleport, continuing to push the lane. With a frozen fist in hand, the tanky Echo, in conjunction with Time Winder and his Time Winder zone, relentlessly slowed his opponents. Miller raised his voice, and Imp arrived at the battlefield, unleashing a barrage of holy gunfire to augment the damage. Without a hint of doubt, both Xianghua and Mada fell in battle. The arena erupted with cheers from VG fans. What a thrill, Brother Bear. Imp's laughter was irresistibly charming, reminiscent of the character Teemo from the game. Let us see if Mada dares to look down on me now. He had amassed 7 kills, appearing almost frenzied. Gu Xing glanced at the top right corner of the screen. As the match progressed to the 19-minute mark, the kill score stood at 12-4 in favor of their opponents. Despite Xiao Duan's persistent warnings against giving RNG any kills, the Spring Split champions demonstrated exceptional opportunistic prowess. Through Mada's flash initiation and Xiao Hu's E ability, they managed to force an engagement, claiming a kill apiece for Xianghua and Uzi. Fortunately, the situation remained manageable. With the enemy jungle illuminated, the hunt for opportunities became increasingly feasible. Seizing the winning rhythm was merely a matter of time. In the context of Baron Vision, Easyhoon remained considerably more composed than Imp. We can leverage this to force a team fight. Longo felt confident about their advantage and suggested a more direct approach. The steady-minded Easyhoon pondered for a moment. Considering that the team has secured a Earth Dragon, granting an advantage against Baron Nashor, and with complete control over the vision in the dragon pit and river. He silently assented to his teammates' opinions, yet did not forget to consult Gu Xing. If we engage directly, can you secure the smite? Gu Xing detected the anticipation and trust in his mid-laner's tone, and his left hand, resting on the Ferrari red keyboard, moved slightly before he replied with unwavering confidence. No problem. Very well. After placing the wards, return to base for supplies, and then we shall proceed to the dragon. Xiao Duan issued the final command. Wawa noticed their movements. VG was grouping towards the barren pit, and RNG seemed to sense this. When Xianghua and Mata respawned, they were just shy of the 20-minute mark. The absence of VG's 5 members across all 3 lanes led Mata to quickly surmise that the enemy was planning to stage a play around the Baron. Let us engage. Either we contest the dragon or we fight. Delaying further will certainly lead to our demise. If Baron Nashor were to fall into the hands of the adversary, RNG's chances of a comeback would diminish significantly. Beyond the formidable durability of Rek'Sai and the explosive damage from Lucian, VG also had the ever-reliable Zhou Ji in their ranks. After acquiring Zhou Ji, Ezihun had quietly amassed wealth throughout the match. Aside from Gu Xing's initial gank that netted him a kill, and the forced execution by RNG's mid-jungle duo, the audience had little impression of Zhou Ji. Even the broadcast provided scant coverage of him, akin to the status of the top lane tanks, Long Gu and Looper. Yet, without fanfare, Zhou Ji now boasted a record of 214, having farmed 220 minions, demonstrating impeccable growth. With the team economy's distribution, he now wielded Nashor's Tooth, Iceborne Gauntlet, and Sorcerer's Shoes. It is noteworthy that the current version of Iceborne Gauntlet has not been nerfed, delivering a slow effect of 40 on damaging abilities. A perfect fit for a ranged damage mage like Zhou Ji. For RNG, allowing the Baron to slip away while continuing to drag the game on could pose a significant threat to the immobile dual carries, Syndra and Sivir. Rather than suffering a slow demise, it would be wiser to take advantage of the damage the Baron could inflict on VG at this juncture and engage in a decisive battle. Xianghua shared this sentiment. RNG must regroup for the fight, Wawa proclaimed, noting that the economic disparity was 6,300, a considerable sum. Uzi now possessed only a blue buff, Berserker's Greaves, and a Blade of the Ruined King. His items were lacking. After the landing phase, he had died twice more, bringing his record to 142. Uzi's landing prowess is commendable, yet he had no opportunity to showcase it this match. VG's bottom lane duo was fully charged during the landing phase, further bolstered by Gu Xing's occasional visits, leaving Uzi with no outlet for his potential. Once he fell behind in personal development, he seemed to lose his grasp on the game, following his teammates towards the dragon pit, momentarily distracted. Had he not died so many times during the landing phase, perhaps he could have carried the game. Activate your ultimate. Dog. Xianghua's shout snapped him back to reality. Without hesitation, Uzi decisively unleashed his hunt, providing his nearby allies with a boost in movement speed. As RNG's 5 members stormed into the river, the cunning Huang Ji had already set 2 sand soldiers in place. Ezihun struck twice with his lance, the chilling effect of his ice staff compelling RNG's front line to momentarily slow their advance. Dragon Brothers Echo utilized his W ability, Time Winder, obstructing their path, forcing Looper and Mata, positioned at the forefront, to take a detour. With a swift motion, Lucian at the dragon pit unleashed a barrage of fire upon RNG. Though Mata activated his R ability, Unbreakable Will, he was still rather fragile at just level 1. In the current 6.10 version of the league, the Headbutt's damage reduction had been diminished from a steady 70 across all levels to a mere 50, 60, and 70. Consequently, the inadequately equipped Alistar could hardly withstand the onslaught. Braum hefted his hammer, charging his ultimate in an attempt to send the VG members in the dragon pit flying, striving to create a numerical advantage for his team. Miller spoke rapidly, yet Lucian, targeted by Braum, deftly sidestepped, while Huang Ji employed his E ability, Sands of Time, to evade the incoming attack. Mata, from behind a wall, placed a vision ward into the dragon pit, revealing that Nashor's health was critically low. Forget about the dragon. Let's focus on kills. Xianghua recognized that his distance from the dragon pit rendered a steal improbable. Instead, he aimed to eliminate as many VG champions as possible, rendering their subsequent dragon acquisition moot. Virtue expertly secured the dragon with his smite. Upon witnessing the purple Baron buff materialize around VG's heroes, The excitement in Wawa's voice escalated, though their current condition was far from optimal. Gu Xing swiftly assessed the situation, declaring, "I'll intercept their backline. You focus on eliminating those in front." No sooner had he spoken than he dove into a pre-established tunnel, leaping over the wall into the river, excavating another tunnel to arrive directly before RNG, targeting Syndra with resolve. Mata reacted promptly, launching Rek'Sai into the air to safeguard his backline. However, RNG's 3 core damage dealers found it difficult to penetrate Rek'Sai's defenses. Miller's tone was exaggerated. This excavator is simply unmanageable. Equipped with a Devourer jungle item, a Spirit Visage, a Sightstone, and Ninja Tabi, Rek'Sai, at the 20-minute mark, boasted commendable resistances and approached 3,500 health, even without the challenge smite. His formidable tankiness posed a significant obstacle for RNG. The crux lay in the fact that if they failed to eliminate him, Gu Xing would continuously inflict damage, complicating matters. While Rek'Sai's late-game viability might wane, his output against squishier targets remained substantial. His E ability, Fury of the Sands, struck Gangplank, significantly diminishing Xianghua's health. Though Xianghua managed to stack his pure man effect, the true damage bypassed all defenses and gnawed at his health bar. He found himself in a particularly precarious position, as Gangplank's passive forced Xianghua to circumvent Rek'Sai, to pose a threat to VG's backline. Yet, traversing that path subjected him to a pincer attack. Alistar had already fallen, and Looper's Braum could only be described as having developed normally, unable to withstand Easyhun's relentless onslaught. Reflecting on Gu Xing, he had endured 2 waves of damage, yet still retained more than half of his health. Rek'Sai continued to deal damage, recklessly engaging within the RNG formation. Witnessing Gu Xing's astonishing resilience, gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the venue. Rek'Sai, standing resolutely at the forefront, bore a considerable amount of damage. Ultimately surviving with a sliver of health, he flashed into the surface, burrowed into the rear tunnel, and successfully escaped back to the barren pit. My goodness, he can still flee after all that. The caster, embodying the perspective of an RNG player, found the situation utterly disheartening. Thanks to Gu Xing's successful intrusion, the RNG formation had been thoroughly disrupted, leading to a complete division between the enemy's front line and back line, with Looper's Poppy now having fallen. Both of RNG's frontliners lay defeated, leaving only 3 carries, while Uzi's Hunt had long since expired. It was only a matter of time before he became ensnared by the ice staff of Huangji. Xiaohu realized that victory in the team fight was unattainable. In a moment of youthful recklessness, he decisively flashed into the dragon pit, unleashing energy surge towards the nearly depleted Gu Xing, vowing to vent his pent-up fury. Yet, the damage fell just short, leaving Miller disheartened. After Rek'Sai resurfaced, he had regained a tiny fraction of health thanks to his passive. The RNG fans in the audience sighed in resignation, accepting their fate. Gu Xing, seeing himself survive with less than 100 health, couldn't help but chuckle. The urgency was palpable. Imp beamed with delight as he dispatched Syndra from the dragon pit with a swift combination of skills. VG pressed their advantage, as Huang Ji and Echo teleported to the vision point in the opposing bird's nest, flanking Uzi and Xianghua. With no room for maneuver, Easyhun commanded his sand soldiers, piercing through the opponents to their demise. Meanwhile, Gu Xing rapidly returned to base, activating Void Rush to reach the jungle tunnel, charging towards RNG's high ground alongside his teammates. Push, push, push. They could seize victory in one fell swoop. His voice trembled with excitement. Since embarking on his professional journey, it was Gu Xing's first encounter with the spectacular sight of the enemy Nexus crystal exploding. Although Mata and Looper revived midway, they posed little threat and could do nothing but watch as VG's champions, accompanied by a horde of minions, overwhelmed the Nexus crystal. 055, Hero Exchange. Gu Xing gazed at the victory message displayed prominently on the screen, contentedly removing his noise-canceling headphones. Previously, he could faintly hear the indistinct sounds from the outside world. Now, the pulsating music resonated through every corner of the venue, intertwined with the unending cheers from the audience and the muffled thud of cheering sticks, filling Gu Xing's ears to the brim. Accompanied by the euphoria of achieving his first professional victory, his heartbeat quickened involuntarily. Rising felt like walking on clouds, lifting him into a euphoric state. Gu Xing seemed to grasp the sensation that Jack had previously described about standing on the LPL stage. Indeed, it was indescribably marvelous. He quickly drank the ice cola from his paper cup, attempting to calm himself. The match was not yet entirely over, and it was not the time for relaxation and celebration. After glancing at the post-match statistics, Izihun couldn't help but give Gu Xing a thumbs up in commendation. Congratulations to VG for securing the first victory in this best-of-3 series. With a smile, Wawa turned to his partner and asked how to describe their performance after the first match. VG appears to be brimming with vitality, and Miller offered high praise, stating that the new talent's performance could only be described as flawless. It must be noted that Virtue demonstrated a meticulously tight rhythm, where each element seamlessly interlinked, aiming to amass a substantial advantage in the early game, subsequently leaving the latter stages to the dual carries. His eloquence was unceasing. Prior to the commencement of the summer tournament, I had asserted that VG's roster was not lacking in strength, with the dual carries being top tier within the LPL. The challenge for VG lay in identifying who would be responsible for unifying the team, establishing a dominant presence in the early game, and granting teammates sufficient leverage during the landing phase. From this match, it appears they have discovered a fitting solution. The live broadcast chat was abuzz with fervor. No need to watch RNG's match. By tomorrow morning, fans will awaken to yet another victory. Virtue truly has mastered this excavator. His team fights are more disruptive than Long Ji's Echo, quite infuriating. He sets the pace in the early game and creates space for his teammates to deal damage in the late game. If he doesn't win, who will? To be frank, Xiao Duan's performance on Graves this match was subpar. Although the coach's choice of composition deserves scrutiny, his gameplay was rather inconspicuous. No matter how well Virtue performs, he won't earn my recognition. What happened to the promise of out-farming by 80 minions? The chat was predominantly filled with jest and banter. However, among the few VG supporters, Gu Xing's brilliant performance genuinely took them by surprise. After all, the team's record over the past year has been lackluster, winning against weaker teams while faltering against stronger ones, instilling little hope in many fans for today's match outcome. Despite having only won a single game, achieving such an impressive performance against the spring champion RNG is indeed commendable. On the way back to the backstage area, Gu Xing continued to quietly discuss certain aspects of the previous match with his teammates, focusing primarily on vision control and mid-game strategy. Overall, the vision placement in the last match was commendable, but if one were to scrutinize the details, there were still minor oversights. Xiao Duan, seeing his humility, took the opportunity to elaborate on the vision setup for advantageous mid-game scenarios. When planning vision control, one must empathize with the opposing players, considering which areas they would traverse. It is crucial not to recklessly expend all the wards from one's inventory, only to return to base for replacements. Doing so allows the opposition to scan and eliminate all the wards, essentially gifting them an advantage. Gu Xing nodded in agreement. Enough. Xiao Duan, Long Gu interjected, defending Gu Xing. He played quite well in the last match. You needn't nitpick. No. Gu Xing is eager to learn from seasoned players. Please continue, Duan Gu. I am all ears. Upon returning to the lounge, he noticed the television had just finished airing the highlight reel of the first match. Soon, the MVP will be announced. According to our club's regulations, for every MVP awarded to a regular season player, a bonus of 2,000 will be added for that month. Little Duan explained this to Gu Xing, who brightened at the news. Is there such a delightful benefit? However, upon further reflection, it seemed rather improbable. The summer regular season consists of a total of 16 best-of-3 matches, and even if VG were to triumph in every contest, they would secure at most 32 MVPs. Even at his peak, Ding Jun could only earn 64,000 if they truly achieved a flawless victory. Gu Xing doubted that Boss Ding would willingly offer several times that amount in bonuses. Meanwhile, others from VG's training department had already surrounded him, affectionately patting Gu Xing on the shoulder and head, their words brimming with praise for his outstanding performance. Old Gu, Jack, slender and of lesser height, was momentarily shoved to the back but did not forget to raise his hand in encouragement, urging him to keep up the good work. Fortunately, Gu Xing's height allowed him to see the MVP announcement on the television, despite the crowd around him. It was indeed himself. In the official photo, Gu Xing's tall frame radiated a bright, cheerful smile, exuding youthful exuberance. With a record of 5 kills, 0 deaths, and 10 assists on Rek'Sai, a participation rate of 88, and a damage share of 344, along with an economic lead of 2,277, he thought to himself, splendid, 2,000 in hand. Witnessing Gu Xing clinch his first MVP, even the rotating member of World 6 couldn't help but feel elated, clapping joyfully. Enough of this. Let us discuss the lineup for the next match. Eventually, Jin Wenhe could no longer bear the commotion and dispersed the crowd surrounding Gu Xing. Hongmi opened his notebook, scribbling notes with a marker while rapidly conveying instructions through a translator to the players. It wasn't until a staff member knocked on the door, signaling them to prepare for the stage, that Hongmi reluctantly closed his notebook. Gu Xing glanced at the time, realizing it had only been about 7 or 8 minutes since he entered the lounge. According to the tournament rules, there is only a 10-minute break between 2 matches in the regular season, which includes the time taken to exit and re-enter the stage. Filling a paper cup with cola, Gu Xing joined his teammates and coach, striding towards the backstage exit. This time, he felt much more adept, and as he settled into his esports chair awaiting the match to commence, he knew to engage in a few words with the opposing RNG players. VG's Virtue sent a message, Uzi, I'm your fan. Uzi responded with a question mark. Imp, having undergone surgery, struggled with Chinese but understood these words well enough and immediately felt a pang of jealousy. Little Gu, what do you mean? When we first met, why didn't you say you were a fan of mine? He felt it was unfair. Before Gu Xing could explain, he heard the referee signal the start of the game for Long Gu. With a crisp sound, he once again entered the competitive draft phase. Welcome back to the match. Dahl was already prepared. In the second game, VG, positioned on the blue side, immediately banned the troll. The troll, a tank in the top lane, is an absolute lane dominator and possesses formidable split-pushing capabilities. Redmi was hesitant to allow Looper to take the stage, fearing unforeseen complications. RNG opted to ban the formidable Kha'Zix, which posed no issues, as he was a powerful jungler in this version. VG subsequently eliminated the champion favored by Xianghua, the adept Kha'Zix. Miller suddenly turned to Dada and inquired whether RNG should indeed ban Rek'Sai. Gu Xing's previous performance with Rek'Sai had left a lasting impression. After a moment of contemplation, Dada concluded that it was unnecessary. VG, being on the blue side, was unlikely to prioritize the excavator. RNG's head coach, Fly, shared this sentiment but sought Xianghua's input before making a final decision. Let it through, Xianghua advised. Rek'Sai and Graves balance each other out. I believe we will not suffer. He felt the team had already allocated one ban to Kha'Zix, and banning another jungler would squander precious resources. Fly nodded in agreement and instructed his team to place the vampire on the ban list, wary of Easyhun's playstyle. Allowing him to secure a dominant jungler would only invite trouble. In the final ban phase, VG restricted Mada's Braum, while RNG eliminated Echo. Long Gu glanced at Redmi, awaiting the head coach's directive. Let us secure Lissandra first, Redmi suggested, approaching Easyhun. I suspect they might choose the chicken, but you shouldn't face significant pressure in lane. The Ice Queen Lissandra counters Xiaohu's favored champion, LeBlanc, and by securing her early, it would also serve as a deterrent, preventing RNG from locking in LeBlanc. In their first 2 picks, RNG selected Lucian and Thresh. Dada expressed interest, noting that Uzi and Mada had experienced difficulties in their last lane matchup and were now seeking a more aggressive confrontation. Gu Xing, having heard Redmi's character selection in the voice chat, nodded in agreement. VG locked in Graves. They supplemented this choice with Alistar, providing crowd control for Graves and creating space for him. Miller chuckled, noting that it was now Xianghua's turn to select Rek'Sai, effectively swapping junglers. Xiaohu's choice aligned with Redmi's prediction, the chicken. Imp secured the Spear of Vengeance, forming a dual Lissandra composition with Xiao Duan. In response to Long Gu's selection of Makai, Fly assigned Looper the champion Poppy. The teams finalized their compositions: blue side VG, top Makai, jungle Graves, mid Lissandra. Bot Kalista with Alistar. Red side RNG, top Poppy, jungle Rek'Sai, mid Chicken, bot Lucian with Thresh. Let us observe whether RNG can swiftly recalibrate in the second match. As Dada eagerly anticipates, while VG aims to maintain their fiery momentum from the previous game, the outcome remains uncertain amidst the roaring cheers from the audience. As the Summoner's Rift unfolds once more. 056. The art of counter-jungling. Gu Xing observed the Godfather in the fountain, his mouse moving side to side as he clicked on the ground, maneuvering Graves back and forth. He still felt a bit out of sorts. He had often heard that the Godfather was the original skin for Graves, offering an exceptional feel. However, he had previously lacked the funds to acquire it. Thanks to the tournament, he could now use it for free. After a brief moment of distraction, a voice reached my ears, urging, "Elbow, join me in the opposite jungle." There was unanimous agreement among the team, and after purchasing the necessary equipment, we charged out from the high ground. This was a last-minute strategy devised by Coach Hongmi following the selection of the team composition. The RNG's Huangji and Excavator, representing the mid-jungle duo from the previous match against VG, made a conspicuous entrance at level 1, albeit with little effect. The distinction lay in the fact that, at that time, Hongmi had assigned the formidable support champion Braum to Xiao Duan, compensating for the team's shortcomings and providing early protection in the jungle, thus deterring any incursion from the opponents. In this match, however, Hongmi deliberately banned Braum, significantly diminishing RNG's strength in the level 1 skirmish and setting the stage for an early jungle ambush. Consequently, RNG's head coach, Fly, unwittingly fell into the trap. Although the Thresh selected for Mata at level 1 was not particularly weak, it paled in comparison to Braum. Miller, observing the movements of VG's players in the canyon, deduced their intention to invade the jungle. VG's level 1 team boasted numerous crowd control skills, and RNG dared not even glance in their direction. As long as Long Gu, controlling the Treant, refrained from executing the Asian bind, he could ensnare an enemy champion, allowing the subsequent abilities from Ice Maiden and Bullhead to chain together, leading to a successful kill. Meanwhile, Wawa's gaze was fixed on the RNG camp. Mata, quick to react, hastily placed a vision ward at the river's choke point, just in time to spot the invading VG players. As the most astute mind from the legendary Samsung White, despite a decline in his mechanics, his intellect remained sharp. Having concluded the draft phase, he immediately recognized that the opponents were gearing up to disrupt the jungle, specifically targeting the lower half of the map. He surmised that VG aimed to force the jungler, Xianghua, into the top half of the map, thereby leaving RNG's duo isolated and vulnerable during the early landing phase. In the bottom lane, Lucian and Thresh faced off against Kalista and Bullhead, and the composition alone indicated a highly volatile landing phase. In this context, the presence of a jungler nearby to shield teammates and threaten opponents became paramount. The side without jungle support would be filled with trepidation, fearful of being tower dived due to low health. Thus, if VG managed to invade RNG South lower jungle and drive Xianghua away, they could inadvertently establish a significant advantage in the bottom lane. Mata was exceedingly familiar with Hongmi, having been teammates during Season 3 on MVP Ozone, and later transitioning into a player-coach relationship that lasted 3 years. He understood that the tactics devised by the opponent were undoubtedly aligned with his own thoughts. Witnessing VG's 5 players forcefully invade against the vision set by Mata, Xiaohu hesitated to engage in a level 1 skirmish. Should they concede the lower jungle? Although Xianghua had a brash demeanor, it did not imply a lack of strategic thinking. The RNG composition was fragile in confrontations. A mere collision could lead to their downfall. I'll venture into the upper half of the map to farm. You all hold steady in the lower lane and avoid being tower dived. Just wait for my second round of farming in 4 minutes, Xianghua reminded them. Before crossing the river into VG's upper jungle, Mata acknowledged with a couple of affirmations and communicated with Uzi, "I currently lack vision. Please maintain a ward for now. Later, we'll work together to fend off any tower dives, lest Kalista consume the magic swamp frog." Engaging in a direct confrontation is unlikely to yield favorable results. However, this does not impede one from resorting to underhanded tactics. Should the 2 players merely linger idly in the bottom lane, it is plausible that Imp, alongside his support, might devour RNG's swamp creature. Once Imp secures experience from the jungle and attains level 2, the equilibrium of the bottom lane would be irrevocably disrupted. Uzi is acutely aware of this potentiality. He is reluctant to allow Imp to seize the upper hand in the lane's early dynamics, and thus takes refuge in the brush behind his own turret, vigilantly observing the movements of VG's jungle. A ward placed by Xiao Duan peeks through the wall, revealing the presence of the RNG duo. Although Mata and Uzi promptly eliminate the false ward with their basic attacks, their positions are already compromised, raising Gu Xing's alertness. "Are you still planning to farm the jungle, Imp?" he inquires. Imp ponders briefly. Utilizing Kalista, he can thrust his spear and, in conjunction with Gu Xing's smite, eliminate high-health creatures with relative ease, under normal circumstances. Losing a jungle monster would be inconceivable. However, should he attempt to forcefully claim the swamp creature, he risks sustaining significant damage from the skill bursts of Lucian and Thresh, which are not to be trifled with. After careful consideration, Imp ultimately decides against pursuing the swamp creature. Maintaining a standard landing phase seems prudent, with Gu Xing providing protection. An advantage in the bottom lane is assured. Should he err in jungle farming, it could spell disaster. He possesses an inherent ferocity, yet knows when to exercise caution. Otherwise, Mata would never have felt at liberty to roam freely during his time with Samsung White. The VG duo promptly advances to the bottom lane, seemingly intent on hastily securing level 2. Miller observes from a godlike vantage point, monitoring the movements of all 10 players, while Virtue and Xianghua initiate their jungle route at the opposing swamp creature. In the current meta, junglers typically commence their path with either the swamp creature or the stone beetle, as smiting these camps grants the buffs of Toxic Fungi's Gift and Heavy Hand's Favor, respectively, enhancing jungle efficiency. Gu Xing's blue start in the previous match was an exception rather than the rule. In this match, following the smite of the swamp creature, Gu Xing transitions to observe Xianghua's movements. Before Long Ji's arrival, he places a vision ward between VG's blue buff and the swamp creature, allowing him to monitor Xianghua's actions. Gu Xing notes that his opponent does not immediately target the blue buff, but instead proceeds towards the 3 wolves. This strategic choice suggests he intends to finish the wolves before returning to claim the blue buff, a scientifically sound approach. The jungle route encompassing the swamp creature, 3 wolves, and blue buff represents the shortest path for Xianghua. Upon completing VG's blue buff, he can traverse the river back to his own jungle. Conversely, if he were to prioritize the blue buff before tackling the more distant 3 wolves, it would require additional time to return to his jungle. Although the difference amounts to mere seconds, every moment counts in competitive play, and Xianghua's decision is justifiable. Contemplating this, Gu Xing resolves to replicate his opponent's jungle route, preparing to orchestrate a significant play. As Xianghua clears the jungle and crosses the river, he encounters the recently respawned swift crab and seizes the opportunity to eliminate it. Currently, the experience yielded from a river crab stands at only 10 points, yet it provides 70 gold, a not insignificant sum, akin to the value of a true sight ward. Moreover, the health bar is not particularly thick, so for the jungler, taking a crab along the way is not a loss. However, what followed truly astonished the 2 commentators. Rek'Sai altered direction and returned to the upper jungle of Vici Gaming, filled with suspicion in his voice. Did Xianghua intend to execute a surprise attack? Miller immediately provided an answer, as the upper jungle of Vici was now desolate. Devoid of any resources, Xianghua had no choice but to ambush the top lane. Rek'Sai stealthily approached the brush behind the first tower of Vici Gaming, his intentions unmistakable, targeting the Tree of Life still engaged in battle. Miller's voice quickened, warning that Long Gu was completely unaware of the impending danger. Earlier, Long Gu had placed a vision ward in his jungle, and before it faded, he had seen Rek'Sai clearing 3 camps and heading toward the river. Like most others, he assumed Xianghua had returned to the RNG jungle to continue farming. Little did he expect his opponent would come back to ambush him. With Long Ji's ward still on cooldown, Xianghua made his move. In the current version, a solo lane champion must reach level 3 by waiting for the first 3 melee minions of the 3rd wave to fall. The 3rd wave in the top lane would converge around 2 minutes and 48 seconds. Consequently, in most matchups, the top laner reaches level 3 slightly later than the jungler. Xianghua's strategy of taking the river crab before returning to set up an ambush was to ensure his teammate reached level 3. At the moment Looper's Poppy eliminated a melee minion, the glow of leveling up illuminated his character. Simultaneously, Xianghua's Rek'Sai utilized his E ability, Burrow, to vault over the wall and flank the Tree of Life from behind. This represents a classic ambush route for Rek'Sai in the top lane. Upon discovering a Rek'Sai emerging from behind him, Long Ji's heart raced with panic. Fortunately, he remained composed, immediately flashing toward the tower, lest he fall prey to the jungler's jaws. Before Rek'Sai could close the gap, Long Gu swiftly executed a normal attack with his Q ability, Arcane Smash, to finish off the 2 low-health minions, also reaching level 3. Miller's commentary became rapid-fire as he narrated the unfolding battle. He first enhanced his attributes, then employed his W ability, Twisted Advance, to ensnare Rek'Sai, intending to reposition himself to Xiangguo's location and use flash to retreat to the safety of the tower. However, just as the Tree of Life began to twist into a mass of moving roots toward Rek'Sai, Xiangguo suddenly activated his flash. The W ability of the Tree of Life follows its target, and he cleverly utilized this to pull Long Gu further away from the Vichy defense tower, positioning him against the wall. Upon witnessing this, Wawa exclaimed enthusiastically, praising the astute maneuver. Xiangguo emerged from the ground, launching the Tree of Life into the air. As Looper prepared to execute a wall slam with Poppy, RNG's top and jungle duo unleashed a series of controls that prevented Long Gu from even using his flash, leading to his demise from the burst damage of Rek'Sai and Poppy. Amidst the thunderous cheers from the RNG fans below, Miller declared loudly, after a sluggish first game. Xiangguo quickly rebounded, securing first blood for his team just 3 minutes into the match. Excellent. Looper praised his jungler, a faint smile gracing the corners of his mouth. Did you think you could bully me in the last game? Do you really believe my title as the spring champion is merely a facade? The fans of RNG in the live stream felt a surge of pride. Truly deserving of the spring champion title, this level of play is indeed formidable. Using flash to bring the tree back, I can imagine it left Long Gu utterly bewildered. Surely, no one genuinely believes RNG will lose today? Turning the tables from a 0-2 deficit should be a walk in the park. Long Gu, feeling vexed, lamented, if I had just thrown my tree sun back there, it would have sufficed. The tree's E ability, Sapling Toss, serves as a warning. If enemy units are nearby, it will rush over to self-destruct. He mused that had he been a tad more cautious, this wouldn't have resulted in his demise. No worries. You didn't use flash and still have teleport to catch up in lane. It's not a loss, Gu Xing consoled his teammate. He too anticipated Xiao Gang's fierce approach. However, for him, Long Ji's first blood being taken was a fortuitous turn of events, significantly increasing the success rate of their meticulously crafted plan. As the match reached the 3:21 mark, Miller abruptly halted, puzzled. What does this mean? He only cleared 5 camps and skipped the stone tortoises? The director swiftly sensed something amiss and shifted the camera to Gu Xing's graves, revealing him devouring VG's red buff before deftly leaping down into the dragon pit, traversing the river back into RNG's jungle. Meanwhile, VG's lower jungle still had a stone tortoise camp untouched. The camera transitioned from graves to the VG stone tortoise camp, showcasing the unscathed stone tortoise duo, before returning to Gu Xing. The backstage staff responsible for the observation were equally perplexed. They decided to grant Gu Xing a moment in the limelight. Whispers of speculation rippled through the audience. Miller pondered Gu Xing's intentions, eliminating various possibilities until a thought struck him. Could it be that Virtue intended to invade the jungle? Gu Xing remained unperturbed, fully in control. He had initiated his jungle clear from the RNG Swamp Frog camp, with the monster's respawn time at 1:54. This meant that at 3:34, RNG's second wave of Swamp Frogs would be set to respawn. This was the moment Gu Xing intended to seize. It is worth noting that the tempo in the jungle was exceedingly tight, particularly during the first round of monster spawns. Junglers, lacking levels and equipment, initially struggled with efficiency. Given the presence of red and blue buffs, a jungler must clear 6 camps to complete the first round. Excluding a handful of exceptionally fast clearing champions, most characters, when solo clearing, require approximately 105 seconds to finish 6 camps efficiently without detours or distractions while utilizing both smites. This implies that upon finishing the last camp of the first round, the first non-buff camp would soon respawn. Such a compact rhythm, paradoxically, granted Gu Xing an opportunity. From the moment they grouped to invade, he had been on the lookout for a chance to counter jungle. Gu Xing devised a meticulous plan. Had he also cleared all 6 camps, by the time he finished with his stone tortoises and made the long trek to RNG's jungle, the enemy swamp frogs would have already been respawning for several seconds. In moments of idle time, oversights are prone to occur. Thus, he decided against farming the stone golems altogether, opting instead to clear 5 camps of jungle monsters. The 100 seconds of respawn time for the jungle creatures provided him ample opportunity. After finishing the red buff, he circled back to the RNG jungle, as the opposing team's second wave of swamp frogs was about to respawn. It was likely that the chef intended to secure 6 camps at the outset to maximize his gains, but for him, the 100 seconds felt rather tight. Moreover, the chef had previously engaged in a skirmish with the dragon, which had cost him considerable time. With his mind racing, Gu Xing could surmise the general whereabouts of the chef. It was probable that the latter had just finished the RNG side's red buff and was en route to the F4 camp. Seizing this window of opportunity, he enacted his plan to invade the enemy jungle. Guiding Graves to the RNG's swamp frog camp, he waited briefly before a freshly spawned frog queen leapt forth. He had indeed executed the plan. Wawa was taken aback, noting Virtue's precise calculations. Furthermore, RNG was completely unprepared for this turn of events. Miller grew increasingly animated, explaining that since the chef had been absent from the lower half of the map, Mata and Uzi had been under constant pressure in their lane, with their wards placed defensively in the bushes behind the second tower to guard against a potential dive from VG. They had not anticipated Virtue's astute counter-jungle strategy. All 5 members of RNG were oblivious, and their coach Fly, watching from the lounge, was nearly beside himself with anxiety, wishing fervently to remind his players. Meanwhile, Gu Xing was effortlessly showcasing his adept jungle skills to the audience, swiftly clearing the swamp frogs with remarkable ease. He then pressed on, heading straight for the RNG's wolf camp. Gu Xing recalled his earlier jungle route, as the spawn times of these 2 camps were closely aligned. After finishing yet another round of swamp frogs, the wolves were set to respawn as well. Upon arriving at the camp, a trio of shadow wolves emerged to greet him. Witnessing Graves sweep through RNG's 2 camps, Wawa gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "What kind of strategy is this?" The counter-jungle tactics were indeed cunning, and Miller praised the execution, as Rek'Sai had just finished his own camp and remained blissfully unaware of the situation. The chef, relishing his time in the jungle, intended to farm his own respawned wolves and swamp frogs, planning to either gank or return to base to replenish his items. This would allow him to streamline his jungle route, ensuring that RNG's camps would respawn sequentially from the stone golems at the top downwards. His development trajectory appeared to be exceedingly smooth. Having previously regained footing in the top lane, the chef felt invigorated, convinced that he could redeem himself in this match. Using Rek'Sai to dominate the battlefield, from his subterranean position, he cast his Q ability, Prey Seeker, towards the location of the wolves. The shockwave swiftly penetrated the jungle camp. However, there was no response whatsoever. Ordinarily, when a jungle monster is attacked, it would react and move. Yet, Rek'Sai's tremor sense provided no feedback regarding the movements of the jungle creatures. The chef furrowed his brow in confusion. What could this mean? Had I misfired my shockwave and missed the monsters? No, that couldn't be right. He was confident that he would not commit such a fundamental error. So he decided to emerge from the underground to investigate. His field of vision instantly broadened. Before him lay the 3-wolf camp, utterly devoid of life. What could be the reason? His first thought was that the route taken by Gu Xing for farming was different from his own. Perhaps the gangplank had initially farmed the magic swamp frog, then proceeded to clear the blue buff, only to return to the 3 wolves afterward? He found this theory plausible. However, the magic swamp frog must have reset, so he thought it wise to first pay a visit to the frog queen. The 3 wolves would refresh shortly, and the impact would be minimal. With deft control, he guided the Void Ripper towards his magic swamp frog camp. Yet, to his dismay, he found this place equally barren. The once self-satisfied mind of Xiang Gu was now as empty as the jungle camp itself. Where have all the jungle monsters gone? At that very moment, Mata had intended to seize the opportunity while his jungler was in the lower half of the map, planning to intimidate Uzi and keep the VG duo in check. However, he overheard Xiang Gu muttering curses under his breath, disbelief saturating his tone. It was then that he realized the entire lower jungle area was devoid of monsters. Not a single minion left. This man had completely countered my 2 jungle camps. Xiang Gu, not known for his patience, was now visibly seething. Mata furrowed his brow. After the spring season, RNG had rushed to participate in the mid-season tournament, leaving little time for rest. They returned only to recruit Uzi and subsequently took a break, reassembling the team just before the summer season commenced. Training sessions had been scant, and the lack of sufficient matches meant they could not compensate with quality. Having recently secured the league championship, many teams were eager to practice against them, following the principle of selecting the best opponents. The mid-tier teams like Snake and VG were naturally overlooked, and no matches had been arranged with them during this period. Even with his high game intelligence, Mata could not have anticipated such a bandit-like counter-jungle strategy. He still considered it a coincidence and thought, wait, let me place a ward in the jungle to scout. Due to RNG's earlier decision not to place wards near the jungle camps, They were oblivious to the reset timings of their magic swamp frog and the three wolves. Wards were essential to gather that information. Xianggu recognized this as the only viable solution. With nothing else to occupy his time, he resolved to alleviate the pressure on the bottom lane. Upon seeing Xianggu arrive to assist, Uzi finally began to unleash his full potential. Uzi was not the type to play conservatively in the early game. He relished the opportunity to exert pressure in his lane, employing various tactics to gain an advantage in health and minion kills. His own landing prowess supported this aggressive playstyle. However, in the previous games, he had felt quite constrained. The assistance Xianggu provided during the landing phase had been limited, while the VG jungler had been persistently roaming in the lower half of the map. Now that an opportunity had finally presented itself, Uzi was determined to make the most of it. He swiftly dispatched a low-health minion and then charged forward. He adeptly utilized Lucian's Relentless Pursuit to reset his auto-attack, landing 2 passive shots on Imp before following up with Q, Piercing Light. By briefly canceling the skill animation with a ground-targeted ability, he unleashed another 2 shots. The combination flowed seamlessly. Lucien can undoubtedly be considered one of the exceptional heroes of Uzi, as evidenced by his remarkable moment during the World Championship when he swiftly eliminated BB in the brush, a testament to his mastery. Imp, aware that the jungler was nearby, chose not to engage recklessly after landing a couple of spears, opting instead to retreat after trading some health. Fortunately, he had maintained a good state prior and had a potion to restore his health. After clearing the jungle camps, Gu Xing returned to his own territory, seizing the opportunity to consume the river crab. Noting the depletion of resources in the bottom lane, he reminded his teammates that the jungler would likely need to recall for supplies, as he had not encountered any jungle camps during this time and was likely to make a move on the lanes. Having cleared the stone crab camp in the lower half of the jungle, Gu Xing was wary of being countered by the jungler and decided to consume the remaining camps to deny the opponent any opportunity for growth, subsequently recalling to base. He had cleared 8 jungle camps along with a river crab, and with the economic boost from the system's automatic gold distribution, his coin count had surpassed 1,200. Despite being at an economic disadvantage compared to the jungler who secured first blood, he still had 2 jungle camps in his upper territory to clear. Upon synthesizing a green jungle knife and purchasing boots and a control ward, Gu Xing prepared to move upwards. A brief tranquility enveloped the canyon. Wawa commented that although VG had lost first blood, the jungler virtue strategy to mitigate losses was notably successful, having countered the enemy jungler's camps, thus compensating for the economic deficit. The first blood had granted RNG a direct economic advantage of 400 bounty and 200 assist gold, while Longu had the option to teleport back to lane, sustaining minimal losses in minions. Meanwhile, VG's bottom lane, previously benefiting from Gu Xing's support, had managed to pressure RNG's duo for some last hits. After Gu Xing cleared his magic toad and 3 wolves, the economic disparity between both sides had narrowed significantly. Miller, observing the minimap, suddenly sensed something amiss. Virtue, after clearing his F4, had plunged into the river once more. His gaze swept over the bottom lane, and his tone grew increasingly astonished. The non-red buffed Graves would struggle to make a play. Could it be that they were attempting to counter jungle again? In contrast to the earlier whispers of the audience during the first counter jungle, the venue now buzzed with noise. Gu Xing indeed had such intentions. He surmised that the jungler was unlikely to be present, instructing his teammates to keep the opposing bottom lane occupied. He could predict the jungler's general movements and communicated this to his teammates. During his last counter jungle, Gu Xing had placed a ward near RNG's 3 wolves. Witnessing the jungler's fruitless entry, by observing the changes in MLXG's jungle numbers, he deduced that the opponent had cleared all camps in the upper territory. The timing of the deaths of the feathered bird and the shadow wolves in the jungle was nearly synchronous, indicating that they would reset simultaneously. This was the information Gu Xing had acquired, but the jungler remained unaware. Gu Xing was exceedingly confident in this knowledge. Previously, Mata and Uzi had been engaged in the bottom lane and had never ventured into the jungle. Thus, they could not have placed wards to monitor his counter-jungle attempts. From the jungler's perspective, the spawn points of the stone crab and the feathered bird in the upper jungle were fixed, and there was no precise answer regarding when the 2 camps in the lower jungle would reset. MLXG would not remain idly at the bottom of the map, as that would be an egregious waste of precious time. What Gu Xing needed to do was to leverage the information at his disposal to make his move before Xianghua. and to seize the moment to execute a counter-jungle operation. The last time he outmaneuvered RNG's Frog Queen was at 3 minutes and 50 seconds, with the reset point being at 5 minutes and 30 seconds. At 5 minutes and 27 seconds, Gu Xing successfully arrived at the enemy's marsh frog camp. This time, RNG had preemptively established vision in the camp, detecting Virtue's incursion. Mada realized Gu Xing had once again entered their jungle, finally comprehending that the previous counter-jungle was no mere coincidence, but a deliberate strategy. He sought to gather further information. Yet Gu Xing sensed the presence of vision and activated his scan, utilizing 2 shots in conjunction with his E to eliminate the false ward. With the jungle plunged into darkness once more, Mada, undeterred, abandoned Uzi to continue his development in the lane, venturing alone into the jungle, using his body as a ward. As a result, RNG could observe Virtue's counter-jungle maneuvers, but with Xianghua absent, they had no choice but to forego this group of marsh frogs. Just as Gu Xing anticipated, Xianghua was currently situated at the top of the map, farming the armored beetles, miles away from the marsh frog camp in the lower half, unable to arrive in time. The Graves secured the monster with a smite, claiming it for himself. Having tasted success, Gu Xing intended to push his luck further by attempting to steal the enemy's 3 wolves. However, this time, the spicy hot pot would not allow him to succeed. After finishing with the armored beetles, he hastily made his way down to safeguard his jungle. Virtue had placed a ward at the narrow pass connecting RNG's mid lane and the lower region, preemptively sensing Xianghua's movements, and wisely chose to retreat rather than confront him head-on. Given that Xianghua had more gold than him during the last recall, his equipment was naturally superior. Not to mention, MLXG wielded the challenging smite, guaranteeing a significant edge in combat prowess. Thus, in a skirmish within the jungle, Gu Xing would not be a match for him. Nevertheless, this was inconsequential. Since Xianghua had come to protect the 3 wolves, he would be unable to farm the simultaneously resetting F4. Gu Xing planned to do the work for his opponent. "Can you come assist me?" He communicated with Izihun. Marking the signal at RNG's Sharp-Beak Bird Camp, the opposing Huangji approached, ready to engage, and they both knew their damage output would be sufficient. Izihun immediately agreed. Having chosen the Ice Maiden as his champion, he understood the necessity of nurturing his teammates, while primarily creating ample space for the team's core to deal damage. He positioned himself aptly. With no pressure in the mid lane against Huangji, Izihun pushed the wave before rushing to the enemy's Sharp-Beak Bird Camp. Virtue crossed the mid lane to invade, and with the Ice Maiden's assistance, they cleared the F4 with ease. Xiao provided this information. Yet he dared not recklessly enter the jungle, fearing an ambush from VG's mid-jungle duo. The combination of Ice Maiden and Graves was exceptionally potent. The former offered crowd control while the latter could unleash damage without concern, a level of harm that a fragile champion like himself could scarcely withstand, forcing him to poke from behind the wall with his sand soldiers. The outcome was that the jungle monster was not seized, and instead, it inadvertently accelerated Gu Xing's jungle clearing pace. The situation left Xianghua utterly helpless. With the assistance of the Ice Lady, the speed at which Gangplank cleared the F4 was astonishingly swift, leaving him no time to return for defense. In frustration, he unleashed his pent-up rage upon the recently safeguarded Shadow Wolves. After Gu Xing consumed RNG's Feathered Bird, he passed through the river to swiftly eliminate the freshly reset Swift Crab, followed by clearing his own Magic Marsh Frog and the 3 wolf camp. Returning to base to replenish his equipment, Gu Xing had successfully countered a total of 4 groups of jungle monsters from Xianghua. Unlike Lanning, the jungle is a quintessential zero-sum game, and counter-jungling epitomizes this principle. For each of the 4 groups he cleared, Xianghua lost an equivalent amount. Thus, the difference amounted to a staggering 8 groups of monsters. This was exceptionally remarkable in the early game. Thanks to his efficient counter-jungling, it was not even 7 minutes in, and Gu Xing had already reached level 6. Purchasing the Caulfield's Warhammer and a Swift Dagger, he set forth directly into RNG's lower jungle. Previously, he had refrained from a direct confrontation with Xianghua due to his lack of combat power and the absence of a challenging smite. However, the dynamics of the jungle had now dramatically reversed. With an advantage in level and ultimate ability and freshly acquired equipment, Gu Xing boldly ventured to counter-jungle once more. "Coming again?" exclaimed Wawa, astonished at how many times this had occurred in the match. Virtue treated RNG's jungle as if it were his own backyard. intent on consuming yet another magic marsh frog. Miller's voice rose in excitement. The audience erupted in astonishment. Gu Xing's playstyle had completely surpassed their understanding. Xianghua, however, was oblivious to Gangplank's intentions. After much effort, he finally discerned the precise respawn time of his magic marsh frog and positioned himself to await the monster's emergence. Yet, after merely striking it a couple of times, the vision he had placed earlier near the river's narrow passage revealed Gu Xing's presence. "Help me out." Xianghua urgently called for his teammates. He was unwilling to relinquish the magic marsh frog. Mata had just arrived in their jungle, but Gu Xing had already reduced the frog's health to 650, aware of his own level disadvantage and the lower damage of his smite. Xianghua dared not attack the monster. Instead, he controlled Rek'Sai to claw at Gangplank desperately. While the damage was substantial, it was still far from sufficient to secure a kill on Gu Xing. Mata's Thresh tossed a lantern to the distant Uzi, who then used his E ability, the Flay, to pull Gangplank back. Miller spoke rapidly as Uzi picked up the lantern and approached his teammates. Gangplank, now overconfident and surrounded by 3 opponents, found his escape nearly impossible. It seemed he was destined to concede this kill. Xianghua also burrowed underground, intending to knock up Gu Xing to provide control, allowing Thresh to follow up with his hook. If the chain of control was executed flawlessly, Gangplank stood no chance of survival. But before Miller could finish his sentence, Graves raised his shotgun. "Our ultimate shell." At that moment, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky. The ultimate ability combined with the smite instantaneously depleted the remaining 650 health of the jungle monster. Wawa exclaimed, and yet, the magic marsh frog was still claimed by Gangplank. Gu Xing utilized the recoil to reposition himself, swiftly evading the thin barrier with a rapid draw of his weapon. This instantaneous maneuver distanced him from the trio of RNG's junglers. Subsequently, he executed a slight sidestep, deftly avoiding Mata's Q, the death sentence. Such an audacious display of skill, Miller exclaimed loudly, as Xiao Duan arrived to provide cover, allowing Virtue to escape with ease. At this juncture, merely 7 minutes into the match, the RNG duo had yet to reach level 6. Their burst damage was insufficient, leaving them helpless as misfortune slipped away. The RNG fans in the audience sighed in disappointment. They had anticipated their team securing a kill, only to witness Gu Xing's escape, while his retreat was disheartening. What perplexed them further was how he managed to snatch away the jungle camps before leaving. The barrage of comments in the livestream erupted with discussions about Gu Xing's audacious jungle theft and escape. Is this how one plays the game? So fluid and graceful. Stealing the swamp frog right in front of 3 opponents, and RNG could do nothing about it. That final sidestep to dodge Thresh's hook was sheer confidence. Is Virtue a bandit now? Boldly stealing jungle resources. Xiao's face flushed with frustration. He felt his blood pressure rising. Another group of jungle monsters. How was he to proceed? Xiao was reminiscent of his initial encounter with Gu Xing, uncertain of how to counter his tactics. At that moment, it was as if history was repeating itself. The previously impenetrable jungle had been thrown into chaos by the adversary. Time was of the essence on the battlefield. Xiao could not afford to ponder further and had to resort to his other specialty, ambushing. He circumnavigated a wide arc, arriving within RNG's outer tower. Xiao aimed to create an opportunity for his teammates. Mata flung out a lantern while flashing forward, using the Doom's pendulum to pull Xiao Duan and Imp back. Xiao Duan shielded Imp from a hook, enabling the ADC to retreat first, but ultimately fell to 2 shots from Uzi. Truly, Xiao was remarkable. Wawa maintained a surprisingly optimistic demeanor. "You've stolen my jungle, so I shall simply eliminate your teammates." He believed that being outmaneuvered for 2 jungle camps was not a significant setback. A successful gank could easily rectify the situation. Currently, RNG led with 20 kills. And if one merely focused on the kill count, the team indeed held an advantage. Yet Gu Xing felt victory was drawing ever closer. Presently, Rek'Sai was quite the sensation in the arena, arguably the premier jungler. However, like many champions, the excavator was vulnerable to enemy junglers invading the jungle to establish vision control. Rek'Sai possessed formidable ganking potential in the early game, capable of launching ambushes from various unexpected angles, often catching opponents off guard. Yet, all this hinged on the enemy's inability to accurately gauge Rek'Sai's position. If the adversary had already discerned Rek'Sai's movements prior to an ambush, the success rate of the excavator's ganks would plummet. In this match, Gu Xing opted for the green jungle knife, aiming to control the map. He intended to illuminate RNG's jungle, leaving Rek'Sai with nowhere to hide. How many successful gambles could Xiao's ganks yield? In contrast, the returns from his own jungle are remarkably stable, precisely as he anticipated. Once the vision control is established, it becomes exceedingly difficult for Xianghua to secure kills. Each time he ventures into the jungle, his position is promptly locked down by Gu Xing, who swiftly relays this information to his teammates, urging the VG players to remain vigilant. Currently, RNG leads by 2 kills, yet their economic standing slightly lags behind. Virtue's development on Graves is truly formidable. Miller cast a glance at the statistics panel, unable to suppress his admiration. The difference in farm between the junglers has reached an astonishing 30. Xianghua reappeared in the bottom lane, forcing Imp to expend his ultimate and healing abilities, yet the F4 camp above him is about to vanish. Gu Xing, with nonchalance, maneuvers Graves into RNG's upper jungle, effortlessly executing a wall collision Q followed by a shotgun auto attack, smoothly dispatching the feathered foe. However, Wawa is no longer as optimistic upon witnessing Xianghua's successful ambush. A sense of unease begins to creep in. Virtue's approach to counter-jungling is indeed peculiar, with a terrifyingly precise sense of timing. Every time I see him invade, the monsters appear to spawn just in time. While a mere group of jungle monsters is not particularly remarkable, most players can manage that. Wawa expresses his bewilderment and astonishment, noting that Virtue possesses an intimate knowledge of the respawn times of every enemy jungle camp. The precision of his timing and the perfection of his route planning have led Wawa to question whether Gu Xing is employing cheats. Conversely, Xianghua finds himself at a dead end. Even equipped with the challenge smite, he is undeniably no match for Graves in a direct confrontation. Reluctantly, he is forced to avoid conflict. Whenever Gu Xing appears in the jungle, Xianghua can only seek opportunities in the lanes. However, due to the multitude of enemy wards in RNG's jungle, his ambushes are rendered exceedingly ineffective. Each time he shows up in the lane, Gu Xing seizes the opportunity to invade and steal a camp. This vicious cycle exacerbates the disparity between the two junglers. The moment of collapse hinges entirely on Gu Xing. A metaphorical sword of Damocles hangs over Xianghua, instilling a sense of trepidation as he remains oblivious to when disaster may strike. He does not have to wait long. At the 13th minute of the match, a skirmish erupts in the bottom lane. The catalyst was merely a probing hook from Mata that struck Xiao Duan. Yet the opponent retaliated with a swift WQ combo, initiating the fight. As is widely known, Thresh's E-Flay has a slower push speed than its pull, making it arduous to interrupt Alistar's WQ combo solely with reflexes. Moreover, Mata's reaction speed is not particularly swift. He never anticipated that VG would engage so aggressively. In the next moment, Xiao Duan dropped a fake ward behind the opposing duo. Teleportation flickered into action. Come on, their AD has no heal and no ultimate. We can fight. Uzi's voice boomed, directing his teammates to join the fray. The Alistar's combo had already been used. He felt the advantage was in their favor. Seizing the opportunity, they pressed on, as the jungle was on the brink of explosion. Upon hearing Uzi's words, Looper and Xiao Hu promptly activated their teleports. The junglers were also racing to the scene, preparing for a 5v5 showdown in the bottom lane. It was time for a straightforward clash. As the formidable tree of Long Gu made his descent, a decisive move was promptly unleashed. The current iteration of Tree remains unchanged. His ultimate ability, Revenge Vortex, allows him to envelop himself in a magical whirlpool, mitigating 20 of the damage taken by himself and allied heroes for up to 10 seconds. This attribute is one of the reasons Tree has ascended to the ranks of the 3 mythical beings, with stable crowd control and an ultimate that can safeguard the carry position. As the esteemed Lord and the RNG mid laner descended onto the battlefield, Ice Maiden expertly executed her W ability, Frost Ring, immobilizing the enemies before deploying her ultimate. The R ability, Frozen Tomb, blankets the ground, inflicting damage and slowing the surrounding RNG members. One cannot deny the ferocity of Easy Hun's Ice Maiden, positioned impeccably between the front line and back line of RNG. She effectively severed the connection between the enemy's tank and damage dealers. Remember to eliminate the AD. Xiao Duan amplified his voice, urging teammates to focus their fire. At this moment, the most significant threat looming over them was Uzi's Lucian. Although Xiao Hu was also progressing well, he had yet to reach his peak performance. With Tree advancing forward, he aimed to reach behind Lucian, employing his Q ability, Arcane Strike, to knock the opponent back. Uzi's reflexes were remarkable. He sidestepped to a safer position, inadvertently drawing Long Gu into his formation. However, Tree's resilience was substantial. The damage reduction from Revenge Vortex, combined with the passive Mystic Absorption, allowed him to endure a significant amount of damage without succumbing. The moment for Gangplank's entrance had arrived. With Miller's commanding shout, Gu Xing maneuvered the notorious crime lord, Graves, into the fray, swiftly engaging the battle. RNG's support, Thresh, found himself under immediate assault, his health plummeting rapidly. Mata had previously expended his flash to assist in a bot lane ambush, leaving him just shy of cooldown. Thresh, lacking a flash, was hardly robust and was quickly ensnared by Xiao Duan's 2 consecutive headbutts, subsequently immobilized by Ice Maiden. Gu Xing seized the opportunity to fire 2 shots, reducing the cooldown of his E ability, Quick Draw, while casually claiming a kill. The Cook sought to breach the battlefield, intending to physically obstruct the adversary. Yet, Gu Xing's 2 bullets severely diminished his health. The crowd erupted in astonishment. The disparity in jungle equipment was glaring. Gu Xing had already acquired a warrior jungle item, Berserker's Greaves, and a yellow trinket, whereas the Cook, relying on the spoils of his earlier assaults, barely managed to secure a Cinder Hulk jungle item and some boots. The damage output from Graves was astonishing. Imp, positioned behind, was free to unleash his assault, despite the infamous anecdote of his Callista being sent back to the fountain by a single blow from Malphite. He believed his proficiency with the champion was on par with his renowned heroes, Mouse and Vayne. As he skillfully impaled the nearest excavator, he deftly leaped aside, maintaining distance while kiting the opponents with fluid motions. Gu Xing also utilized Quick Draw to create space, ensuring that the Cook could not reach him. While striving to maintain his optimal condition, Looper's Poppy charged her ultimate, aiming to send Graves flying. Yet, Gu Xing remained vigilant, knowing that Rek'Sai lurked nearby. And with Mata already fallen, RNG's only remaining frontline was Poppy. At the moment Looper unleashed his ultimate ability, Gu Xing immediately used Flash to evade the attack. Uzi's damage was indeed formidable, yet he was effectively constrained by Long Gu, preventing him from dealing significant damage to anyone else. Lucian's short reach and limited area of effect skills meant that most of his damage was absorbed by the giant tree. Ironically, Long Gu had amassed considerable armor, allowing him to endure for an extended period. Only after Xiong was demised did he finally succumb to low health. In his final moments, Long Gu detonated the Vortex of Vengeance, severely diminishing Uzi's health and reminding his teammates to focus on wounding Lucian, who lacked any means of healing. Upon hearing his teammates' call, Gu Xing repositioned himself to evade Looper's presence, launching his ultimate explosive with precision. The damage from Graves' ultimate was maximized, reducing Lucian's health to a mere 14. Uzi managed to heal himself slightly, but Easyhun's Ice Maiden dealt just enough damage to render him incapable of participating further. Xiaohu had been stabbing away with his sand soldiers from the back, but alas, their effect was rather modest. Witnessing the demise of his jungle and support, and his own health dwindling, it was clear to anyone that RNG's decline was evident. If the battle continued, once Graves' real man passive began to stack, no one would be able to contend with him. Xiaohu utilized the wall of the Forbidden Army to push the Ice Maiden and Alistar away, providing cover for himself and Uzi to retreat, yet Looper found himself in a precarious position. As a frontline champion, Poppy had to advance to create space for his teammates. However, with RNG's jungle and support falling too swiftly, he was left isolated, and retreating was proving to be quite the challenge. Imp's spear throw briefly slowed Looper, who, even if he used Flash, would find it difficult to escape. The VG team converged to unleash a barrage. And just as Looper was about to return to the safety of the turret, Gu Xing fired his final bullet, executing a skilled EQ combo that sent him rebounding off the wall. He retreated with nonchalance, allowing the explosive rounds to deplete Poppy's health bar. The early lead crafted by Gu Xing in the jungle began to snowball effectively. Don't run. Graves collected 2 kills, propelling himself into a dominant position. Amidst the resounding cheers from the audience, Miller proclaimed that RNG's next turret was bound to fall, and the blue buff, set to respawn, would soon find its way into VG's possession alongside a water dragon. Following this team fight, VG was now on the offensive. The pivotal moment was Gu Xing securing a double kill, exacerbating the already imbalanced jungle matchup. After claiming the first blood turret bounty and overturning the enemy jungle, Gu Xing returned home for a quick reset, crafting a green fork by the 15-minute mark, his equipment lavishly adorned. In the current patch, the green fork's passive, Elegy, could be triggered by basic attacks, reducing the damage dealt by attacked enemy champions by 12. This significantly enhanced Gu Xing's combat prowess. Now, this Graves could easily take on two opponents. The excitement in his voice was palpable as he continued to wreak havoc in Xiangwa's jungle. As I observed Grafus sweeping through RNG's jungle like a bandit, Miller could hardly contain his exhilaration. The gunslinger was akin to a locust, leaving no blade of grass unscathed in his wake. Xiangwa found himself bereft of even the wild monsters to feast upon. The VG supporters, witnessing their beloved team seize complete control of the match, may have been few in number, yet their sudden eruption of cheers and shouts reverberated throughout the arena instantaneously. Guan, the gunslinger, is truly thriving this match. The new jungler is remarkably strong. VG has indeed struck gold. How can Xiangwa continue? The excavator is bereft of levels and equipment, entering team fights only to be obliterated. Didn't you say RNG could make a comeback? Are you still watching the match? I've noticed Virtue has never farmed his teammates' minion waves. He can still develop ahead. I suggest gunslinger players learn well and have the capability to counter jungle without disturbing their teammates' waves. Reflecting on the memes circulating online about VG's new jungler suppressing his opposing jungler by 80 minions in a training match, Miller felt a chill run down his spine. Could this possibly be true? He turned to his partner, wondering if the gunslinger would indeed manage to impose an 80-minion lead. Wawa pondered seriously, his demeanor far more solemn than when he first heard the rumor. I believe it's quite possible. The difference in minion farm between the two junglers had now reached 40. As Xiangwa had only completed 12, the situation in the jungle would become increasingly straightforward. Gu Xing could venture wherever he pleased. RNG could only hope to eliminate him by gathering 3 or 4 members together. The sole factor that could delay the counter-jungle rhythm was Gu Xing's own mobility. He could not clone himself, nor could he instantaneously reach every jungle camp. Farming and traveling would demand time. Xiangwa could seize this opportunity to farm a couple of camps to bolster his development. However, overall, the disparity in minion farm between the two would inevitably widen. If RNG failed to turn the tide, an 80-minion lead would not be an insurmountable feat. Many RNG fans in attendance felt that the team's chances of victory were slim. Among them, Xiangwa's supporters were particularly despondent. This spring, MLXG's high-level performance and captivating style had garnered him numerous fans. His triumph over Clear Love in the spring finals had further convinced supporters that Xiangwa could ascend to the throne of the best domestic jungler. Who would have thought he would stumble against Virtue, a nameless rookie, even if RNG managed to find a chance to turn the tables? The undeniable fact remained that Xiangwa's early jungle had been ravaged by the newcomer. In the VG resting room backstage, Ding Jun's face radiated with joy. He recognized Gu Xing's exceptional talent. However, witnessing such a performance in his professional debut against RNG took him by surprise. Manager Lu Wenjun was equally pleased. Xiao Gu was truly proving himself and on the verge of making a significant impact. Redmi has timely doused some cold water on the management. As today Virtue indeed performed admirably. However, other teams have yet to thoroughly analyze him, leaving them unprepared for his aggressive counter-jungle tactics. The substitute jungler from Snake Team faces a similar situation. I have heard that Style Off Me will make his debut this weekend, and it is likely he will also secure several chaotic kills. Yet, should they become the focus of scrutiny, it would be easy for them to lose their rhythm. Redmi is concerned that expectations for Gu Xing may be excessively high. After just a couple of matches, if the newcomers display even a hint of mediocrity, disappointment is inevitable. Thus, he seeks to preemptively temper those expectations. Upon hearing Jin Wenha's translation, Ding Jun regained his composure. Is there a solution? Indeed, replied Redmi without hesitation. As long as he swiftly acquires knowledge, synthesizing it to enhance his capabilities, he will adapt well even under scrutiny. He recalled the delightful surprise Gu Xing had provided him during the small class a couple of nights ago, instilling great confidence in this newcomer. Jack, seated nearby, incessantly muttered, "Old Gu, when I suggested you educate Xiangwa, that was merely a jest. We are all members of the same group, bound to encounter each other. What if you struck too hard?" In the lounge, The television broadcasted the internal voice communication from the VG players. "Little Gu, we're counting on you this match. The rest of us have minimal damage output." Dragon, observing his team's substantial advantage, began to enliven the atmosphere. Easyhoon nodded gravely, affirming, "Indeed, you must augment your output. We can assist with control. If this match extends into the mid to late game, VG will rely solely on Gu Xing's misfortune as their primary damage source. Due to her inherent characteristics, Kalista struggles against frontline opponents. Fortunately, RNG faces a similar predicament, with only Xiaohu capable of significant late-game damage, while Uzi's Lucian falls short in range, making the output environment quite harsh. Upon hearing his teammates' exhortations, Gu Xing felt a profound sense of responsibility swell within him, promptly responding, "Do not worry, leave it to me." In the previous game, he had been the team's staunchest shield. This time, he vowed to transform into a spear, aiming for the heart of the enemy. His fighting spirit ignited like a blazing fire within. Imp suddenly interjected, "Do you think I lack the ability? That I would allow the enemy to drag us into the late game?" Gu Xing had jested pre-match about being a fan of Uzi, and Imp was still mulling over that comment. Now, buoyed by the first blood turret and the economic gains from the recent team fight, he had surpassed his opponent in terms of equipment. Imp felt the need to demonstrate his prowess to the younger player. Gu Xing, hearing his ADC's words, exchanged a few playful remarks before steering back to the matter at hand. "In a moment, I shall execute a significant penetration. Let us force a team fight at the Baron. The opposition will be unable to contend." After the bewilderment of the first game, he had begun to grasp the more rigorous and fast-paced rhythm of competitive play compared to scrimmages. It was imperative to seize the team's advantages and relentlessly expand them until they transformed into a decisive victory. During this period, they must not afford their opponents any opportunity to recover and retaliate. Gu Xing did not need to calculate meticulously. A rough estimate revealed a gold disparity of about 2,000 between himself and Xianghua. Should the current trend continue, the disparity in combat power would only grow more pronounced. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that RNG currently lacks a player capable of effectively managing their role. Although Xiaohu's champion possesses an extended reach, his development has been rather mediocre. Meanwhile, Graves benefits from the robust dual resistances of a true warrior, rendering it utterly unrealistic for Xiaohu to eliminate him in a short span of time. The struggle for resources in the Summoner's Rift continues unabated. Xiaohu, already deprived of substantial jungle resources, is further ceding economic advantages to his teammates. The mantle of resource acquisition within RNG has shifted to Xiaohu. Having not secured any kills or tower income, the only way for Xiaohu to progress is through last-hitting minions. However, with insufficient minion waves, he is left to farm in his teammates' jungle. Presently, Xiaohu can only strive to enhance vision control while also absorbing experience from his teammates' minion waves. The situation has escalated to a point where he is facing an 80 minion deficit. The familiar cries of excitement resonate from the commentators. As the match reaches the 23-minute mark, Graves' last hit count stands at 156, while Xiaohu has managed only 80. After Gu Xing successfully countered another group of RNG's feathered foes, Graves' last hit tally surged to 160, signifying a complete domination in minion kills, an astounding gap of 80 minions. Spectators both on-site and online are left questioning their prior understanding of League of Legends. "I can't believe it. He truly can maintain an 80 minion lead. This is terrifying. Does Graves even count as a human? Where are those who scoffed at the notion of a jungler holding an 80 minion lead? Speak up. I recall someone claiming that a jungler who maintains an 80 minion lead deserves a 5-star electric fan. Let us hope to see your self-justification post tonight." Graves returns to base, crafting the formidable Lord Dominic's regards, and alongside his teammates, they march towards the Baron pit, intent on utilizing Nashor's power for a decisive confrontation. The current iteration of Lord Dominic's regards is bifurcated into two components, the aforementioned item and the Severum's reminder. The former bestowing the Giant Slayer effect, dealing additional damage to champions with higher health than the wielder, while the latter inflicts grievous wounds. Both effects penetrate 40 of additional armor. Naturally, Gu Xing opts for the former, as RNG possesses few champions with high healing capabilities. Against both Poppy and Rek'Sai, the Giant Slayer proves exceptionally effective. Uzi, utilizing a blue trinket, scouts the Baron pit from a distance, revealing that VG has already initiated the Baron. To engage or not? Xiao finds himself at an impasse. He certainly wishes to prolong the game. Yet if they forego the Baron, will VG allow them to continue their development unimpeded? The answer is decidedly negative. They must engage. Given their disadvantage, they can't even initiate a team fight, and this is their sole opportunity. Uzi suppresses his inner turmoil and makes a decision. Mada's Thresh Hook may appear to be an initiation tool. However, in a disadvantaged scenario, it is utterly ineffective as an opening move. The opposing backline is not naive. They will undoubtedly remain sheltered at the back, and Thresh's hooks will primarily snag the robust frontline, making initiation tantamount to self-destruction. The same holds true for Rek'Sai. In a losing situation, this champion has limited utility, relying on the opponent's lack of vision to execute a flanking maneuver and target the carry. Poppy's ability to initiate from behind is commendable, but the method of achieving that flank is the most pivotal question. With the last remaining yellow chicken, RNG's late-game output hinges entirely upon him. It would be unwise to let him engage recklessly, drifting into the fray. The sole solution lies in this upcoming Baron team fight. The odds of victory seem slim, yet a glimmer of hope remains. The VG players are still focusing on the Baron Nashor in the Dragon Pit. We shall execute a kill at 1600 health. As Xiao Duan orchestrates, Imp, combine your E with Gu's Smite. This tactic is commonly employed. Kallista's spear damage is substantial, and when paired with Smite, it can create a lethal execution threshold. The opposing jungler stands no chance of stealing it. Just as Gu was about to agree, a fragmented memory suddenly surfaced in his mind. Was it not absolute? During the semifinals of this spring's tournament, RNG faced Wei. At that time, the chef used Graves, coordinating with Name's Kallista on the execution line, only to have Wei's jungler, Kandi, snatch the Baron amidst chaos. Graves and Kallista? Gu glanced at his champion and then at Imp's character. Could this possibly go awry? Kandi steals the chef's dragon, and the chef steals mine? Gu felt a surge of urgency. Focus on killing. Let's eliminate Rek'Sai first. He was determined not to allow any opportunity for the enemy to contest the dragon. Currently, the team held a significant advantage, and winning the front engagement seemed inevitable, bolstered by superior vision in the Dragon Pit. Taking down the enemy jungler was indeed feasible. Xiao Duan paused for a moment, but ultimately acquiesced. He sensed Gu's anxiety, yet recalled his own first LPL match, where he had been even more flustered. As they spotted Rek'Sai appear at the side of the Baron Pit through vision, VG decisively initiated their assault. Imp's Kallista activated her ultimate, while Xiao Duan propelled himself into the Dragon Pit, using Q, Seismic Smash, to launch Rek'Sai into the air and subsequently crashing into the chef, slamming him against the edge of the Dragon Pit with W, Body Slam. The VG team seized the opportunity to concentrate their fire, as Hai promptly unleashed R, Frozen Tomb, combining with his teammates' damage to swiftly eliminate the underdeveloped Echo. Looper had already entered the fray, flashing to pin Imp against the wall. Meanwhile, Gu, eyes fixed on the Baron's health dwindling to the execution threshold, shouted to alert his teammates. As Imp broke free from his stun, he immediately used Erend. While Gu's Smite descended in perfect timing, they successfully secured the Baron. Atadat, Xiao Duan shouted, positioning himself above the Dragon Pit to attempt to flank. Gu had now fully stacked his passive, and despite receiving a barrage from Baron Nashor, his armor approached 200 points, with magic resistance nearing 140. He first whittled down Poppy's health, and then slid out, aiming at Lucian, who was charging into the Dragon Pit. A single shot landed, causing Uzi to lose nearly a third of his health. With Q Desperation fired, he followed up with another bullet. Unfortunately, that shot triggered the critical strike from the green fork. In an instant, Uzi was left with but a sliver of health. What staggering damage! The roar of the casters echoed throughout the venue. Uzi must use his heal. Uzi, startled by Gu's output, dodged the rebound damage from Desperation, but found that he could hardly inflict any damage upon his opponent. The armor-piercing build of the Ghost Dream Black Cleaver proved ineffective against the 200 armor of Graves, forcing Uzi to retreat while engaging, relying on his support and mid laner to hold him at bay. Gu Xing, witnessing Lucian's retreat, felt an urgent pang of anxiety. Uzi, I am your fan. Please don't run. Mada attempted to sacrifice himself to hold Graves, yet Virtue flashed past Thresh's R, Ebon Prison, quickly turning back with our ultimate explosive charge to close the distance with Uzi. Uzi flashed away in an escape, but Gu Xing relentlessly pursued him. Ultimately, he utilized his refreshed E quick draw, to advance, deploying a smoke grenade to slow Uzi down, and closed in to deliver the final shot, successfully securing the kill. Meanwhile, on the front lines, Xiao was ultimately ensnared by Long Ji's trees W, suffering a series of controls executed by the ambushing Xiao Duan, and could not survive. RNG was left with only Mata, who fled alone, while Vici Gaming gathered to push the high ground. They swept through 2 lanes, and at the 26-minute mark, Vici seized another opportunity. Xiao Duan decisively initiated the fight, and Gu Xing along with Imp executed a clean sweep, obliterating their opponents. The base crystal of RNG shattered once more. 0-59, a double victory. A clean and decisive 2-0. Vici Gaming handed RNG their first defeat of the summer split. The cheers and roars of the audience reverberated like thunder. The lights of the arena flickered incessantly, illuminating the Vici Gaming player bench. The vertical screens on either side of the stage displayed the Vici Gaming logo, with the word victory shining brilliantly. Gu Xing removed his noise-canceling headphones, his spirits soaring, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. He was immensely satisfied with his debut performance. With 0 deaths across both games, and judging by the statistics, he was likely to be named MVP of this match. According to Vici Gaming's regulations, an MVP in the regular season awards 2,000. Winning the match would also net him an additional 4,000. A true win-win. As the deafening cheers and screams of the audience echoed around him, he gazed at the enthusiastic faces of Vici supporters. The satisfaction born from this recognition swelled within him, filling Gu Xing with exhilaration. Xiao Xing, noticing him lost in thought, quickly tugged on his arm to draw his attention, reminding him to greet their teammates post-match. Gu Xing recalled the post-match protocol discussed by team leader Jin Wenhe before the game and promptly followed his mid-laner across the stage to the RNG player bench. Along the way, Miller's commentary resonated through the speakers, capturing the attention of everyone present. It must be said, the performance of the newcomer Virtue was nothing short of perfect. In the first game, he orchestrated a surprise gank route that set the pace for the team. In the second, his terrifying jungle invasion created an economic advantage, leading Vici to victory with his superior equipment in team fights. 2 contrasting methods of triumph showcased his individual prowess to the fullest. Indeed, the commentator's praise echoed alongside his partner's words, lauding Gu Xing prior to this match. I had never imagined that a jungler could lead with an 80 CS advantage without dirtying the minions. Yet Virtue proved this was indeed achievable. The enthusiastic supporters of VG are rejoicing, as the 2 young players recently introduced by the team have shown commendable performance, instilling confidence in their future. Meanwhile, the fans of RNG remain in a state of disbelief. Today, Gu Xing's remarkable display left an indelible impression on them. Uzi, feeling despondent, reflected on his previous game, believing his equipment was adequate enough to secure victory for his team. However, the opposing jungler proved to be exceedingly formidable. Uzi recalled the intense team fight at the Dragon Pit, where the relentless Graves relentlessly pursued him, combining high durability with impressive damage, reducing him to mere fodder with a few unadorned bullets, leaving him with no room for maneuvering. At this moment, VG's players lined up before them, and Uzi's gaze fell upon a fresh face among them, tall and handsome, with a warm and inviting smile. Gu Xing radiated an aura of charm that belied his fierce gameplay. Uzi noticed the defiant demeanor of Imp and felt a resemblance between the two. In the early years of Imp's career, his youthful appearance seemed harmless, yet his conduct in the arena was a stark contrast to his gentle exterior. Gu Xing watched as his teammates exchanged greetings with former VG member Mata, unsure of what to say. After all, when he joined VG, Mata had already departed the base 6 months prior, and they had never met before, not even sharing a nod of acknowledgement. Lost in thought, Mata initiated a conversation, complimenting Gu Xing on his impressive performance. However, his limited command of Chinese hindered his expression. Reluctantly, he sought assistance from Imp, mumbling a series of sentences in Korean for translation. Imp felt a twinge of annoyance, but found himself devoid of a valid reason to refuse. Following Korean tradition, Mata was considered his elder, and thus he obliged, glancing towards Gu Xing over Easyhoon, expressing a hope to face him again in the future. Gu Xing nodded in agreement, exchanging a few pleasantries before hastily moving on. The handshake was brief, leaving no room for deeper interaction, as he attempted to convey his admiration to Uzi, saying, "Uzi, I am your fan." Uzi immediately withdrew his hand, as if avoiding a plague. Xiao Hu, though visibly disappointed by the loss, offered a supportive pat on Gu Xing's shoulder as encouragement. Continuing forward, he finally reached Xianghua. In Gu Xing's eyes, Xianghua appeared frail, with slender arms and legs, giving him an initial impression of weakness. "We will meet again in the regular season, and I will seek revenge," Xianghua declared resolutely. He accepted his defeat with grace, acknowledging that he had been outplayed. Even though Gu Xing had the advantage of not having previously studied RNGS strategies, he was still a rookie, having never participated in professional matches before. However, a fierce desire for victory burned within Xianghua, compelling him to reclaim his honor. After shaking hands with Looper, who was seated at the end of the player line, Gu Xing joined his teammates at the center of the stage, bowing in gratitude to the audience both in attendance and watching via livestream. He swiftly returned to his position, barely taking a moment to glance at the post-match data panel before being called over by a nearby staff member. "There will be a post-match interview shortly, so you need not return to the lounge. Just prepare at the backstage entrance. Your peripherals can be taken back by your teammates." The other VG players were not surprised by this. Gu Xing's performance in the last 2 rounds was evident, and being a newcomer making his debut, he was indeed a topic of interest, making the interview a reasonable expectation. Long Gu rolled up his peripheral cables and kindly reminded him, "Little Gu, take some time to think before answering questions. Words can lead to trouble, so remember to speak cautiously." In the current VG team, only Imp was known for his vocal bravado, while the others were relatively low-key and preferred to avoid controversy. Long Gu had witnessed players face online backlash for misstatements during interviews. "I understand. Thank you," Gu Xing acknowledged his teammates' advice. He descended the stage with his teammates and entered the waiting corridor, where Izihun proactively took his peripherals. After bidding farewell to his comrades, Gu Xing stood still, surveying his surroundings. Aside from security and staff, there was a television broadcasting the live event. Gu Xing saw another still shot of himself display on the screen, featuring Graves, cigar in mouth and shotgun in hand, looking quite menacing. With a record of 8 kills, 0 deaths, and 4 assists, his stats were indeed impressive, achieving a flawless game and going legendary. The screen also displayed 3 additional statistics: damage dealt at 15, 570, average damage per minute at 598, and an economic difference of 6, 349. An average damage of less than 600 per minute may not seem high according to the standards for dual carries. But as a jungler, Gu Xing was unable to trade blows during the landing phase. His damage primarily stemmed from ambushes and team fights, making these outputs quite commendable. "Hello. You must be the Virtue player?" A tall woman jogged over, pausing to catch her breath before continuing. "I am Yu Shuang, the host for the post-match interview. It's a pleasure to meet you." Gu Xing maintained a polite and proper demeanor, and after their introductions, he accepted the hand card Yu Shuang offered him, densely filled with notes. "These are the questions I have prepared. Please take a look to see if there are any adjustments needed," she explained. Gu Xing glanced over the questions and found them quite basic, allowing him to relax. Curiously, he pointed towards the television at the backstage entrance and inquired, "Can this also pick up the players' voices on stage?" "Unfortunately not," Yu Shuang replied, her first impression of the courteous Gu Xing being very positive. "Player communications are confidential. Aside from their respective team lounges, only the referees and the production crew can hear them. Just stay calm." She handed him a microphone and walked ahead onto the stage, flashing a bright smile at the camera. "Welcome to the post-match interview." Yu Shuang introduced herself before turning to Gu Xing. "Today, we have with us the jungler from VG. Please greet the audience." "Hello everyone. I am Virtue from VG, and I am honored to participate in this interview." Gu Xing showed no signs of nervousness, appearing poised and confident. Despite the conclusion of the match, many spectators chose to remain in the live stream, witnessing the post-match interview segment. Absent the tension and thrill of the arena, viewers indulged in light-hearted gossip. "I believe Virtue's looks surpass those of WE's Mystic. How tall could this brother be? 185 centimeters? That seems about right." Yu Shuang, who is over 170 centimeters and wearing high heels, appears slightly shorter than Virtue. In my memory, he and Xiao San are among the tallest esports athletes in the league. Are you disregarding my 190 centimeters death sentence? Be sure to close your door tightly tonight. Otherwise, you might not see the morning sun. The first question was posed, having debuted on the LPL stage with a victory and secured 2 MVPs. "How does Virtue feel?" Yu Shuang inquired with a beaming smile. Winning the match is certainly exhilarating, Gu Xing responded without hesitation. As for the MVP, I owe it to my teammates, coaches, and the club management. They are considerably older than I am and have taken great care of me both in life and during competitions. My achievement of the MVP today is a testament to the supportive environment they have created for me. He articulated his thoughts with remarkable fluency. Yu Shuang was quite pleased with Gu Xing's response. She feared encountering players who could not engage with the topic, rendering the interview awkward. In contrast, Gu Xing was quite at ease. In the second match, you utilized Graves to invade the opponent's jungle multiple times, precisely timing the monster respawn to secure successful steals. Yu Shuang, who was observing from the audience, was curious and seized the opportunity to ask, "Did the coaching staff encourage you to practice this?" "I learned this tactic from other players during ranked matches," Gu Xing candidly admitted. "To my knowledge, the opposing jungler is Styloffen from Snake Team, and I am eager to compete against him on the battlefield once more." He felt there was no need to conceal this information. Styloffen had yet to take the stage, making Gu Xing the first jungler in professional play to frequently employ this point-invading technique. However, to claim this innovation as his own would be somewhat shameful. His parents had taught him to act with integrity and to sit upright, a lesson Gu Xing held dear. Nevertheless, his words sparked considerable reaction in the livestream. What does that mean? Is there someone even more formidable in counter-jungling? Wow, this summer season is going to be exciting. They're all fierce competitors. So why hasn't that player taken the stage for Snake Team? Rotation definitely requires time. Although Snake Team's jungler's EZR is relatively average, he was the starting player in the spring season, and Virtue is considered the chosen one. Dandy was traded, and his competition for the starting position is a player who hasn't played in the LPL for half a year. Yu Shuang appeared somewhat surprised, but quickly regained her composure. For the final question, VG will face We, a formidable team. What are your expectations? Gu Xing replied, "I hope our team can secure a smooth victory and not disappoint our fans' support. This summer, we will strive to achieve great results." He believed that his brilliant performance today could secure him a spot in the starting lineup for the next match. Yet such decisions were beyond his control, resting solely with Coach Hongmi. Consequently, the focus of his responses centered on the team and their collective efforts. After concluding the interview, Gu Xing stepped off the stage amidst the gentle applause of the audience, returned the microphone, bid farewell to Yu Shuang, and swiftly made his way back to the Team's lounge. The entire training department of VG had already celebrated, but upon seeing Gu Xing push open the door, his teammates rushed forward to envelop him in a warm embrace. "Your performance in this BO3 was nothing short of perfection," World May exclaimed, a hint of admiration in her voice. "If you have the time, could you teach me a thing or two?" World 6, having calmed his demeanor, reflected on Gu Xing's evident potential for growth. If he were in the coaching staff's position, he would undoubtedly arrange for Gu Xing to continue as a starter. Now, World May wish to take the time to consolidate her skills and strategize for the upcoming season. "You want old Gu to teach you? Don't be ridiculous. He still needs to learn from Hongmi." Jack interjected, "Let us set aside the game talk for now. What should we have for dinner tonight?" Long Gu exclaimed excitedly, bouncing around. Having triumphed over the formidable RNG, and with several days before facing We, the team would traditionally enjoy an evening off. Given the presence of their Korean players, Boss Ding Jun ultimately decided to treat everyone to hot pot, a cuisine that foreigners typically find more palatable, primarily consisting of various ingredients, broth, and dipping sauces. As Gu Xing settled into the bus, he opened his phone and discovered that his unread messages had soared to 99. The notifications were filled with congratulatory messages from former classmates and friends. Thanks to his amiable nature, he had garnered quite a following among those who watched the match. He first crafted a post for his QQ space, acknowledging the influx of messages and explaining that it was impossible to respond to each one individually. Subsequently, he engaged in brief conversations with a select few close friends. "Wow, old Gu, after this match, you've picked up quite a few casual fans." Jack nudged him with his elbow from the side. "What?" Gu Xing replied, confused, having just finished a conversation with Ding Ran. Yu Wenba promptly handed him his phone, and he glanced at it hurriedly. Gu Xing noticed the app was Baidu Tieba, a platform that had been quite popular during his middle school years but had since faded from his memory. "What is anti-pressure bar?" he pondered, finding the name of the forum perplexing. Upon hearing Gu Xing inquire about the origin of the forum's name, even Jack, with his usual confidence, found himself at a loss for words. "How should I put it? Well, those who understand will get it, and those who don't, well." There's not much to be done. It's essentially a hub for discussions on LOL events. Yu Wenba redirected the conversation, pulling up a plethora of posts that praised him. Gu Xing took Jack's phone and scrolled through the content. VG Rookie makes a stunning debut, annihilating RNG. Yet another rising star in LPL's jungle? Xianghua has truly gone overboard, after being dismantled by SKT during the mid-season. It seems reasonable for a newcomer to dominate the jungle now, right? In under 30 minutes, the marksman had dominated the jungle, leading by 80 minions and 4 levels. Is Virtue not merely a representation of a young prodigy? With such a remarkable jungler at their disposal, could the VG Summer Tournament not be destined for greatness? As Jack remarked, there are many within the community boasting of their prowess, while simultaneously disparaging others. What does virtue signify? Gu Xing found himself perplexed. Gundam. Have you never seen it? Jack exclaimed, eyes wide with astonishment. Gu Xing shook his head, revealing his limited exposure to anime. He had initially watched Dragon Ball, followed by Pokemon, and ultimately concluded with titles like Bleach, Naruto, and One Piece. He had merely heard of Gundam. There's a mech named Virtue, which happens to be identical to your ID, Jack succinctly explained. Gu Xing suddenly comprehended and returned his phone, noting that the discussions in the forum were overly laudatory while harshly criticizing others. He felt that it was merely a routine match, regardless of the outcome. Neither side warranted such exaggerated praise or condemnation. Isn't that the nature of the internet? Yu Wenba, despite his youth, grasped this reality well. After winning, should one not express a few kind words? Would one wait until defeat to extol their achievements? It is inevitable that when one stumbles, many will rush to add insult to injury. Thus, might it not be better to revel in victory? Gu Xing remained silent, yet he discreetly downloaded the forum, seeking to understand the prevailing opinions surrounding the event. He had no other intentions. Upon glancing back at his messaging app, he noticed that Shen Guanshan had sent 2 congratulatory messages, but there was no word from Gu Pan. Gu Xing first replied to Shen Guanshan, then opened a chat with a friend whose nickname was Never Drinks Coca-Cola, sending a simple question mark. He refrained from changing his sister's nickname, as it was unnecessary. It was evident that the most irksome contact in his friend list was Gu Pan. Before long, the SpongeBob SquarePants avatar responded with a question mark. Gu Xing then cut to the chase. Did you not watch my match? Gu Pan replied almost instantaneously, what is there to watch? I don't play that game. Should I just sit idly? Her tone was quite dismissive. However, Gu Xing felt a twinge of annoyance and contemplated his response. Didn't you say you liked listening to JJ Lin? Just a heads up, he is a Coca-Cola spokesperson. His sister returned with 2 question marks. As the bus he was on reached the next intersection, Gu Pan managed to formulate a retort. ISNTJ Cho signed with Pepsi? Gu Xing sent a meme of someone surfing the internet at lightning speed. Village internet? It's long been switched to Sprite, alright. This series of exchanges rendered Gu Pan momentarily speechless. At that moment, Shen Guanshan finally replied. We just finished watching the match and were called by Annie to eat. Only just now checking our phones. The term we caught Gu Xing's attention like a shark sensing blood, prompting him to speculate further. For prudence's sake, he decided to confirm. Who did you watch it with? Shen Guanshan's response was as anticipated. Indeed, it was Gu Pan. Gu Xing felt a surge of joy and immediately shifted back to his sister's chat, typing hee. However, after a moment's consideration, he refrained from sending it. He was acutely aware of Gu Pan's capabilities. Even before leaving Jinhai, his sister had already been probing him. If he were to carelessly utter such a slightly sarcastic remark, the other party would undoubtedly glean clues from the slightest hints, ultimately tracing it back to Shen Guanshan's exposure. Gu Xing ultimately erased the content from the dialogue box and sought Shen Guanshan to reminisce. Although she claimed to possess an unparalleled ability to drain conversations, their written exchanges proved to be both relaxed and enjoyable. Firstly, Gu Xing's social skills were exceptionally strong among his peers, always adept at steering the conversation, ensuring a continuous flow. Secondly, Shen Guanshan was also striving to engage, and Gu Xing could easily envision her struggling to conjure amusing anecdotes. When the bus halted in front of the hot pot restaurant, he took the initiative to bid farewell to Shen Guanshan, casually adding, "Shall we switch to voice chat next time? It would be more convenient." Shen Guanshan, with an avatar resembling Patrick Star, likely changed it alongside Gu Pan, seemed to exhale in relief as the conversation reached its conclusion. With a Miro, she inadvertently brought the dialogue to a standstill. Gu Xing was ushered into the restaurant by Jack, while Ding Jun, accustomed to socializing outside, was quite familiar with ordering at this hot pot establishment. The quality of the ingredients was superb, and the prices were quite appealing. Were it not for the owner treating today, Gu Xing would certainly not have frequented such an upscale hot pot venue. Eat more, Xiao Gu, Ding Jun said warmly, having gathered insights about Gu Xing's personality from his cousin. He deftly navigated the situation, noting that today's meal was a reward for everyone. After securing victories in key matches, the team would often celebrate together. And he assured Gu Xing that he would quickly acclimate to this routine. Imp, meanwhile, was vociferously clamoring for drinks, and as soon as the alcohol arrived, he began to guzzle it with fervor, exhibiting a rather boisterous demeanor. Gu Xing turned to Jack and inquired, "Has Imp truly been drinking excessively in the past?" Yuanba, who had previously maintained a decent rapport with Imp, leaned in and murmured that many Koreans exhibited similar tendencies, though Imp's case was particularly severe. Doesn't excessive drinking affect one's reactions? Gu Xing frowned. Having heard it could lead to tremors. Jack shrugged. What can you do about it? Can you really stop him? Gu Xing was at a loss. After downing 2 bottles, Imp dashed outside for a swift smoke break, returning to express his intent to style his hair in celebration of tonight's victory. With his penchant for smoking, drinking, and hairstyling, Gu Xing thought the moniker esports Yuqian suited him quite well. After several rounds of drinks and dishes, everyone had nearly filled their stomachs and engaged in small groups of conversation. Hongmi, having shared a couple of drinks, was slightly flushed, noticing his coach had some downtime. Gu Xing approached him for guidance, recalling that he had mentioned teaching about vision after the match. Hongmi, suddenly remembering, realized that after their victory over RNG, they would return to the base quite late and would lack time for a dedicated lesson. He promptly retrieved his tablet from his bag, opened a map of the Summoner's Rift, and summoned Jin Wonha to conduct an impromptu lesson right at the dining table. Let us commence from the most fundamental aspects. As Hongmi deftly maneuvers a pen across the tablet, I perceive that vision placement can be categorized into 2 primary types: the informational vision, which provides crucial insights, and the strategic vision, which carries tactical significance. In many instances, the established vision placements serve both purposes, offering information while also embodying strategic intent. After finishing his drink, his speech quickened considerably. The concept of informational vision is rather straightforward, primarily aimed at furnishing the team with intelligence on key adversaries. May I inquire about the range of vision for these placements? Hongmi directed his gaze at Gu Xing. Without hesitation, he replied, whether true or false. Both have a range of 900 yards. Heroes and super minions extend to 1,350 yards, while ordinary minions are at 1,200 yards. Gu Xing retained this data firmly in his memory. Indeed, the radius of the 900-yard vision placement yields rather limited visibility. Habitually tapping the table, Hongmi pondered how to maximize the information gathered from these placements to enhance their effectiveness. This is a fundamental task for professional teams. The conversation then shifted to strategic vision. As the name suggests, the arrangement of such placements is intricately linked to the strategic decisions of both individuals and teams, imbued with a strong sense of purpose beyond merely providing visibility. A quintessential example is the backdoor teleportation vision, which I primarily establish not just to grant sight, but to secure a perfect position for initiating engagements. Hongmi summarized, in essence, informational vision is foundational knowledge that every player must grasp. It is an essential skill in professional play. Conversely, strategic vision is heavily influenced by the dynamics of the match and tactical arrangements, with each team focusing on different aspects. Some prefer backdoor initiations, while others favor a more cautious counterplay. Gu Xing nodded, indicating his comprehension. We shall now delve into the nuanced details of these 2 types of vision, Hongmi remarked, patting Gu Xing on the shoulder, cautioning him not to rush the learning process. The intricacies of vision knowledge are profound. Even seasoned players often hesitate to claim mastery in this domain. Within the private room, the steam from the hot pot swirled, creating a misty ambience. Gu Xing inhaled the peculiar aroma of mingling hot pot and alcohol, striving to absorb every morsel of wisdom. He would not forfeit any opportunity to enhance his prowess. The instruction at the hot pot establishment continued for an hour. During this time, Jack joined in, seeking Hongmi's permission to record the session on his phone, ensuring he could revisit any concepts he did not fully grasp. Are you listening so intently? Gu Xing teased, noting that the ADC's vision responsibilities were not particularly burdensome. Since the game developers mandated a maximum of 3 false wards from a single character in the canyon, supports can no longer freely illuminate the terrain, thereby placing greater visual responsibilities on the ADC to alleviate team pressure. Nonetheless, even with this shift, ADCs remain the least active in vision placements among the 5 positions. In contrast, Gu Xing, occupying the jungler role, still possessed the green jungle knife. Even those who opted for red or blue knives often found themselves needing to purchase vision stones, necessitating collaboration with supports to establish substantial vision coverage, thus requiring an in-depth understanding of vision knowledge. What do you truly comprehend? Jack disdainfully retorted that if there ever came a day when he could no longer play ADC, he would seamlessly transition to support, utilizing all the knowledge of ward placements he had acquired. Meanwhile, as Xiao Duan was enjoying hot pot, he immediately perked up at the mention of support, exclaiming, "What do you mean support?" "No worries, Duan Gu," Gu Xing chimed in. "Jack just mentioned he might try to snatch your starting position." Yu Wenba gazed at his friend incredulously. Sensing the jest between them, Xiao Duan playfully began to poke Jack, provoking Yu Wenba's discontent and eliciting a retort. After Gu Xing had finished explaining the intricacies of ward placements, the VG team finally rose, preparing to return to their base for some rest as the clock approached midnight. After freshening up, he comfortably reclined on his single bed. The room was no longer the cramped confines of his home in Jinhai. Gu Xing could stretch his long legs freely without the worry of hitting the walls. Yet this newfound spaciousness felt oddly disconcerting. The dormitory was devoid of company, leaving it feeling rather empty. As he surveyed the stark white walls, he could still hear the inebriated IMP humming a nostalgic tune from his hometown in the corridor, and Gu Xing experienced a long-forgotten emotion known as loneliness. Back home, he had his parents around, and in dire times, he could always seek out Gu Pan for a chat. There was always someone by his side. But now, he lacked that comfort. He rolled over, grabbed his phone, and played a few lively songs by Jay Cho, while also browsing online for some inexpensive posters to adorn the bare walls, hoping to transform the sterile atmosphere of his room. Once everything was in place, he turned off the music and lights, closed his eyes, yet his mind incessantly replayed the exhilarating moments of triumph over RNG. The roaring cheers of the audience resonated deeply within him, the delightful thrill tingling through his body, a sensation he would carry with him for a lifetime. The next day, Gu Xing awoke around noon, feeling relatively refreshed. He was gradually acclimating to the routine of a professional player, finding it less arduous than during his initial training sessions. Donning his short-sleeved team jersey, he descended to the training room, which was empty. Gu Xing began setting up the peripherals he had retrieved from the venue yesterday, eager to maintain his skills with a ranked match. Just as he logged into the client, the team leader, Jin Wenhe, strolled in, yawning. He held a bowl of warm milk and cereal and expressed surprise at Gu Xing's early arrival. "One must practice diligently while young," Gu Xing replied, his gaze scanning the battlefield interface. He noticed that Dopa had gained momentum over the past few days, pushing both himself and Jack down the rankings, reclaiming the top spot. However, the lead was slight, only 7 victory points separating them. Gu Xing knew that a single win would allow him to surpass Dopa. As he awaited the remaining 9 players to queue up, he opted not to wear his headphones, listening instead to Jin Wenhe mumble behind him. "For wins, 5 wins," puzzled. Gu Xing wondered what he was on about. "Let us calculate how many matches we can win in the summer split," Jin Wenhe mused, glancing at the whiteboard in the center of the room. Aside from the Team's training match information, it displayed the VG regular season schedule. "It's hard to say against we, but we should have no trouble with OMG and SAT. We can at least secure 2 wins." The match against WE was scheduled for the following Friday. Nowadays, the LPL held matches only from Thursday to Sunday, resulting in a less congested schedule. The 12 teams are divided into 2 groups based on their performance in the spring tournament, with the organizers striving to ensure that both groups are evenly matched, avoiding any significant imbalance in strength. Within the same group, teams compete in a double round-robin format, totaling 10 matches, while matches against teams from the opposing group occur in a single round-robin format, amounting to 6 matches. This culminates in a total of 16 best-of-3 games. The teams in VG's group include RNG, we, LGD, OMG, and IM. Currently, the team boasts a commendable record of 3 wins and 1 loss, with their final opponent in the first round of intragroup matches being we. Is it really necessary to consider that? Imp sauntered in wearing slippers, his demeanor lethargic from a hangover, his round face etched with fatigue. Who can truly predict the outcome? When in good form, victory seems possible against anyone. However, should the players lack their touch on the day of the match, even weaker teams could emerge victorious, Imp remarked with a tone of inevitability. Jin Wenhe found himself at a loss for words. Having worked with VG for some time, he was aware of the team's consistent stability, with neither exceptionally high nor low potential. Yet, reflecting on the fact that the home team had surprisingly triumphed over the formidable RNG just yesterday, it seemed Imp's words carried some truth. After the roster changes, the team style has been subtly evolving. Here come the fragrant pancakes, Jack announced as he returned with a bag of delectable food, handing a portion to Gu Xing. This is for you, old Gu. Gu Xing was fond of such treats. And upon discovering a new pancake shop nearby while returning to the base last night, he hurriedly purchased some to satiate his cravings upon waking. Gu Xing expressed his gratitude, transferring the money in return. Dopa has claimed the top spot again. Jack leaned in to check the rankings and felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. He resolved to join forces with Gu Xing to dethrone Dopa before their training match at 2 o'clock that afternoon. You guys will start with the domestic server, Jin Wenhe said as he finished his milk. The team was in the process of requesting a super account from the officials for the Korean server, and the approval process was nearing completion. He would follow up on it later in the afternoon. In recent years, domestic professional players have predominantly competed on the domestic server. However, with the LCK League dominating the World Championship for 3 consecutive years and the increasing influx of foreign players into the LPL, the impact has been palpable. More and more players aspire to explore the opposing server. Due to various reasons, the updates on the Korean server tend to outpace those on the domestic server, allowing professional players to experience and adapt to new versions ahead of time. Moreover, the high-ranking matches on the Korean server generally exhibit a slower pace than those on the domestic server, favoring roaming and support play, which aligns more closely with the rhythm of professional competition. Provided that network issues can be resolved, the Korean server indeed presents an excellent training ground for professional players. Gu Xing speared a piece of pancake with his fork and popped it into his mouth, watching the queue time in the upper right corner of the client stretch longer, stirring a myriad of thoughts within him. Their choices between servers echoed a Matthew effect. The more professional players there were in one realm, the more it attracted others to join. The S6 season may represent the last flourish of the telecommunications district, and as a multitude of professional players flocked to the Korean server, the value of high-ranking matches in Ionia was destined to decline. Gu Xing played 3 ranked matches during lunch, achieving 2 victories and 1 defeat, propelling his account really only jungle to the top of Ionia. Jack successfully ascended to 2nd place, relegating Dopa to 3rd. This favorable state persisted for an entire day, during which VG triumphed over the renowned team led by the illustrious Jin Gong, demonstrating an overwhelming superiority in 2 training matches that afternoon and evening. Gu Xing was particularly attentive to the top lane, recognizing it as the stronghold of GT, and thus he devoted considerable focus to it, practically residing in the upper lane during the matches. This special treatment brought joy to Long Go, who took the opportunity to boast to Jin Gong during the breaks between games. Meanwhile, Jin Gong, confined to the GT base, seethed with fury, his chest heaving violently and his face turning a deep shade of purple, wishing he could inflict 1,000 tortures upon the opposing jungler. However, on Sunday, the once dominant VG faced a significant setback in the training matches. Gu Xing finally acquired his prestigious Korean server account, which had been intentionally adjusted by Riot Games to enhance the ranking efficiency for professional players, allowing them to swiftly regain their rightful tiers. Yet, before he could even be ranked, Hongmi had arranged for the team to face a formidable opponent from the Korean League, Samsung Galaxy. At the end of 2014, all members of the Samsung Blue and White teams departed, leaving only the head coach Edgar, who had been overseeing both teams. Edgar maintained a close relationship with Hongmi and diligently mentored who had just transitioned from a top lane player to a coaching role. Um's victory with Samsung White was, in part, attributable to Edgar's guidance. Nevertheless, even a skilled coach cannot work miracles without capable players. Samsung experienced a painful transition during S5, struggling in the relegation zone of LCK. It wasn't until last winter's transfer period that they recruited the notably talented Ambition and CoreJJ, gradually elevating their performance to the brink of the playoffs. This summer, they introduced a rookie ADC named Ruler, shifting the original marksman CoreJJ to a support role. Thus, the SSG lineup composed of QV, Ambition, Crown, Ruler, and and J achieved an impressive record of 4 wins and 1 loss in the first 3 weeks of the summer split. With their only defeat coming against SKT, the recent mid-season champions, placing them second in the league. After a year and a half, Samsung, once the king of the league, was regaining its former glory. Edgar, as head coach, played an indispensable role in the team's reconstruction, and he believed that their goal for the year was crystal clear: to aim for the World Championship. The first training match between VG and Samsung concluded with a score of 2 wins and 3 losses. The victories were hard-fought, while the losses were overwhelming, showcasing a lack of resistance. Since Gu Xing's arrival, the team's training sessions had been smooth sailing, but after being battered by Samsung, the atmosphere inevitably turned sour. "Cheer up," Lu Wenjun encouraged them. "Even if we lose, do not be disheartened. This is an excellent opportunity for growth." Jin Wenhe echoed this sentiment, noting that securing a match against Samsung was no easy feat. "If it weren't for our connections, they would hardly agree to play with us. Let's review our performance after the matches and work on our improvements. The summer split has only just begun. We have a long road ahead." Indeed, arranging matches with Korean clubs proves to be quite a challenge. The LCK has achieved an impressive 3 consecutive championships, currently enjoying a robust momentum and a firmly established dominance. In contrast, the LPL, after reaching the finals in 2 consecutive tournaments, faced a significant setback in S5, enduring mockery and showcasing a generally weaker team performance. To ensure effective practice in scrimmages, teams typically seek opponents of comparable skill levels. Presently, there is a subtle trend among mid-tier LCK teams to consolidate their efforts. With most scrimmages being conducted internally, they hold a dismissive view of other regions, not targeting any specific team, but rather considering all foreign teams to be inferior. The few matches that are made available are predominantly reserved for top-tier LPL teams such as EDG and RNG. Were it not for the connections of players like Redmi and Imp, who previously worked with Samsung and maintained a favorable relationship with Edgar, as well as VG's prior victory over the spring split champions RNG, the likelihood of Samsung's agreement would have been exceedingly low. After dinner, the VG team continued to battle Samsung in the Rift, with little change in their fortunes, experiencing more losses than wins. Gu Xing felt overwhelmed. Since embarking on his professional journey, he had never encountered such formidable opponents. His once proud skills had only proven effective at the start of the matches, after which Samsung initiated their high-intensity coordination mode, resulting in frequent and efficient support that prevented Gu Xing from engaging in a 1v1 duel with ambition in the jungle. Though Gu Xing's abilities were commendable, the professional players of Samsung were not to be trifled with. They could not be easily outmaneuvered. This was no longer Season 3. In the current era of high-intensity professional training, the kind of one-sided dominance exhibited by players like Faker and Yuluan was becoming increasingly rare on the top-tier competitive stage. Alone, Gu Xing could not hope to stand against many foes, especially when his early development had not yet materialized. At 10 o'clock that evening, Samsung's head coach, Edgar, made a phone call to Redmi, voluntarily halting the scrimmage. "What do you think of this VG team?" Redmi inquired about the elder brother's opinion, particularly regarding the new jungler who replaced Dandy. Edgar pondered for a moment before offering a candid assessment. "Quite impressive. To speak frankly, our current state is excellent. Our scrimmages have been formidable. Against ROX, our win rate exceeds 50%, and against SKT, VG could secure nearly 40% of the matches, which is already quite strong. The details of the scrimmages are kept confidential between the two teams to prevent the strategies and tactics from being uncovered by other rivals. Furthermore, recent win rates are not a closely guarded secret, as many players have inadvertently leaked information during live streams. As for the new jungler, Zhang Rong remarked on his commendable skills, noting that he still displays some naivete, but with proper training, he could become formidable." Edgar, unable to contain his curiosity, asked, "Where did you find this gem? He has been in the professional scene for less than a month and is already so impressive." Zhang Rong, the real name of Samsung's jungler Ambition, was born in 1992, making him a veteran in the League of Legends esports scene, having embarked on his professional journey in 2011, earning the respect of even Faker, who refers to him as brother. However, before Edgar, it pales in comparison. He has traversed through numerous games, serving both as a player and a coach, dedicating a remarkable 14 years to the Samsung club. It is entirely acceptable for Edgar to refer to Ambition without a surname. Upon receiving the elder brother's endorsement, Hongmi felt a surge of joyful harvest within. Responding vaguely, "It's quite similar to how you found ruler." After hanging up the phone and returning to review the match, he adopted a serious demeanor again, engaging in a full day of practice matches with Samsung. They began by discussing their respective feelings before delving into a review to address the issues at hand. "In terms of individual skill, I believe we are not significantly outmatched by Samsung," Izihun remarked, scratching his hair and adjusting his glasses perched atop his prominent nose. "The crux of the matter lies in the speed of coordination, which has revealed numerous issues, especially regarding support speed and communication. Long Gu, as the top laner, has a profound understanding of this. He insisted, every time you initiate a fight, please give me a heads up. I certainly need to manage the minion wave, otherwise, if I teleport down, my lane will be in disarray, and I won't be able to play effectively." During today's practice match, it was always like this. Just as battles were about to erupt, the command would only inform Long Gu about teleporting positions in preparation for a large-scale team fight. Consequently, when he teleported down, although the team won the skirmish, they suffered losses in the top lane minion wave. Should the team fight have ended in defeat, the top laner would essentially be doomed. Xiao Duan also had valid points. "We often struggle to find opportunities to initiate fights, as it is typically Samsung that seeks us out for clashes. How could I provide you with advance information?" Gu Xing then pointed out another issue. "After the landing phase concludes, we ought to transition to map control. Yet we invariably suffer losses in this regard. We often find ourselves on the brink of giving away kills, and even in better scenarios, we lose jungle monsters. The slight advantage I gained from early invades is bound to be relinquished. According to the current pace of the competition, once the first bottom lane turret is taken down, the duo will decide whether to transition to the top or mid lane. After all, once the bottom turret falls, the defending side loses the protection of the turret. Pushing the lane out makes them vulnerable to ambush. The same applies to the attacking side. Pushing the minion wave too deep towards the enemy's second turret poses a significant risk to their lives. Transitioning lanes can facilitate a smoother and safer development for the ADC. Moreover, due to their inherent characteristics, marksmen possess a high efficiency in turret destruction. Transitioning to other lanes can pose a threat to the enemy's still intact defenses. Should they manage to continue demolishing turrets, the team would enjoy substantial economic benefits and significant advantages in vision control. In summary, it is indeed a highly strategic choice. Currently, VG's lane transitions are not lacking within the LPL. However, Samsung's mastery of lane transitions can only be described as exemplary. I recall a match where they swapped lanes at the start, and we were utterly overwhelmed. Imp reflected on that moment with a somewhat frustrated expression, recalling that they couldn't even last 20 minutes. After listening to the players' opinions, Hongmi opened his recording software. As is customary, he meticulously documented the entire process of today's practice match, gradually reviewing it to identify the mistakes made by the players, emphasizing the issues to ensure they remain vigilant in the future. First, let us discuss the issue of lane transition. Hongmi turned to Gu Xing, noting that during this match, their bot lane had held a significant advantage. Sacrificing a teleport from the mid laner, they forcefully assisted IMP in securing the first blood tower, which could have initiated an earlier transition. Gu Xing nodded in understanding. Currently, they were reviewing the third match of the training session, which had been their most advantageous early game. Unfortunately, it all unraveled due to improper lane management. As IMP and Xiao Duan arrived at the top lane, they were swiftly ambushed by Samsung, who seized the opportunity to turn the tide. Once the game reached a state of equilibrium in the mid-game, VG simply could not contend with Samsung. Rather than attributing the disparity to VG and Samsung's operational differences, it could be seen as a microcosm of the LPL versus LCK rivalry in 2016, when teams from both leagues clashed, an LPL team leading by 3-0 goal at the 15-minute mark often felt precarious, as if defeat loomed. Conversely, if an LCK team equalized the economy post-landing phase, they could practically pop the champagne in celebration. At this juncture, your route of action was flawed, Hongmi asserted, bringing forth a red pen to circle on the training match footage from a god's eye view. In the skirmish that erupted in the bot lane, you fell, while your teammates pushed down the first blood tower and transitioned upward. However, upon your resurrection, you rushed straight to the lower jungle. Gu Xing was about to speak, but Hongmi interjected, I anticipate what you wish to convey. The stone beetle and the beak bird in the lower jungle have respawned. You want to clear these two camps before advancing upward, which merely delays you by half a minute, correct? Gu Xing had to concede that Hong Mi had accurately discerned his thoughts. The crux of the matter lay in that half-minute delay. The duo from VG reached the top lane only to fall directly into Samsung's trap when IMP and Xiao Duan were dispatched. Gu Xing had just cleared his jungle and was unable to arrive in time for support. But you must consider, where would the enemy jungler be positioned? Hong Mi gently guided the newcomer to reflect. Wouldn't Bixin venture down to contest your jungle? The likelihood was slim. The enemy jungler would undoubtedly prioritize protecting their duo, who had transitioned to the top lane, given that their duo was at a disadvantage. If Bixin recklessly appeared in the lower jungle, Samsung's south upper lane would be utterly unguarded, allowing for tower dives or the reduction of tower health. With the initiative firmly in our hands, Gu Xing propped his chin in contemplation, soon grasping Hong Mi's point. I should focus on protecting the duo during the lane transition, allowing the two jungle camps below to be relinquished. Should the enemy jungler choose to contest, we could either push the tower or secure kills. In either scenario, the gains would outweigh those of the two camps. His thoughts clarified. He recognized that if the enemy jungler did not contest, he would incur minimal losses, as the jungle camps would eventually be accessible, and his duo would remain safe under his protection in the top lane. Hong Mi nodded in approval, explaining that once the duo's advantage reached a certain threshold, Xiao Duan's support could leave the lane to assist in jungle incursions, enabling him to recoup the jungle camps sacrificed for the transition. Gu Xing understood. As the transition phase commenced, he would strive to accompany the duo, safeguarding them, pressuring the opponents, and simultaneously assisting in vision control. Hong Mi was exceedingly pleased with his progress, and then turned to Long Gu to address the concerns raised by their top laner. According to reports from Edgar, VG is currently exhibiting commendable strength and form, and it is not disgraceful to be unable to triumph over the resurgent Samsung in the eyes of Hong Mi. In fact, it is worthy of praise. However, he remains exceptionally rigorous during his reviews. Beyond Hong Mi's inherent meticulous nature, he is also considering the well-being of the team. If he were to inform the players of Samsung's current state and suggest that they are now capable of contending with the upper echelon of the LCK, who could guarantee that this group of VG players would not become complacent? It is essential to remember that VG has just recently clinched the Spring Championship against RNG. Gu Xing and Jack are complete newcomers, and it is easy for them to become lost in the external accolades that accompany their newfound profession. As for Imp, there is no need to elaborate. He is already quite audacious and has spent a year and a half with LGD, having previously coached LGD. Hong Mi is well aware of the team's style and finds it challenging to rein them in. When LGD's dual carries were combined, the two players with considerable gaming talent inevitably led to one becoming overly optimistic and inflated. After defeating RNG, Imp immediately began indulging in alcohol, and Hong Mi sensed something amiss at that moment. Should Imp receive further praise, this former colleague might very well soar to new heights. Ultimately, Hong Mi decided to play it safe and advocate for humility and composure. The members of VG are only aware that Samsung is performing quite well in the LCK, yet they are entirely oblivious to the intensity of their scrimmages, feeling somewhat embarrassed after being repeatedly overwhelmed by their opponents. That very evening, they extended their practice session by an hour. While Gu Xing and the others engaged in rigorous training, the LPL was also bustling with activity. Style Off Me officially took the place of ZZR in the match against SAT over the weekend. He is the first Vietnamese foreign aide in the LPL, known by his in-game ID, SLFM. He possesses a dark complexion and wears glasses, presenting an unassuming demeanor. However, once the match commenced, he unleashed a cunning robbing strategy, demonstrating an extraordinary mastery of invasion routes and monster respawn timings, leaving his opponents utterly defenseless within 20 minutes. By the conclusion of the match, it appeared almost coincidental that SOFM's Rek'Sai had achieved an impressive lead of 80 minion kills. Both SOFM and Virtue, the two rookies, showcased exceptional gameplay. The commentators' voices resonated with excitement. The Serpent team and VG, both of whom debuted their new junglers on the LPL stage, consecutively earned MVP accolades, and their similar styles left the audience eagerly anticipating their first face-off. However, the two teams belong to different groups and must complete their respective round-robin matches before they can meet. Friday arrived quietly. Gu Xing prepared himself for the second official match of his career, facing the esteemed veteran team, Wei. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation as Izihun, seated among the players, reminded his teammates to maintain focus and strive for victory. In the previous day's match, RNG had suffered a loss to LGD, and although they ultimately won 2-1, they now found themselves trailing VG in terms of both points and match outcomes. If Gu Xing and his team could secure a victory today, VG would ascend to the top position in the initial round of the group stage. It is imperative that we secure a victory, remarked Jin Wenha, standing behind his teammates and exchanging playful banter. If we cannot triumph over we, then what hope do we have for the World Championship? By the way, my lord. Xiao Duan turned to his mid laner. What did Jack say to you before taking the stage? Gu Xing cast a curious glance. He advised me to teach Xiao a lesson. If I managed to eliminate him, he promised to treat me to a month's worth of fragrant pancakes, Izihun replied with a sigh. Given my non-aggressive landing style, asking me to take down Xia, a formidable opponent among domestic mid laners, seems rather unfair. Upon hearing this, Gu Xing suddenly understood. Jack had intended to gift a skin to entice Xia into the Seven Wolves, but ultimately failed. After spending a considerable time fishing in the pond, he faced a devastating counterattack, leading to Yu Wenba's inevitable embarrassment and anger. Now unable to take the stage, he turned to Izihun for assistance. Gu Xing's mouse danced across the screen while his mind wandered. He too had remained in the Seven Wolves thanks to a skin gifted by Jack. In a sense, this match could be viewed as a clash between two fish in Yu Wenba's pond. VG top, the match can commence. The crisp voice of the female referee echoed behind them. Dragon Brother, who had been jesting with the opposing 957, quickly composed himself, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. A transformation akin to light speed. The BP screen materialized before the 10 players. The commentators for this match were Su Xiaoyan and Remember, who had recently joined the LPL. With Kundi elevated to the starting lineup, WE's roster appeared robust. Top laner 957, mid laner Xia, both distinguished figures in the domestic solo lane, and the bot lane duo comprised of Korean imports Mystic and Zero. Remember spoke with remarkable rapidity, his words flowing like a Gatling gun. VG opted to maintain their starting lineup from the previous match against RNG, with Virtue facing off against the formidable Kundi, a considerable pressure indeed. As Remember finally caught his breath, Su Xiaoyan interjected, noting that this was both a challenge and an opportunity. If Virtue could consecutively triumph over strong adversaries, it would significantly bolster his confidence. The director projected the BP screen onto the big screen, prompting Remember to raise his volume, announcing that VG was positioned on the blue side and had promptly banned the fateful Cardmaster. In a slip of the tongue, Remember inadvertently revealed the Taiwanese server's hero translations. Fortunately, he corrected himself swiftly, avoiding any major blunders. We seem to have a peculiar affinity for the Cardmaster, with both Ruofeng and Xia excelling at this hero. Redmi opted to ban it outright, fearing that Xia would dominate the mid lane, subsequently threatening VG's side lanes and jungle. We, in turn, barred the signature vampire of Howie, prompting a smile from Su Xiaoyan. Since the early matches of the summer season, no team dared to leave this hero available for him. In the current version, the mainstream build for the vampire involves a semi-tank approach, utilizing a spirit visage to leverage his short cooldowns and area damage, allowing him to enter and exit team fights with remarkable ease, rendering him quite the nuisance. In the latest match, Redmi allocated their second ban to Bard, a character currently enjoying considerable popularity due to its formidable attributes and exceptional utility. Bard's E ability provides a means to traverse walls for the team, while his R, Tempered Fate, allows for seamless initiation of team fights, thus aligning perfectly with the demands of professional play for support roles. Moreover, we as support player, Zero, excels in this character, demonstrating an extraordinary level of proficiency. The audience erupted with excitement upon observing the ban of Graves on the BP panel, eagerly engaging in animated discussions. Virtue-S Graves has garnered significant acclaim, and Su Xiaoyan attempted to elucidate his prowess, having previously set a record of 80 last hits in a prior match. The respect for this champion is well-founded. It's noteworthy that this week, the professional scene has transitioned to version 6.11, in which the previously mandatory ban on Nidalee, known as the Cougars, has been alleviated thanks to a substantial nerf. The designers executed a rather harsh adjustment, significantly diminishing Nidalee's strength, consequently freeing up a ban slot for Virtue-S favored Graves. The League of Legends designers certainly exhibit a unique approach to game balance. Originally, Nidalee's passive ability, Prowl, granted a movement speed bonus when enemy champions within a specific range, an astonishing 5,500 units, were exposed to her team's vision. This distance is nearly half the map, akin to Twisted Fate's ultimate, Destiny. The previous potency of Nidalee's passive was indeed outrageous, but the recent adjustment has reduced this range to a mere 1,400 units. A staggering decrease. Furthermore, the cooldown reduction for her W ability, Pounce, Post-Hunt, and Kill has also been modified. In addition, the capability to ensnare jungle monsters while hunting has been entirely removed in the spring season patch. These successive nerfs have liberated Nidalee from the confines of the ban pool. Gu Xing recognized that we would likely not ban Nidalee, yet he was taken aback by the level of respect shown towards him. It is understandable, as Jin Wenha, during moments of translation, took the opportunity to massage the players' shoulders, reminding them of their previous encounters during trial phases with VG, where they had to be cautious. We was among the first LPL teams to receive intel on Gu Xing's unconventional counter-jungle strategies, engaging in some level of analysis. Unfortunately, the coaching staff struggled to grasp the nuances fully within their limited time, only managing to dissect a general understanding. Additionally, Kandi found it difficult to adapt to such counter-jungle tactics, leading to an inconclusive outcome. They refrained from making any grand proclamations. And when they learned that Gu Xing would face RNG, the club secretly hoped RNG would stumble into a significant pitfall, with all teams in the same group. Every loss for RNG would enhance WeS ranking prospects. As the moment arrived to confront VG, the coaching staff was acutely aware of the risks posed by granting Gu Xing graves, leading them to decisively ban him. The final ban was allocated to Sivir, chosen for the illustrious mystic, while we opted to restrict the Ice Queen, Lysandra, pacing behind the VG player bench, reminded his mid laner to be prepared for the potential selection of LeBlanc. After Easyhoon nodded in acknowledgement, Homie decided to first provide the support with the versatile champion Braum. We secured the deceptive LeBlanc and Rek'Sai, prompting Su Xiaoyan to furrow her brows at the formidable mid-jungle duo. Their strategy aimed to suppress Virtue through synergistic plays between mid and jungle. Remember, with his swift reactions from his previous role as an analyst for the Flash Wolves, he quickly discerned their drafting approach. Consequently, we allocated all three bans towards the opposing mid laner and jungler, leaving VG with limited robust combinations to select from. However, Homie had anticipated this. He perceived the Wii coaching staff strategies as rather simplistic. The intention to pick LeBlanc was too overtly exposed. In the current meta dominated by mid laner Victor and the formidable Huangji, opting for LeBlanc was merely an attempt to enhance mid-jungle synergy and accelerate the pace of the game. If they were to select LeBlanc, it was imperative that the jungler not lean towards a farming playstyle, but instead choose a rhythm champion capable of creating openings in the early to mid-game. After much contemplation, he concluded that Rek'Sai was indeed the optimal choice for Wii. During his tenure with Samsung White, Homie primarily focused on drafting, consistently selecting stable champions for his team while rarely misjudging the opponent's strategy. "Imp, you should use Ashe, and then bring out a troll," he advised. Being well-prepared allowed him to respond even more adeptly now. Upon seeing the champions locked in by VG, he comprehended their strategy quite well. VG was now emphasizing their side lanes, with the top lane troll being a lane bully in the current version, and the bottom lane comprising the Ashe-Braum combination from Freljord, which ensured a solid fighting capability. At this stage, Ashe was not yet a mere shadow of Master E, with the full level of Ranger's focus. Her base cooldown was merely 4 seconds, allowing for frequent casting. Moreover, her build leaned towards the blade of the Ruined King, Hurricane, and Infinity Edge, promising substantial damage output. We secured the duo of Ezreal and Alistar, seemingly opting to avoid a direct confrontation in the bottom lane with VG. As long as they could farm until the blade of the Ruined King was completed, the team would have sufficient damage assurance. Remember diligently analyzing every decision made by the teams. VG's final picks came rapidly. The Spirit of the Ruler, coexisting with the Spirit of the Wolf, appeared in one of the champion selection frames. Kiana, Su Xiaoyan gasped softly, and it was locked in, despite we banning Graves. Virtue brought out an unconventional jungler. Remember spoke with conviction, energizing the atmosphere in the venue. Amidst the bustling noise, VG secured Karma on the 5th pick. Affectionately dubbed Fan Mother, She now serves as a flexible mid-support, capable of acquiring Athene's unholy grail, which is both affordable and quickly assembled, with the potential to later add a Rylai's Crystal Scepter or a Deathcap, providing considerable damage. Easyhoon obtained a champion capable of countering LeBlanc for himself, while we ultimately secured Echo for 957 in the top lane. Both teams finalized their compositions. Blue side VG, top lane Troll, jungle Qiyana, mid lane Karma, bottom lane Braum. Red side we, top lane Echo, jungle Rek'Sai, mid lane LeBlanc, bottom lane Ezreal Alistar. From a purely compositional perspective, although VG's mid-jungle synergy appears passive, their early game strength remains commendable. It is noteworthy that Karma's ability to push lanes during the landing phase is formidable, complemented by her acceleration skill, which enhances the agility of Qiyana. Su Xiaoyan concurs with her partner's assessment, noting that VG's team fights, bolstered by Karma's collective acceleration, provide ample opportunity for champions like Trundle and Braum, typically considered cumbersome, to shine, particularly when paired with dual marksmen for an exaggerated late-game potential. In contrast, WE's strategy hinges upon the early to mid-game. Should they leverage their mid-jungle synergy alongside a nascent Ezreal to seize the initiative, they might very well sweep VG off their feet. Amidst the cacophony generated by the audience, the screen transitions to Summoner's Rift. 063, tower diving and escaping. Gu Xing maneuvers Qiyana to purchase the Hunter's Machete before trailing behind his allies as they depart the fountain. Join me for an invasion. We can easily engage at level 1. His voice is invigorating and resolute. The lineup selected by Hongmi is exceptionally potent at level 1. With Karma possessing her ultimate ability right from the onset, and with the enhancement of her Transcendent Embrace, her combat prowess is among the elite in the league. Not to mention, VG boasts the duo of Ashe and Braum in the bot lane, one with a long attack range that slows with every auto attack, and the other whose passive can stack to trigger a stunning effect. Together, they create a harmonious synergy, truly a match made in heaven. Meanwhile, WE's 5 champions lack substantial strength in their level 1 team fight. Should they refrain from invading, even Xiao Duan perceives it as a disadvantage. Remembering the keystone talent pairing displayed by the production team for the 10 players, Virtue's Qiyana is equipped with the mainstream Conqueror, which poses no issues. Champions wielding Conqueror gain stacking attack power with each auto attack against enemy champions, aligning perfectly with a marksman like Qiyana. As VG groups up to invade the opposing bottom jungle, we is well prepared. Zero's Alistar has already established vision in the river, while Su Xiaoyan observes the unfolding situation. As it appears they are conceding the lower half of the map, there is no alternative. They cannot win the confrontation. Kandi opts to retreat to the upper quadrant, assisted by top laner 957 to secure VG's Magic Frog without any conflict erupting between the teams, maintaining a peaceful standoff. The production team seizes the moment to highlight the changes to Qiyana in version 6.11. Currently, both her Q and E abilities have seen a reduction in base damage. Yet each stack of her passive now grants an additional 5 damage to her Q, Dance of Arrows, with no upper limit. This adjustment directly diminishes Qiyana's damage potential in the early to mid-game. Although her late-game damage may appear elevated, the conditions for achieving such are quite stringent. Stacks are not easily acquired. In favorable conditions, this may be manageable, but in adverse circumstances, failing to secure enemy camps or engage champions can lead to a swift collapse. This marks the second significant nerf Qiyana has endured this year. Her remarkable memory of version changes recalls that initially, her ultimate, Spirit of the Lamb, could be cast on allies, but after updates in the latter half of the spring season, it became limited to self-casting. And the healing effect of her Feral Spirit, has also been considerably reduced. Su Xiaoyan chimed in, acknowledging that despite this, Qianzhu continued to dominate the 2016 mid-season invitational with an astonishing prowess. Consequently, the designers felt compelled to nerf Qianzhu, fearing that this champion would continue to reign supreme on the battlefield. However, Homie believed that Qianzhu could still be a viable pick, and Gu Xing shared this sentiment. This belief stemmed from another detail in the 611 version update, related to Qianzhu's passive ability, Qianzhu's Mark. Just as with the components of a hero, Qianzhu's Mark is divided into the Spirit of the Sheep and the Spirit of the Wolf. The former allows players to mark enemy champions, becoming effective after an 8-second delay, and participating in a kill rewards a layer of the mark. The latter is now determined by the system. marking neutral or enemy jungle camps, enabling Qianju to accumulate a passive mark by clearing these monsters. In professional matches, the number of explosive kills is often limited. Hence, Qianju must rely on the marks placed on jungle monsters to stack her passive layers. The recent version update significantly reduced the cooldown time for the Spirit of the Wolf's monster marks from 90 seconds to 75 seconds, greatly enhancing Qianju's ability to accumulate her initial layers of marks. Furthermore, the marking pattern for the Spirit of the Wolf has been altered. When Qianju's marks are at 0 to 2 layers, the Spirit will only mark the river crab or the opposing team's sharp beak camp. At 5 to 7 layers, it will mark the enemy's double buffs and dragons. At 8 layers and above, only the ancient dragon and Nashor will be marked by the Spirit of the Wolf. Gu Xing favored this new method of mark refreshing, which was a considerable improvement over the previous system. As long as there is a pattern, he could devise strategies to stack the passive layers as swiftly as possible. At 1 minute and 40 seconds, the jungle monsters respawned. Gu Xing, as usual, initiated from the WE's Swamp Frog camp. Noticing that Mystic's Ezreal had yet to appear, he deliberately positioned himself to the side, wary of the opponent using Q Mystic Shot to snatch his jungle monster. It was only when the Wii duo appeared on the bottom lane that he relaxed his guard. With a steady execution of Smite, he secured the Poison Fungus gift buff and promptly turned towards the Three Wolves camp, all the while swiftly switching screens to observe the 3 lanes. VG's lineup exhibited an extraordinary landing capability. He recalled seeing Long Gu in the top lane being exceptionally aggressive, with his troll champion suppressing Echo in the wave, leaving 957 struggling to gain experience. In the current version, the troll stands at the pinnacle of the food chain in professional play, with E-Ice Pillar to disrupt formations and our Subjugate to siphon the key frontline's dual resistances and health. Its functionality is unparalleled. Moreover, it possesses formidable dueling capabilities. The upper lane trio of champions, who possess even greater functionality than the troll, can be easily overwhelmed in a one-on-one confrontation. In the mid-game, the troll can completely disregard tanks and directly push lanes to take towers. Few champions can match the troll in one-on-one encounters. Most are unconventional heroes with a vast disparity between their upper and lower limits. A slight disadvantage renders them invisible on the battlefield, rendering them ineffective in team fights, which does not appeal to the pursuit of stability in professional play. The troll's limitations lie in his weak wave-clearing ability before acquiring Tiamat and his cumbersome physique. This was also the rationale behind WE's choice of Echo for 957. The team acquired the dual champions of LeBlanc and Ezreal, one a nimble assassin skirting the fringes of battle, the other a relatively agile ADC, both possessing formidable self-preservation capabilities. Therefore, it is unnecessary to employ champions like Alistar, Poppy, or Thresh to safeguard the backline, as this would inadvertently bolster the resilience of the troll when he unleashes his ultimate. Echo emerges as a comparatively viable choice in the river. It is unlikely for any of the dominant top lane champions in the current meta to triumph in a duel against the troll, at least. Echo retains a certain degree of wave-clearing prowess, with his passive providing acceleration and a short cooldown dash in his kit, along with his ultimate, Chrono Break. Offering a margin for error, he can maneuver around the cumbersome troll in the mid-game, while accompanying Rek'Sai in team fights, allowing LeBlanc to charge directly at the enemy backline. However, the landing phase presents substantial challenges. Should Echo proactively engage the troll with his phase dive, he would be courting disaster, as the latter can easily retaliate with a few well-placed strikes. He must also exercise caution with his Time Winder, as mismanaging the health of minions could lead to the wave pushing toward the troll, placing him in a precarious position. Fortunately, Kundi initiated his jungle path in the upper quadrant, and the Dragon King, wary of Rek'Sai, is unlikely to apply excessive pressure, lest he be caught off guard. Yet, prior to reaching level 3, Rek'Sai lacks substantial ganking potential. He requires mastery of all 3 abilities, Q, W, and E, to ensure a satisfactory success rate for ambushes. The Dragon King is acutely aware of this. Thus, he swiftly cleared the first 2 waves of minions, timing his push to ensure that the accumulated wave collided with WE's outer turret. Without a backward glance, he retreated to his own tower. At this juncture, 957's Echo is at a low level, lacking notable wave-clearing ability, rendering him unable to clear the minions before the arrival of the 3rd wave, which includes a cannon minion. Consequently, The point of wave transition finds itself situated within 957's turret range. The turret will assist WE's minions in assaulting VG's wave, quickly widening the disparity in combat efficacy between the two sides. WE's minions gain the upper hand, naturally pushing the point of minion transition toward VG's top turret. This exemplifies the fundamental principle of wave management. The Dragon King anticipates that Kundi will venture to the top lane upon reaching level 3, thus leveraging his landing advantage to orchestrate a wave push in advance, with WE's minions benefiting from turret support and a cannon minion bolstering their health and numbers. The snowball effect ensues, making it exceedingly difficult for VG's minions to eliminate them during the ensuing skirmish. In short, as long as the Dragon King remains beneath the turret, he is unlikely to suffer significant losses in minion count. Moreover, he maintains a healthy state, ensuring that WE's jungler cannot attempt a tower dive for a kill. Xiao Gu, would you like me to use E to scout the enemy jungler? Imp inquired of Gu Xing. In this match, to facilitate his jungler, Qiyana's invasion, he refrained from consuming jungle monsters at the outset, only reaching level 2 after the first 3 melee minions of the second wave perished, thus just obtaining his second skill point. In professional play, many Ashe players opt to level E, Hawkshot, at level 2 to illuminate the map's vision along the lane, thereby acquiring intelligence on the enemy jungler and assisting their team. Gu Xing pondered for a moment before responding, "No need, you may use Q. I can surmise the position of Rek'Sai." After all, at the onset, Long Gu placed a ward at the juncture of our upper blue buff and the magical swamp frog camp, thus discerning Kundi's jungle trajectory. As long as we cannot capture the top lane, the opposing Rek'Sai will undoubtedly return to WE's upper jungle to continue farming. The position is relatively easy to ascertain. Given this, it would be prudent for Imp's Ashe to level Q at 2, thereby maintaining pressure in the bottom lane. By the time Gu Xing reduced the blue buff to low health, the clock read 2 minutes and 30 seconds. The anticipation for where Qianju's first mark would spawn was palpable. The director swiftly switched the camera, which ultimately settled on the river crab. Remarkable, a 13 probability. Virtue's start was exceptionally smooth. A grin spread across his face. With 0 stacks, the river crab and the opposing raptor would spawn. Aside from the swift crab in the river, the other 2 camps resided in the upper area, making it quite challenging for Gu Xing, situated at the map's lower section, to farm effectively. The first mark appearing on the river crab was indeed fortuitous. In the mid lane, Karma and the bottom lane's Freljord duo were pushing, allowing Qianju to effortlessly dispatch the river crab. Su Xiaoyan was intently focused on the screen when Virtue altered the marked hero. Initially, Gu Xing had designated the spirit's mark on Kundi's Rek'Sai, hoping to potentially eliminate the jungler during a level 1 invasion for an easy stack. Unfortunately, we was not foolish. Recognizing the unfavorable situation, they retreated without engaging VG in a level 1 skirmish. The spirit could change its marked hero every 75 seconds. Now, Gu Xing placed the mark on the mid laner, Shiyi's LeBlanc. Upon noticing the spirit's emblem above his head, Shiyi initially dismissed it. How could VG's jungler possibly threaten him? They lacked any stable crowd control. Would they rely solely on Karma's W to ensnare him? Ridiculous. He warned his duo to be cautious, as the opposing jungler might seek to ambush them. Qianju had been in the league for a while, developing various strategies and minor tactics. Among them, the feigned diversion was the most commonly employed. Just as now, Qianju marked the mid lane, inciting alertness in the mid laner while lulling the bottom duo into complacency. However, Qianju's true intent was to catch the bottom lane off guard. Yet, as player skill levels increased, such tricks became increasingly ineffective in higher-tier ranked matches. Initially, Shiyi suspected Gu Xing was merely attempting this tactic. However, he began to sense something amiss. Ezihun suddenly adopted a more aggressive approach, actively engaging in trades and swiftly pushing the third wave of minions to his tower. The shifting style of the opposing mid laner caused Shiyi to furrow his brow. He sensed a plot brewing. His instincts warned him of deceit. He now had half his health remaining, with a throng of minions at his tower. As Shiyi recalled the coach's admonition from the pre-match meeting, he understood that the opposing jungler served as the rhythm engine for the entire team. When selecting champions like Graves, he would also take on the role of the late-game damage dealer. Despite being a newcomer, his tactical significance within the team was remarkably high. Should he utilize his ability W, Shadow Step, to clear minions, it was highly probable that VG's jungler would employ their summoner spells to engage. inflicting substantial damage upon himself merely to enable Qianzhu to secure the mark. Instantly, Shi Yi adopted a cautious approach, refraining from using Shadow Step, relying solely on his Q and E abilities, as well as basic attacks, to address the minion wave beneath the turret. Like most professional players, his fundamental skills in turret farming were commendable. Amidst a horde of minions with varying health, he only allowed 2 to escape. However, a pressing challenge loomed ahead. Without Shadow Step, LeBlanc lacked area damage, resulting in diminished minion clearing efficiency. Shi Yi was confronted with a situation identical to the one faced by 957 moments earlier. As the next wave of minions approached, the point of exchange was right beneath the turret. The wave, belonging to Ezihun, was poised to push towards VG's mid-tower. To secure minions, Shi Yi had to venture beyond the protective range of his own turret, even crossing the midline, with his health not in the best condition. If he were to be harassed by Karma during the clearing, his life would be in jeopardy. Shi Yi had a nagging feeling that Gu Xing would make an appearance. He hastily placed a ward in the bush below the mid lane, yet he did not discern any movements from Qianzhu. Human Jia, could you come to mid lane? After much deliberation, he ultimately resolved to summon the jungler to assist in pushing the wave. Kunni was pleasantly surprised by the opportunity to gain some experience in mid lane. However, upon his arrival, he discovered trouble brewing in the bot lane. VG's jungler and duo were orchestrating a tower dive, aiming to eliminate the Wii duo. After hearing Shi Yi's warning, Zero had already positioned a ward in the bush behind the next tower, prepared for the dive. Yet, Gu Xing's chosen route for the ambush was exceptionally crafty. After clearing the river crab, he took a circuitous route through We's jungle, emerging between the opposing bot lane's first and second towers, encircling from behind, effectively sandwiching the enemy duo. As Shi had anticipated, Gu Xing did indeed intend to execute a feint. Even if their intentions were discerned, it mattered little to him. In his view, the Wii duo was doomed. Previously, Imp-S Ash had not leveled up Hawkshot to level 2, instead investing his skill points in Q for enhanced combat capability, which had indeed proven effective. The lane control firmly rested with VG's south bot lane, and they had also worn down the Wii duo's health. Zero and his partner found themselves unable to retreat, opting to hold their ground beneath the turret, even using their healing spell first, fearing they might be ignited by VG and suffer reduced health recovery. Despite these efforts, the crisis remained unresolved. Gu Xing's Qianzhu continued to loom threateningly from the rear. Shi Yi now faced a dire situation with the minion wave. If he were to teleport down, that entire wave would be consumed by Kindi. Meanwhile, 957, in the top lane, hesitated to use his teleport, wary of Long Gu's trundle. Only he could assist the duo. As the minion wave approached the defensive tower, Shi Yi gritted his teeth and retreated to a secure position, ensuring that he would not be interrupted by Ezihun. He activated his teleport and rushed into the fray. Perhaps we should reconsider? Ezihun pondered, feeling uncertain, and decided it was best for his teammates to retreat quickly. I cannot hold off the LeBlanc. Xiao Duan shared this sentiment, believing it unnecessary to press on. Forcing out the healing from the big brother, and Shi Yi's teleport had already yielded sufficient gains. The more we can secure, the better, trust me. Imp was unwilling to concede so easily. Xiao Duan wished to persuade him further. Nevertheless, Imp unleashed his rain of arrows. And while the tower was preoccupied with attacking the minions, he deftly took a shot at Alistar during the cannon's cooldown. After the tower issued its warning, he skillfully evaded its range just in time. Seeing that Imp had no intention of backing down, Xiao Duan gritted his teeth and pressed forward. However, the teleport did not deter VG's plan to dive the tower. Braum surged in. Even though Q, Winter's Bite, was blocked by Zero's body, Xiao Duan flashed in for a basic attack, successfully applying the passive, concussive blows on Ezreal and igniting him as well. Braum was remarkably decisive. Su Xiaoyan couldn't help but praise, while Zero unleashed his ultimate, sending Xiao Duan soaring into the air and following up with body slam to push back Virtue behind him. My goodness, came the high-pitched exclamation, her voice cutting through the moment. Zero had been cautious, concealing his intent to displace Qiyana until Gu Xing activated his Wolf Spirit Frenzy, to initiate his attack, at which point Zero swiftly countered. To his surprise, Gu Xing reacted with lightning speed. With a flash of golden light, he evaded Alistar's body slam to the side. Amidst the uproar from the audience, he continued his assault. Fearsome presence, hovered over Ezreal, and with a basic attack resetting Q, dance of arrows. He unleashed 2 rapid shots. Imp delivered a final basic attack, successfully stacking Braum's passive on Ezreal. As the icy projectile hurtled toward him, the big brother activated his arcane shift to sidestep, attempting to evade the onslaught while avoiding being focused down. Yet, it proved ineffective. Gu Xing's concluding basic attack triggered the effect of fearsome presence, unleashing a surge of damage and ultimately claiming Ezreal's life. The first blood had been spilled. In this moment, the teleport's lengthy 4-second cast time felt excessively prolonged. Shi arrived too late, only to find his teammates had already perished. Xiao Duan's Braum was left with barely a sliver of health, vulnerable to the next tower shot, and even Imp's healing would be in vain. Shi refrained from claiming this kill, instead setting his sights on the unflashed Qiyana. With a deft advance, he activated his Phantom Chains, successfully ensnaring Gu Xing at close range, and followed up with Q, Malicious Mark, and a basic attack, delivering a thunderous blow. Zero was ignited. They were determined to eliminate virtue. Gu Xing remained calm and composed, reminding Imp not to rush into healing just yet. He discarded a bottle of reusable potion and maneuvered Qianzhu to retreat towards their own territory. At level 3, the charming character still carried basic equipment in her inventory, resulting in a relatively modest burst of skills. Even if she managed to immobilize him, Gu Xing still retained nearly half of his health. The ignite from the level 2 Alistar inflicted only 90 points of true damage, allowing him to endure for a while longer. Qianzhu was ensnared in place, while WE's support continued to unleash basic attacks, further depleting her health. Once Gu Xing regained his freedom, he forcefully retreated despite the damage. At the very moment the ignite expired, just as the charm was about to unleash a basic attack that would deplete Gu Xing's health bar, Imp decisively cast a healing spell, restoring his teammates' vitality. The commotion in the venue surged to a crescendo. After gaining a burst of speed, Qianzhu escaped the range of WE's turret and utilized Q, Dance of Arrows, to create distance. Throughout this, Imp consistently used basic attacks to slow down both the charm and Alistar. Xie still held on to his flash, but even if he advanced, his limited movement speed allowed him only a single basic attack with Q, Malicious Magic Seal. Meanwhile, Zero lagged behind, unable to deliver sufficient damage even with flash. Left with no choice, Xie had to abandon the chase, allowing Qianzhu to retreat with ease while he turned back to assist his ally in clearing the minion wave beneath the turret. The cheers in the arena reached a fever pitch. Did Virtue actually escape? Su Xiaoyan exclaimed, her voice laced with astonishment. It was truly a narrow escape. She felt a pang of frustration for Wei. Had they managed to eliminate Qianzhu, Xie would have claimed the blue buff from her, making the mid-lane confrontation considerably more favorable. Many netizens in the live chat expressed their sympathies for Wei. I can't believe it. Qianzhu is so lucky to have survived that. Imp's healing was impeccable. Had he not waited for the ignite to end, Qianzhu surely would not have lived. Xie was thwarted, teleporting down, but getting nothing to share. Unbelievably, the ultimate victor turned out to be Kindi, who remained in the mid lane, doing nothing while reaping the benefits of Xie's wave. Well played, Xiaogu. Imp chuckled, elated by their synergy. In the background, Redmi, watching the match from the rest area, crossed his arms and reclined in his chair, remaining silent. Gu Xing, having narrowly escaped with low health, exhaled in relief, sipping a beverage as he contemplated his next move. Kindi appeared in the mid lane to assist with pushing the wave, seemingly gaining a considerable number of minions. However, VG's meticulously crafted plan had already been set into motion. The adversary had unwittingly stepped into the trap. 064. Qianzhu's mark? Control the map game. Lord, please help me place a ward at their F4, Gu Xing requested. Easy Hoon, who had been online during this time, promptly cleared the wave of minions pushed in by Kindi upon hearing his jungler's words and immediately set off towards WE's jungle. Behind the wall, a ward placed at the Raptor camp successfully spotted Rek'Sai, who had just returned to her jungle after leaving the mid lane. This has rendered Gu Xing more resolute in his forthcoming course of action. Possessing a bounty for first blood, he procured a green jungle knife and a swift attack speed short sword, setting forth directly to the lower jungle, intending to consume the 3 camps of monsters that had not been cleared by his team previously. As the early skirmishes concluded, both sides in the canyon paused their hostilities, allowing for a period of stable development. With little to converse about, Su Xiaoyan recounted the tower dive incident, noting that Mystic's first blood was quite detrimental. especially since the minions in the bottom lane were secured by Xie and the mid lane was pushed by Kendi. Upon respawning, he found himself without avenues for gold accumulation, amounting to a significant loss of a wave of minions. The critical aspect was the rhythm of the game, as he remarked. The timing of Ezreal's first return to base was paramount. When the big brother fell, the gold he possessed was insufficient to purchase the tear of the goddess, let alone the luminous orb. The slow acquisition of core items would greatly delay the evolution of Ezreal's Muramana, consequently postponing the overall power spike of the composition. In WE's lineup, LeBlanc served as an assassin, capable of utilizing her ultimate to replicate distortion for area damage only under particularly opportune circumstances during team fights. In most instances, LeBlanc would be lurking at the fringes of battle, waiting for the perfect moment to eliminate enemies in the backline. Thus, the burden of damage output fell predominantly on the shoulders of Ezreal, the big brother. Muramana, being the linchpin item for Ezreal in the current patch, would only enhance his damage potential upon reaching full stacks. It can be said that the big brother's demise in the early game had a considerable impact on the entire Wii team. Qianzhu completed the clearing of his 3 camps and made his way across the upper river, once again breaching into WE's jungle. Before Jide could continue his commentary, excited murmurs arose from the audience. Following the conclusion of the match against RNG, the bandit-like jungle invasions had practically become synonymous with virtue. Nowadays, whenever spectators witness Gu Xing crossing the river into the enemy's jungle, the first word that springs to mind is counter-jungle. However, Kendi's Rek'Sai had just cleared the F4 camp and would require some time before the monsters reset. Virtue, utilizing the vision set by Hou Yi, should have been aware of this, yet Su Xiaoyan furrowed his brow, pondering whether he intended to wait it out. The director shifted the focus of the camera to Gu Xing. Under the watchful eyes of all, Qianzhu concealed himself within the brush situated between WE's upper red buff camp and the barren pit. Unbeknownst to Wei, Kendi had already cleared his 3 camps in the upper half and was now purchasing a jungle knife and boots to transition to the lower half of the map. Zero's Alistar had strategically placed wards at the river and the entrance to their lower jungle, while Xie had procured a control ward, placing it in the brush of the lower river. Having previously suffered setbacks, where Gu Xing capitalized on the monster respawn timings to counter jungle and disrupt his rhythm, the team was now determined to rectify their strategy. This time, armed with lessons learned, the Wii players hurried to establish vision before their jungle monsters reset, striving to promptly identify any signs of the enemy's counter-jungle movements. Initially, they had not anticipated that Gu Xing would abandon the freshly respawned Wii Magic Swamp Frog and the 3 wolves, instead making his way to the upper quadrant of the Feathered Bird's camp. Kendi, while clearing the Frog Queen, was perplexed by the absence of Qianzhu's presence on the map. He recalled that during the earlier tower dive in the bot lane, Gu Xing had not taken the red buff from the VG side, and after that encounter, the opponent had returned home with low health, inevitably heading toward the lower part of the map. After all, Qianzhu could not possibly neglect farming the red buff, could he? Now that he had ventured into the bot lane, VG's mid laner Karma was free to push the lane, and the bot lane's Ashe and Braum held an advantage. Why, then, was Qianzhu not contesting his jungle? Kendi had prepared himself for an invasion, yet in the current situation, he doubted his chances of winning a 1v1 against the first-blooded Qianzhu. Coordinating with his mid and bot lanes for a team engagement seemed equally precarious. However, Kendi possessed the smite. In terms of that contest, he had never feared anyone. As the opposing Ashe's hawkshot flew overhead, Kendi realized that his position had been revealed to VG. Nevertheless, after finishing the Magic Swamp Frog, Gu Xing still remained absent from the map, deepening Kendi's confusion. While clearing the 3 wolves, Kendi glanced at the map, mentally calculating the time, and suddenly understood. F4. He exclaimed urgently, Su Hanwei, check F4. The player called Su Yi was under pressure at the tower, but upon hearing his teammates' call, he instinctively tossed a ward into his own Feathered Bird camp. Just as Kendi had surmised, at the moment the ward landed, Qianzhu arrived at the camp. The opponent, seeing the ward, did not shy away but stood firm, waiting. 2 seconds later, the Feathered Bird spawned. Moreover, Qianzhu's wolf spirit mark perfectly aligned above the great bird. He had calculated it. Su Xiaoyan's voice rose in excitement. Virtue is deliberately waiting here. He knows the mark will spawn on WE's F4. Kendi exhaled a heavy sigh, his expression slightly disheartened. He was a moment too late. With the 6.11 patch now active, he had practiced a few games with Qianzhu, yet he struggled to grasp the timing of the Mark S respawn. This included his earlier research on counter-jungle invasion strategies, where he felt equally out of his depth. He was not accustomed to overly precise calculations of jungle respawn times. His strengths and characteristics did not lie in that realm. In stark contrast, Gu Xing thrived on the revised mechanics of Qianzhu's jungle mark respawn patterns. From a young age, he had excelled at handling such intricate matters, not to mention having learned from Sofm's playstyle in virtual matches, allowing him to navigate with ease. In that 3-minute tower dive, Gu Xing executed a feint, as Su Yi had initially envisioned, with the sheep's spirit mark affixed to the LeBlanc, truly focusing his efforts on the bot lane. However, Su Yi altered his strategy mid-course, mistakenly interpreting Ezihun's sudden aggressive play and deliberately created wave reset as genuine intent to assist Qianzhu in capturing him. Yet, the truth was rather straightforward. The mid-lane skirmish and the bot lane dive were entirely different plans, mutually exclusive. Ezihun had no intention of coordinating with Gu Xing to ambush the LeBlanc. His aim was to trade blows, lowering LeBlanc's health to create a wave reset, thereby enticing Kundi's Rek'Sai to come mid and assist in pushing the lane. Upon observing that the excavator's last hit count stood at 8, Ezihun discerned that the strategy proposed by Gu Xing would proceed seamlessly, with the jungle monster counter remaining unchanged. 8 hits corresponded to the 3 monsters in the blue buff camp, which included 3 wolves, a magic swamp frog, and a river crab. Meanwhile, Kundi assisted Xie in clearing the minion wave before returning to the upper quadrant of Wei, likely opting to farm upwards from the featherbird camp, consuming the red buff and the stone bug before returning to base. This way, Kundi would subsequently head down to feast on the magic swamp frog and the 3 wolves, effectively organizing the jungle monster reset route into a straight line from bottom to top, thus enhancing the efficiency of subsequent jungle farming. To ensure everything went according to plan, Gu Xing instructed Ezihun to place a ward in the Wei featherbird camp as he returned to base, guaranteeing that the excavator's jungle route aligned perfectly with his strategy. The crux of the plan revolved around this particular set of featherbirds. The cooldown period for Qiyana's wolf spirit marking jungle monsters is 75 seconds, shorter than the reset intervals for any group of jungle monsters. The current passive skill mechanism operates such that when the wolf spirit's cooldown concludes, if no qualifying jungle monsters are present, the mark will not appear. Once the first group of monsters meeting the required layers resets and respawns, the wolf spirit will directly mark that monster rather than a random one. This is precisely why Gu Xing favors the current iteration of Qiyana. While it may seem random, it can indeed be controlled through various means. Previously, Gu Xing possessed only 1 layer of mark, meaning the next wolf spirit would solely mark either the river crab or the Wei featherbird camp. It is worth noting that his initial mark originated from the lower river crab. Additionally, based on the information revealed by the excavator, it was evident that Kundi had also farmed the upper river crab. Both junglers followed similar initial farming paths, indicating that the timing for consuming the upper and lower river crabs would be approximately aligned. The river crab now has a respawn time of 180 seconds, and there is no rule preventing more than 1 river crab from existing in the canyon at the same time. This implies that approximately 180 seconds after Gu Crossing secured the lower river crab, both the upper and lower river crabs would respawn. At that point, the marking would become uncontrollable, with the potential to appear on either river crab. Should Gu Xing miscalculate the quadrant, he would have to wait another 75 seconds to receive the wolf spirit marking prompt, leaving the ability to control the jungle monsters uncertain. Thus, Gu Xing devised a method to render the wolf spirit marking controllable, ensuring it would respawn within a fixed camp. This way, he could arrive in advance and utilize his smite to secure it. Unaware of the precise time Kundi defeated the upper river crab, he dared not gamble on which of the swift crabs in the upper or lower quadrant would respawn first. Therefore, he opted to confine the mark to the enemy featherbird camp. The reset time for F4 is 100 seconds, differing from the river crab by 80 seconds. Gu Xing's objective was to ensure that Kundi completed the first round of F4 in the Wei jungle within the 80 seconds following the consumption of the river crab. Consequently, the Wei featherbirds would inevitably respawn earlier than the river crabs in both quadrants. Once F4 respawns, the already cooled wolf spirit will promptly mark it. This ensures that the location of the marking aligns perfectly with Gu Xing's requirements, allowing him to maneuver with precision and intent. Thus, the essence of formulating a strategy lies in how to enable Kundi to clear the F4 camps in the jungle within the 80-second time frame after consuming the river crab. If Kundi finishes off the river crab and then proceeds to harass the top lane, following the route of the stone beetle, red buff, and the feathered bird for jungle farming, it is highly likely that he will exceed the 80 seconds. Eventually, Gu Xing conferred with his mid laner and decided to have Izihun deliberately exchange blows to create a pushback lane, enticing Kundi to come and clear the wave, thereby preventing him from venturing elsewhere. They effectively altered Kundi's jungle route, compelling him to swiftly eliminate the F4 camps. As it stands, Gu Xing's plan has proven exceedingly successful. He lured the jungle monsters outward, ultimately using fearsome burst in conjunction with smite to successfully claim the large bird. The special effect animation played, and Qianjue secured her second stack of marks. Subsequently, Gu Xing utilized the vision granted by smite on the feathered bird to dismantle the decorative wards placed by Xie within the camp. Without looking back, he made a beeline for the top lane. Along the way, he shifted the mark of the sheep's spirit onto Echo, his intentions unmistakable. Qianjue was poised to launch an offensive, her tone urgent. 957 noticed the mark hovering above his head and attempted to retreat swiftly, but Virtue's encirclement was exceedingly rapid. Gu Xing preemptively trapped 957 beneath the tower. "I'll take the brunt. Long Gu, just go in and deal damage." His audacity was remarkable. With Wolf Spirit Frenzy, activated, he unleashed AQA shots at Echo. Although Echo had placed Chrono Shift beneath him, it proved futile as the two junglers from VG retreated only to rush back and once the white shield dissipated. Remembering to take a glance, he had already sentenced Echo to death in his mind. Xie lacked teleportation, and Kundi was still in the lower quadrant. We had no one to assist 957. A pre-6 Echo, facing the ambush of the troll Qianjue, was indeed doomed. In the end, Gu Xing allowed Long Gu to claim the kill, while he himself took the final hit from the tower and retreated leisurely to safety. The venue erupted with cheers, and in the live stream, a handful of viewers who had recently converted to VG fans were applauding enthusiastically. In just 5 minutes, Qianjue had amassed 3 layers of marks. Remembering to calm his emotions, Virtue was set to soar in this match. 065, Imperial treatment. With Qianjue's smooth development, WE's frontline pales in comparison. Currently, in this version, Qianjue's marks do not enhance her range, but rather increase her additional damage. Each layer of marks bestows Qianjue's basic attacks with an extra 125 physical damage based on the target's current health. 3 layers translate to 375. The frontline tanks generally maintain health above 2,000 in the mid-game, meaning that Qianjue's initial attacks will inflict dozens of points of additional damage, swiftly diminishing their health. The crucial aspect is that during team fights, it is quite challenging to pose a lethal threat to Virtue. Now that Qianjue's development is so advantageous, we may find themselves in a precarious situation ahead. Remembering to steady his emotions, his tone softened considerably. Among the composition chosen by Wei, the only one capable of genuinely restraining Gu Xing in team fights is Xie alone. However, the notion of restriction implies posing a threat, which is difficult to achieve in terms of outright elimination. Setting aside the dual protection provided by Karma and Braum, even if LeBlanc skillfully lands her abilities, she would only be able to force Qiyana to use her ultimate, Spirit Blossom. Subsequently, a second entry would be necessary to claim the life of Gu Xing. Each time LeBlanc unleashes her burst damage, she experiences a brief cooldown period. During this interval, we must retreat to avoid being counterattacked by VG, or their formation could be shattered in an instant. Overall, even if Xie manages to flank and break through to unleash Gu Xing's ultimate, WE's frontline must possess exceptional maneuverability to have any chance of dealing with Qiyana. The difficulty of this task is readily apparent. Virtue, capitalizing on the opportunity, finishes off the stone beetle for Wei before returning to his jungle to farm the magic frog and the 3 wolves. Just as the monsters respawn, Gu Xing returns to the fountain, and the roar of the elemental dragon echoes throughout the canyon, alerting all spectators. Taking advantage of Gu Xing's absence, Kundi stealthily makes his way to the dragon pit and successfully snatches a fire dragon with all his might. With an 8-point boost to attack power and ability strength for the team, Su Xiaoyan had been keeping an eye on Kundi, and now, seeing Rek'Sai secure the buff, Her earlier worries dissipate into a smile. Kundi has indeed made a significant contribution. To secure this fire dragon, Kundi has put in considerable effort. Ultimately, the current smite mechanics do not offer healing effects against any jungle monsters aside from the red buff. Without health recovery, most junglers, aside from a select few like Nunu, find it challenging to solo the dragon unless their level and equipment are sufficiently advanced. Kundi is wary of inviting attention, with no lane control in the mid and bot. If we's teammates can reach the dragon pit, VG's players can certainly do the same. With Braum, Karma, and Ashe on the opposing side, they are nearly invincible in small-scale skirmishes during the early to mid-game, making we no match for them. Summoning allies would only alert the enemy, leading to a futile endeavor. Kundi ultimately decides to hold off, accumulating 2 smites. When he finally engages the dragon, he uses 1 smite initially, waiting for the 15-second cooldown to conclude. As the dragon's health diminishes, he secures the fire dragon just in time. The Wii fans in attendance wave their support sticks, cheering for their team. Despite 957 being ambushed and taken down in the top lane, having teleport means he won't lose too many minions. Trading a few resources for a fire dragon is an immense gain for Wii. Oh, Xiao Duan, accompanying Imp in pushing the lane, is momentarily stunned upon seeing the enemy secure the fire dragon. He had placed a ward at the river entrance to Wii's jungle, with another ward positioned behind Wii's second tower. These 2 wards aim to block Kundi's potential flanking route to the bot lane. However, he never anticipated that Kundi would attempt to solo the dragon, given that junglers typically struggle to solo the dragon in the early game. Xiao Duan did not take extra precautions. The early game support wards are limited. The bot lane's focus on pressure requires a significant number of wards to guard against ganks, leaving no surplus vision to invest in the dragon pit. Imp speaks fluently when it comes to expletives, effortlessly switching to Korean as he mutters, "Really?" The ever-composed Easyhoon reassures, "It's nothing, nothing. Let us stay steady. It's merely a fire dragon, and the advantage still lies with us." Gu Xing expresses mild surprise at Candy's choice. In his view, opting for a solo dragon steal in the current jungle meta without early development is a reckless gamble. Even if they secure a valuable fire dragon, it still hampers the jungler's rhythm and state. Gu Xing, seizing the opportunity presented by the opponent's vulnerabilities, decides to counter jungle. He signals a presence in the Wii jungle as he reaches level 5, more than halfway through his experience, lacking the economy to directly forge a large jungle knife. He instead purchases a pair of attack speed boots to enhance his mobility, along with a swift short sword and a control ward, replacing his trinket with a scanner, and charges into the enemy jungle. As Gu Xing anticipated, after Candy finishes the small dragon, his health is already quite low, having consumed all his reusable potions, and the passive Rage of Echo restores only a meager amount of health. Candy must retreat to replenish, glancing swiftly at the minimap, aware that Virtue is poised to invade, targeting the magic swamp frog. Thanks to the high movement speed provided by his attack speed boots and the timing advantage from his early return to base, Gu Xing arrives at the camp before Candy, clearing out the wards we had set in the jungle with his scanner. "I'll intercept them. You just need to counter." Xiao Duan, having been informed of Gu Xing's plan, promptly prepares to advance. W charges forward, landing on a frontline minion, utilizing Q, Bite of Winter, to strike the resilient Alistar, attempting to assist Imp's Ashe in securing him. The Freljord duo is nearly at full capacity for crowd control. Once ensnared, escape is nearly impossible unless one sacrifices mobility or various acceleration skills. Unfortunately for Zero, Alistar possesses only W, Headbutt, as a means of escape. And if he turns to engage one opponent, he too will find himself in peril. Seeing that the passive of his ally Braum is about to reach its maximum stack, the big brother cannot abandon his support and instead pivots to provide cover, both of them engaging while withdrawing. The Wii duo is firmly tethered on the lane, struggling to return to the jungle. Candy approaches the magic swamp frog camp, yet he lacks smite and cannot contest against Kiana. In this match, Candy's excavator wields a red jungle knife, and apart from that, he possesses only a red crystal and boots. However, his smite is still on cooldown, rendering it ineffective. Gu Xing recognizes that the opponent can solo the fire dragon, having expended both smites, while Kiana operates with reckless abandon right in front of them. Virtue's finesse shines through as he employs Kiana's agility to continuously maneuver at the edges, evading Rek'Sai's attempts to engage. With the movement speed from the attack speed boots and Q dance of arrows, Gu Xing deftly hops around, his arrows consistently striking Rek'Sai. The atmosphere in the venue has become palpably electrifying, with the audience fully immersed in the clash in the rift. Unable to conceal their excitement as they witness Qiyana's nimble maneuvers, the volume of cheers rising significantly. Despite the lack of any offensive enhancements in Gu Xing's equipment, the additional physical damage afforded by the 3 layers of marks resulted in a commendable output. Candy's gear was rather mediocre, proving inadequate to withstand Qianju's formidable damage. After being outmaneuvered by Gu Xing twice, Candy's fury simmered within him. This is my jungle. The dignity of a jungler lies in safeguarding their own monsters. Yet, Candy had to concede that, at present, he was unable to gain any advantage against Qianju. Meanwhile, Xia's LeBlanc was effectively constrained in the mid lane by Easyhun's karma, barely managing to clear the minion wave and completely unable to provide assistance. After much contemplation, Candy could only retreat, relinquishing the entirety of the lower jungle to Gu Xing. Virtue returned to farm the recently respawned magic toad, and Su Xiaoyan's voice became sharp with surprise. Another layer of mark. The moment the frog queen leaped forth, the wolf spirit marked it above its head. This spectacle elicited gasps from the audience. What incredible luck! Euro eats the spear. Surely no one believes that the refreshing of Qianju's marks is purely by chance. A Qianju with 4 layers of marks at 6 minutes. I've never had such fortune in ranked games. Is we even putting up a fight? Looks like the Qianju players have cracked the code. Virtue currently has 3 layers of marks, and the wolf spirit will only target the 4 groups of jungle monsters aside from the dual buffs, Stone Beetle, F4. And the 3 wolves have respawn times longer than the magic toad, hence the wolf spirit marked it right after spawning. Indeed, this was Gu Xing's line of thought. Previously, when Candy's Rek'Sai cleared a round of magic toads and 3 wolves, he was spotted by IMP's Eagle Strike, revealing his jungle path to Gu Xing. At that moment, he had yet to consume We's sharp-beaked bird, let alone the stone beetle. Therefore, it was deducible that the enemy's jungle monster respawn pattern began with the magic toad. The cooldown for the wolf spirit's mark is 75 seconds, quicker than the reset speed of these jungle monsters, allowing the frog queen to bear a mark as soon as it appeared. Without a doubt, it was claimed effortlessly, leaving we in despair. Given the current rate of mark accumulation, Virtue would not need to wait until the mid or late game to seize control of the match. Qianju had evidently become the most formidable character in the skirmish, in comparison to the similarly mechanized blade of the Ruined King. The passive of the current version only grants the wielder an additional 6 physical damage based on current health with each basic attack. Yet, with 4 layers of marks in hand, Gu Xing's performance in this regard amounted to 5. Candy's abandonment of the lower jungle exacerbated the dire situation for We's duo. Su Xiaoyan glanced at her uncle and Zero, who were retreating from the first tower in the lower lane. They dared not remain on the line any longer. Just moments ago, We's bottom lane had suffered a health exchange with VG, and their condition was now precarious. With the jungler absent and the teleportation of the mid and top players not yet available, the Wii duo had no right to even hide beneath their turret. The uncle understood that if he continued to hold the tower, Gu Xing would undoubtedly come and ambush them. Reluctantly, they had to abandon the tower and withdraw. There was no need to rush the push. It was better to prolong the torment a little longer. In the team's voice chat, Xiao Duan was issuing commands. As long as We's next tower remained intact, the landing phase was far from over. The defensive tower served to obstruct the minion wave, keeping VG's minions confined beneath it. Big Brother and Zero were left with 2 choices, either to completely avoid the lane and squander all the minions, or to bravely venture forward to farm, at which point Gu Xing could easily manipulate them. While it seemed that We's bottom and top lanes could resolve this issue through a lane swap, in reality, VG could simply follow suit. As long as they focused on their lane, We's duo would be rendered ineffective, thanks to Gu Xing's positional advantage. He wreaked havoc in the jungle, and even after the lane swap, he could still provide protection for his duo in the top lane. Wherever We's Ezreal went, he would be met with adversity. Moreover, with the elemental dragon respawn time set at 6 minutes in this patch, if the game continued to drag on, VG could secure their second dragon before the lane transition occurred. We had no choice but to allow Zero's Alistar to assist the jungler, Candy, while Mystic continued to the bottom lane. Mystic was feeling quite disheartened, watching as Big Brother sat idly in the bushes before the second tower, unable to farm any minions. He was too afraid to return to his own tower, fearing an ambush from VG's duo, occasionally spotting low-health minions. He would try to step forward to use Q, Mystic Shot, to secure them. However, Xiao Duan was relentless, positioning himself to block the low-health minions. In the back room, Yu Wenba shouted out, "Good Q." Using his body to shield against the Mystic Shot, Ezreal could only watch in despair as the minion fell to the tower's fire. His heart heavy with anguish. The pain was excruciating. Minions were essential to an ADC's livelihood. Zero made his way to the top lane, joining the top and jungle brothers in an ambush against the troll. Now at level 6, Long Gu displayed a fierce will to survive, positioning his pillar to block the opponent, activating our subjugate to siphon some of Echo's resistance and health, and forcefully retreating towards the tower. Candy was determined. Normally, this would be acceptable, but Big Brother was trembling in the bottom lane, unable to farm. He had summoned his support, but if they couldn't secure any gains, it would amount to a complete loss. The team desperately needed kills to turn the tide. With this thought in mind, Candy hesitated no longer, flashing to lift the troll, while Zero followed up with a WQ combo, working in tandem with 957's Echo to relentlessly pursue, ultimately bringing down Long Gu. Gu Xing glanced at Rek'Sai's last hits. Compared to their last encounter at the swamp camp, there were 6 more. During this time, there were no dirty minions, suggesting he had farmed the F4 and the stone beetle. Gu Xing's calculations were precise. He returned to his lower jungle quadrant, clearing out all the monsters in the camp, and then made his way back to WE's bottom half. Another layer of the swamp frog's mark? He recalled the previous encounters. Currently, aside from the swamp frog, no other monsters had respawned in WE's camp. The principle remained the same. Once the wolf spirit's cooldown was complete, it would certainly be marked on the swamp frog. As Qianzhu successfully acquired the 5th layer of the mark, even the most confident Wii fans began to waver in their faith regarding the outcome of the match. At the 11-minute mark, the bottom lane tower was finally on the verge of destruction. The camera captured Mystic exhaling deeply, his expression reflecting a sense of relief. Once the next tower fell, he could comfortably continue farming minions to bolster his development. Meanwhile, Gu Xing's passive layer growth had slowed significantly. He had only accumulated 1 additional layer since the early stages of the match. With Qianzhu's mechanics in play, it became increasingly challenging to collect marks as the game progressed. After Gu Xing attained the 5th layer of the mark, the wolf spirit would only mark the enemy's dual buffs, Rift Herald, and dragons. He could no longer fully control the jungle camps that refreshed the marks. Unfortunately, they had spawned at the top, near the Rift Herald. Gu Xing opted not to embark on a lengthy journey to forcibly collect the marks, primarily because the Rift Herald was currently of little utility, serving merely to absorb damage for those gaining buffs while enhancing their output. Additionally, the Herald boasted a staggering base health of 8,000 and considerable resistance, making it particularly laborious to defeat in the early game. In simpler terms, it was a thankless task, and unless one was truly idle, junglers would typically ignore it. Gu Xing was not inclined to hinder his rhythm merely to secure a mark. While he could not acquire the marks from the wolf spirit's camps, he could obtain the sheep's spirit marks from the opposing heroes. This additional layer was a gift from Zero. With the bottom tower demolished, the second dragon also spawned. It was a Cloud Drake, which would grant the team an additional 15 points of out-of-combat movement speed upon its initial defeat. Gu Xing leaped into the dragon pit to engage in a one-on-one confrontation, with no one from Wii attempting to impede him, showcasing an air of ease and comfort. Qianzhu was currently equipped with a Bloodrazor jungle knife, attack speed boots, and 2 short swords, resulting in a remarkably high attack speed, making dragon slaying effortless for him. Given that in the current patch, Qianzhu's marks do not increase range, but instead provide additional physical damage, the mainstream build in the competitive arena emphasizes attack speed items, allowing for rapid stacking of War's Zeal. As long as he fired swiftly, the cumulative percentage damage would amount to a significant figure. However, just as the dragon's health dwindled to 600, Gu Xing abruptly halted, standing still and allowing the dragon to unleash its fury upon him. The production team had initially shifted the camera to other areas of the rift, but upon noticing Qianzhu's unusual behavior, they promptly redirected the focus back to him. Some viewers, unfamiliar with Qianzhu, were bewildered, whispering among themselves in the stands. GG was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized that Virtue was waiting for the wolf spirit mark to refresh. Amidst the anticipation of the crowd, The wolf spirit mark that had previously hovered over the Rift Herald in the upper half of the rift vanished, shifting to hover above the dragon where Qianzhu stood. The atmosphere in the arena erupted into a cacophony. This marked Qianzhu's debut since the implementation of version 611 in the LPL. And Gu Xing's exquisite mark control techniques left the audience in awe. Such precise calculations. Su Xiaoyan's eyes lit up. In the current version, the wolf spirit mark remains on jungle monsters for 5 minutes. If no one has slain the jungle monsters for an extended period after 5 minutes, the wolf spirit will once again seek out suitable targets. Gu Xing, having meticulously timed his actions, is well aware of the precise moment when the wolf spirit marks its prey. Currently, the WE's red and blue buffs have yet to respawn, making it highly probable that the mark will appear atop the dragon pit. He is deliberately waiting for the mark to reset above the dragon. With ease, he claims the kill, achieving his 7th mark. With 7 marks, who could possibly withstand the might of this Qiyana? The excitement is palpable, the tone exaggerated, almost tilting in its intensity. The percentage damage based on 875 current health is a figure that many spectators may not fully grasp. The transition phase has officially commenced. This time, Gu Xing chooses not to pursue the newly refreshed jungle camps in the lower half of the map. Instead, he diligently follows his duo, safeguarding their advance to the top lane for further pushing. Candy intends to lie in wait in the brush along the top lane, convinced that Gu Xing will venture down to the lower half for farming and won't arrive at the top lane immediately. However, as soon as he reveals himself to his teammates, preparing to freeze his foes, Qiyana leaps forth from the shadows. A swift retreat is in order. Candy, upon seeing Qiyana, reacts as if he has encountered a demon, desperately wishing to evade her. Yet, the icy embrace of Ash and the steadfast presence of Braum ensnare them, leaving we with no option but to engage in battle. Subsequently, Qiyana's terrifying damage fills the arena with incredulous gasps. The E ability, Terror of the Abyss, is cast upon Rek'Sai, as Gu Xing leaps forward with Dance of Arrows, simultaneously reducing the cooldown of his Q ability through Wolf Spirit Frenzy. With rapid-fire arrows, the combined percentage damage from passive marks and Bloodblades swiftly diminishes Rek'Sai's health by over half. Candy attempts to flee, yet Gu Xing executes another Dance of Arrows and delivers 3 auto attacks, claiming his life. Such damage is utterly fearsome. The excitement surges, for Virtue's combat prowess is unmatched. Xia S. LeBlanc arrives swiftly, but after reducing Qiyana to low health with a flurry of skills, Gu Xing utilizes his R ability, Spirit of the Lamb, to safeguard himself. The noble Callista arrives in synchrony, ensnaring LeBlanc with her spirit chain and unleashing the slowing effect of her Q ability, Spirit Flame. Gu Xing recognizes that Xia has expended all his burst damage abilities, thus he charges forward without hesitation. Ultimately, with the shield provided by Ezihun SE ability, he survives at low health and flashes forward to deliver the finishing blow to LeBlanc. What a kill! In the lounge, Jack lets out a roar, once pale and youthful. He is now flushed with excitement, declaring that Xia shall not enter the group. Previously stoic, Homie finally relaxes, nodding in approval. In their earlier scrimmage against the 3-star team, VG had been plagued by mistakes during the transition phase, often squandering early advantages. Gu Xing, having learned from his past, wisely chose to forego jungle resources this time to protect his duo, a decision that proved to be remarkably astute. The team not only suffered no losses, but instead gained 2 precious kills. Homie is thoroughly impressed by Gu Xing's rapid progress. However, the battlefield is ever-changing. A beam of golden crescent energy hurtles toward the low-health Gu Xing from a distance. The speed was astonishing, and without a flash or the Q ability, Dance of Arrows, Gu Xing had no chance to evade. Meanwhile, Xiao Duan's Braum was positioned in another direction, and the defensive door was on cooldown, unable to provide assistance. Ezreal's precise barrage was about to strike, and Su Xiaoyan, filled with anticipation, believed that Gu Xing was finally destined to meet his demise in this match. Yet, at the very moment the barrage was set to hit Qianzhu, a flash of golden light appeared. Imp's Ash traversed space, repositioning herself beside Gu Xing. In the next instant, a green energy, symbolizing life, cascaded over Qianzhu's head. The precise barrage grazed Gu Xing's body, but Qianzhu's health bar remained merely a sliver. Healing spell. Amidst the uproar of the crowd, with a voice hoarse from excitement, Imp executed his own double ultimate, saving Virtue at the critical moment. The live stream's chat exploded instantaneously. ADC flashed in to heal the jungler. What treatment is this? A newcomer? Little die? Qianju's damage output is phenomenal. Just playing as an ADC, she can simply walk and attack. To be fair, Qianju with 7 stacks under 13 minutes. Even my grandmother could win. Karma's build surely won't include the locket, right? Lord Ho truly believed so, transitioning directly to the locket after the Holy Grail. It was a jest. The two key players in the team were Qianju and Ashe, both benefiting from the locket's bonus attributes. Easyhoon had a clear mind, understanding how to achieve victory. How about that? Imp saved a teammate's life and immediately began to boast loudly. Am I not impressive? Amazing. Originally on the brink of death, Gu Xing relaxed his body, grateful for Imp's assistance. Meanwhile, the communication within the Wii team fell into a profound silence. Qianju was indeed fortunate. 957 adjusted his glasses, his tone exuding helplessness. The big brother, taking the opportunity to return to base, rubbed his temples. It was so close. Had he secured Qianju's life, his own previously poor development would have been restored. But it was just that little bit. Mystic felt a great sense of dissatisfaction. After Shiyi revived, he wanted to urge Zero to gain vision over their own double buffs, to prevent Qianju from continuing to invade and accumulate stacks. However, Candy intercepted the two, suggesting they focus on the outer area. He aimed to secure his next set of stacks by taking the Rift Herald. He was aware of the refresh time for their double buffs. They would not respawn before Qianju's Wolf Spirit reset. Additionally, the dragon had yet to reset. Only the Rift Herald remained as a suitable target among the jungle monsters. Given WE's current combat strength, they could not possibly thwart the opponent. Candy knew that Gu Xing was about to acquire his 8th stack. How would Qianju handle the physical damage based on his current health? With his teammates' assistance, Gu Xing secured the Rift Herald and returned to base to complete Luana's Hurricane. With an increased number of arrows, Qianju fully transformed into a killing machine in the canyon. Zero's Alistar had to tread carefully even in their own jungle, fearing that a Qianju might emerge from the shadows. The economic gap between the two teams rapidly widened. In a mere 22 minutes, the difference reached a staggering 85k. VG returned to base for supplies, heading straight for the barren pit, ready to use Nashor to conclude the match. I recall witnessing Kundi's Rek'Sai stealthily advancing in the jungle, prompting an immediate exclamation. Is Kundi about to unveil his renowned dragon-stealing prowess once more? The Wii fans present could only pin their hopes on Kundi's exceptional smite skills. Throughout this spring split, the name Kundi, the dragon's child, resonated across the entire league, largely thanks to his remarkable ability to snatch dragons. The memorable scene in the semifinals where he secured 3 dragons from the enemy jungler remains vivid in my mind. Little Duan's Braum was positioned above the dragon pit, preventing Kundi from descending. Ashe's magical crystal arrow soared forth, forcing Kundi to use his E ability, Burrow. However, at the moment Rek'Sai approached the dragon pit, Gu Xing executed an impressive wall jump, brandishing his bow and arrows, landing 2 strikes that significantly diminished the excavator's health. Kundi was unable to descend into the dragon pit and was swiftly dispatched back to the fountain by Virtue's burst damage. Amidst the cheers of remember, Gu Xing eliminated Rek'Sai, re-entered the dragon pit, and, with the assistance of his teammates, executed the dragon with a well-timed smite. The economic disparity between the teams successfully surpassed 10,000. Gu Xing and his allies utilized Baroness Hand to hasten their return to base, purchasing rapid fire cannon before charging into Wii's high ground. The damage from Qiyana's cannon was indeed severe. Before the LeBlanc could close the distance, VG had already reduced her to half health. With no options left, Xie was powerless as VG protected both Gu Xing and Imp, the 2 marksmen, at the core of their formation. He found no opportunity to engage. Ezreal's precise barrage was thwarted by Little Duan, who raised his defensive gate, while Long Gu stood at the forefront, using his pillar to block enemies. Zero's retreat was cut off, and in desperation, he activated his ultimate to turn around and control the situation, only to be instantaneously obliterated. We made a desperate final push, but ultimately could only take down Little Duan's Braum. The remaining teammates were shielded by Qiyana's ultimate, allowing Gu Xing to benefit from the effects of the incense provided by the Baron, with his arrows continuously inflicting significant damage upon the enemies. Quadra-kill. Amidst the chilling announcement of his 4 kills, Gu Xing achieved a quadra-kill and, alongside his teammates, pushed to obliterate We's base. The performance of Qiana was nothing short of extraordinary. Upon removing his noise-canceling headphones, Gu Xing could still remember shouting excitedly from the commentary booth. Ultimately, Virtue's Mark Layers halted at 10, a truly formidable figure in the professional arena. The additional damage boost he acquired was tantamount to the passive effects of Two Blade of the Ruined King. Meanwhile, Gu Xing possessed Bloodthirster, Hurricane, Rapid Fire Cannon, and the attack speed boost from the incense, effortlessly surpassing the threshold of 20 in attack speed. The invincible damage output efficiency was evident. All his teammates needed to do was cluster around him, and they could steamroll through. Virtue's mastery over the refresh mechanics of Qiana's Wolf Spirit marks was outstanding, earning high praise from Su Xiaoyan. His grasp of various details was remarkably precise. It felt as though he had seamlessly connected all the jungle monsters across the rift in some extraordinary manner, and the planning of his jungle routes could only be described as exquisite. Although she had countless ties to Wei during the commentary of the LPL matches, she endeavored to remain impartial. In Su Xiaoyan's view, Gu Xing's brilliant performance in this match was undoubtedly deserving of commendation. This Qiana is indeed ruthless. The venue, not particularly spacious, was now filled to capacity with an audience whose expressions radiated excitement as they eagerly reminisced about the previous match. Gu Xing faintly overheard someone in the front row extolling his prowess, claiming he could deliver a punch to the factory director and a kick to Enbishin, which almost made him chuckle aloud. "Little Gu, you're on the verge of a triple MVP," Long Gu remarked as he made his way down the stage, turning back to gently tap Gu Xing on the chest, genuinely pleased for him. In this match, Qianzhu had shone brightly, boasting impressively splendid statistics. It would indeed be a travesty if he were to miss out on the MVP title. The slightly shorter imp wrapped his arm around Gu Xing's shoulder, fostering camaraderie with his younger comrade, and said, "Honestly, don't you owe some of this MVP to my contributions?" Gu Xing understood that he was referring to the pivotal double kill in the top lane that had significantly bolstered his health. Before he could respond, Imp cheekily inquired, "So, can you treat me to a late-night snack with your MVP bonus tonight?" Easy Hoon, unable to contain himself, interjected, "Is it not customary for the elder to treat the younger?" This was indeed the tradition in Korea. "Oh, I was merely teasing, little Gu. You took it too seriously," Imp murmured in Korean. The string of victories had rendered the VG players remarkably relaxed. However, upon entering the lounge, Gu Xing noticed the serious expression on Hong Mi's face. "We performed well in the last match. Let us discuss our strategy for the second game," Hong Mi stated, his stern gaze sweeping over the team. Gu Xing felt as though he had returned to high school, sneaking out to play online, and then feeling uneasy facing the homeroom teacher. Logically, he shouldn't be feeling this way. Reflecting on his performance in the previous match, Gu Xing recalled that aside from the dragon that Candy had snatched with his double smite, he had controlled all other neutral resources, effortlessly racking up passive marks and executing decisive plays during lane transitions. He even achieved his first career quadra kill, while the entire team had soundly defeated Wei without any slip-ups. Yet, something seemed amiss, an epiphany struck him. He remembered the chaotic decision-making regarding whether to engage or retreat during the initial dive in the bottom lane. It occurred to him that Hong Mi's dissatisfaction stemmed from having heard the team's voice chat during that moment. Once the intermission meeting concluded, Gu Xing followed his teammates outside and seized the opportunity to quietly communicate with Jin Wenhe, asking him to help translate. Whose decision was correct regarding the dive in the bottom lane at the 3-minute mark? He refrained from hastily passing judgment on his teammates' conflicting commands, opting instead to directly seek Hong Mi's perspective. After listening to Jin Wenhe's translation, Hong Mi glanced at Gu Xing and replied, "What do you think?" The ball was back in his court. Gu Xing pondered for a moment. It is difficult to declare who is right or wrong. After all, from a results-oriented perspective, Imp's decision was not flawed. Although it was a 1-for-1 exchange, the opposing ADC fell, and while LeBlanc teleported down, she failed to secure a kill, which left us at a disadvantage. Nonetheless, I believe that Duan Ji's considerations at that moment were also valid. He successfully baited the enemy's healing and teleportation, incurring no cost to ourselves. The advantages gained were already quite substantial, and it would be prudent to seize the moment and prepare for the next offensive. Gu Xing did not dismiss either decision. It was not merely a matter of being diplomatic or avoiding offense to anyone. He genuinely contemplated this during the match, which is why he appeared indecisive, wavering between the choice to engage or retreat. Like Imp, Gu Xing felt that the situation warranted an attempt at execution. Yet he also wished to maintain a steady approach akin to Duan Ji's. If judged solely by the outcome, there were no issues on your part. Hongmi expressed his thoughts, but I must emphasize that your success stemmed from your adept execution. You recognized that the opponent could not eliminate you while under ignite. And Imp intentionally preserved his healing spell while providing slow support from the side, which allowed you to escape with minimal health. Gu Xing, aware that the adversary still had further plans, cast a curious glance. However, the coaching staff would analyze the situation not with regard to your execution, but from a strategic perspective. As Hongmi articulated, we understand that no player can guarantee flawless execution at all times or respond perfectly. In other words, your proficiency arose because the opponent was not formidable enough. Hongmi has his own theoretical framework. When you encounter a stronger foe and bear greater pressure, your performance may falter. If the adversary were SKT, with a bot lane comprising of a formidable duo and mid lane featuring Faker, attempting to tower dive as you did previously would be tantamount to courting disaster. Gu Xing followed his coach's reasoning and tried to envision the scenario. He had also been watching SKT's matches in the evenings over the past few days. The opponent's exquisite execution and meticulous strategic choices left him in awe as he recently entered the professional arena. As Hongmi stated, if faced with SKT, there would be no room for hesitation. They would certainly not grant VG the opportunity to execute such maneuvers. It is difficult to ascertain who would outshine whom in the end. One cannot simply dismiss the notion of reading the opponent's playstyle. Jean Wen has rapid translations indicated that against a weaker team, flashy plays might work, but against a stronger team, a serious approach is necessary. This mentality is impractical. Relying on execution to solve problems over an extended period leads to instinctively gambling on one's performance when confronting a strong opponent, a cognitive bias that is challenging to alter. Hongmi's tone was laden with significance, as if evoking memories from the past. Unlike execution, the strategies and tactics conceived in one's mind represent a more reliable choice for implementation, ensuring the team's baseline performance. He gazed at Gu Xing, emphasizing the necessity of operational acumen in the professional arena, which is also the paramount responsibility of the coaching staff. Gu Xing appeared contemplative as he traversed the corridor. Stepping back onto the stage, the VG players, reappearing under the spotlight, mostly wore tight-lipped expressions, their demeanor serious. They were not naive. A moment's reflection made it clear why Hongmi had donned a stern visage in the lounge. The atmosphere was charged with intensity as Su Xiaoyan chuckled softly. They truly showed no signs of relaxation. She never anticipated that even after winning the match, Hongmi would still harbor discontent, believing instead that the VG players were merely taut like a drawn bowstring. In the previous game, Virtue had secured his third MVP of his career, boasting an impressive record of 10 kills, 0 deaths, and 6 assists, with an average damage of 777 and an economic advantage exceeding 500. In his lane, truly deserving of the accolade from every perspective. I recall simulating the second game's draft strategy with my partner. The VG players and their coach had already donned their headsets. Let us not dwell on what transpired in the last match. We can discuss it when we return to the base, Hongmi initiated, having never intended to address the matter during the brief intermission. He was aware that mishandling such discussions could easily distract the players, affecting their performance in the upcoming game. Yet, his expression was not perfectly composed. And with no particularly laid-back player in the team, everyone reacted swiftly. Charge! Charge! Gu Xing enthusiastically chimed in. Can we let my buddy grab another MVP this round? Don't stay silent. We just won last time yet you're sulking? Little Duan joined the ruckus. Come on, I'll be the carry this round. Imp declared boldly. After signaling to the referee that they were ready, the Wii top laner, 957, commenced the second match. 067. Unexpected developments. Welcome back to the live broadcast of the second game between Wii and VG. Upon seeing the draft panel displayed on the big screen, I announced with vigor that we had chosen the blue side and promptly banned Braum. After suffering a setback in the previous game, the Wii coaching staff finally grasped the situation. Their opponents had a penchant for selecting Braum, frequently leveraging his formidable level 1 team fight capabilities to facilitate early jungle invasions, thereby granting Gu Xing an advantageous start and ample information. In the matches following Gu Xing's introduction, VG had undoubtedly positioned the jungler as the absolute tactical core of the team, with their strategies revolving entirely around him. Although the current coaching staff of WE may lack proficiency, they possess one commendable trait: they are not obstinate. This was evident from their decision to ban Graves in the last draft, recognizing that they could not effectively counter that champion, thus preemptively neutralizing it to avoid repeating LGD's missteps from the previous World Championship. Hongmi opted to ban Bard once again. He understood that the Wii bot lane did not excel at aggressive early game confrontations. Often, they allowed their carry to farm solo while their support, 0, roamed to assist other lanes and break the deadlock. In this context, banning Bard, who could roam and support incessantly, was indeed the optimal choice. Wii's second ban slot was allocated to Qiyana. I couldn't help but smile at Virtue's extraordinary performance in the last match, which certainly warranted a prime spot in the ban phase. Su Xiaoyan furrowed her brow. This posed a dilemma. With only one ban remaining, they had to choose between allowing either Graves or Vlad to slip through. Were they to resort to a counterpick instead of a ban? In a professional league employing a 3-ban format, it is not uncommon to encounter situations where there are insufficient bans to address all threats. Furthermore, as the blue side, we enjoyed the privilege of a first pick, enabling them to secure the VG signature champion that would otherwise be left open, thereby rendering it unavailable to their opponents. It appears that VG has no intention of altering their ban strategy, as the characters they blocked are identical to those in the previous match. The focus remains steadfastly on the BP panel from both sides, with the commentator continuously narrating the situation for the audience. Ultimately, we opted to ban Graves, demonstrating that the pressure exerted by Virtue is evident through our dual jungle bans. The cacophony reverberates throughout the venue. In VG's previous 3 matches, Gu Xing consistently secured the MVP title, garnering a modest following of casual fans. Apart from his remarkable performance, his captivating gameplay style has also drawn attention, frequently invading the enemy jungle and causing considerable turmoil, which many spectators find exhilarating. Gu Xing chuckles as he notices the opponents have banned 2 of his heroes. Little Gu certainly holds a significant presence. Long Gu glances over, jesting, if you carry a few more games, will they resort to banning 3 junglers against you? Shouldn't I then be entitled to a free win? Gu Xing replies cheerfully, surely I can't be expected to carry after losing 2 bans. Imp, eager to take the lead, exclaims, let me take charge this time. Since Gu Xing's debut, his MVP count has remained unchanged. At the start of the summer season, Imp was in decent form, securing 3 MVPs, but now he finds himself being swiftly caught up by the newcomer, inevitably feeling a sense of urgency. As a world champion, must I rely on a rookie to elevate my game? In this match, we decided to utilize their bans to restrict their own jungler, which Imp perceived as an opportunity. If you ask me when I will reclaim the top spot on the VG MVP leaderboard, it is today. As anticipated, VG ultimately blocked Mystic Sivir, preventing the opponent from acquiring a marksman with reliable wave-clear capabilities, which would create significant challenges for their advantageous push. Unless confronted with minions bolstered by the Baron buff, there are few waves Sivir cannot clear. Moreover, by the time she acquires her 3rd or 4th items, her W, Ricochet, allows her to inflict substantial damage on the opposing backline, potentially causing enormous area damage if not carefully monitored. Naturally, Hongmi would not allow Wii, skilled in the Sivir strategy, to obtain her. With the bans concluded, it is now WE's turn to select their champions. Su Xiaoyan assumed the match would unfold according to her expectations, seizing the opportunity to secure Vladimir. However, we did not choose this path. Rek'Sai? With a voice that was high and powerful, the vampire was left for VG. Quick to react, Su Xiaoyan recognized that we was placing their bets on Candy. And after securing the excavator, Virtue's champion pool became severely restricted as they aimed to gain an advantage from the jungle. The characters Gu Xing utilized in the previous 3 matches have either been banned or seized by the opponents. Undoubtedly, he is about to face even more formidable challenges. The live broadcast chat erupted into chaos. Are you at it again? Truly lacking in sportsmanship, banning and snatching 3 junglers from the opponent. Targeting the rookies so blatantly? What? Do you think the rookie deserves a grace period? Who among us has not endured hardship? The primary concern for the team is to prevent Virtue from claiming the MVP title again, as it would be exceedingly embarrassing. Redmi, however, does not harbor much concern, for he understands that 3 champions cannot possibly confine Gu Xing's prowess. After the coach's selection was communicated, Jean Wonha relayed the implications to the players. Upon observing VG's first two picks, he felt no surprise. Troll and Vampire benefited from WE's targeting of the jungle. VG was thus able to choose extraordinarily potent solo lane champions. We promptly countered with Ashe and Thresh, evidently having learned from the previous match's dual lane weaknesses, opting instead for a combination with sufficient lane strength. The choice of Ashe is quite strategic. It was noted with a tone of appreciation that if Ashe levels up to E, Hawkshot, at level 2, she could accurately pin down Virtue's position early on. Su Xiaoyan concurred. Indeed, through the preceding 3 games, one could surmise Virtue's initial strategy. He would not relinquish any slight early advantage, either through counter-jungle invasions or direct lane assaults to create opportunities for his team. Su Xiaoyan elaborated that under such circumstances, Hawkshot would impose significant restrictions on him. This is the tactic we devised during the intermission, restricting Gu Xing's favored champions while selecting characters that could impose limitations on the enemy jungler in the early game. Twofold. Rendering him defenseless, Gu Xing sat in his esports chair, sipping his iced cola from a paper cup, as he listened to Jin Wenhe translating the coach's words. The final counterpick would be his once the opposing lineup was fully determined, allowing for a suitable jungler selection. A counterpick refers to a champion chosen specifically to counter the enemy, generally selected after the enemy champions have been completely locked in. Redmi would certainly not permit the adversary to easily restrict Gu Xing. A timely counterpick could resolve numerous issues and afford his player greater comfort during the match. VG revealed their bottom lane combination of Alistar and Alistar. The duo of Alistar and Alistar possesses considerable strength, and Imp is exceptionally adept at utilizing the champion. Since we selected the formidable duo of Ashe and Thresh, Redmi felt compelled to choose an even more aggressive lane, ensuring the opponents could not recover. Imp, once again wielding his favored champion Alistar, displayed an excited smile, eager to impart a lesson to his 2 Korean compatriots. After much deliberation, we ultimately selected LeBlanc and Echo. 957 would again face significant pressure in this match. Su Xiaoyan sighed imperceptibly, recognizing the matchup for the top lanes and foreseeing the outcome. In the previous game, 957 struggled greatly, suffering considerable damage early on. Despite both junglers attempting to assist, his lane pressure was not alleviated. In the end, 957 failed to gain any advantage over Long Go. Alas, the troll's dueling prowess in lane is simply extraordinary. In the mid lane, the matchup features LeBlanc against Vladimir. The issue lies in both mid laners struggling to clear minion waves early on. However, LeBlanc possesses a slight advantage in this regard, as her W ability, Distortion, levels up. Around level 7, with the assistance of a blue buff, LeBlanc can reliably clear waves. Conversely, Vladimir's wave-clearing efficiency is somewhat lower, as his E ability, Tides of Blood, deals minimal early damage and has a relatively long cooldown. His landing characteristic allows him to trade blows continuously, as long as there are enemy minions nearby. His health will eventually regenerate. Redmi glanced at the opposing lineup and communicated his decision to Gu Xing. Let's go with Elise. Aim to secure a couple of early ganks to help the mid-lane Vladimir scale. Seeing that his jungler had no objections, he confidently locked in the champion from the 5th floor, the Spider Queen, Elise. Let us approach this game with high expectations, as Virtue aims to reclaim the rhythm of a jungler. Su Xiaoyan expressed her thoughts, noting that it would be best for Elise to pair with a mid laner capable of wave clearing to support her roaming. In this instance, with Vladimir in mid lane, it was evident that he lacked this capability. Additionally, for Virtue, coordinating in lane would pose some difficulties. Aside from the bottom lane's dual threat of Leona and Kalista, the mid and top lanes of VG lacked stable crowd control. In Su Xiaoyan's view, the choice of Elise did not synergize well with their composition. It was essential not to solely focus on securing kills. She advised Virtue to leverage the early combat strength of Elise to safeguard his teammates, allowing the mid-game to be dominated by Vladimir instead. A sound strategy indeed. As the players exchanged champions, the complete lineups were revealed to the audience. The blue side, we, top lane Echo, jungle Rek'Sai, mid lane LeBlanc, bot lane Ashe and Thresh. The red side, VG, top lane Trundle, jungle Elise, mid lane Vladimir, bot lane Kalista and Alistar. WE's composition appeared quite smooth, with numerous points of support in the early to mid-game, showcasing ample flexibility. However, the drawback was their reliance on an advantageous position, should Rek'Sai, LeBlanc, and Ashe fall behind. their effectiveness would be significantly diminished, as Su Xiaoyan noted. Remember to adjust your earpiece. Let us await in anticipation to see if Virtue can maintain his stellar performance despite being targeted. For Gu Xing, this was a threshold to overcome. Should he succeed, it would affirm that this newcomer is no fleeting phenomenon. Go we. The loyal fans in the stands rallied vocally in support of their team. As a venerable titan within the League of Legends scene, we boast an impressively formidable fanbase. Despite the retirements or departures of members like Smile and Strawberry, and their failure to qualify for the World Championship for 3 consecutive years, many fans have shifted their allegiance to teams such as RNG and EDG. Nevertheless, the foundational support remains strong. The once dwindling crowd of fans has evolved into steadfast supporters of Wii as a whole. In the first match, as the home team faced defeat, the roar of their supporters resonated powerfully, even overwhelming the soundproof headphones. In contrast, the cheers for VG were somewhat subdued. The team itself does not have a large fan base. Despite acquiring Imp during this summer season, which attracted a wave of optimistic LGD supporters, Gu Xing's highly entertaining playstyle and formidable abilities have indeed expanded their fan community. However, this growth is ultimately fleeting. They are not in the same league as we. Hearing the stark contrast in the audience's cheers, the jovial Xiao Duan, noticing that the loading screen had yet to conclude, inquired, "Why don't we have any fans?" Long Gu, counting on his fingers, explained, "I'm a steady top laner. Not many people admire that. Hoye's playstyle is even more stable. It's quite similar. And what kind of fans can you, a support, attract? You are no Miko or Kiryu Koko. Aggressive players undeniably draw more attention, recklessly diving forward regardless of the outcome, transforming wins and losses into mere entertainment. It's perfectly normal to lack fans now. One day, the entire league will regard us with esteem." Gu Xing remained optimistic. As the loading screen faded, the Summoner's Rift suddenly materialized before them. The 5 players adopted a serious demeanor, adjusting their states in preparation for the match. Xiao Duan signaled from the riverbanks, continuously instructing, "Spread out in a long line. Let us guard against their entry." Neither team possessed strong level 1 teamfight capabilities. However, we had a Thresh, which could potentially turn the tide. To guard against a possible ambush, Xiao Duan had strategically placed a ward in the brush near the river. Yet he had yet to spot any Wii players. Neither side seemed inclined to invade. It appeared they were gearing up for a standard opening. The rift lay tranquil. The duo positioned themselves near the lower jungle camp, aiming to consume the jungle before the minions arrived, allowing the ADC to swiftly reach level 2. The 2 junglers, with assistance from the top lane, began at the upper jungle monsters. Gu Xing, with practiced finesse, alternated damage with the small spider to maximize their jungle efficiency. After finishing the red buff and while clearing the F4 camp, he heard Xiao Duan's warning. "Ashe is level 2 and has learned E. She's trying to scout your position." Gu Xing acknowledged, indicating his understanding. Although the probability of evading her enchanted crystal arrow was slim, he maneuvered the Spider Queen to pull the Krug into the nearby brush. Mystic S trajectory for the enchanted crystal arrow was indeed rather cunning. The vision revealed Gu Xing, continuing upward, just at the edge of the vision, revealing the desolate red buff in the stone golem camp. "This player is starting from the top. Looks like he plans to clear all the camps," Candy reported, forming his own assessment. In most casual matches, the Spider Queen is a quintessential fast 3 ganking champion. During that phase, Elise boasts immense combat prowess, and players in ranked games generally do not prioritize vision, granting the Spider a high chance of securing kills or assists. However, the professional arena is quite different, with abundant vision control and players exhibiting a greater degree of caution compared to ranked matches. Opportunities for the Spider to capitalize become exceedingly rare. If the jungler opts for a swift level 3 ambush online, there is a significant risk of being spotted by the enemy's vision, which would allow the opposing jungler to capitalize on the opportunity and invade their remaining camps. Consequently, it is not uncommon for champions like Elise to farm 6 camps before reaching level 4 in professional matches. After all, ensuring one's own development to the fullest extent is paramount. Otherwise, a failed gank would result in a detrimental loss of tempo. Candy finds Gu Xing's jungle route to be quite reasonable, with Ashe on his team, who can utilize Hawkshot to scout out his movements. The success rate of the opposing level 3 gank is rather low. After some contemplation, he informs his teammates that he will forego the river crab in the lower half of the map. Both bot lane duos have consumed their jungle camps at the start. allowing the 3 melee minions of the first wave to reach level 2. However, since Ashe has opted for Hawkshot, a skill that provides no combat enhancement, her combat prowess is undoubtedly inferior to that of Imp's Callista. It is easy to foresee that the VG duo will maintain an advantage in the ensuing period, affording them greater capacity to support the river area. Currently, it appears that Gu Xing is jungling from top to bottom, seemingly heading towards the river crab. Under the cover of the VG duo, the crab will surely fall into his grasp. The swift crab currently offers a mere 10 experience points, which is negligible from a jungler's perspective. Yet, the gold it provides early on constitutes a substantial income. Candy is determined not to incur losses unnecessarily. He resolves to take an alternate route. Upon finishing his red buff with Rek'Sai, he realizes that the stone insect in his bot lane will take a while to reset. Thus, he chooses to abstain from farming, redirecting his course towards the upper river instead. It is noteworthy that the director has zoomed in on Candy's movement. Immediately realizing his intention, Candy aims to secure the upper river crab and then counter-invade Virtue's stone insect. He reflects that this is indeed a very astute decision. By the time Candy arrives to finish off the upper river crab, the stone insect camp at the top for VG has respawned, providing the perfect opportunity for him to counter it. He can then return to his jungle to farm the second round of the magic toad and the 3 wolves, with timing that is impeccable. As for the bot lane, he shows no interest in interfering. The current minion wave is pushing toward We's tower, seemingly presenting an opportunity to engage. However, Candy believes Gu Xing is likely thinking along the same lines. If they are caught in a counter-ambush by Elise, the situation could become quite interesting. The control chain among the 3 members of VG's bot lane is very stable, and their burst damage is significant, capable of securing kills in the early game. Candy prefers to avoid direct confrontation with the enemy. For him, counter-jungling presents a far more advantageous option. If Long Ji's Trundle dares to continue pressing the lane, there is a possibility of coordinating a gank with 957. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Gu Xing, after clearing his blue buff in the lower half of the map, neglects the soon-to-spawn magic toad and turns to head upwards. What is happening? Su Xiaoyan is utterly perplexed. Has Virtue somehow sensed the opposing movements? The audience is taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Both junglers, having farmed from top to bottom, abandon a camp and pivot synchronously towards the upper side. Gu Xing and Candy's jungle speeds are nearly identical, racing upwards in unison, reminiscent of a competitive relay. The distinction lies in Kundi's movement along the river, during which he encountered a group of river crabs, causing a slight delay. In contrast, Gu Xing followed his path while farming in the jungle, making a return trip along the same route. By the time Rek'Sai finished dealing with the mudskipper, he had already reached the upper lane's tribrush. He glanced at the minion wave in the upper lane, which was pushing back towards VG's direction. Dragon Brothers Troll maintained a decisive advantage in the early game, relentlessly pressuring Echo. Upon arriving at the upper lane with a wave that included a cannon minion, he successfully amassed a considerable number of minions to push towards the opponent's tower. Unable to clear the minions under the tower before the next wave arrived, 957 had no choice but to allow the minions to transition positions towards Dragon Brother. You can come to gank. The troll will definitely come up to farm. 957 communicated with his teammates, urging Kundi to arrive swiftly. Although this was a wave pushing back, both sides had already lost their cannon minions, leaving only melee and ranged minions. Without the robust and damaging support of cannon minions, there would inevitably be more minion casualties during the push. 957 deduced that the troll, who held the advantage in the lane, would not suffer such a loss. Dragon Brother would attempt to secure last hits as the minions became weakened, and as long as he dared to step forward, it would present an excellent opportunity for Kundi to launch a surprise attack. No need to worry. He hadn't placed a ward in the river. The additional vision provided by 957 bolstered Kundi's resolve. He lurked just beneath the surface, traversing the river until he entered Dragon Brother's line of sight, coordinating a pincer attack with 957. Dragon Brother was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Rek'Sai. Gu Xing, who had been motionless in the tribrush, was equally stunned. This was not the expected script. How did another Rek'Sai emerge? Come help me. Without needing to be prompted, Gu Xing exited the brush, ready to assist. 957 positioned himself behind Dragon Brother, casting W, Chronoshift, to push the opponent back. When the timing was right, the contours of the time field became evident, and Kundi confirmed that the troll was within its range, preparing to freeze him. As long as they could pin Dragon Brother down, the stun effect from Echo's time field would follow up with control, and the duo would surely eliminate the troll. However, at the very moment Kundi flashed forward, he sensed another creature swiftly moving behind the troll, thanks to his underground listening technique. Realizing something was amiss, he hastily attempted to retreat, but while his mind processed this, his fingers had already pressed W, burrow. Rek'Sai flashed and used W to knock the troll up. Regretting the situation as he realized Virtue was lurking behind, ready to counter, Kundi shouted to his teammates, "Retreat, retreat, the spider is here." Upon seeing Rek'Sai knock up the troll, 957 also activated E phase dive, dashing into his time field in an attempt to stun the troll. Then he spotted the spider queen behind the troll. Virtue flashed forward, transforming into human form and successfully hitting Rek'Sai with E cocoon. Elise flung her explosive spider backward, employing the Q ability, Neurotoxin, before switching to spider form and delivering a fierce bite. She also summoned the small, venomous spiders lurking behind her, igniting them upon impact with Rek'Sai. The detonation damage from the spider was extraordinarily high, leaving the excavator utterly overwhelmed. Kundi, aware of his lack of flash, understood that remaining in this position would inevitably lead to his demise. He could only implore his teammates to abandon him, urging them to flee swiftly. 957 recognized he could not protect anyone. After landing a 3-hit combo on the troll, he activated his speed boost and retreated hastily. Long Gu's E ability, Ice Pillar, ensnared Rek'Sai, allowing Virtue to secure first blood with ease. The match commenced with unexpected twists and turns, leaving all spectators astonished. 068. False Vision, a chain trap. Kundi undertook a long trek to the top lane, expending his flash and relinquishing his buffs. Su Xiaoyan empathized with Kundi's perspective, feeling a pang of sorrow for his significant loss. The urgency in her tone was palpable. Not only that, Kundi had initially planned to contest VG's stone bug, but now he could neither secure the opponent's jungle nor defend his own upper quadrant, resulting in substantial losses. In the canyon, Elise maintained her spider form, utilizing the extra movement speed gained to scuttle into WE's jungle, evidently intent on counter-jungling. Fortunately, Kundi managed to claim a river crab, acquiring just enough gold to purchase a jungle knife. Had his economy fallen short of 650, it would have been a true disaster. After procuring his equipment, he stared blankly at his black and white screen, utterly perplexed. He could not fathom why the opposing spider was present in the top lane, and how it had concealed itself so effectively. As he traversed the upper lane, he had remained underground the entire time, receiving no indication of the spider's presence. Kundi suspected this was a deliberate ambush set by VG, waiting for him to fall into their trap before ensnaring him. However, he was certain that the opponents had not established any vision in his jungle at the outset, and it was impossible for VG to ascertain his movements. Could it be that VG's coaching staff had discerned his jungle route through recorded footage of his previous Rexer gameplay? This notion briefly crossed his mind before being dismissed. Logically, such a secret weapon would not be employed in a regular season match. It would surely be reserved for a crucial moment. The more he pondered, the more confused he became. On the opposite side of the stage, the VG players were equally astonished. What on earth does this Rexer signify? Long Gu, while maneuvering the troll to firmly block the returning minion wave at the tower, conversed with Gu Xing. "You nearly scared me to death just now." Upon hearing Long Ji's remark, Gu Xing couldn't help but recall the earlier scene where Rexer had ambushed the top lane, almost leading to laughter. It must have been a coincidence. He had merely returned to attempt a gank on the top lane. At that moment, the VG duo was pushing the lane, and Gu Xing had only the options of diving the tower or counter-ganking to assist the bottom lane. He surmised Kundi's jungle route and estimated their jungle progress to be similar. Thus, he knew Rexer would likely be nearby in the bottom lane, and recklessly diving the tower could result in a swift execution by the approaching Rexer. At precisely the moment when Imp ascended to level 3, he activated W, allowing him to dispatch a Soul Sentinel to scout the enemy jungle, significantly mitigating the risk of ambushes from the opposing jungler. Gu Xing deemed there was little necessity for a counter-ambush, observing that Long Ji's minion wave had deeply encroached upon the Wei defensive tower. He realized that the next wave would inevitably push back towards VG's first tower. It was then that he conceived a strategy against 957. As the minion wave traversed the river, 957's Echo would undoubtedly need to advance to secure experience and farm, thus straying from the safety of the Wii turret, providing Gu Xing with a golden opportunity. Furthermore, Gu Xing was acutely aware that during his jungle route, he had been spotted by the opposing jungler SE ability, Eagle Strike, and thus understood that Wii was fully aware of his jungle patterns. Given that they knew he had been clearing from top to bottom, 957 would naturally not be on guard. After all, who would suspect that a jungler, having already descended, would return to ambush a top lane Echo? Typically, 957 would anticipate Gu Xing's movements only after he had completed his first round of jungle monsters, returning to base to replenish before embarking on a second round, potentially catching a glimpse of the top lane. Hence, Gu Xing devised an unconventional tactic, heading upwards immediately after securing the blue buff, time-wise, by foregoing one magic toad. His arrival at the top lane would align closely with finishing 6 jungle camps. 957 would most likely presume he was returning to base, hence would not establish vision to counter a gank, making it an effortless endeavor for Gu Xing. Additionally, upon capturing 957, Candy could merely counter with a single round of frogs in the lower jungle, while also invading Wi's upper jungle to farm the opposing magic toad. When meticulously calculated, Gu Xing realized he stood to gain significantly. However, to his astonishment, as he lay in ambush within the upper lane's tribrush, Candy's Rek'Sai unexpectedly charged in. The sudden appearance of the digger left Gu Xing puzzled, momentarily flustered, fearing that Candy had discerned his plan to lie in wait in the upper lane. It was only when Rek'Sai blatantly headed towards Long Gu that Gu Xing comprehended the situation. Both were simply two players whose thoughts had inadvertently converged. Thankfully, he remained perfectly still at that moment. Had Rek'Sai detected him earlier with its tremor sense, he might have found himself compromised. The habit of idly observing his teammates' lanes while waiting in the brush ultimately aided Gu Xing. While nestled in the tribrush, he kept an eye on the mid and bottom lanes, leaving him no time to shift his position. Had he moved even slightly, this serendipitous counter-ambush would have surely failed. After securing first blood, Gu Xing couldn't help but let a smile break across his face, a subtle yet joyful grin. This moment was astutely captured by the cameras, with the director projecting it onto the large screen at the venue. The few VG fans in attendance erupted with excitement, fervently waving their support sticks, creating a thunderous applause. What a radiant smile. Does Virtue have a fan club? Joining now would make one a decade-long supporter. I'm astonished. What peculiar jungle paths are both junglers employing? All I can say is it's impressive yet perplexing. I still can't comprehend why Virtue is heading to the top lane. Is he using some sort of vision advantage? As Candy retraced his steps to the top lane, Virtue cunningly laid a trap. It is well known that a slight advantage does not equate to an outright victory. After Virtue finished clearing the magic swamp frog of Wii, the three wolves were on the verge of respawning. He was not yet inclined to depart, planning instead to eliminate all remaining jungle monsters in Candy's upper territory in one fell swoop. With Gu Xing now at level 4 and wielding dual buffs, the power of the Spider Queen was formidable. Candy, lacking flash and having recently revived, stood no chance of contesting jungle resources. While consuming the three wolves, Gu Xing reminded his teammate through voice chat, Duan Gu, could you place a ward near our magic swamp frog? He could surmise Candy's intentions. The upper jungle of Wii had been entirely cleared by him, leaving Candy with mere fowl and stone beetle in his own camp. To mitigate his losses, Candy would need to take the risk of venturing into Gu Xing's lower jungle to attempt a resource exchange. That's feasible, Duan replied, but if they retaliate fiercely, we may be unable to stop them. Given Candy's lack of flash and his inferior level and equipment, counter-jungling was perilous for him. We would likely send Zero to accompany him for protection. At that moment, Gu Xing was prepared to relinquish the magic swamp frog to Candy. Initially, he had been clearing the jungle from top to bottom, and his three wolves had only recently been consumed, with some time still remaining until the reset. This indicated that Candy could at most secure one of his jungle camps, which was entirely acceptable. Gu Xing aimed to ascertain the precise timing of Candy's counter-jungle to calculate the respawn of his magic swamp frog, facilitating his subsequent decisions. Upon hearing this, Duan promptly returned to their jungle, positioning a ward between the blue buff and the magic swamp frog's territory. Soon after, he observed Candy approach to steal jungle resources. To hedge his bets, Candy had first cleared Wi's lower jungle to elevate his level before attempting to exchange jungle resources, accompanied by Zero as his bodyguard. Virtue had just consumed We's 3 wolves, and the distance to the lower jungle was considerable, rendering him unable to intervene. Fortunately, the VG duo had successfully pushed all minions to We's defensive tower, allowing them to retreat calmly, awaiting the minion wave to return. Gu Xing meticulously recorded the time Candy took to clear his magic swamp frog, for minutes and 50 seconds. A shadowy thought flickered in his mind. Both sides were now focused on their growth. Candy's Rek'Sai, without flash, faced significant challenges in affecting other lanes and had opted to immerse himself in jungle farming to recoup early losses. The likelihood of success for Candy's surprise attack on the lane was quite low. Furthermore, being in a disadvantageous position, any reckless attempts to dictate the pace could lead to an early collapse of his team. After careful contemplation, he decided to continue farming for a while longer. Having completed his jungle clearing, Gu Xing returned to base to replenish. Having previously secured first blood, he procured the green jungle knife, the dark seal, and a pair of boots, amassing a rather luxurious array of equipment. However, the journey on the road is exceedingly arduous. 957 has not interacted with the minion waves for quite some time. Indeed, 957 is currently feeling quite constrained. Previously, he summoned the jungler for assistance, only to have Candy's flash result in a first blood sacrifice. The silver lining is that Long Ji's troll only secured an assist. The unfortunate news is that the opponent managed to control the wave and push it before VG's first tower. With We's jungle already ravaged by Gu Xing, Candy, upon respawning, headed straight to the lower half of the map, leaving him incapable of aiding his top laner in managing the minion wave. Aware that Gu Xing had recently been nearby, 957 dared not advance, fearing an ambush. He could only watch as Long Ji's troll meticulously controlled the lane, struggling even to gain experience. 957 was unable to use his Q, Time Warp Tonic, for distant last hits, should he accidentally graze other VG minions. The wave's transfer position would remain stuck for an extended period. Long Gu was already grinning, although his lane control did not yield any substantial gains. The fact that the enemy Echo was unable to farm minions equated to a victory for him. Fortunately, 957 maintained a commendable mindset and was able to endure. Were he a more temperamental top laner, he might have recklessly forced the minion wave into the tower, regardless of losing his flash or even his life. The torment persisted until Candy returned to his upper jungle, nearly 6 minutes in, when Rek'Sai came to assist in pushing the wave, finally managing to send the minions to Long Ji's tower. However, the disparity in minion kills between the two top laners had already reached 15, causing Su Xiaoyan to frown. As this was a significant gap in the early game, Long Gu swiftly cleared the minions beneath the tower, repositioning the wave to the center of the top lane before returning to base for a replenishment and subsequently walking back to lane, possessing a notable equipment advantage. For Echo, the forthcoming challenges would be exceedingly daunting. The outlook for 957 appeared bleak. The top laner had largely been isolated from the frontline battles. Particularly in the mid to late game, he would predominantly be split pushing in the side lanes, only teleporting to join team fights when necessary. The top laners were destined to spend extended periods in solitude, where even the slightest positional discrepancy would be magnified infinitely. In short, the top lane is the fastest lane for snowballing. With 957 lagging behind by 15 minion kills, the snowball had begun to take shape. Whether it could be rolled further would test Long Ji's ability to suppress and 957's resilience under pressure. Nonetheless, Candy was indeed reveling in the moment. While pushing the wave, he accrued a considerable amount of minion experience. Now, satisfied, he returned to the jungle to clear another round of the magic marsh frog and 3 wolves. Just as he intended to head downwards, he noticed that the swift crab in the upper river had respawned, promptly deciding to claim it as well. While farming in the jungle, Candy speculated about Gu Xing's current position. He presumed the latter should also be in the upper half of the map, given their identical jungle routes at the start. As long as he did not deliberately disrupt the flow, the subsequent cycles of jungle monster spawns should remain relatively consistent. However, Gu Xing's previous unpredictability made Candy hesitant to deduce the spider's location based on conventional logic. After a moment's contemplation, he instructed his iceborne ally to unleash his hawkshot to scout the enemy jungle. The eagle spirit soared across the mid lane, successfully catching a glimpse of Virtue's presence. Gu Xing had just cleared the upper jungle, and was traversing the corridor between his own mid lane's first and second towers, preparing to farm his 3 wolves. The subsequent sweep of the VG jungle by the eagle further corroborated this observation. The upper F4 and the armored beetle camp lay desolate, compelling Gu Xing to descend further for farming. Xie, having spotted the location of the Spider Queen, deftly maneuvered his LeBlanc downward, strategically placing a vision ward in the river's brush, intent on tracking her movements. However, Gu Xing remained unfazed, even harboring a trace of amusement. He had anticipated the ice archer's eagle spirit to venture into the jungle to confront him. Once the vision mark of the eagle disappeared from above, Gu Xing pivoted once more, redirecting his course upward. Was he planning an ambush in the top lane? A wave of unease surged within Su Xiaoyan. Yet 957 had already established vision in the upper lane's triangular brush. Some spectators were perplexed by Gu Xing's path, observing the spider making her way from the VG's Beakbird camp into the upper river, utilizing the true sight effect gained from the earlier execution of the Beakbird to ensure the absence of WE's vision. However, at the river's center, the altar left behind from Candy's previous swift crab hunt remained. If Gu Xing were to walk directly past, he would undoubtedly be exposed. Under the watchful eyes of many, Gu Xing transformed into spider form, positioning himself away from the altar at the lower side of the barren pit, activating his E-web to leap into the air. What was once shrouded in the fog of war, the Rift Herald, was now unveiled by him. The Rift Herald, which respawned at the 6-minute mark in the current version, became the Spider Queen's springboard. Elis gracefully descended into the barren pit, reverting to her humanoid form, and continued to ascend along the wall. The director swiftly shifted the perspective to WE's side. The river crab altar diligently operated, providing vision in the vicinity for We. Yet, as the Spider Queen departed the barren pit, it failed to capture any information. Virtue, unbeknownst to We, circumvented the river crab altar. The commotion among the audience intensified. The chat in the live stream was flooded with question marks. A deceptive vision. The memory of such intricate details is quite sharp. Visually, the upper river crab altar's site encompasses the entrance to the barren pit, yet in reality, it could only see the lower entrance, rendering the upper wall passage a blind spot. Clearly, Virtue capitalized on this nuance, articulating his analysis with fervor, since the lower entrance was inaccessible. He would leap into the barren pit using his spider form's E-web, and then exit via the upper passage while hugging the wall. This ability to circumvent vision. You tell me he is a rookie? Clear love, come out from under the table. Strangely enough, this little trick of evading vision does remind one of the factory director. Oh, that is genuinely impressive. There is such a method to circumvent vision? 957 is in trouble. Gu Xing lay concealed in the enemy's blind spot, akin to a patient predator awaiting his prey. Previously, Longo mentioned that the ward placement of 957 was in the triangular bush rather than at the junction of the top lane and the river, which led him to contemplate utilizing this method to navigate through the dragon pit. The concept of false vision was referenced by Hong Mi while imparting knowledge about ward placement. Gu Xing possesses a remarkable ability to comprehend, and coupled with diligent practice, he has swiftly mastered the necessary skills. This proficiency has proven invaluable. The satisfaction radiating from Hong Mi in the lounge was unmistakable. Gu Xing's fervent thirst for knowledge and his industrious demeanor have even garnered admiration from the usually stringent Hong Mi. When Hong Mi observed 957 trading blows with Q, Time Twister, in conjunction with basic attacks to secure a 3-ring exchange while Long Gu was last hitting minions, he felt an immediate sense of foreboding. Be wary of Echo's ultimate, Gu Xing emphasized as he hurried back to lane, determined to ensure the success of this ambush, urging not to hold back on skills, as their damage was sufficient. Long Gu acknowledged with a nod, and as Echo's 3-ring faded, he promptly advanced to exchange health. The intent was glaringly obvious, and that reckless demeanor aroused 957's caution. However, at this moment, it was too late to retreat. Upon witnessing Gu Xing's Elise emerge from the lower river, 957's heart sank. He was aware that the upper river crab altar was a false vision. Yet he never anticipated Gu Xing's return to encircle him in such a manner. Just moments ago, the eagle eye of the big brother had clearly seen the opponent farming downward. 957, driven by a strong survival instinct, deployed W, Time Warp, in hopes of creating some maneuvering space. The troll's pillar obstructed his escape, and without hesitation, Long Gu unleashed R supremacy. Echo, now traversing the top lane in a tank build, had not fared well during the early game. His low durability was further compromised by the Troll-S assault, rendering him fragile. Moreover, without Q, Time Twister, executing a 3-ring acceleration became increasingly arduous. Gu Xing stood nearby, utilizing basic attacks in human form to deplete the enemy's health, patiently refraining from deploying Cocoon. When 957 found himself at a loss, he could only resort to using R, Time Rift, to revert to 4 seconds prior, desperately casting his Cocoon, but it was too late to evade. Transforming into spider form, Elise unleashed ferocious bites, easily dispatching Echo with the Troll's help. 957's expression was one of resignation. The spider had clearly been attentive to the remnants of his ultimate, leaving him no opportunity to escape. Gu Xing opted to grant this kill to his top laner. "Little Gu, you really shouldn't have given me this kill. I feel quite embarrassed." Long Gu feigned modesty, yet secretly reveled in his fortune. With 300 gold plus an advantage in minion kills, the economic disparity between the two top laners became alarming, compounded by the inherent advantage the Troll held over Echo. Long Gu was confident in his ability to dominate the lane. "If I can't carry this game, you can expect a treat tonight, Zhu Xiaolong." Meanwhile, in the bot lane, Xiao Duan hummed softly while accompanying the ADC to secure minions. Imp murmured, "Xiao Gu, why aren't you coming to the bot lane?" During the draft phase, he had boasted about his intention to carry, yet now he found himself without any opportunity. Gu Xing had not assisted the bot lane. Instead, Candy had repeatedly ventured into the jungle, pressuring the VG duo. Imp felt uncomfortable playing, unable to fully express the prowess of Kalista in the landing phase. Fortunately, he understood that the paramount objective for a professional player is to secure victory, thus he refrained from venting his frustrations towards his teammates. Meanwhile, Gu Xing's mind raced, recalling the last time Candy invaded their lower jungle and eliminated the magic swamp frog. He had instructed Xiao Duan to set up vision in advance, noting that the frog's respawn time was 450. This indicated that the group of magic swamp frogs would respawn at 6:30, and at that moment, it was precisely 6:30. "Xiao Duan, take a look. If the enemy Rek'Sai attempts to invade our jungle, we strike back." Gu Xing spoke rapidly. Long Gu, prepare to teleport. He then circled back to their jungle from the upper lane's tri-brush, swiftly transforming into spider form to hasten his descent. Unbeknownst to him, Gu Xing had begun to wield significant influence over the team's early game decisions. His stellar performances in previous matches had not only captivated a segment of the audience, but had also earned the trust of his teammates. The team's commander, Xiao Duan, harbored no grievances. He led Imp into their jungle, placing a control ward that perfectly revealed Candy's Rek'Sai stealing the freshly respawned magic swamp frog. Beside them stood the steadfast Thresh, 0. Recognizing a golden opportunity, Xiao Duan immediately shouted in the voice chat, "Teleport, teleport." Imp reacted swiftly, placing a ward in Rek'Sai's escape route. In the next instant, a crimson glow illuminated the canyon. The teleport from top laner Long Gu. With a voice both high and clear, VG aimed to encircle both the enemy jungler and support within their jungle. Meanwhile, Xie, who had been focused on farming in the lane, rushed to assist his teammates in the jungle upon sensing their peril. However, Easyhoon, piloting the vampire, moved with remarkable speed, already vacating the mid lane. Ho Yi activated his ghost, taking advantage of the 610 patch's monumental adjustments to ghostly movement, which reduced its cooldown from 210 seconds to 180 seconds and enhanced movement speed from a flat 27 to a level-dependent 28 to 45. Many immobile mid-lane champions have begun to adopt Ghost to augment their agility, and the Vampire is a prime example. Following the mid-season rework, the current iteration of the Vampire relies heavily on acceleration to swiftly dive into battle. Although the Keystone Mastery, Stormrider's Surge, boosts hero movement speed, the Vampire's mainstream build still leans towards a semi-tank configuration. The conditions for triggering Stormrider are somewhat stringent, requiring a 30 reduction in an enemy hero's maximum health within 25 seconds. Consequently, most Vampire players, including Ho Yi, prefer to take Ghost for added convenience. With Ghost activated, Easyhoon quickly distanced himself from Xie's LeBlanc, poised to seal off the river entrance. The communication within we descended into brief chaos. "I can't go down. You all need to retreat quickly." 957 urged his teammates not to entertain counterattacks, asserting that fleeing was the best strategy. 0. with his commendable grasp of Chinese, conveyed his intent to Candy with simple words, "Pick up the lantern." He was acutely aware that his jungler's flash was still on cooldown, and attempting to flee alone would render him vulnerable to a relentless pursuit. Thus, he deliberately dropped the W Soul Lantern at Rek'Sai's feet, hoping to swiftly escape with Candy. Yet, just as Candy was about to grasp the lantern, a swift W Trample from Xiao Duan propelled him deep into the VG jungle. Rek'Sai distanced himself from the lantern, rendering it unattainable. The bull-headed guardian stood firm, and Candy, perceiving the situation, realized that if he rushed over, he would likely be met with the enemy's Q, Earth Shatter, before he could even reach the lantern. Given his current equipment, enduring a series of crowd control effects would spell certain doom. Reluctantly, Candy abandoned the idea, opting instead to play hide-and-seek in the enemy jungle, seeking a path to survival. Zero, noticing Candy darting in another direction, hastily retreated. However, the arriving Easyhoon was determined not to let him escape. Mystic came to assist, but he had not yet reached level 6 and could only use W, Rain of Arrows, to slow his opponents. As Lord Ho initiated with our Plague of Blood, he unleashed a barrage of subsequent abilities towards Thresh, while Imp's Callista relentlessly jabbed nearby. Zero, lacking his ultimate, attempted to shake off the encroaching vampire with his Doom Bell, while Xie used shadowy steps to advance, hoping to ensnare Lord Ho with Phantom Chains. Zero received a healing spell from the Elder Brother, igniting a flicker of hope for survival. However, the teleporting dragon brother landed with a pillar, severing his last thread of hope. "Give me the kill." Easyhoon, rarely assertive about economy, felt it essential to claim the resources as a mid-to-late game core vampire. Imp was genuinely eager for the kill. Yet, in the final moments, he composed himself, using E-tier to extract all the spears from Thresh, leaving just a sliver of health for the vampire to delay the detonation of his Plague of Blood. Candy, still fleeing, observed Rek'Sai's advancing direction, his tone filled with astonishment. Yet that was someone else's territory. Among the audience, a few VG fans erupted in laughter. Candy, head down and in flight, utilized E-tunnel to escape over the wall from VG's lower jungle, finding himself within the range of the enemy's mid-lane's second tower, eager to continue his ascent. If he could secure a safe and secluded spot, he would be able to return in 8 seconds. Yet, reality proved harsh. Upon entering the brush, he collided with a venomous little spider. The battle had scarcely begun when Virtue, rushing down from the top lane, intercepted Rek'Sai. His urgency to descend was primarily to assist the team in securing a small dragon. To his surprise, there was an added reward. He flung out a cocoon, and with no room to maneuver in the narrow jungle path, Candy was unable to evade the skill even with a slight twist of his waist. The spider switched forms, dealing damage to the opponent with ease, swiftly taking him down. The commentator on stage exclaimed, "VG has gained absolute control of the game. It will be challenging for us to find an opportunity to turn the tide." "Well done, Xiao Gu," remarked Dragon Brother, who teleported down to merely secure an assist, yet could not suppress his gleeful smile. "This line of thought is quite commendable." The atmosphere within the team voice chat is light and cheerful. "It seems that to counter my jungle, one must inevitably pay a price," mused Gu Xing with a teasing remark. This reflects his long-conceived, sinister plan. Previously, he had instructed Xiao Duan to place wards to monitor the refresh cycle of the VG's magic swamp frogs, all to set up an ambush for Candy in their own jungle. Gu Xing had meticulously calculated the timing to appear in the top lane, both to launch a surprise attack on 957 and to deliberately reveal his own position. Around 6.5 minutes in, Candy realized Gu Xing was in the upper jungle, likely intending to invade and rectify his disadvantage. At this moment, there was only one group of magic swamp frogs in VG's lower jungle. Gu Xing was engaging in a strategic baiting maneuver. The last time WE's jungle support successfully countered the magic swamp frogs was due to Easyhoon's low level, which rendered him incapable of dealing significant burst damage, while Long Gu failed to find an opportune moment to teleport and flank. Using the Frog Princess to lure Candy into his jungle, Gu Xing prompted the released top laner, the Troll, to teleport and cut off the enemy's retreat. This time, however, the situation was entirely different. Zero and Candy fell in succession, and with the assistance of his teammates, Gu Xing initiated an attack on the Earth Dragon. As the dragon let out its final, anguished cry, Su Xiaoyan gazed at the widening economic gap between the two teams, a profound sense of helplessness washing over her. We faced disadvantages across all lanes and the jungle. There was not a single advantageous point. She sighed inwardly, recalling their analysis during the draft phase, where they had already stated that we could not afford to start at a disadvantage, as the difficulty of a comeback would be insurmountable. She nodded repeatedly, the crux lying in Virtue's performance on the Spider. As discussed prior to the match, he had little synergy with the heroes in the top and mid lanes. Yet as long as he could secure some advantage for the team and stall until Lord's equipment was fully developed, he could seize control of the game. With a kill under his belt, Easyhoon began to farm vigorously. She as LeBlanc had initially developed wave clear capabilities and aspired to provide assistance in the side lanes to help the team regain footing. However, WE's disadvantage was considerable, and with Candy's Rek'Sai yet to purchase a green jungle knife and not having crafted a vision stone, the jungle vision had completely succumbed. This rendered Xia's movements easily discernible to Gu Xing's strategically placed wards. The Spider lay in ambush within the brush, unleashing a relentless barrage of skills that severely diminished LeBlanc's health. Gu Xing showed no mercy, relentlessly applying damage skills. With LeBlanc's state severely compromised, she could no longer assist her teammates in the side lanes. Enraged, Xia raised his hand to retaliate, but the Spider's ability to soar above rendered it immune to any potential solo kill. After landing, Gu Xing paid no mind to the bloodied LeBlanc and returned to farming in the jungle. Virtue, too, displayed remarkable wisdom by not pursuing further. LeBlanc possessed no means of recovery. As she leveled up, the restorative effects of health potions diminished significantly. Fearing a solo kill from Lord upon her return to lane, Xia had no choice but to recall and replenish his health. However, this allowed Easyhoon the opportunity to develop steadily. Lord's vampiric growth potential is indeed terrifying. Su Xiaoyan reflected with astonishment. As the match reached the 20-minute mark, Easyhoon's last hitting tally soared to 230, beyond the mid-lane minions. He had also devoured a considerable number of jungle monsters. Armed with the Rocket Belt, Righteous Glory, and Mercury Treads, he led the field in equipment levels. Gu Xing had flawlessly executed his role. After crafting the Echoing Void jungle item, he supplemented it with an ice staff, striving to create a broader space for his mid laner through the slowing effects. Long Gu exhibited sheer audacity, disregarding 957 with his Ravenous Hydra, effortlessly dismantling the turret with a few strikes. With two quick auto attacks coupled with his Q, Ravenous Bite, he sent his opponents fleeing, while a wave of minions restored his health entirely. 957, biting his lip, found himself utterly helpless against the troll. Even with Candy's Rek'Sai alongside him, they could not triumph over Long Gu. Left with no choice, 957 attempted to engage directly in team fights. In the skirmish erupting before the second tower in mid lane, Xiao Duan's Alistar decisively flashed in, initiating with WQ, launching the enemy frontline into the air. Imp unleashed his ultimate, while Xiao Duan hurled himself into the fray, delivering a second round of control. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Hou Yi activated his ghost and charged into the battlefield, unleashing his ultimate amidst the enemy ranks, channeling Blood Tides to deliver substantial area damage. Gu Xing provided side control, utilizing self-destructing spiders in conjunction with the Ice Staff's slowing effect to ensnare the opponents. Spotting a low-health target, he pounced, and after securing the kill, he utilized Silken Web to suspend himself mid-air, evading damage before landing to unleash a complete skill combo. Imp's mobility with his Hextech Rocket Belt allowed him to dart around, repeatedly piercing through Wi's ranks, generating considerable burst damage upon withdrawal. Wi was utterly incapable of subduing the vampire. The atmosphere among Wi supporters was one of despair, just as they managed to reduce Hou Yi's health. The effect of our Blood Plague replenished it entirely. The synergy of Righteous Glory's healing benefits with the vampire was nothing short of a match made in heaven. With 957's presence, the front line of Wi crumbled. VG was on the verge of victory even in a 4 versus 5 scenario. While the bottom lane's high ground was set to be obliterated by Long Gu, the arena buzzed with excitement. Amidst the waves of cheers from VG fans, the team emerged victorious and swiftly secured the Baron Nashor. As the match progressed to the 28-minute mark, Zero and Candy, attempting to ward in the jungle, were ambushed by Gu Xing, who ensnared them with a cocoon and Q, using the Ice Staff's slowing effect to trap his opponents. As arriving VG teammates executed a pincer maneuver, With their numbers diminished, we could no longer mount any resistance, succumbing to a team wipe in a 3 versus 5. Helplessly watching VG surge toward the high ground, obliterating their nexus. 069. Jack, I have a message for you. Su Xiaoyan gazed at the dazzling fireworks resulting from WE's base explosion, taking a resigned breath. Let us congratulate VG, she said, calming herself with a smile, another 2-0 victory. After bringing in Virtue, the team has triumphantly overcome 2 formidable foes. Remembering to continue the conversation, she noted that with the conclusion of the first round of the group stage, VG, leveraging their points and win-loss record, had outshone RNG and Wii, claiming the top spot in Group B. As of now, no effective strategies have been discovered to confront the concept of Virtue. With the aid of exceptional sound quality, it is imperative to ensure that one's voice resonates throughout every corner of the venue. In this match, a total of 3 junglers were banned and contested. Yet he still showcased remarkable performance, exhibiting an incredibly fierce offensive prowess. A small segment leaped from his seat, his face alight with excitement. Although the tournament has only reached its 13th round, a record of 4 victories and 1 defeat marks the best early achievement since the establishment of the VG League of Legends division. Typically optimistic, Imp found it difficult to rejoice in this moment. Tears brimmed within him. Despite securing 4 kills, no deaths, and 7 assists, his kill-death ratio appeared commendable. However, Imp was acutely aware that his chances of earning the MVP title were slim. The reason was quite simple. He lacked the necessary brilliance. The stunning ambush executed by Gu Xing in the early game not only opened opportunities for his teammates, but also subdued Candy, allowing the team to transition into the mid-game with a significant advantage, thereby laying the foundation for their victory. Meanwhile, Easyhoon lived up to expectations. With his teammates creating space for him, the burgeoning vampire became an unstoppable force. The synergy between VG's mid and jungle captured the majority of the audience's and the director's attention. The remaining Dragon Brother also managed to suppress 957 with a solo push, forcing the opposing team to dismantle towers under pressure, much to the delight of numerous spectators. No matter how one viewed it, the spotlight did not fall upon Imp. Following their defeat in this match, we had slipped to 4th place in Group B, even being surpassed by IM. A glance at his pre-match preparation materials revealed that this ranking was indicative of a lower-tier performance in the league. It is noteworthy that we had narrowly lost to the champions RNG in the spring semifinals after a full 5 games, leading many viewers to believe that this team possessed the potential to contend at the World Championship. However, their current standings were indeed disheartening. Su Xiaoyan provided an explanation for Wii, stating that the summer tournament's groupings were drawn based on spring results. Unexpectedly, VG, which had been hovering around the mid-tier of the league, suddenly surged, and the other teams in Group B were also formidable. This was undeniably true. Based on the current performances of the teams, Group B was indeed deserving of the moniker Group of Death. Aside from VG, RNG, and Wii, the remaining teams included IM, formerly known as ED, LGD, and OMG. Initially, it was assumed that teams emerging from the secondary league would be inexperienced rookies. However, IM proved their mettle. With a coaching staff led by Sun Daong and Huahu, along with a roster devoid of glaring weaknesses, through steady operations and counterattacks, they carved out their niche in Group B. Following the rise of the Snake team and QG, yet another new star from the secondary league is beginning to shine brightly. As for LGD, there is little need for elaboration. They currently exhibit a resemblance to VG's previous state. Substantial investments have been made, yet the results have been underwhelming. The introduction of Dandy has alleviated issues with top jungle synergy, and Wuxin's performance has also been commendable. However, due to various reasons, Gaodui has been benched by LGD's management, with Punished stepping in, only to be humorously dubbed by a small faction of optimists as possessing merely half the strength of Wei Shun. 100% optimism coupled with 0 actual capability distinctly highlights the inefficacy. Nevertheless, LGD's potential remains undeniably high. OMG has transitioned from the chaos of S5 into a phase of reconstruction. It's a state of languor, albeit not entirely devoid of effort. With the addition of the iconic Cold Young Master, the cunning Sima Laoza, and the support player Xiao Wu, OMG is not as dire as it may seem. In contrast, Group A has witnessed EDG wreaking havoc like a shark in a pond. Aside from the Serpent team, which ranks second in Group A and stands as a formidable contender for a world championship spot, the remaining teams, GT, IG, NB, and SAT each have their own shortcomings. Whether it's the injury-ridden team led by the Dean or those at the bottom, already resorting to strategies for relegation, none seem particularly promising. Frankly speaking, the overall caliber of Group A is indeed lacking. Shi, rubbing his temples, glanced at the post-match data panel before rising to greet the VG players for a handshake. He noticed that the rookie jungler across from him smiled with unusual warmth. What could this mean? Shi sifted through his memories, confirming that he did not previously know this individual. Jackie Love asked me to relay a message to you. Gu Xing extended his palm to shake Shi's hand. If you join the group, you'll receive a complimentary Annie skin, exclusive to the Year of the Snake. Shi wore a puzzled expression, and after a moment, he recalled his earlier refusal to join the Seven Wolves. Are you joking with me? He had been invited by Jack earlier, but finding the group uninteresting, he had declined outright. Jackie Love made his debut in this summer's tournament, and Shi was surprised by the age of the leader of the Seven Wolves. Never did he anticipate encountering Gu Xing, who had just stepped onto the LPL stage and had caused him significant trouble as a rival of Wei. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment akin to seeing an ex thriving after rejection, he pondered briefly and decided against engaging further. Forget it, it's unnecessary. Gu Xing, merely the messenger, offered no opinion and, after bidding farewell, turned to leave. Upon reaching the center stage, he embraced his teammates, welcoming the resounding applause and cheers from the audience below. This time, Gu Xing did not secure an interview opportunity. Instead, he assisted in collecting Ho Yi's equipment before swiftly returning to the lounge. As he entered, he spotted the live broadcast of the match featuring the MVP selection from the previous game. To his surprise, he saw his own promotional photo. The stunning queen of spiders in the image exuded both allure and an underlying menace. For consecutive MVPs, Jack leaped towards him, beaming as he tousled Gu Xing's short hair. You're incredible. Gu Xing believed his remarkable performance was primarily in the early to mid-game, after the landing phase. The spider's potency diminished significantly, naturally shifting the spotlight onto his teammates. Oh, don't be modest. World 6, standing nearby, infused his voice with admiration. Brother Xing's skills are on the rise. That jungle ambush command against their jungler and support left me in awe. Although World's sister began her professional career slightly earlier than Gu Xing, she was a year younger, born at the end of 1998, and calling him brother bore no burden whatsoever. The performance was indeed commendable, Redmi encouraged, urging continued effort and caution against arrogance. After listening to Jean Wonha's translation, Gu Xing readily agreed, aware of his many shortcomings. However, throughout these two matches, he sensed a significant improvement in his capabilities. With ongoing dedication, he aspired to secure more MVP titles and earn some extra income. As Jack watched Redmi approach Xiao Duan to discuss the confusion surrounding their first match's bottom lane tower dive, Gu Xing turned his attention to Yu Wenba beside him. Shi still refused to join the group chat. If he doesn't want to join, so be it. Am I supposed to beg him to come? Jack thought to himself, his expression reminiscent of a certain dog. Once I start as a starter, I'll make sure to teach him a lesson. Seated on the sofa in the lounge, Gu Xing idly glanced at the television. During the post-match interview segment, Ho Yi no longer required translation and conducted the interview entirely in Chinese. The host, Rendong, a tall figure, posed two questions related to the match and Easy Hoon before smilingly inquiring. The rookie jungler Virtue has been making waves. How would you evaluate him, Ho Yi? Gu Xing was surprised to be mentioned despite not participating in the interview and found himself intrigued. Yet, Rendong's question felt rather formulaic, clearly designed to allow Ho Yi to praise Gu Xing. After all, few players would intentionally belittle others during public interviews. Ho Yi pondered seriously, stating, Little Gu is very diligent and proactive. He often pesters the veteran players with questions and seeks our guidance on matters he doesn't understand. His attitude towards competition is exceptionally rigorous and earnest, showcasing a strong capacity for learning, humility, and respect. Truly a commendable younger brother. Gu Xing was taken aback by the high praise Ho Yi bestowed upon him during the interview. Meanwhile, the group chat of the Seven Wolves was abuzz with excitement. Shi Sunming, likely having watched the live match, congratulated Gu Xing with a message. For consecutive MVPs, you and the captain are now on equal footing. Currently, the MVP leaderboard in the LPL featured the three of them tied for first place. EDG had been overwhelming in Group A, achieving an astonishing record of 10 wins and 1 loss across 5 BO3 matches in the round-robin stage. The captain and the formidable Deft each secured 4 MVP titles with outstanding performances. However, Gu Xing had already matched their MVP count in just 2 matches. And should he maintain consistent performance, he might very well claim the top spot for himself. Lin Weixiang, often found idly chatting in the group, remarked, "I've said it before, Brother Xing is destined to be a world champion. 4 MVPs are merely a trifle." Even the usually quiet Xiang Guo chimed in with enthusiasm. "Well played, brother. I'm so happy, ha ha ha." He could never forget the painful memory of losing 3 dragons in the spring semifinals. Seeing Kindi being schooled by Gu Xing in consecutive matches lifted his spirits immensely. Gu Xing replied briefly before Lin Weixiang shifted the conversation to other topics. "Sure, Sun Ming. Get ready to face your doom. I will surely crush you next Monday." Xiao Ming scoffed, with greedy Jia ranked last in the LSBL. Does he really think he can compete with YM? Dream on. Through TGA, a spot in the secondary league has been secured, yet the current performance of the team, Greedy, is far from satisfactory. Although they are not at the very bottom, they are still hovering near the relegation zone, a stark contrast to the top-ranked team, YM. The 2 teams are set to meet next Monday, and Lin Weixiang seems intent on making bold proclamations before the match. However, it is likely that after the game, he will no longer be so brash. After the Lord finished his interview, Gu Xing tidied his backpack, ensuring he hadn't forgotten anything, before departing with his teammates to board the bus. "By the way, Xiao Gu," Jin Wenhao approached, "once we return to the base, our operations team will create 2 fan groups for you to join." "Fan groups?" Gu Xing inquired, intrigued. "What will I need to do in there?" "It depends on you. You can maintain a cool demeanor, and simply having an account will suffice. If you wish to engage more with the supporters, feel free to interact actively in the group. But remember to avoid discussing inappropriate topics," Jin Wenhao advised. Gu Xing nodded eagerly, finding the concept of fan groups quite novel, as he had never encountered such an experience before. Additionally, Jin Wenhao continued, "This Sunday, we have a day off, and the players will be hosting live streams. And you will be included." Ding Jun had mentioned this previously, but Gu Xing still had little understanding of it. The 2 Korean players had signed separate contracts with the streaming platform, and their substantial annual salary included provisions for streaming. The collaboration between the streaming platform and the club, which emerged as a new model in recent years, allowed for the shared burden of the high salaries of star Korean players. Both Ho Yi and IMP followed this arrangement. For the other domestic players, streaming agreements were bundled with the team, where completing 40 hours of effective streaming each month would secure full salary, Jin Wenhao explained, clarifying that this income was distinct from the players' contractual wages. Gu Xing believed this to be quite manageable. Completing 40 hours in a month seemed straightforward. "I'll reiterate some important points," Jin Wenhao said, knowing that Gu Xing had no prior experience with live streaming, so he was particularly patient. Gu Xing nodded enthusiastically, filled with anticipation. "Don't sleep too soundly tonight," he was reminded. The day following the match, Gu Xing awoke around noon, retrieved a package from outside, and affixed the posters inside to the wall with double-sided tape. This transformed the previously stark and bland wall, making his room feel less desolate. He was quite pleased with the result and went downstairs to collect 2 buns from the caretaker, placing them in a bowl as he entered the training room. The room was sparsely populated, as it was a holiday, and the players from the training department were more relaxed, lounging in the upstairs dormitory without supervision. To Gu Xing's surprise, IMP was also present in the training room. Since joining VG, he had never seen their starting ADC arrive so early. The club had set training times to commence at 1 p.m., meaning that all players and coaches were required to arrive at the training room before that time, or face a deduction in their bonuses. After rising and freshening up, Gu Xing typically heads straight to practice, dedicating more time to ranked matches than his peers. He even manages to squeeze in some time before 1 o'clock to review match recordings for learning purposes. In contrast, Imp arrives punctually each day, clocking in at 2 in the morning and promptly leaving without putting in extra practice, ultimately ranking last in the team's standings for competitive matches, a textbook case of clocking in and out. Now, his hair is tousled and unruly as he engages in rapid conversation with Hongmi in Korean, which Gu Xing can barely comprehend. However, he can discern the underlying tension in their tones, as both seem dissatisfied with one another. Easyhoon enters the training room, likely just waking up. His typically gentle demeanor appears somewhat dazed. What could these two be discussing? Gu Xing opts to seek assistance from his teammates. As Ho Yi presses the power button on his computer, he glances back and settles his tall, slender frame into his esports chair. Summarizing the gist of the conversation for Gu Xing, it revolves around the first game from yesterday, specifically the tower dive command in the bot lane. Easyhun's Mandarin stands out among the Korean players, being devoid of any accent and articulated with clarity. Xingbin firmly believes that the dive could have been executed successfully. Gu Xingbin is Imp's actual name. Ho Yi and he entered the professional league in the same year, though Ho Yi is 3 years his senior. So he typically addresses him by his name. Gu Xing remained silent. After the match yesterday, Hongmi had a discussion with several of the starting players. Given that their match against We concluded in victory, the mood was quite buoyant, leading to a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere during their talk, without any major disputes. However, Imp perhaps ruminated too much during the night, and upon rising early, felt compelled to hash things out. Moments later, the voices of the two, initially restrained, escalated sharply, indicating a failure to reach consensus. Is the crux of the matter whether that dive was indeed feasible? Hongmi's tone grew increasingly severe. I told you before. You must heed the commands. Do you dare claim you followed instructions? The support and mid lane both stated the need to retreat. What were you thinking, charging in alone? He interrogates his longtime colleague, his voice rising in pitch and intensity. The entire training room falls into a profound silence. All the players remain glued to their screens, not daring to glance back. Hongmi's coaching style is inherently serious, coupled with his remarkable abilities which earn him great respect within the team. His current outburst leaves everyone in a state of trepidation. Making mistakes during matches is a common occurrence. It's only the 13th game of the summer season, and we can gradually rectify our errors and improve. Yet, you insist on arguing back, believing your actions on the battlefield are infallible. Hongmi's gaze is fixed intently on Imp. I cannot fathom your thought process. Can you not accept even the slightest error now? His expression turns to one of disappointment, his voice softening. You didn't exhibit these bad habits when you were with Samsung. Was I too lenient before? Or are you simply in a rebellious phase now? Gu Xing finds himself completely lost in Hongmi's discourse. Instead, he logs into QQ to glance at some messages. The newly formed fan group is abuzz, with a multitude of enthusiastic members incessantly flooding the chat with various emojis. Last night, when the clubs celebrated their victory on Weibo, they included group chats featuring the newcomers Gu Xing and Jack. Although the number of VG supporters is not vast, Gu Xing's remarkable achievement of 4 consecutive MVP awards in the past 2 matches has indeed garnered considerable attention, with the group's membership nearing 1,000 in just half a day. Gu Xing briefly skimmed through the chat records. Aside from the consistently active member, Say Tu Go, others were inquiring about when he would start his livestream. Yesterday, Jin Wenhe had informed him that the specific time would be at 2 p.m., prompting Gu Xing to promptly edit a message to notify everyone. As soon as the message was sent, the group erupted in excitement. The speed at which messages were flooding in now surpassed even the previous frenzy during the group's earlier days. Is the group owner really virtue? Why only broadcast on Douyu? Am I not worthy of Huya and Jianqi? I absolutely adore your gangplank. He leagues above Zhang Jiaowen. Just kidding. My bro skills are just as smooth as virtue s. Does anyone genuinely believe Zhang Jiaowen could rival the top player in Ionia? Do you understand the prestige of being the number 1 in the national server? Gu Xing, could you give me a shout out? Upon reading the last message, Gu Xing furrowed his brow. The Cinder's group nickname was Patrick Star. Let us catch jellyfish together. Something felt amiss. Judging by the individual's manner of speaking, Gu Xing began to speculate about their true identity. However, he refrained from making any rash assumptions. What if he misidentified them? He decided to reply to a couple of amusing comments, and after typing, he noticed that the 2 Koreans behind him had finally quieted down. What had begun as a quarrel saw Imp initially able to retort a few times before he was thoroughly silenced by rebuttals. Firstly, he realized after some reflection that he was indeed in the wrong, and his pride hadn't yet hardened to the point of defiance. Secondly, given that Homie was considered his senior in terms of experience, despite Imp's disdain for such traditions, having lived in Korea for so long, he found it difficult to change his mindset instantly and had to endure a few scoldings. Furthermore, since Imp had undergone surgery on his tongue, not only was his Mandarin lacking fluency, but his Korean was similarly affected. If he were to lose his temper, the words he uttered might not even be comprehensible to Homie. Yet, he did not wish to appear submissive. Thankfully, Jin Wenhe eventually intervened to mediate, allowing Imp to quickly seek an escape from the situation, his irritation evident as he surveyed the training room. embarrassed at being scolded in front of his teammates. He opted to disregard the incident entirely and decided to forego today's livestream, planning instead to indulge in a celebratory drink during the holiday. The team leader, Gu Xing, felt relieved to see homie return to his seat and resume work, and he hurried over to Jack to assist with machine adjustments, ensuring that everything would run smoothly for the upcoming livestream. "No need. I can handle it myself," Gu Xing insisted, as he was more than capable. Live streaming was his forte, a skill he would not forget. Jack, with swift hands and adept technique, efficiently configured all the necessary settings in no time. Gu Xing was left speechless, as Gu Xing had only ended his full-time streaming career 2 months prior, yet his execution of the setup was even more fluid than his own. He could only boast to Gu Xing about his versatility in handling various tasks. "This is a camera. It merely needs to be placed sideways, facing the face. I will provide you with a screen recording software shortly." Gu Xing, utterly inexperienced in this matter, stood aside, allowing Gu Xing to manipulate everything while attempting to learn various settings techniques, so as not to trouble others in the future. I shifted the fan group number text to the upper left corner, ensuring it would not interfere with your live broadcast. Once Gu Xing had everything set up, he contemplated reminding Gu Xing that there was no need to be nervous, but recalling the calm demeanor exhibited during their previous psychological counseling session, he swallowed his words. Noticing that the time was nearly right, Gu Xing and his teammates commenced the live broadcast punctually. He felt slightly unsettled seeing his own face appear in the streaming room. "Hello? Can you hear me?" He attempted to greet the audience. As the broadcast began, a considerable number of viewers flooded in, and supporters from the fan group sent free little gifts, helping to elevate the excitement. Upon hearing Gu Xing's words, most of the bullet comments provided affirmative responses, while a few insisted they could not hear him, likely just there to stir trouble. "I am a novice streamer. If the quality is not optimal, I kindly ask for your understanding," Gu Xing preemptively communicated to the audience, his demeanor exceptionally amiable. He was in dire need of the income from the streaming contract, determined to fulfill the requisite 40 hours each month. Additionally, this presented a viable fallback option. Gu Xing believed that if the streaming performance proved satisfactory, he could continue during his leisure time while studying. Typically, he would stream on his days off from the base, likely dedicating 1 day each week. Jack was intensely engaged in his own position, shouting exuberantly. Gu Xing was not wearing the standard noise-canceling headphones of the arena, and he could clearly hear Gu Xing's piercing voice, which made him chuckle uncontrollably. During the competition, it felt as though virtue had a certain charm. Their smile was truly captivating. "I suggest enlarging the camera view for future streams. I'd rather watch faces than the game. Of course, this is merely a suggestion." "Enough already. Is it really about looks in esports? The key is still skill." He glanced at the bullet comments and found an array of peculiar remarks. Gu Xing logged into the Korean server client and entered the solo queue, inviting any questions of interest to be posed, promising to address them before facing opponents. Upon hearing this, the number of bullet comments surged dramatically. When asked what his Korean server ID meant, Gu Xing promptly replied, "It is the initials of the 4 characters of in the name of the father in pinyin." The super ID that was initially handed to him had been a string of garbled characters, and he had just changed it a few days prior. He then noticed another intriguing question. Why hadn't he played in the first 3 matches of the summer competition? Was it due to poor performance in the training matches? Upon seeing this bullet comment, someone immediately leaped to Gu Xing's defense, stating, "What nonsense is this? He dominated with an 80 CS lead. XX called it right. With all the memes in place, how can you say his training match performance was poor?" To clarify, Gu Xing replied earnestly, explaining that he had missed the first 3 matches due to preparations for the college entrance examination. A torrent of question marks flooded the screen, obscuring the live broadcast completely. "Isn't your reaction a bit exaggerated?" He gently nudged the shoulder of the mid-laner beside him, inquiring, "What is your educational background, my lord?" "Undergraduate." Gu Xing turned to the camera, saying, "You see, there's no need for question marks. If you must, take them to the Lord's live stream." It was no wonder that viewers were bombarding the chat with question marks. In the domestic professional League of Legends scene, players often begin their careers at a young age, many of whom were once captivated by gaming, resulting in average academic performances. It was indeed a rarity to find players like 957 and the Lord, who pursued their studies through university before entering the professional realm. Graduating from high school is considered above average in this circle, due to preparations for the college entrance examination. He missed the initial matches, a reason that appeared rather peculiar to numerous viewers. The Lord took a sip of his Pepsi and, with some idle chatter with Gu Xing, noted, "It's quite a coincidence that both of us studied mathematics." Through their recent interactions, Easyhoon had gained some understanding of Gu Xing, knowing that as long as he performed adequately, he would be accepted by a university in Shanghai. "So, why don't we team up for jungle and mid?" Gu Xing turned to the next question. "Can we win against IG?" Before the match commenced, no one could predict the outcome, but they would certainly give their utmost effort. At that moment, they were matched against their opponents, and Gu Xing glanced around at the screens of his teammates, asking if anyone had just entered. Long Gu raised his hand. Me. Did you guys ban Graves first?" "Indeed. Long Gu, you are opposite me, right?" Gu Xing smiled. "Brothers." Wei found the breakthrough for this match. Noticing that his top laner had selected Shun, he promptly locked in Elise. "Little Gu, are you going to torment me?" Long Gu thought, suddenly alarmed. "Please don't make it unbearable." 10 minutes later, he stared at his black and white screen, his lips moving for a moment before he erupted in frustration. "Little Gu, I implore you, grant me a semblance of gaming experience." The opposing top laner Shun had already reached level 7, while he had just arrived at level 5. After struggling to play as Nar, he had been caught by Gu Xing 3 times in succession. Although Shun lacked the stable crowd control that champions like Renekton could provide, his E ability's taunt accuracy was notably high. Combined with Gu Xing's spider cocoon, Long Gu found himself unable to escape once ensnared. No one could fathom his agony. His 4 teammates, meanwhile, bombarded Nar's corpse with question marks while simultaneously imploring in the chat for Long Gu to die less frequently. Gu Xing was thoroughly amused. "I'm truly sorry, Long Gu. I feel bad for catching you so many times. You seem to be having such a rough time. How about I gift you a kill?" He feigned guilt, stepping directly into the range of Long Ji's outer turret. "Don't come over here," Zhu Xiaolong exclaimed, his eyes wide with panic. "Little Gu, hurry up and leave, I beg you." Gu Xing stood still, allowing the turret's cannon fire to rain down upon the Spider Queen. Unable to suppress his grin, "Didn't you say you wanted to experience the game? I'll give you a kill. I want to even take the gold." You truly cannot appreciate a good heart. Gu Xing was aware that Long Gu had managed to land a basic attack on him before his demise. By sacrificing himself to the turret, he could bestow the kill upon his opponent. Even as he was slain, he shamelessly inquired of Zhu Xiaolong, "What do you think? Am I good to you?" Long Gu was at a loss for words. Initially, after being caught 3 times, his value in the game had diminished significantly. After securing a kill, the NAR who is under 1's control will once again hold the value of 300 gold. Gu Xingmei whimsically refers to this as delivering warmth. But in reality, it is akin to feeding a pig, nurturing it until it is robust and plump, only to strike it down and seize all its wealth. The live stream is abuzz with excitement. What exceptional pig farming skills, such a waste for a professional. What a ruthless Spider Queen, a classic military training in the top lane. So you're beating your teammates? Virtue, don't sleep too deeply tonight. Laughter fills the air as the audience finds amusement in the newcomer's unrestrained approach to streaming, which proves to be quite effective. Gu Xing ultimately boasts an impressive record of 14 kills, 3 deaths, and 7 assists. While the opposing Long Gu languishes with just 1 kill and 8 deaths, too intimidated to even defend the high ground. "You wait," Long Gu mutters under his breath. "Just you wait, Xiao Gu, daring to play me like this. I assure you, your fate will not be pleasant." Gu Xing, who had just gifted his teammate 24 victory points, is visibly displeased. "What are you doing? Ungrateful, are we? If it weren't for me handing you a kill, you would have been a total disaster this match." World 6 approaches, now fully reliant on Gu Xing. Yes, shouldn't you at least express your gratitude to Brother Xing? Long Gu, feeling utterly humiliated, reddens to the color of liver. In that moment, the VG training room is filled with an atmosphere of joy. Jean Wenhe observes Gu Xing and Jack S. streaming status from his seat, conversing with manager Lu Wenjun. "I can't shake the feeling that we unearthed 2 streaming talents in our team. Most professional players' streams lack excitement, while learning techniques is somewhat beneficial. Entertaining content is virtually non-existent. Many players possess no particular talent for streaming, and some have previously attempted it without garnering an audience, resorting to professional play merely to make ends meet. It is indeed rare for a streamer of Jack's popularity to transition into competitive play. Gu Xing, however, shows no signs of stage fright. He has a knack for amusing his teammates to enhance the show's appeal. Previous VG streams lacked excitement. with the Team's reserved personalities relying solely on Dandy's card games and Hou Yi's Three Kingdoms killing segments for entertainment. The addition of these two has transformed the atmosphere entirely. As evening approaches, Gu Xing realizes he has been speaking nonstop for an entire afternoon, his throat feeling a bit hoarse. Do click on the follow button in the upper right corner to receive notifications for our upcoming LPL stream next week. He waves goodbye to the audience, disconnecting the stream as per Jin Wenhe's earlier instruction. Once the stream is completely shut down, Gu Xing stretches and collapses into his gaming chair. Streaming is no easy task. One must juggle gameplay while catering to the audience's experience. And one's mouth cannot rest. Gu Xing gulps down water vigorously. Jack shrugs his shoulders, his tone resigned. There's no choice. Being a league streamer requires more than just high rank. The viewers simply aren't inclined to watch. Gu Xing rushes to the dining area to fill a bowl with rice, hastily satisfying his hunger before seeking out Hongmi for a crash course. This time, Yuanba joins him. The topic of discussion today is an incredibly vital resource within the canyon. Understanding it thoroughly will influence, if not determine, one's professional career. Hongmi, having little interest in withholding information, reveals the answer directly. It is the minion wave. 071. The art of minion waves. Let us first delve into the fundamental mechanics of minion waves. Hongmi drags a whiteboard emblazoned with the Summoner's Rift map before him, grasping a black marker to illustrate his points. At precisely 1 minute and 15 seconds, minions spawn simultaneously across all 3 lanes. However, the time taken for them to traverse from the base crystal to their respective lanes is not uniform. Hongmi gestures to elucidate this concept, which is quite straightforward. Is it not? The distance to the mid lane is comparatively shorter, while the top and bottom lanes are longer. Each wave of minions arrives at the center of the mid lane in approximately 23 seconds, whereas it takes around 33 seconds for the minions to reach the central points of the top and bottom lanes. Consequently, the mid lane player consistently encounters the minion wave a full 10 seconds earlier than their counterparts in the side lanes. Gu Xing responds, noting that the mid laner is typically the player who accrues the most experience within that time frame, allowing them to utilize those precious 10 seconds for other actions. Jin Wenhe diligently translates, serving as a vital communication bridge between the players and their coach. Indeed, upon hearing the latter part of that statement, Hongmi nods in approval, offering an illustration. If both teams possess equal minion clearing efficiency, the mid laner will clear their wave 10 seconds ahead of the top laner. Although the bottom lane consists of 2 players, they too struggle to compensate for this temporal disparity. Thus, the mid lane remains the only position within the rift that can disengage without incurring losses, a significant factor contributing to its heightened importance among the 3 lanes. When leveraged appropriately, it can be transformed into a spearhead for offensive maneuvers. The concept of disengaging without loss is quite simple. The primary sources of experience and gold for players in lane stem from the minion waves. Having dealt with the current wave of minions, one can depart from the lane before the next wave arrives without any detriment. Consistently achieving the earliest disengagement time is the exclusive advantage of the mid lane. Hongmi articulates, I will discuss the intricacies of mid lane knowledge in a subsequent session. For now, let us analyze the composition of minion waves. Standard minion waves, or short waves, spawn every 30 seconds, consisting of 6 minions, 3 melee, and 3 ranged. Melee minions possess substantial health and rapid attack speed, albeit with lower damage output, while ranged minions are their polar opposites. Based on this principle, we introduce the concepts of slow pushing and fast pushing waves. This constitutes the foundational knowledge of minion waves. Fast pushing waves prioritize the elimination of melee minions to enhance pushing efficiency, endeavoring to swiftly advance the wave. Conversely, slow pushing waves focus on securing the final hits, striving to ensure the survival of the enemy's healthier melee minions, effectively stalling the wave's position until the next wave arrives, allowing for accumulation. Gu Xing and Jack, seasoned players in high-stakes matches, are undoubtedly well-versed in this strategy. Recognizing their understanding, Hongmi succinctly bypasses further explanation and continues. In the current patch, every 3 waves of minions, approximately every 90 seconds, will see the addition of a cannon minion. Specifically, in the mid lane, cannon minions will appear at 2 minutes and 38 seconds, 4 minutes and 8 seconds, and 5 minutes and 38 seconds, arriving at the central position every minute and a half. The side lanes can afford to push back by 10 seconds. It is imperative that you commit these timings to memory, he emphasizes. As the majority of our strategic deployments in the early to mid-game revolve around the cannon wave and the preceding wave of minions. The cannon minions, robust and high in output, serve as the primary force for demolishing towers during the landing phase. If we manage to secure a kill under the tower and immediately have a cannon minion available, we can significantly chip away at the enemy's defenses while simultaneously depriving them of gold from the cannon minion, thus maximizing our gains. Homie passionately elaborated on this, emphasizing the substantial impact cannon minions have on the wave itself. For instance, without cannon minions to push back towards our side, if the enemy champions assist in lane, the advancement will occur at an accelerated pace. Conversely, if it is a wave accompanied by cannon minions, even if the enemy utilizes skills to clear them, the speed of their progress will be considerably hampered. This is advantageous, Li Jian noted, as the presence of a high-health cannon minion makes a marked difference. The disparity in the time taken for the two types of waves to push back, akin to how a mid laner can efficiently clear minions, presents tactical operational possibilities. Homie thoroughly explained that as long as the landing players utilize this strategically, they can secure opportunities to roam without incurring losses. The rift is vast, while the area occupied by the three lanes is relatively small. To foster development, champions during the landing phase often find themselves confined to their respective lanes, consuming minions to accrue experience and gold. The risks associated with blindly roaming away from the minions are considerable. Failure to succeed results in significant losses in minion waves. Finding a way to break free from the constraints of the minion waves, allowing landing champions to provide support elsewhere without jeopardizing their minions, is a matter of meticulous consideration for many professional teams. Coaches across all top-tier leagues recognize the significance of this issue, and players are acutely aware as well. However, the challenge lies in the meticulous execution of these strategies. From a god's eye view, many teams' shot callers articulate their strategies with clarity, even predicting the unfolding events of the next few minutes with prophetic accuracy. Yet, the crux of the matter is that during the match, they operate from a first-person perspective. This shift in viewpoint complicates the player's ability to make precise judgments about the situation, not to mention the additional burdens of executing actions and communicating with teammates, which can distract their focus. Teams that can adeptly liberate their landing roles, allowing them to fluidly infiltrate other areas of the rift, can be regarded as the elite tier of major leagues. Xiao Gu, the reason I have you, a jungler, memorize the trajectory of the minion waves is primarily for the synergy between lanes and jungle. Homie's words, conveyed through Jin Wenhe's translation, reached Gu Xing's ears. This represents the fundamental difference between professional players and high-ranked solo queue players. How to create favorable minion waves for teammates across all lanes, thereby ensuring a more comfortable landing experience, can be summarized as creating advantageous conditions, judging the state of teammates' minion waves, and knowing when to invade the jungle or control neutral resources during their most opportune moments. Allows teammates to have free time to assist you in the jungle. This concept aptly describes the essence of creating opportunities. Furthermore, understanding how to leverage the positioning of minion waves to enhance the success rate of ambushes while inflicting greater losses on the opponent is crucial. This encapsulates the importance of the synergy between lanes and jungle, a lesson that Gu Xing silently committed to memory. In a formidable team, it is inconceivable to have a weak jungler. They are inherently unbound by minion waves, traversing the rift with unparalleled prowess, utilizing every factor to assist their landing teammates, thereby achieving the most efficient synergy between lanes and jungle. The voice of Homie grows increasingly steady and powerful at times. One might sense that an exceptional jungler can seamlessly weave the team together, forming an offensive force akin to a flood, while establishing an impenetrable defense, creating a top-tier powerhouse. I have faith that you can achieve this as well, his gaze imbued with expectation. Through 4 small matches, Homie has confirmed Gu Xing's nearly flawless talent and character. He believes that as long as Gu Xing remains true to himself, he can journey far along this path. Feeling the trust of his head coach, Gu Xing straightens his attitude and nods earnestly. I will strive to attain this goal. After an intensive night of tutoring, Gu Xing's mind feels swollen. Even though his cognitive agility and comprehension are commendable, it seems Homie has recognized Gu Xing's advantage in this area, imparting far more knowledge than Jack. Closing his notebook, Gu Xing returns to his seat, intending to play a couple of ranked matches to unwind. Before embarking on his professional journey, he approached each ranked game with utmost seriousness, striving to enhance his score. However, after joining the professional team, the relentless monotony of high-intensity training matches and reviews rendered ranked games a mere avenue for relaxation. At the very least, here, Gu Xing could rediscover the joy of gaming. At 2 in the morning, the other teammates had long departed the training room to their dormitories for rest. Even the translator Jin Wenhe could no longer withstand the fatigue. Yet, Gu Xing perseveres in the rift. Hongmi also stays up late, observing from behind, occasionally offering guidance in simple Mandarin. When the clock strikes just past 3, Gu Xing massages his sore shoulders and decides it is time to retire for the night. Hongmi opens the translation app on his phone. If he wishes to convey lengthy sentences, this is the method he must employ. You need not overexert yourself in training. Excess can lead to counterproductive effects. The mechanical, cold female voice transmits Hongmi's sentiments through the earpiece. Gu Xing stretches his body while ascending the stairs. I think it's manageable. After spending the night together, Gu Xing feels a certain familiarity with Hongmi and seizes the opportunity to initiate a conversation. I heard from Boss Ding that you coached at LGD for over half a year. Was imp the same back then? After comprehending the translation, Hongmi understands Gu Xing's query. He types rapidly on his phone. At that time, Shengbin was exceptionally diligent. During 2014 and 2015, he trained for 15 hours each day. Gu Xing shudders at the thought. He himself had maximized his workload today, with a training duration of only 15 hours. The remaining 9 hours were consumed by meals, personal hygiene, and sleep. Calculating it all, aside from essential physiological needs, every other moment was devoted to training. Maintaining such a regimen for 2 years. It is little wonder that Imp became one of the world's premier ADC players. Natural talent, coupled with relentless training, indeed proves that diligence is rewarded by fate. Yet now, Gu Xing can vaguely perceive the underlying reasons. The S5 World Championship altered the destinies of countless individuals. With a single blow, Iron Man sent IMP hurtling into the abyss. And to this day, he is yet to rise again. This topic also evokes memories for Hongmi, who lets out a deep sigh. Time swiftly flows to Thursday. Gu Xing packs his backpack and boards the bus alongside his teammates, setting off for the Hongqiao Tiandi Performing Arts Center to confront their first opponent in the intergroup competition, IG 072. Meat, egg, onion, chicken. Good afternoon, dear audience, and welcome to the live broadcast of the 2016 LPL Summer Split. The figure of Wawa appears at the commentary desk, his voice resonant and powerful. This time, he is partnered not with Miller, but with Ji Huan, whose tone is a stark contrast, monotonous and devoid of any emotional fluctuations, almost lulling the listeners into a stupor. The impending match will pit VG against IG. Both teams have shown equal prowess in the spring split, yet their current circumstances differ greatly. Wawa, aware of Ji Huan's more rational commentary style, which lacks the flair for creating an energetic atmosphere, decides to take charge of the discussion. He begins to analyze the recent conditions of both teams. Indeed, VG currently holds the top position in Group B, and their recent 4-match winning streak against formidable opponents RNG and we clearly demonstrates their exceptional form, truly a force to be reckoned with. Conversely, IG finds itself in a precarious situation, languishing in 5th place in Group A, given that the teams in Group A generally possess lesser strength. The fact that IG struggles to secure a playoff spot is disheartening for many of their supporters. Ji Huan interjects, emphasizing the necessity for a stable starting lineup, as the current player combinations are far too chaotic and disordered. In the spring, IG's starting 5, along with a rotating player, managed to achieve stability despite a lack of overall strength, relying on the solitary carry of Ro Ji to reach the playoffs. However, during the mid-season transfer period, the management recognized the shortcomings in the bot lane and believed there was room for improvement. Consequently, they embarked on a trial period, aggressively acquiring new players. While they did not manage to secure Jack, Su Xiao Luo found another marksman known as Marge and signed Bao Lan, one of Yuan Bo's trusted supports from the City Heroes Championship. Additionally, they brought on veteran Tabe, newcomer Ben, and retained the original duo, Yu Huang Rain and Shi Kuku. Thus, IG's summer roster now boasts 4 supports and 2 marksmen, totaling 6 formidable players. The management felt confident that with such a wealth of options, they could surely find an optimal duo. With high hopes, they launched into the summer split, having played 5 best-of-3 matches, during which all 6 players were tested. The results, however, left much to be desired. Had it not been for Sat's steady performance, IG might have found themselves at the bottom. Initially, the management aimed to identify the most capable and synergistic bot lane duo, but it ultimately devolved into a chaotic experiment. In this match, IG has opted for Rain and Tabe as their starting bot lane, leaving Wawa somewhat resigned as he considers the formidable strength of VG's duo they are about to face. The dispute between Imp and Homie did not come without repercussions. The coach reduced Imp's training match appearances over the past 2 days to 13, redistributing them to Jack. Homie, who holds significant sway within the team, aimed to instill a sense of urgency in Imp, emphasizing that VG is not solely reliant on him, as younger talent awaits its turn. However, in the face of IG, Homie ultimately decided to retain Imp as a starter. The primary reason for this decision lies in VG's precarious lead at the top of the standings. Competitors in Group B are relentless, eager to capitalize on the weaker teams in Group A to accumulate points, to secure their position at the summit. VG cannot afford to be complacent. Imp's immediate combat effectiveness remains a considerable asset. Even with a tendency towards lethargy, he is undoubtedly more seasoned than the inexperienced Jack, who has yet to undergo rigorous competitive training. Additionally, another factor influencing Homie's decision is his reluctance to expose Jack to the pressures of facing IG. He is aware that Yu Wenba and Gu Xing have not finalized contracts with IG, and it is rumored that the terms offered, aside from financial compensation, are inferior to those from VG. While fielding Gu Xing and Jack against IG could serve to showcase the young talent's capabilities to the opposing management, it also poses risks. If IG were to retaliate and reveal Yu Wenba's age issue, the situation could spiral out of control. Jack's participation hinges on an unspoken understanding within the team, and any exposure of such dynamics would lead to unfavorable consequences. Homie, whose coaching style is characterized by a steady approach, would never allow IG to exploit any vulnerabilities. Meanwhile, the ever-enthusiastic Wawa is warming up for the upcoming match, and we should also keep an eye on Virtue, who, despite having only played 4 games, has already secured the team's MVP title and is currently riding high on success. It remains to be seen whether the young prodigy will target Gu Xing, who is seated on the player bench, as he engages in a chat with Kid in a custom room, relaying Jack's regards. Kid, generous in spirit, suggests, "When the time is right, let us go out for a meal. I've dined at several renowned restaurants in downtown Shanghai. I'll order, and you all can simply enjoy." In truth, Kid and Gu Xing are not particularly acquainted, but this deliberate attempt to forge a connection indicates Kid's desire for further camaraderie. As the summer tournament progresses to its 13th match, Kid has come to a realization. Among the new bottom lane players brought in by the management this summer, only Miminglan and Ben exhibit notable talent. However, both lack any prior LPL experience and have much to learn before they can compete at the level of Gu Xing. The remaining players are, in truth, hardly reliable, particularly in the ADC role. Kid believes he would perform better than Yu Huang and Marge if he were to revert to that position. Yet, if he were to switch roles, there would be no suitable jungler to fill the gap. If only he could negotiate the acquisition of Gu Xing or Jack, it would perfectly resolve IG's dilemma. Kid remains oblivious to the details of their negotiations with Su Xiaoluo, but it ultimately seems to have concluded on a sour note. The child intends to invite both individuals to dine together, aiming to prevent any severe discord with the management. In the upcoming transfer period, there may still be opportunities for maneuvering, and perhaps even for collaboration. At that juncture, he might seize the chance to transition behind the scenes, or even retire altogether. Gu Xing is unaware that the child, Yu Shun, harbors such thoughts. To be fair, he and Su Xiaoluo cannot be said to have antagonized each other. The negotiation surrounding contracts is a mutual selection. If the IG management does not wish to invest in a player from a lower-tier league merely for him to take the stage, it is entirely reasonable for him to seek opportunities elsewhere. He initially concedes to the child's suggestion, only to hear the referee's directive from behind, requesting the players to confirm once more that their headsets and peripherals are in order. Once everything is set, the match will commence. The audience is now packed to capacity, with fans waving their light sticks and whispering excitedly about the impending competition. Before long, the two commentators spot the BP panel displayed on the large screen. IG has secured the priority to choose sides, claiming the blue team and promptly banning Qianju. Wawa is not surprised by this, as it is indeed one of Virtue's signature champions, having demonstrated exceptional performance in the previous battle against Wei. He possesses unique insights into controlling the imprint, and the initially stern-faced Ji Huan finally allows a smile to grace his lips as they enter the BP phase. Many inexperienced Qianzhu players often rush to farm the monsters where her passive appears, an approach that proves inefficient and, without consideration of the match's specific circumstances, could easily lead them into traps meticulously designed by the opponent. When discussing the game, Ji Huan articulates much about Virtue's strengths. His prowess lies in his ability to adapt to the match's dynamics, allowing the Wolf Spirit's mark to focus on the specific group of monsters he wishes to farm. A rare skill in the high-pressure environment of professional play. He holds Gu Xing in high regard. Redmi first bans LeBlanc. Although Hou Yi has an Ice Maiden that could counter LeBlanc effectively, the latter is a signature champion for Rookie, deserving of respect. Moreover, if the mid lane is left unblocked, Redmi himself would be uncertain about which position to ban. Song Yijin, a veteran player at IG, carries the relatively competent duo of Gemini and a limping bot lane, so Redmi is naturally not sparing in his bans against him. The subsequent ban from IG is directed at the jungle, eliminating Graves. Wawa cannot help but chuckle, as it seems Virtue is poised to surpass Hou Yi as the player facing the most bans in VG. Given his current momentum, Ji Huan finds this understandable. As the team's offensive core in the early game, the jungler is sure to receive significant attention. IG's coach, Chris, finds himself at a loss. He knows that failing to ban the opposing jungler's favored champions would allow Gu Xing to wreak havoc in the jungle. VG's choice to ban Syndra aims to remove all of Meat Chicken's favored characters, preventing him from selecting heroes capable of turning the tide. Song Yijin possesses formidable landing strength and a broad champion pool, adept at utilizing many unconventional champions in competitive play. However, selecting the most formidable among them undoubtedly leads us to the illustrious figures of the Demon Queen, Syndra, and the Clockwork Maiden, often referred to as two balls and a miss due to their monikers. Redmi intends to leave none for Rookie, resolutely banning them all. Ultimately, Chris opts to disable the diminutive Braum, preventing VG from initiating a level 1 skirmish. Upon observing that the final ban was allocated to him, Rookie could only reveal a resigned smile, his cherubic face brimming with collagen, exuding an endearing innocence. 3 bans on mid, exclaimed Doimb instinctively, realizing VG's intent to stifle all possibilities. It is evident to any discerning observer the pivotal role Song Yijin plays within this IG squad. Many professional teams, when facing IG, tend to extend a bit of extra care towards their mid laner, allowing Rookie to bask in a warmth akin to spring. This is a blatant display of strategy. Yet, IG possesses no countermeasures. Not a single player on the team stands ready to alleviate the pressure on Rookie. The live chat during the match was a flurry of comments. This is simply disregarding the other 4 players of IG. What else could it be? Transitioning to top to help Huni showcase half his worth. While a child who has only been jungling for 6 months still hasn't figured it out, and the bot lane consists of 2 precious assets. What does IG have left aside from mid? I wonder who the mole within IG is today. My bet is on Yuhuang. A month ago, Dogson was boasting about how many players were acquired during the transfer period, proclaiming IG would soar. What a delusion. This summer you'll be left with broken legs. In the ancient era when LPL had yet to flourish, we stood on equal footing with IG, the 2 titans of esports, where IG supporters were vehemently criticized by the rival fans, leading to the enduring moniker of Dogson. The blue side, IG, decisively locked in Rek'Sai as their first choice. While the slow-spoken Ji Huan noted that this is one of the roles the young prodigy excels in, capable of utilizing a pick to ban strategy, thereby restricting Virtue. Doimb proclaimed loudly as VG opted for Troll and Ashe, revealing their top and ADC selections first. Both champions are currently among the hottest picks in the meta, boasting substantial strength. In response, IG secured Ezreal and Karma. The selection of Karma is a trendy choice for a flexible mid-support role. However, Rookie has yet to utilize Karma in this summer split. Ji Huan had prepared some insights prior to the match, pinpointing the crux of the matter. It is not that Song Yijin's champion pool is lacking. Rather, when Karma is chosen for mid lane, she seldom assumes the role of the team's primary damage dealer. Most of the time, she must nurture an appropriate marksman, using her Inspire shield to trigger the effects of items like the Holy Grail and Locket, thereby providing a more favorable output environment for her team's ADC. Rookie's teammates are not particularly strong individually. Thus, if Karma is selected as mid, and the ADC falters, it could spell disaster. Redmi is well aware of this. He understands that this karma is undoubtedly intended for support player tape. With Thresh and Gragas locked in, VG secured their jungle support duo. Doimp tossed a remark to his partner, recalling that this might be Virtue's first ever game with Gragas in his professional career. Indeed, Xiaoduan continued the conversation, stating that the hero Gragas possesses formidable ambush capabilities in the early game, while also contributing to team fights and split pushing in the later stages. It all hinges on how Virtue will perform in this match. Gu Xing adjusted his runes as he observed IG's final two picks, Shun and Victor. Without hesitation, Hongmi secured the yellow chicken for their mid laner. The lineups were finalized. The blue side, IG, consisted of top laner Shun, jungler Rek'Sai, mid laner Victor, and bot lane Ezreal and Karma. The red side, VG, featured top laner Trundle, jungler Gragas, mid laner Yellow Chicken, and bot lane Ashe and Thresh. After a moment of contemplation, Wawa expressed his preference for VG's composition, deeming it more three-dimensional. While IG had the high lane pressure of Ezreal and Karma, the effectiveness of their synergy remained uncertain. Indeed, should the match extend into the late game, VG might dominate the side lanes due to Trundle's split-pushing potential. Xiaoduan provided his analysis, noting that Lord Ho's proficiency with Yellow Chicken was well established. The only champions capable of engaging were Shun and Rek'Sai, and it seemed unrealistic for them to reach Yellow Chicken with just those two. The Emperor of the Sands possessed mobility skills and the ultimate ability, Emperor's Divide, while Gragas and Thresh offered some protection for the backline. As long as Ho did not encounter significant issues, he was likely to survive until the decisive team fight. The two engaged in a lively exchange, with Wawa's control skills being among the finest in LPL commentary, while Xiaoduan merely needed to embellish the discussion. At that moment, a deafening cheer erupted from the audience, who passionately chanted the names of the teams they supported, rallying behind the players on stage. Remarkably, the number of VG supporters was nearly equal to that of the long-standing powerhouse, IG. Their voices rang out with vigor, seemingly overwhelming the IG fans. Recent victories and fluid gameplay had garnered both Gu Xing and VG a fair share of popularity. Meanwhile, IG's fanbase, witnessing the team's lackluster performance, found little motivation to attend the matches, who would spend money to watch their team suffer defeats. These factors contributed to VG's surge in support. Wearing headphones, Gu Xing could not discern the specific chants, yet he could gauge their volume. He understood the current support protocol. The blue side's fans would cheer first, followed by those of the red side. According to this rule, the number of VG fans present was certainly substantial. Did you hear that? Gu Xing exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. Many people are cheering for us. Unexpectedly, even a team like ours has days of soaring popularity, Long Gu remarked with a sense of nostalgia. The display on the monitor interrupted their conversation. They probably won't group up, but let us position ourselves. Xiao Duan reminded his teammates to stay alert, as Shun might venture into the upper jungle for warding. IG had selected the mid-jungle duo of Rek'Sai and Victor, which was relatively weak in early skirmishes, and their composition relied solely on Shun for crowd control, lacking the ability to invade the enemy jungle. In the presence of VG's Frost Archer, even if one refrains from venturing into the enemy jungle to place wards, one can still utilize Skyward Strike to observe the movements of the opposing jungler. It is reasonable to surmise that IG will not fall victim to this oversight. Fragmenting their approach and individually entering the jungle appears to be a prudent strategy, thereby circumventing potential conflict with VG. However, IG's duo comprises the early game lane dominators, Ezreal and Karma. Should they squander their wards in the initial stages, they risk losing the advantage of lane pressure once they reach their respective levels. If caught by VG's Frost Archer and Thresh, they may be forced to expend both Flash and Heal to escape. It seems plausible that the opposing team might send the top laner, Zeta, to stealthily infiltrate the jungle, employing a trinket ward to scout Gu Xing's jungle path, and, if necessary, utilize a taunt to evade capture. Long Gu consented and chose to hide with Gu Xing in the bush near VG's red buff, awaiting developments. As anticipated, at the 1:15 mark, Zeta's Shun crossed the river, aiming to place a ward. Without hesitation, Gu Xing activated Body Slam, bursting forth from the brush and stunning Zeta's Shun. Despite IG's mid and jungle duo being nearby to guard, Zeta's health still plummeted significantly. Long Ge's troll showed no mercy, relentlessly battering Shun with his club. in concert with Gu Xing, swiftly reducing Zeta's health by 13 points. After placing the ward, Zeta hastily learned taunt and maneuvered away from the dragon pit. However, he found himself unable to return to base for replenishment. Doing so would either require a teleport or forfeiting a portion of experience from the minion wave. Zeta was left to face Long Gu with less than 70 health. Fortunately, they successfully discerned Gu Xing's jungle route. Accompanied by Long Gu, Virtue successfully consumed the stone golem, evidently continuing to farm downwards. Meanwhile, both bottom lanes remained occupied with jungle creatures prior to their respective arrivals, with Imp rapidly advancing to level 2. He activated Skyward Strike, sending forth an eagle spirit to assist Gu Xing in tracking the movements of the enemy jungler. The eagle soared through the skies, ultimately spotting the excavator within IG's upper jungle at the Three-Wolf camp. By analyzing the jungle statistics and the condition of IG's camps, Gu Xing deduced that the enemy jungler was also clearing from top to bottom. He promptly devised a countermeasure, inquiring if Ho Yi could keep an eye on the opposing victor and prevent him from placing wards at his F4. Upon hearing Gu Xing's request, Ezihun considered momentarily before assenting, assuring him that Victor would have no opportunity to ward the jungle. Before Victor achieved his first core upgrade, enhancing Death Ray, his yellow chick would find itself at a disadvantage at level 1, given that Victor possesses Q, Siphon Power, for damage and shielding, while the yellow chick only has Sand Soldiers. Once levels rise slightly, the yellow chick's formidable trading and clearing capabilities would become evident. Until Victor acquires the Hexdeck core upgrade, he would be unable to best the yellow chick. Lacking lane control, Song Yi could not brazenly enter VG's jungle to place wards in Ezihun's presence. With his teammates' promise in hand, Gu Xing deliberately avoided the feathered bird and continued to farm in his lower jungle. Jihuan noted that his movements deviated from the conventional jungle path and expressed his intrigue, questioning Virtue's intentions. Are you foregoing F4? However, the partner doll was evidently unable to resolve this dilemma. He too was perplexed, pondering for a brief moment, but still failing to fathom Gu Xing's intentions, and could only divert the conversation to avoid an awkward silence. As Gu Xing dealt with the three wolves and was about to consume the blue buff, he heard the information relayed by his teammate. Karma had ventured to place a ward, signaling from the brush where the river meets the bottom lane. With a strategic advantage, IG's bottom lane played aggressively, emboldened by their accumulated minion wave, unafraid of Thresh's hook, frequently trading blows with the VG duo. However, Rain's fundamental skills were undeniably evident. Despite such a considerable early advantage, he surprisingly missed 2 minions in the first 3 waves. Upon witnessing this, Imp immediately chuckled, incredulous. Is this for real? Such blunders in the bottom lane? Such elementary mistakes are typically avoided by professional players. Yet, upon realizing that Rain was on the opposing side, everything suddenly seemed plausible. Gu Xing, operating the barrel man, belched contentedly as he secured the blue buff with a decisive strike, then placed a ward beside him before returning to base. After clearing 4 camps, he neglected even the river crab? Jihuan appeared quite skeptical. Virtue returned to base without acquiring the green jungle knife. Upon arriving at the fountain, Gu Xing purchased a dark seal and added a control ward before departing from the high ground. This doll was utterly bewildered. He watched as Gu Xing's barrel man approached the F4 camp, employing his area damage to effortlessly slay the sharp beak, still struggling to comprehend the unfolding events. Obtaining the true side effect, Virtue shifted his focus upward, and Jihuan finally realized he intended to ambush Zeta. The director switched the camera to Kid in the opposing lane. At that moment, Kid was busy clearing the newly spawned second round of stone beetles, completely oblivious to Gu Xing's imminent arrival in the top lane. The IG players were utterly in the dark, based on the information they had previously gathered. They presumed the barrel man was continuing to farm down low, estimating his speed to be comparable to Kid's, leaving no time to ambush Zeta in the upper canyon. Yet Gu Xing not only arrived, but also confirmed the lack of any IG wards in the vicinity, thanks to the true sight from the F4 camp. Navigating through the triangular brush to the top lane, he crept along the wall, ultimately taking a position in the brush closest to the IG tower. Jihuan glanced at the top lane situation, and only then did he grasp that Long Gu had pushed the wave into the tower, leveraging the health advantage gained at the start. Now, as the minions were about to push back, Zeta would inevitably have to advance with the minion wave. Dahl lowered his voice, as if fearing to alert anyone. Zeta remained completely unaware that he was about to face a dire predicament. The VG supporters in the audience erupted into a cacophony as they spotted Gu Xing's barrel position. Zeta, contentedly consuming minions, had only just turned the second control ward, intending to save it for later. However, just as he stepped forward to the center of the top lane, a hulking barrel man emerged from the brush behind him. He jerked his arm in shock, startled to the core. What was happening? Shin contemplated fleeing, yet the troll's pillar obstructed his taunting displacement. Virtue promptly unleashed his Q, rolling barrel. Only after Shun had expended his flash did he E-flash to follow suit. The atmosphere was electric. Zitao's health was already diminished, and as Gu Xing unleashed his skill set upon him, Long Gu swiftly secured first blood. In an instant, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. 073. A formidable obstacle on the path to MVP, a remarkable ambush route. Xiao Duan, rarely prone to excitement, found himself fervently animated, his voice echoing throughout the arena. With less than 4 minutes into the match, Virtue had already paved the way for his team. Zitao, clutching his chest in disbelief, wondered why this audacious individual was present. The young god, equally bewildered, innocently replied, "I have no idea." Transitioning into the jungle role, his gameplay adhered to the fundamentals, rarely committing grave errors. Yet he lacked the instinctive creativity characteristic of elite junglers. Now he felt somewhat disoriented by Gu Xing's unexpected jungle ambush route. After clearing 6 camps, Kid returned to base to purchase a jungle item, but had yet to leave the high ground when news of success from the top lane reached him. At this moment, he was incapable of compensating for the team's losses through counter-jungling. Zitao possessed teleport and could replenish the lane after respawning. Yet the minion wave continued to advance towards VG's first tower. Without flash, he desperately required assistance from his teammates. If he were to neglect jungling, he feared that merely glancing at the minion wave would lead the troll to chase him beneath the tower, leaving him severely weakened. Fortunately, the young god intended to continue farming downwards from the top lane, conveniently aiding Zitao in pushing the wave. However, Gu Xing had noticed Kid's movements. Having just finished the river crab, he chose to delve deeper into IG's jungle. Does Virtue truly dare to counter-jungle? Wawa exclaimed in disbelief, momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to encapsulate Gu Xing's audacity. Xiao Duan gradually regained composure. Providing an analysis, Virtue was poised to maximize the true sight effect granted by his smite. He was aware that there were no IG wards nearby, leaving the enemy oblivious to his precise location. Gu Xing also avoided the magic frog camp, as it was too close to the top lane. The young god, having dealt with the minion wave, would certainly return to clear the frog queen first. He set his sights on IG's 3 wolves. Previously, Imp had used Eagle Strike to scout the Rek'Sai, clearing the first round of Shadow Wolves. Thus Gu Xing was aware of the respawn timing for that camp and anticipated arriving just as it refreshed. With the Dark Seal in hand, the barrel's jungle clearing speed was commendable, as all 3 skills dealt area damage, effortlessly reducing the wolf's health. As anticipated, after clearing the minion wave, the young god returned to IG's jungle, mirroring his initial jungle route, starting with the Frog Queen and progressing downwards. The audience buzzed with excitement. Now, from the god's perspective, Gu Xing was clearing IG's 3 wolves while the young god consumed the magic frog. The two were separated by merely a camp's distance, leaving VG fans anxiously suspended in uncertainty, concerned that Gu Xing might be discovered by Kid. However, the young player, unaware of Gu Xing's audacity, was taken aback when the match had barely progressed 4 minutes, and he dared to delve into the jungle, countering his neighbor's moves. Consequently, he remained completely oblivious throughout the encounter. Virtue cleverly drew the 3 wolves towards the mid lane, and this time, the young player reacted swiftly, aiming to avoid detection by Rek'Sai's tremor sense. Gu Xing was well aware that the radius of the excavator's tremor sense was 1,300 yards. After luring the jungle monsters out, even if Kid burrowed underground, he would not immediately notice any disturbance at the 3 wolves camp, significantly delaying the young player's realization of his presence. Gu Xing, cautious not to draw too many monsters, only lured a small portion to avoid being spotted by the mid-lane minion wave and turret. After finishing off the 3 wolves, Gu Xing leisurely exited the IG jungle through the narrow path adjacent to the mid lane, and before leaving, he placed his trinket ward in the camp. 7 seconds later, the young player finally arrived at the 3 wolves camp. In his burrowed state, He was completely unaware that his jungle monsters had already been swept clean by Gu Xing. With only a 250-yard vision range, Kid mistakenly believed the monsters remained, and upon using burrow, he entered the camp, only to realize something was amiss. "Where are my wolves?" The audience erupted in laughter at the sight of Rek'Sai's bewildered expression. Kid's jungle was thoroughly countered. Ji Huan expressed admiration for Gu Xing's movements and decisions. Rek'Sai's trajectory was even captured by Virtue's ward, making it exceedingly difficult to establish rhythm moving forward. After all, professional players are not foolish. They are well aware of where you intend to farm and will not grant you the opportunity. Upon returning to his own jungle, Gu Xing chose not to continue farming, but rather found a secure spot to recall the two sets of jungle monsters, along with the river crab. The first blood assist gold, and the automatically awarded gold from the system, enabled Gu Xing to successfully acquire the green jungle knife. In fact, in the current meta, purchasing the level 2 jungle knife as early as possible is advantageous. Compared to starting jungle gear, killing each large jungle monster grants an additional 35 experience points. It is quite rare for a player like Gu Xing to return for the first time and only purchase the Dark Seal. He did so merely to supplement his damage from the initial ambush, ensuring he could secure a kill. Seeing his 3 wolves countered, the young player immediately grew agitated. The barrel should have returned to farm the stone skin beetle. It was highly likely he would farm from top to bottom next. He instructed, "I'll ambush from the bot lane, you all." Before he could finish his sentence, a skirmish erupted in the bot lane. Tabe's Karma had already used RQ for poke, yet he dared to move forward? This stunned Wawa, who immediately shouted. As the little segment of play saw Thresh flash and use E-Flay to pull Karma back. After applying Ignite, he hesitated to use his hook, as Tabe was slowed by Imp's Ash. In a moment of panic, he shielded himself with E, Inspire, tethering Ash with W. However, Imp had charged Q Focus, and as he unleashed it, the arrows rained down, overwhelming Karma's health. The prowess of Ezreal and Karma in lane dominance is undoubtedly among the strongest in the entire league's bot lane. However, when faced with a vigorous assault, the fragility of their composition becomes glaringly apparent. Rain initially intended to wait until his teammates' Ignite effects subsided before utilizing his heal, but his allies were on the verge of succumbing. As a Korean player, Rain's command of Chinese is rather mediocre, significantly inferior to that of Song Yi-Jin, leading to substantial communication issues with Tabe. Rain sought to initiate a counterattack. Their bot lane had pushed too far, and once ensnared, escape became increasingly difficult. It might have been wiser to withdraw and attempt to secure a kill instead. The previously half-health Imp had been marked as the target by Rain. He delivered a heal, hoping the support would respond with Ignite, urging everyone to fight to the bitter end. With his passive nearly fully stacked, his attack speed bonus was considerable, and his combat effectiveness was not to be underestimated. Yet, Tabe could not decipher the clumsy mix of Mandarin and Korean that his ADC was attempting to convey. With Ignite on him, he received a heal, but, seeing his health still critically low, he opted to flash away to retreat. Concurrently, Rain executed his E, Arcane Shift, and leaped directly into Imp's face. What? Imp, preoccupied with his actions, was momentarily stunned. Not just him. The entire audience was taken aback. Li Zagan, the demon? The situation escalated as IG South bot lane coordination faltered dramatically. Xiao Duan had not anticipated such an opportunity and swiftly threw his hook towards the nearby Karma. Tabe attempted to evade. However, Xiao Duan's hook was astoundingly precise, hitting him perfectly. Lantern. Xiao Duan called out to Imp, tossing his W, Dark Passage, to his teammate. Imp hesitated to pick it up immediately. He recognized that Karma still had Ignite available. Approaching too soon might result in a last-minute retaliation. Thus, he waited for his support to eliminate the weakened Karma before seizing the lantern and converging on Rain from behind. Left with no escape route, the solitary Ezreal ultimately fell to Imp's onslaught. The casters could scarcely believe their eyes, utterly bewildered by IG's bot lane antics. A 0-for-2 exchange left IG's previous advantage in health utterly squandered. Rain, despite his commendable performance in ranked matches, seemed to regress in fundamentals on the professional stage, struggling even with last hitting. Though he had been fiercely pressuring the VG duo, it appeared that he had fallen behind in farm compared to Imp. After the demise of the Ezreal and Karma duo, IG's bot lane was essentially disconnected. What an absurd maneuver. Imp was perplexed. The atmosphere in the VG team's voice chat was filled with laughter. Gu Xing was grinning from ear to ear. Meanwhile, the live stream chat erupted with excitement. My goodness, are these two really teammates? Their synergy is astounding. One jumps in while the other hides at the back, knowing only to flee. IG only recruits the entertainers. Those who can't perform aren't worthy. Can these two pack up and leave already? Can Ezreal and Karma truly be killed in lane? These two must be the traitors. Right? I suggest we change players next round. The chicken is almost in despair, haha. Song Yijin is indeed having a tough time. The opposing lord is providing him no opportunities, consistently and deftly securing kills and pushing lanes, with a defensive stance that is seamless, leaving no trace of vulnerability. Despite his strenuous efforts, he has failed to discover any breakthrough point. Based on the experiences from the spring season, as long as 1's kills do not outpace the deaths of teammates, the game becomes exceedingly challenging. Currently, such a situation has become glaringly evident. After returning to base and purchasing his items, Gu Xing did not opt for the whimsical route akin to the childlike spirit. Instead, he followed the spawn order of the jungle monsters and proceeded downwards. Conversely, he chose a counterintuitive path, starting from the lowest point with the swamp frog and advancing upwards. This unconventional jungle route was utterly unexpected. Ji Huan chuckled, observing that it appeared to be an assault aimed at the upper lane. In the upper lane, as Ji Tai faced his adversaries, the elusive Gu Xing caught him off guard once more. Without flash, Shin found it exceedingly difficult to escape, falling prey to the troll and the barrel once again. Virtue is omnipresent. What a meticulously executed gank. That barrel play was indeed ruthless. Virtue, it's him again. Ji Tai has been caught twice in succession. His mindset must be crumbling. Through his early game ambushes, Gu Xing established a significant advantage for his team. He felt as though the world was focusing on him, and he was on the verge of securing yet another MVP. However, to his astonishment, a formidable obstacle emerged. Yu Huang and Tabe officially sprang into action, beginning their nurturing phase. Imp effortlessly secured 3 kills within the first 11 minutes of the match, even demolishing the enemy's first blood tower. Such a level of advantage rendered the Frost Archer seemingly invincible, no matter how ferocious Gu Xing was. His kill acquisition rate paled in comparison to that of the lower lane. 0.74, a breakthrough. Can't the lower lane of IG die a bit slower? Gu Xing gazed at the widening gap in equipment and level between the two duos, unable to suppress his frustrations. On the other side, Song Yijin shared similar thoughts. He was still occupied in the mid lane, while the opposing Frost Archer, holding 3 kills, was soaring. How could they possibly play from here? Fortunately, the chicken had weathered many storms during the spring, making him well prepared for his lower lane's performance. Taking a deep breath, he adopted a more aggressive and audacious style of play. The team could only rely on him now, as expecting much from the other teammates seemed unrealistic. Rookie, I'm here to assist you. The childlike spirit was very perceptive, recognizing who the true elder brother of the team was, and promptly rushed to the mid lane to provide cover. Utilizing the vision gained from his smite, he cleared the river's vision wards of VG and then circled around to attempt an ambush on the opposing mid laner, Huangji. However, the Lord's playstyle was exceedingly cautious. On the commentary desk, the voice of Wawa resonated, while Kid had been lurking for quite a while, yet still failed to find a suitable opportunity to strike. Easyhoon, noticing that several teammates were in advantageous positions, felt increasingly at ease, even refraining from trading blows with the chicken, demonstrating very cautious positioning. When it comes to stability, none could compare with him. During the spring split of 2015, he participated in 12 matches for SKT, during which he was only slain 13 times, averaging a mere 1.08 deaths per game. In a typical 30-minute match, Easyhoon succumbed to death just once. It is fair to assert that in advantageous situations, he preferred to remain alive, making it nearly impossible for others to eliminate him. Kid, lying in wait nearby, observed the enemy's lack of openings and, out of options, resorted to using his E ability, Burrow, to navigate to the mid lane, executing a flash for a long-distance displacement, emerging from the earth to confront the chicken. Despite his aggressive intent, the damage proved insufficient. Upon realizing that Easyhoon's health was still quite robust, Rookie found his equipment lacking, and Victor's burst could not secure the kill on the chicken. In response, the Lord deployed our Imperial Wall to shove Rek'Sai towards his turret, then calmly summoned his sand soldiers, executing a quick EQ combo back under the tower, relentlessly poking at the child. Kid, unwilling to concede, was determined to secure a kill for an advantage, even persuading Zeta's Shun to utilize his ultimate, secret technique, Mercy of the Soul. The child, risking everything, aimed to gift the chicken a head. As Song Yijin's next Q, Siphon Power, became available, he prepared to advance and reap the weakened chicken's health. However, from the concealed view beyond the wall, a soul lantern was suddenly cast. When the lantern landed on the Lord, it granted a shield, preventing Easyhoon from perishing. The timely arrival of Xiao Duan was impeccable, with his voice urgent and commanding. VG's support arrived with remarkable speed, catching IG off guard. The chicken, seizing the lantern, reached the safety of his teammates on the other side of the wall. The barrel-bearing beer man also arrived from the side, successfully joining the fray. Virtue, using his tankiness to bait Rookie's flash, caused Song Yijin to instinctively reposition, anticipating an explosive barrel, to attempt a return knockback. Yet, Gu Xing had no intention of using his ultimate, merely advancing forward, coldly observing as Song Yijin twisted and turned in an effort to evade a non-existent skill. The chicken inevitably felt a twinge of embarrassment. Before he could react, a magical crystal arrow was suddenly shot from above. Imp's ultimate was executed with such precision that it sealed off the chicken's escape route. Song Yijin's victor lacked any means of mobility. Retreating would lead him to collide with the crystal arrow and become stunned, leaving him no choice but to pivot defensively. Gu Xing seized this moment, hurling explosive barrel right behind the chicken. Even if Song Yijin managed to evade the frost arrow, he would still be caught in his own ultimate. Rookie had no alternatives, helplessly watching as he was blasted back to Gu Xing's side. With no allies nearby, the child and Zeta, who had just teleported to VG's mid-lane turret, were still a short distance away, and the twin stars were impeded by Long Gu, who had similarly landed from a teleport, making it impossible for them to provide support in the short term. Realizing his escape routes were exhausted and that he was highly likely to meet his end here, Song Yijin was engulfed by despair. Imp, with a cheeky demeanor, inquired, "Little Gu, could you spare a head? Though my ultimate did not land, it can still be considered an assist, right?" He felt that had he not unleashed a magical crystal arrow to pressure the positioning of the enemy champion, Gu Xing would never have been able to so effortlessly use his ultimate to bring Song Yijin back into the fray. Thus, claiming a kill for himself seemed entirely reasonable. Glancing at the mini-map, Gu Xing noted that Imp was still about 2,000 yards away from the mid-lane battlefield. If he were to wait for their ADC to arrive, it would likely take a full 5 seconds, a waste of precious time. He was reluctant to grant Imp the kill, primarily because Ashe was already quite fed. Funneling more resources into Imp could easily disrupt the balance of resource allocation within the VG team. Although Ashe was not underwhelming in this patch, being a marksman without mobility made her susceptible to being targeted in team fights. If all resources were funneled to her, and should Imp be eliminated during a skirmish, VG would find themselves in a precarious situation. "Lord Ho, this kill is yours," Gu Xing shouted. During the landing phase, he had hardly paid attention to the mid lane, so offering some bounty to Easyhoon now seemed a much more fitting choice. Lord Ho, taken aback by such good fortune, stood at a distance, utilizing his Q ability to command the sand soldiers forward, efficiently depleting the health bar of the enemy champion. Meanwhile, the jungler from IG was dealt with by Long Gu and Xiao Duan in their tower. Imp, witnessing his teammates leave him with nothing, could only laugh helplessly, teasing, "Little Gu, are you jealous of my potential MVP, thus deliberately denying me kills? That's not true. I didn't do it." Gu Xing immediately refuted. Lord Ho, having claimed the kill Gu Xing had relinquished, promptly defended him, stating, "Sheng Bin, this is outright slander. You're making baseless accusations." As the team's advantage continued to grow, the atmosphere within their voice chat became increasingly lighthearted. In stark contrast, the IG lounge was engulfed in silence. Thus far, they had yet to secure a single kill against VG. The humiliation was unprecedented in the IG summer split. The performance by Yu Huang was far from over. Struggling to farm and unable to secure kills, he resolved to quickly catch up on minions. However, his lane management skills were woefully inadequate. He consistently pushed the wave, failing to hold onto the minions. If Yu Huang wished to continue farming, he would have to brazenly cross the river and invade the enemy's territory. For an ADC in a disadvantageous position to push so deep into enemy lines was, in the eyes of VG, a blatant provocation. Gu Xing led his teammates in setting up an ambush, sending Rain back to the fountain once more. Observing the VG players smiling brightly under the live camera, Chris could no longer contain himself and turned to the reserve players in the lounge, pondering who would be best to substitute in the next match. IG was currently in disarray. With 15 minutes into the game, the economic gap had already exceeded 4,000. Wawa felt the outcome of the match was no longer in doubt, while Virtue returned to base, merging his Dark Seal into a kill book. With a hint of mirth in his tone, Jihuan remarked that Virtue was preparing to stack ability power, adopting the nuclear barrel strategy. Tabe aspired to venture into the jungle to place vision wards, yet his intentions were swiftly detected by VG's surveillance. Xiao Duan lay in ambush, and Thresh's Q, death sentence, struck with pinpoint accuracy, followed by the deployment of a lantern. As Gu Xing picked it up, he triggered the second segment of Q, bringing his jungler to Tabe's side. The barrel took a swig of liquor, unleashing a drunkenly furious auto-attack, while simultaneously knocking out a fluffy creature, astonishingly accelerating the pace of the encounter. The audience erupted in gasps. With just 2 modest abilities, Tabe's Karma lost over half her health in an instant. In truth, since the mid-lane barrel's rise to prominence in Season 3, Gragas's ability power scaling has been significantly nerfed. Nowadays, most jungler barrels in competitive play opt for a Spellthief's Echo Jungle item to ensure efficient farming and damage, subsequently transitioning into tanky and utility items to provide crowd control for their team. Gu Xing initially intended to follow this build, but was compelled to adapt due to the overwhelming advantage his team had established early on. Karma is inherently fragile, and Tabe, being at a low level, simply could not withstand the damage. Ultimately, Gu Xing secured the kill with a Q barrel roll. IG faced a continuous retreat, their vision control utterly failing to materialize. The director switched to IG's perspective, revealing that even within their own jungle, vision was non-existent. Jihuan furrowed his brow upon witnessing this. The vision issue was dire, rendering them ineffective in a disadvantageous situation. The IG team, a peculiar entity in the league, had suffered successive defeats at the World Championship over the years, prompting LPL to seek transformation by adopting strategies from the neighboring LCK region. The crux of this evolution lay in operational tactics, how to manage minion waves, vision, and neutral resources under varying circumstances, how to snowball a lead into a decisive victory, and how to prolong a match when behind to facilitate the core's rapid development. Korean teams have, over the past 2 years, mastered the intricacies of League of Legends, their meticulous operational playstyle and rhythm suppression achieving dominance in international tournaments. Most teams within LPL are diligently studying operational strategies, yet IG stands as an exception. From the days of veteran players like PDD and Sun Yayo, the team has emphasized a blood-soaked, confrontational playstyle, characterized by a raw, untamed essence that persists to this day, viewing operations as wholly unnecessary. It must be said that such a style of play is indeed captivating and has garnered IG a considerable fanbase. However, when the team finds itself at a disadvantage against formidable opponents, neglecting vision in favor of mere skirmishes and attempting to exchange a few kills for the rapid development of their core proves to be an unrealistic endeavor. Recognizing their adversaries' intentions, VG adopted an exceptionally cautious approach. Even with a substantial advantage, they chose to group together, preventing IG from isolating any targets. Gradually, they consumed the vision, stripping the opponents of control over the jungle, and leveraging the disparity in jungle resources to steadily expand their lead. The dolls discerned the precarious situation faced by IG. Now, unable to isolate any solitary VG players, their chances of winning large-scale team battles appeared dismally low. They remain holed up in their high ground, akin to a slow death, frustratingly so. The IG players struggle to find any opportunity for a counterattack. Meanwhile, VG is already preparing to secure the Baron, pushing the minion waves in both mid and top lanes while establishing vision along the way. The dragon is split pushing in the bottom lane, where the troll possesses a distinct advantage against Shun. Gu Xing, during the landing phase, had already assisted him in claiming 2 kills. Now, he is utterly unrestrained. IG finds itself in a dilemma. If they choose to confront the troll in the bottom lane, regardless of success, the Baron will undoubtedly be taken by the opposing team. Conversely, if they ignore the situation, their own bottom lane's second turret will be demolished. With VG's dual carries, Ashe and Kog'Maw, exhibiting formidable sustained damage output, as long as their frontline can endure, the Baron will not last long in their hands. Ultimately, IG resolves to gamble on the barren pit, seeking a glimmer of hope, a decision consistent with their team's typical strategy. Kid, the child deity, strides ahead into the dark river, intent on using his auditory skills to detect enemy movements. However, VG has laid an ambush, remaining motionless, rendering Rek'Sai oblivious. Accompanied by a nauseating sound effect, Thresh's hook sails through the barren pit, striking the unsuspecting Kid. The skills from the VG team rain down upon Rek'Sai. The posture defending the bottom turret senses something amiss and promptly activates his ultimate, attempting to save his teammate. Imp provides the magical crystal arrow, while Kog'Maw's piercing attack, combined with Virtue's rolling barrel, reduces Kid to a sliver of health. As the economic disparity between the two teams widens, Kid's number of minion kills has stagnated drastically. Many jungle camps have been seized by VG, with the remaining resources scavenged by other teammates. This has led to Kid's severely stunted development, even with pure tank items. He cannot withstand VG's explosive damage. Virtue, with a tanky charge combined with flash, successfully initiates the team fight. Gu Xing eschews flamboyance, hurling his explosive barrel directly for damage. Except for Rain Emperor's Ezreal, who evades with arcane shift, the rest of the IG players are caught in the blast. The already weakened Rek'Sai is swiftly sent back to the fountain, while IG's mid and support champions lose a significant portion of their health. Utilizing his sand soldiers and ice staff, Lord Ho maintains distance to keep IG engaged, forcing them into battle. Ji Huan's voice rises in excitement, yet Shun, under the command of Ji Tai, cannot reach the battlefield in time. With Rek'Sai's death, IG is left without a frontline. The remaining dual carries, along with Karma, find it utterly unrealistic to contend with VG's 4 players. The tanky Kog'Maw exhausts all his energy to deal damage, ultimately only managing to reduce Gu Xing and Xiao Duan to low health. However, IG has already suffered a rout. The VG supporters in the audience erupt in jubilant cheers. In the end, Virtue's final rolling barrel claims Kog'Maw's victor, successfully stacking the killer book to 25 layers, before returning to join his teammates and focusing on the Baron. Accompanied by the desperate roar of Baron Nashor, the members of the VG team were imbued with the resplendent purple aura of the dragon buff. After retreating to regroup and replenish their gear, VG united and surged toward IG's high ground. Long Gu joined the fray, utilizing our supremacy to siphon Rek'Sai's health and defenses. With his already formidable resilience, he boldly absorbed the damage from the opposing carries, leading his teammates into the heart of the IG formation. The damage dealt by Imp was utterly terrifying. Each volley of arrows claimed substantial portions of the enemy's health. Virtue's meat shield, adorned with a formidable array of skills, incapacitated the fleeing Zeta, unleashing our explosive barrel for a devastating area effect that filled the damage meter to the brim. The explosive power of the barrel was truly fearsome. The resulting devastation elicited jubilant cheers from the VG supporters. The economic disparity between the two teams had long surpassed 10,000, and the resultant equipment superiority allowed VG to dominate the team fight with relentless force, achieving a resounding victory. At the 28-minute mark, IG's main crystal was successfully obliterated. The kill count stood at an astonishing 15-0. A clean sweep? VG is truly merciless. Dog son, we're taking off, woo. Virtue could win without the MVP title, illustrating just how lackluster this IG team is. I suspect IG will replace players again in the next match. IG has a total of 4 ADCs and 2 supports. How many possible permutations can there be? There's a catch. Rain and Ben cannot be on the field simultaneously. Otherwise, with a meat shield in play, the foreign aid quota would be exceeded. The barrage of commentary was incessant, while the Dog Sons had learned to feign ignorance through their prolonged struggles alongside we fans, remaining utterly silent now. Gu Xing was taken aback by how effortlessly they had won this match, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Upon returning to the lounge, he and his teammates learned of the opponent's plan to swap their bottom lane duo, Marge and Bao Lan. Gu Xing was unfamiliar with these IDs. Bao Lan was the Blue Dream, having previously duo queued with me. Jack should remember him. However, after contemplating an adjective to describe Bao Lan, he decided against voicing it. Gu Xing understood the situation. Imp, still brimming with pride, draped an arm around his shoulder, boasting, "Did you see that? MVP." The lounge's television screen displayed Imp's official photo. with the stark contrast of a 5,571 economic lead glaringly evident. Just wait and see. Gu Xing's competitive spirit ignited. In the next match, I shall tighten the pace. He had observed the entire game and believed he had uncovered the secret to defeating IG. The vulnerability lay in the bottom lane. The IG duo was bound to falter. Gu Xing felt that seizing the opportunity to exploit the bottom lane would yield success with high probability. Virtue took the lead, maneuvering Rek'Sai to tunnel through the wall and Flash to disrupt Baolan's Braum. Teammates followed with damage, swiftly eliminating him. Baolan stared blankly at the black and white screen, speechless. As the upper right corner displayed 0 kills, 4 deaths, and 0 assists, a stark reminder of his dismal performance. All 4 deaths were attributable to the enemy jungler, the excavator. Baolan was confounded. He was certain that neither he nor Marge had any past grievances with Gu Xing. So why were they being targeted in the bottom lane? On the opposite side of the player bench, Gu Xing felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Just as he had anticipated, IG's bot lane was utterly vulnerable. Any attempt to engage would yield results. Currently, the kill count stood at 9-1. With IG securing their sole kill when Xiao Duan fell in a previous skirmish while tower diving. I returned to base to replenish my equipment, then resumed my relentless pursuit of Gu Xing. Although the opposing duo had been shifted to the top lane for further development and had become rather inconsequential, his primary objective was to safeguard Imp and Xiao Duan as they pressed forward to dismantle towers, striving to set the snowball effect in motion as early as possible. More ambushes? Dada was quite taken aback by Gu Xing's movements, while Virtue decided to tower dive directly this time. However, this time, Xiaohai was lurking in the shadows, and there was a palpable sense of anxiety from Jihuan. If the dive were to be countered, it would spell disaster. While it is generally true that junglers assist the strong rather than the weak, IG had no advantages outside of the mid lane at this moment. Assisting the chicken was futile, as Hou Yi remained as steadfast as a mountain, making him virtually untouchable. Given the circumstances, Kid resolved to aid the duo instead. He instructed Zeta and the chicken to be ready to teleport at a moment's notice, aiming to rally the entire team for a chance at a comeback. As Gu Xing maneuvered Rek'Sai underground, he traversed the jungle with remarkable speed, ensuring he missed no information from the rift. Xiaohai had been absent from his line of sight for over a minute. Meanwhile, Long Gu, who had been swapped to the bot lane, had just placed a ward in the enemy's lower jungle, discovering IG's area to be devoid of presence. Gu Xing surmised that Kid was likely in the upper quadrant, possibly preparing for an ambush. Nevertheless, this posed no concern. He and his teammates had a strategy in place. Gu Xing communicated with his teammates through voice chat, confirming their positions. Xiao Duan ultimately issued the command to prepare for an assault. Virtue emerged from the brush behind IG's first turret, launching a Q, Raptor's Mark, toward the IG duo beneath the tower. Gu Xing was aware that Baolan's Braum would never squander his shield to block his Q. Thus he aimed to lower their health first. The shockwave, imbued with void energy, prompted the IG duo to evade the impending damage, moving to avoid the skill. However, Marge and Baolan had been positioned on either side of the shockwave, leading them to inadvertently diverge in their movements. This was a crucial error. Unless the opposing side possessed considerable area damage, typically, it would be safer for a duo to act in unison when tower diving. Yet, the IG duo failed to do so. Without hesitation, Gu Xing seized the opportunity, utilizing E-Tunnel to advance and knock Marge up. At that moment, Xiaohai's gangplank emerged from the secluded brush in front of IG's second turret. Meanwhile, the teleportation light enveloped the defensive tower. Both the chicken and Zeta decided to join the fray, and Long Ji's Shin also unleashed his ultimate, eager to reach the battlefield as swiftly as possible. Dada spoke at a breakneck pace, but Virtue's damage was astonishingly high. The challenge of the penalty was placed upon Marge, with true damage compounded by Gu Xing's Q. Queen's Fury, posing a significant threat to the ADC. Kid advanced, deploying a smoke bomb, while Xiao Duan cast a hook towards Marge. In a critical moment, the cerulean Braum raised his shield, using his W to position himself beside his teammates, successfully blocking the hook and simultaneously striking Gu Xing with his Q, Bite of Winter. Nonetheless, Gu Xing's prior series of kills and assists had granted him a lavish array of equipment. Coupled with the damage reduction from the challenge penalty and the protective shield from Long Ji's ultimate, even though he withstood the turret's cannon fire, his health remained relatively robust. The sound of gunfire reverberated through the canyon as Imp's Lucian unleashed a barrage of shots at the enemy. Despite being partially obstructed by Braum's defensive barrier, the output was still considerable. Long Ji's Shun had concluded the casting of his ultimate, positioning himself next to Virtue. Just as Ji Huan's words faded, the broadcast abruptly shifted the camera to the mid lane, where the chicken was teleporting behind the first tower. With the 4-second casting period nearing its end, a ward was placed over the wall, and suddenly, a golden light flickered at the edge of the screen. Victor, identified by the ID of Gu Xing, flashed into close proximity. Chaos Storm. The singularity, just as it was generated, possessed an interrupting effect, effectively functioning as a frame of silence capable of halting abilities like Katarina's and Pantheon's ultimate, including teleportation. My goodness, did Lord Ho act with such decisiveness? The shout of the commentator echoed throughout the venue, nearly drowned out by the deafening roar of the audience. He placed a ward over the wall from IG's avian camp to ascertain the chicken's location before flashing in to disrupt the ultimate, catching the chicken completely off guard with such audacity. Well executed. Seeing that Song Yi had failed to teleport, Gu Xing immediately lauded his teammate. You all keep going. I'll retreat for now. Ezihun departed the range of IG's mid-tower without looking back. This interruption of the teleportation was predicated on Ho's vague estimation of the chicken's position, allowing him to deduce the timing based on the opponent's retreat from lane and the delay in teleportation. To ensure accuracy, he had first placed a ward over the wall. With the chicken's teleportation thwarted, Ji Huan realized the gravity of the situation. IG's defense against the tower dive was now compromised. The broadcast had shifted back to the main battlefield, and as the camera returned, the audience witnessed Gu Xing relentlessly pursuing and assaulting his opponents. Long Gu had just taunted March, and with his flash still on cooldown, he was forcibly eliminated by Imp's Lucian, who approached with a swift stride. The positioned Echo landed successfully, but being a tanky variant, his damage output was not particularly high. If he aimed to provide crowd control, he would require his W, Time Winder. Roughly estimated, from the moment he initiated his teleport until he landed and executed control, a span of 7 seconds must have elapsed. The chicken was unable to teleport in time. His teammates simply could not endure for that long. Virtue dealt a bite of true damage to Braum, whose health plummeted perilously low. Having perished 4 times prior, Braum's equipment level had significantly lagged behind. In the present moment, the team is lacking in tenacity. Just moments ago, they were rejuvenated by Imp's piercing shot that maximized their output, yet now they find themselves with merely a sliver of health remaining. Imp swiftly eliminates Braum, while Virtue adeptly catches the lantern thrown by Xiao Duan, narrowly escaping with his life. The excitement in Wawa's voice is palpable. It's a 0-for-2 exchange, leaving IG at a significant disadvantage. The most critical aspect is that IG has squandered 2 teleportations without securing any kills, leaving Ji Huan's tone markedly different from its usual calm demeanor. In the subsequent 5 minutes, they will likely lose their ability to dictate the pace of the game. For the team at a disadvantage, teleportation is of paramount importance. If utilized effectively, a well-timed flank can yield substantial benefits for the team. This is precisely why many teams, after gaining an advantage, remain apprehensive, fearing that their opponents may exploit teleportation to launch a surprise attack. Now, IG has recklessly expended these 2 teleportations, inadvertently granting VG the freedom to exert pressure without the worry of a potential counterflank. Ruji expresses deep regret, never anticipating the opposing team would interrupt at such a crucial moment. Rookie, upon arriving, swiftly dispatches the enemy, scratching his head in confusion, yet he reassures. It's not your fault. You gave it your all. Naturally, he cannot allow the burden of blame to fall upon their key player. This was their planned turning point. At that moment, Harry's teleportation was still cooling down. As soon as Ruji lands, it would be a 5 versus 4 situation, bolstered by the presence of a defensive tower, significantly increasing IG's odds of victory. Alas, VG had anticipated this and executed a counter-strategy with precision. A chorus of lamentations fills the IG lounge. Chris slumps in his chair, his eyes devoid of life. Despite the change in the duo, they are still being overwhelmed. He realizes that IG's prospects for this year are bleak. Following the summer split last year, feeling undervalued at LGD and receiving insufficient compensation, Chris chose to sever ties with LGD and expose the fact that Redmi was simultaneously coaching 2 teams. Now at IG, he hoped to prove his worth. demonstrating his capabilities to the management at LGD. Who could have foreseen that the IG, which had reached the World Championship last year, would now falter so drastically? Why have we descended to this state? He is baffled. Su Xiaoluo's expression is grave. During the mid-season transfer period, they acquired a plethora of players. Although none were superstars, the individual expenditures were not exorbitant. However, the sheer number became an unsustainable burden. The combined salaries of 6 bottom lane players would easily surpass what it would take to sign both Gu Xing and Jakulov. At this moment, witnessing Gu Xing dominate on the professional stage while Jakulov emerges as a promising rookie, Su Xiaoluo feels a rare pang of regret. Had they offered more suitable conditions back then, perhaps these two could have remained with IG. Setting aside Jackie, based solely on Gu Xing's current performance, his market value has undoubtedly skyrocketed. Su Xiaoluo is now engulfed in regret, profound regret. Meanwhile, the battle in the rift is far from over. After a 0-for-2 exchange under the tower, IG's despair becomes evident. Gu Xing purchases a vision stone and, alongside Xiao Duan, delves deep into the jungle to control the vision. The knowledge of ward placements that Redmi had previously imparted is now being utilized by him, ensuring that each ward gathers as much information as possible. Even if he were to be caught, his teammates would have a lantern to facilitate their escape. Overall, the situation remains quite secure. In advantageous scenarios, Rek'Sai is undeniably a dominant force in the jungle, showcasing formidable dueling capabilities. Meanwhile, the young gunner finds it increasingly difficult to remain in his own territory, compelled to team up with Braum to secure a semblance of comfort. However, this leaves Marge isolated. Easyhoon seizes the opportunity to unleash a barrage of skills upon Marge, who had been languishing in the bushes, awaiting the minion wave. The damage output of Victor in this patch is nothing short of outrageous, dispatching an ADC 2 levels below him with effortless ease. As the economic disparity between the two teams widens, IG completely loses its grip on the jungle. VG aims to control the Baron, seeking to conclude the match through Nashor. This time, they lack the split-pushing prowess of a troll, prompting IG to rally their forces to the Dragon Pit, eager for a decisive confrontation with VG. Yet, their frail vision control renders them incapable of mounting a proper defense. No matter where they venture, Gu Xing and his teammates consistently track their movements. Virtue lies in ambush near the Dragon Pit, utilizing his geomancy to firmly grasp the enemy's positional information. Once assured of a favorable outcome in the team fight, Gu Xing tunnels forward, flashing into the fray to engage Song Yi. Imp's Lucian, positioned at the rear, unleashes the Holy Gun's baptism, while Braum's Braum steps forward to shield his allies. Marge, having succumbed to numerous deaths, finds himself in a daze. Noticing that Imp appears somewhat disjointed, he grows frustrated and decides to collaborate with his teammates to eliminate the opposing player. We have enough damage to take down Lucian. Marge voices his intent. However, Braum contemplates a defensive maneuver, aiming to encircle Gu Xing's Rek'Sai alongside the other teammates in hopes of securing a kill. The rest of the team shares this sentiment, especially the young gunner, who, witnessing Gu Xing's aggression towards the meat shield, becomes agitated and is eager to eliminate the excavator. Yet, Marge has participated in only a handful of scrimmages since joining IG, leaving his understanding of teamfight command rather nebulous. The voice chat descends into chaos, and Marge cannot discern whom to heed. In this unfortunate turn of events, Braum, shield in hand, takes 2 steps back. With Marge now devoid of shield protection, he finds himself exposed beneath the Holy Gun's baptism. In an instant, this fragile ADC is left at half health. The VG fans in the audience erupt with excitement. Imp advances, firing 2 shots combined with the Holy Gun's baptism, successfully slaying Marge. The commentator finds this moment utterly incredulous, questioning the circumstances. Why did he not retreat with his teammates? Gu Xing and the other VG members are equally taken aback. Did the opposing ADC truly perish so effortlessly? IG continues to focus their fire on Gu Xing, but a sudden white shield appears on Rek'Sai's health bar, heralding the arrival of Shun. In the midst of the chaos, the Lord delivered a tremendous area of effect damage, leaving the chicken with little health and no combat capability, forcing a retreat from the scene. The dual carries faced 1 demise and 1 being severely weakened, rendering IG devoid of any chance of victory. VG decisively eliminated their opponents on the battlefield, subsequently returning to secure the Baron. After organizing and purchasing equipment, they prepared to conclude the match with a final push. The disparity in equipment had escalated to an irretrievable extent. Gu Xing's tanky Rek'Sai stood resolutely at the forefront, absorbing damage with poise before allowing his teammates to enter and reap the rewards, ultimately achieving a flawless team wipe. In a mere 24 minutes, VG swiftly dismantled the enemy's main crystal. Congratulations to VG for securing another point, firmly establishing themselves at the pinnacle of Group B. Wawa expressed his deep admiration for their current exceptional form, while Jihuan concurred, noting that IG had failed to execute a single successful counterattack throughout the match. Both games had seen IG fall into VG's rhythm, and the newly substituted duo had performed rather mediocrely. He continued to analyze the current standings, reflecting on IG's bleak prospects following their loss, as they now trailed NB in the standings by 2 victories for a playoff berth. If this trend persisted, their performance could potentially be worse than that of the spring season. This assertion undoubtedly struck a painful chord with the team. During the mid-season transfer period, the club had acquired numerous bottom-lane players, initially filling fans with optimism that IG could finally soar. Yet, the outcome mirrored past disappointments, leading to frequent setbacks. Even Wawa suggested to IG that the incessant changes in starting players were ill-advised. Without a stable rotation and complementary strategies, the haphazard combinations would only exacerbate the team's decline. The bottom-lane duo needed to cultivate substantial synergy, gradually adapting their styles to thrive on the professional stage. Currently, IG South bottom lane setup comprised 2 ADCs and 4 supports, with frequent alterations leaving each player devoid of sufficient practice matches to foster cohesion. Other teams' duos engaged in 7 to 8 training matches daily, while IG South bottom lane players barely managed half that number. Given the training disparity, the few newly recruited players lacked extraordinary talent, making it a fantastical dream for IG to match the prowess of other LPL teams' duos. Meanwhile, viewers were still mulling over the peculiar maneuvers of IG's bottom lane during the recent Baron team fight, igniting a lively discussion in the livestream. Why did Braum raise his shield and retreat? Let us not be harsh. Do you understand the rationale behind Braum's position? Can we really blame Balon? Wasn't he at Marge who stood still and got eliminated? With teammates retreating, did he really think he could take down Imp? No worries. Today IG has ruled out 2 more bottom lane combinations, leaving them with few options. Gu Xing glanced at the post-match statistics panel, unable to suppress his joy. What do you think? He shouted to his ADC. Looks like you're out of luck this time, Imp. Zhu Chongbin struggled to conceal his disappointment. Though his stats were commendable, he was unlikely to secure the MVP title for the same reason. His performance simply lacked the necessary brilliance. The performance of the teammates was commendable, particularly that of Gu Xing, who exhibited exceptional control over the rhythm of the game, rendering IG utterly incapable of mounting a comeback. Gu Xing, beaming with joy, trailed behind the Lord as they made their way to the IG player bench opposite the stage. The Hongqiao Tiandi Performing Arts Center was filled to the brim with an ear-splitting cacophony of excitement. The VG supporters, witnessing their favored team steamrolling to victory, felt their journey was well worth it, cheering even more fervently in an attempt to convey their fervor to the players on stage. Amidst the overwhelming applause, Gu Xing shook hands with the IG duo, exchanging polite pleasantries before turning his gaze towards Song Yijing. His tone was sincere and imbued with a hint of admiration. Acknowledging the struggles faced by Ro Ji this year, Gu Xing, having previously undergone trials with IG, was acutely aware of the challenges. The Rain Emperor was truly extraordinary, seemingly beyond the caliber of an LPL ADC. The crux of the matter was that he could indeed rotate within IG and was currently the most frequently deployed member of the duo. In fact, Gu Xing felt that the bottom lane utilized by IG in this match was quite competent. Despite the bottom lane's collapse in both games, the reasons differed. In the first match, the combination of Rain Emperor and Tabe represented a type that struggled even in their own lanes. The formidable duo of Ezreal and Karma was capable of yielding double kills during the landing phase, indicating their prowess. If Imp didn't T-pressure the Rain Emperor by at least 30 minions early on, it was tantamount to being suppressed. Marge and Balon, on the other hand, managed to comprehend their landing phase reasonably well, but their lack of synergy, both with each other and with their mid and jungle teammates, was evident due to insufficient practice matches. Moreover, their lack of competitive experience was apparent, and their awareness of potential ganks was feeble. Gu Xing capitalized on every opportunity, akin to withdrawing money from a bank. However, Should they be granted more opportunities to play, this bottom lane duo would undoubtedly surpass Rain Emperor and Tape. Upon hearing Gu Xing's words of comfort, Gu responded with a resigned smile, imbued with a sense of nonchalance. He was currently in peak form, having garnered 10 MVP awards during the spring season, outshining the likes of Doimb and Looper. Yet, even the most formidable player cannot single-handedly carry a team in a top-tier league. Mutual support from equally skilled teammates is essential. Song Yijin felt isolated and vulnerable. During the mid-season trials, he had extended an olive branch to Gu Xing and Jack, hoping to secure 2 allies. To his dismay, those 2 brothers promptly joined VG that very night, leaving Gu feeling quite dejected. Nonetheless, even as IG's performance declined, Song Yijin did not contemplate leaving, recognizing that remaining there offered little benefit to his career. After the conclusion of the S4 season, he and his brother Kakao decided to pursue opportunities in China. Having missed the chance to compete in the World Championship despite winning the Summer Championship due to an unusual tournament format, influenced by the influx of Korean players, the LPL owners were generous, showering money liberally. Furthermore, compared to the formidable S4 Ojian, the LPL at that time was considerably less competitive. And despite the arrival of the Samsung roster, Song Yijin believed he could still realize his dream of participating in the World Championship. However, at that time, there was no formal recruitment organization. He signed with Kakao through an underground agency, which acquired both players at a lower price and subsequently attempted to sell them at an exorbitant price to LPL owners. Ultimately, no one was willing to purchase the 2 at such a high premium. As the transfer period approached its end, many fans noticed the absence of KTA's jungle duo, leading to rumors that they had been deceived into coal mining. In the end, it was Wang Xikong who intervened and signed both players, providing them with an opportunity to compete. As the season concluded, in order to support his family, Kakao, being the primary breadwinner, was compelled to seek other avenues. Song Yijin chose to remain. His character was remarkably consistent with his appearance. He embodied a simple and honest type, believing that the IG owner had shown him kindness. Given the team's poor performance, he felt he could not abandon ship. He wished to preserve everything about IG. You and Jack, do your best, Song Yijin remarked, sensing that they could go far together that summer. Gu Xing smiled in response, and as he bid farewell to his twin-star teammates, the child still remembered to remind him to gather for a reunion. Taking center stage, he bowed in gratitude, raising his lips in a smile as he waved to the supporters below before returning to pack up his equipment. Today, the interview featured Long Go, who helped carry his teammates' keyboards and mice back. Upon entering the lounge, Gu Xing noticed the live broadcast had reached the MVP selection segment. Unsurprisingly, it was he who had been nominated. The fierce visage of the Void Abyssal Queen loomed behind the camera, her razor-sharp mandibles agape. With a record of 6 kills, 0 deaths, and 11 assists, alongside a kill participation rate of 944 and a damage absorption percentage of 4,086, the statistics undeniably highlighted his outstanding performance. Furthermore, the MVP count had reached 5, officially surpassing Deft and the head coach, placing him at the pinnacle of the entire league. You seem to have mastered the KDA concept. Even Xiao Duan cannot contest that. Haven't you ever died? Gu Xing mused, his heart elated, yet he could not resist a bit of banter. Xiao Duan gently nudged him, insisting, let us be serious. Gu Xing pondered before responding, well, it seems I Haven T died in the rift. But that's all right. I'm a fan of clear love, and it's understandable to have fewer deaths. Upon hearing this, his teammates in the room instantly wore expressions of realization. Easyhoon marveled. No wonder Clear Love's death rate has always been commendable. Even the rarely defeated Ho Yi expressed admiration for the head coach. Moreover, considering that VG had achieved overwhelming victories in the 3BO3S Gu Xing participated in without dying was quite reasonable. TCH, Jack scoffed, if I were on stage, it certainly wouldn't be played this way. What, do you intend to be a suicide squad? Jean Wenha interjected. You wish to trade blows with the opposition? Laughter erupted among the group. In recent days, due to Jack's quarrel with Imp over Redmi, he had also participated in several practice matches, allowing everyone to gain a more comprehensive understanding of his style. It could only be said that his approach resembled that of Draven. Yuanba, whenever he finds himself in a balanced situation, boldly charges forward, almost as if he wishes to assert dominance over his opponents. Such an aggressive approach as an ADC undeniably accelerates the pace of the match, yielding swift outcomes regardless of victory or defeat. devoid of any lingering indecision. Moreover, he exhibits a pronounced affinity for executing Q attacks, embodying the quintessential model of a Draven. Gu Xing took a sip of cola, and while awaiting the return of Long Gu from an interview, he seized the opportunity to glance at the forum. It was a match day, and the pressure relief thread was abuzz with activity as netizens fervently discussed topics related to the event. Some were even sharing images of the recently crowned best players from the previous week. This was a novel initiative by the LPL, whereby, based on the comprehensive performances of players and their teams, a best player was selected weekly from both Group A and Group B. In Group A, the weekly best was Deft, whose partnership with Miko in the bot lane swept aside all opponents with unparalleled pressure during both landing and team fights. Conversely, the weekly best from Group B was Gu Xing, who astonished with an extraordinary KDA of 28 in the match against Wei, boasting an impressive average economic lead of 3,496 in his matchups. Upon discovering this accolade, Gu Xing felt a surge of excitement, quickly followed by a sense of disillusionment, primarily due to the lack of tangible rewards. After all, matches were limited to 1 or 2 per week, and the title of weekly best player typically went to the MVP of the team, making it unlikely for VG to establish a separate reward. The club only offered monetary prizes during the annual awards ceremony for accolades such as Best Lineup and Best Rookie. As Gu Xing perused the posts, he noticed several users extolling his virtues, with 6 games yielding 5 MVP titles and aiding VG in achieving a 6-match winning streak. Discussions surrounding the ID virtue had become a hot topic in the forum. Among the posts was a shocking revelation. Gu Xing clicked to read further. Astonishingly, it was reported that Virtue and Jackie had undergone trial training with IG back in May, but ultimately, IG did not recruit them, prompting admiration for the management's discernment. The comments below were a cacophony of opinions. Is this for real? Can people fabricate stories without any evidence? IG's leaks have always been outrageous. But if you think about it, those absurd leaks are mostly true. I heard they intended to send them to compete in the Urban Heroes Championship, which is laughable considering that the top 2 in the national server weren't even qualified for the secondary league. What kind of foolish management is IG? I wonder if the management regrets their decision after watching Virtue dominate? Virtue, you think I would join the urban competition? Just take a look at my Gragas and Rek'Sai and say that again. Upon reading this, Gu Xing felt an unsettling sensation in his chest. No one knew the specifics of his discussions with IG, and logically, such information should not have been leaked. However, now that the news had surfaced online with high credibility, if IG assumed he had leaked it, although Gu Xing was not one to shy away from trouble, he had no desire to provoke conflict unnecessarily. He sought Jack's assistance. I saw that post last night. Yu Winba is an avid surfer. Even during queue times in ranked matches, he must check the pressure relief forum, akin to a bathroom break. No worries, the news from IG has been circulating for quite some time. What? Gu Xing was perplexed. The management team is large and diverse, leaving Su Xiaoluo uncertain about whom she might be addressing, resulting in knowledge being leaked among acquaintances and friends, akin to a sieve. Jack merely shrugged. It was quite normal that he had gleaned this information from a child wandering about. Compared to a legitimate club, IG certainly resembled an amateur ensemble. While VG may not belong to the most reputable tier within the industry, it undoubtedly surpasses IG by a considerable margin. After listening to Jack's explanation and observing his nonchalant demeanor, Gu Xing finally felt reassured. It seems that Hongmi, possibly due to the team's recent string of victories, wished to challenge them with some formidable training matches to temper the players' restless spirits. On that day, Samsung had a match, while the higher-ranked SKT and ROX were engaged in their own battle, completely disregarding the LPL. Consequently, he was left with no choice but to seek out EDG, who readily agreed. VG, currently thriving in the LPL, possessed formidable strength, ensuring that the practice matches would not be in vain. After an afternoon of training matches, both teams' records were nearly equal. The rookie scout had firmly secured his position as a starter, and as he became increasingly fluent in the local dialect, communication and coordination with his teammates improved significantly. However, VG was not lacking either. Their internal communication was smooth, with Easyhoon exhibiting remarkable proficiency in Chinese, while Imp, despite his pronunciation difficulties, had no trouble understanding his teammates. Moreover, Xiao Duan had made commendable progress in understanding Imp's speech. Nonetheless, Imp felt that the evenly matched results in the training matches were not ideal. During dinner, He reminisced with Gu Xing about the past, recalling, "Do you remember? Back in the day, Death cried after being defeated in bed." Yet, in today's training matches, VG's duo was suppressed by the combination of Deft and Miko, leaving Imp rather displeased. Having a close relationship with Deft, being outperformed by a peer in the same position rekindled a rare competitive spirit within him after months of despondency. Gu Xing quickly finished his meal and began fiddling with his phone, saying, "I have something to attend to. Imp, why not go play with Xiao Duan?" It wasn't that he was bothered by Imp. Rather, he truly had an urgent matter to address. The results of the college entrance examination had been released. After a brief wait at the query portal, he successfully viewed his scores: Chinese 105, Mathematics 149, English 130, Comprehensive Science 259, Elective Module 60, totaling 703. With a provincial ranking of 777. Given the existence of the elective module, the total score for the Zhejiang entrance exam was actually 810, and Gu Xing's 703 was not particularly high. However, it was more than sufficient for his purposes. Admission to Fudan was now assured. Although he had anticipated this outcome, the moment everything fell into place, a weight was finally lifted from his heart. After securing a spot at Fudan, his focus on exam preparation diminished significantly, resulting in varying degrees of decline in his scores for comprehensive science, Chinese, and English. Fortunately, his performance in mathematics remained stable, aiding in a considerable boost to his ranking. As Jack passed by while retrieving a bottle of iced tea from the refrigerator, he caught a glimpse of Gu Xing's scores and couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, old Gu. You're impressive." He did not participate in the college entrance examination, yet he is well aware of the significance of a provincial ranking of 777. In Jack's perspective, this is already quite absurd. No, it's rather ordinary. Gu Xing truly does not regard this score as particularly impressive. In the innovative class at the town school, he would be heading towards the bottom ranks. In the brief moment it took to check the results, the class group chat on Gu Xing's phone rapidly lit up with notifications. Many friends were privately messaging him, inquiring about his score. Gu Xing had just replied to a couple of messages when he received a call from his mother. Rising to a secluded corner to take the call, he heard his mother's familiar voice, seemingly still chatting with his father. "Oh, I know his training schedule. He must have just finished dinner. A phone call won't be a bother. Mom and Dad, my score is decent, no worries." With this one reassuring statement, Gu Xing eased his parents' concerns. On the other end of the line, his father's jubilant exclamations filled the atmosphere, and it felt as if the mood of the conversation instantly brightened. "That's great. That's great." His mother's laughter infused every word. "As long as you and Pan can steadily secure a place in university, I will be at ease." How did Gu Pan do? Gu Xing, having not received any news from his sister earlier, felt a twinge of curiosity. "Let your sister say it herself." His mother called out to the partition, "Pan, come over and tell your brother a few words. I see you two hardly ever call each other. Why the distance?" Gu Xing inwardly sighed. Had he known, he would not have posed the question. It made it seem as if he were overly concerned about Gu Pan. Normally, they had QQ and WeChat, and could connect without needing to call. Gu Pan took the phone. "Right, Gu Xing?" She, who had exchanged no more than 20 messages with her brother over the past fortnight, felt no guilt. "Ah, yes." After Gu Xing spoke, he refrained from initiating further conversation. Gu Pan, not one to waste words, stated directly, 53rd in the province, not bad, right? Her mathematics was not particularly strong. Unable to compare with Gu Xing's prowess, and this year's exam questions were not easy, she barely grazed a score of 140. However, she excelled in all subjects without any weaknesses, demonstrating exceptional comprehensive examination skills in Chinese, English, and science. Wow, that is quite impressive. Gu Xing was taken aback by this result. Typically, Gu Pan hovered around the 20th position in their town school, and he had anticipated that her provincial ranking in this college entrance examination would be so high. "Our school this year resembles a wholesale market. I've heard that 6 out of the top 10 in the province are from here. If I were to rank within our town school, I'd still be around 20th. Gu Pan expressed her frustration. She was simply too steady. None of her subjects stood out particularly, and her attempts at competitions had not yielded commendable results. In the college entrance examination, rankings depended entirely on the emphasis of the exam papers. Gu Xing pondered for a moment and slowly remarked, "I'll change your nickname in my contacts to Eternal 20 of the town school. Are you looking for trouble?" Gu Pan retorted through gritted teeth, but soon broke into a smile. Regardless, I can easily choose between Tsinghua and Peking University. What about you, Gu Xing? Gu Xing swiftly bid farewell and hung up the phone. After modifying his sister's contact nickname, he received a congratulatory message from Ding Ran. His friend's score barely crossed the 700 mark, solidly surpassing the threshold for first-tier universities. I plan to head to Shanghai next week. We should share a dorm for a while to acclimate to university life, he rambled on the phone. Next week? Gu Xing glanced at the calendar. What day is it? Thursday, if I recall correctly. I remember you have a match on Saturday. I can directly attend the event. Ding Ran had been ecstatic ever since it was confirmed that they would be classmates in the Fudan University School of Mathematics. Indeed, regarding the snake team, Gu Xing noticed a message from Shun Guanshan. She also planned to come to Shanghai next weekend. It seems they would all be gathered together. 077. Slaying the Serpent? Gu Xing ended the call and sought out the team leader, Jin Wenhe, who had just finished his meal. Brother, may I inquire how to procure tickets for the LPL matches? Is your family coming to watch? Jin Wenhe casually asked as he walked towards the training room. Gu Xing hesitated slightly. A friend. Before the match, the organizers typically allocate a number of tickets to the competing teams, primarily reserved for the family and friends of the players, Jin Wenhe explained. However, in most cases, they remain unutilized. After all, not many esports players have their families residing in Shanghai. Their childhood connections and acquaintances are largely elsewhere. Unless it is an exceptionally significant match, few would travel long distances to attend. Just let me know 3 days prior to the match, and I will make arrangements for you, Jin Wenhe assured him, allowing Gu Xing to focus on his training. Ultimately, not only Ding Ran and Shun Guanshan would be coming. Gu Xing's parents suggested that Gu Pan, who had just finished her college entrance examinations, should take a break during the summer and enjoy a trip to Shanghai with her classmates. Gu Xing felt somewhat helpless. With his sister visiting, he could hardly refuse to host her. Fortunately, he had a day off after the match against the Snake team. During this period, he trained exceptionally diligently, spending up to 15 hours a day in the training room, often being the first to arrive and the last to leave. As Ding Ran would be in the base before his sister's arrival, he had the luxury of a single room, free from roommate considerations, allowing him to practice late into the night, shower, and immediately retire to bed. Gu Xing wished to present his best self before his friends and family. After all, it would be their first time watching him compete. Losing would be quite embarrassing. Moreover, recent online discourse was fervently building anticipation for the showdown between VG and the Snake team. Gu Xing had claimed in an interview that he learned his counter-jungle techniques from Sofem, and now both junglers had solidified their positions as starters for their respective teams, showcasing remarkable prowess. This had transformed an ordinary regular season match into an extraordinary event. Audiences were eager to witness the clash of counter-jungle abilities between Virtue and Sofem, curious to see who would emerge victorious. Gu Xing often frequented forums and found discussions generally divided into two factions. Supporters lauded his exceptional performance over the past few weeks, where he had consistently secured MVP honors, and VG's overall strength was visibly impressive. Conversely, there were detractors, who argued that Virtue's claims of being Sofem's protege made it implausible for him to surpass the Vietnamese jungler. Regardless of the faction, Gu Xing aspired to deliver an outstanding performance. He owed it to his supporters to validate their trust and prove his capabilities to the skeptics. During this time, Hongmi had paused his lessons, advising Gu Xing not to rush but to first master the techniques he had already acquired. Gu Xing felt that his progress was quite rapid. At the very least, the coach from Redmi had been wearing a satisfied smile upon seeing him these past few days. As for Imp, after the scrimmage against EDG, he indeed made a concerted effort, seemingly unwilling to be outdone by Deft. However, this enthusiasm was short-lived. This week, he reverted to his old habits, clocking in and out as usual. Ding Ran arrived at the VG base on Thursday evening, and the moment she saw Gu Xing, she enveloped him in a warm embrace. I've been cooped up at home watching matches these past 2 weeks, she remarked, gesturing. It seems I look a bit heavier on camera than in real life. In comparison, Gu Xing stood significantly taller than his teammates, which made him appear more robust. He expressed his exasperation, noting that at 183 centimeters, he was considered slightly above average among his peers. Yet, in the realm of professional League of Legends, he was undoubtedly tall. Within the VG team, only Ho Yi matched his height, but unfortunately, his slender frame appeared somewhat frail next to Gu Xing's more athletic build. Are Gu Pan and Shinju Lao only coming the day after tomorrow for the match? Ding Ren shifted the topic. Yes, they will arrive that day and leave the next, just staying one night in the city. Initially, Gu Pan had no intention of spending the night, as she found the hotel prices in Shanghai rather steep. Ultimately, she succumbed to her parents' persistent nagging and decided to stay one day with Shen Guanshan. Focus on your training and don't worry about me, Ding Ran said, patting Gu Xing's shoulder, wishing to impart strength to her friend. He had seen the comments and understood that the upcoming match against Snake Team was crucial for him. The venue was the Hongqiao Tiandi Performing Arts Center, where the LPL matches had reached their midpoint. The A and B groups were fiercely competing, with each team engaged in a battle for points. Today as commentators were Miller and Jide, who had previously partnered during the mid-season cup this year and maintained a familiar rapport. Group A now stood out prominently, with EDG far ahead, boasting an impressive record of 7 consecutive victories and 14 wins against just 1 loss, an extraordinarily remarkable achievement. Snake Team ranked second in the group, yet they posed little threat to EDG's dominance. After Miller summarized the standings in Group A, Jide took over to discuss Group B. VG maintained a slight lead. However, any fluctuation in performance could see them overtaken by RNG, while we had surged past IM to claim third place in the group. The two commentators provided a comprehensive overview before directing their attention to the day's match. This confrontation could be deemed a focal battle, particularly highlighting the junglers, Virtue and SLFM. Jide nodded, his voice rising and falling rhythmically, affirming, indeed. The unconventional jungle strategies employed by both players during the summer split have broadened our horizons and even reshaped many viewers' perceptions of the jungle role. Following this, not only had junglers in the LPL attempted to alter their styles, but teams from other regions, including LCK, were also examining this strategic approach. However, as it stood, there were few professional players who could effectively adapt and implement these high-efficiency counter-jungle tactics. Only these two excelled in this regard, Miller declared emphatically. Their encounter on the stage today was bound to unleash a tempest of chaos and excitement. The large screen on-site displayed the recent performance statistics of both junglers. Benefiting from an impeccable track record, Gu Xing's performance has been nothing short of spectacular, even managing to surpass Soft. However, the true measure of strength and weakness ultimately lies in the outcomes of the competition. Mere statistics hold little significance. Do you think Gu Xing can emerge victorious? Sitting in the front row, Gu Pan felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, muttering under her breath, I made time to come to the Shanghai venue. You must not falter. You will surely win. Shen Guanshan radiated confidence in Gu Xing. She maintained her signature monochrome attire, her hair slightly longer than before, while brandishing a support banner distributed by the VG staff for fans prior to the match, adorned with a chibi-style portrait of the VG League of Legends division. Why are you so excited? Gu Pan inquired, casting a suspicious glance at her friend, whose behavior seemed unusually exuberant. No one knew Shen Guanshan better than Gu Pan, or so she believed. A hint of panic flickered in Shen Guanshan's heart, her fair cheeks flushing slightly as she hastily concocted a response. Isn't it entirely reasonable for me to cheer for my friends? Fortunately, the match was about to commence, and the audience's section remained dimly lit, preventing Gu Pan from noticing anything amiss. Moreover, her reasoning was quite sound. Your brother is competing up there, and you're not the least bit excited? Shen Guanshan attempted to engage her friend further. Gu Xing just glanced at us. The front row of the audience was a mere 6 or 7 meters from the stage, allowing anyone with good eyesight to discern the player's expressions. Upon noticing her brother glance in their direction, Gu Pan felt her enthusiasm wane, and her hand that was poised to wave the cheering stick fell limp, resulting in a lackluster flick of the wrist. Ding Ran was not seated in the front row. He had leveraged his unique status to gain access to the VG backstage lounge, where he watched the match alongside substitutes and the coaching staff. The bandpick phase commenced. With a sharp clang, the bandpick panel illuminated on the big screen, eliciting an uproar from the audience. 078, the battle for the jungle. In this match, VG occupied the blue side, opting to ban Sivir right off the bat. Redmi immediately targeted the Snake team's bottom lane. The original starting marksman for the opposing team was Crystal, who had demonstrated formidable skill last year. Aside from succumbing to an R from the enemy's fishman and leaping into his own team's crowd to assist 3 teammates, his performance was commendable. However, an unhealthy training regimen had taken a toll on Crystal's body, compounded by his late entry into the professional scene in 1994. leading to a rapid decline in his performance due to injuries and age. At the start of this summer's competition, Sofm had yet to take the stage, and Snakes suffered 2 consecutive defeats in Group A, deemed a weak group. The Snake management decisively promoted Martin from their second team to fill Crystal's position. Martin's performance was competent but unremarkable. In the broader LPL context, he was undoubtedly superior to Xiao Duan, yet still fell short of being considered mid-tier. To Redmi, the Snake team's bottom lane appeared to be a potential point of attack, ripe for exploitation. The Snake team has banned the Lord's signature vampire, a character whose growth attributes are exceedingly powerful. In the mid to late game, he becomes a formidable mage, both resilient and capable of dealing significant damage. While Miller continues to analyze and elucidate this decision. Meanwhile, the commentator interjects, noting that the current version of the competitive scene is dominated by tanks, leaving fewer positions for damage dealers. If played adeptly, the vampire can sustain himself for a considerable duration. He poses no threat from frontline characters, as tanks merely serve as his mobile reservoirs of health, requiring only caution against the enemy's singular sources of damage to create a substantial threat in team battles. VG has allocated their second ban to Jin, indicating a firm intention to restrict Martin's options. Miller cannot help but chuckle, as Jin's current strength is indeed impressive, with numerous teams experimenting with him. In fact, Jin was introduced mid-spring this year, but his selection and win rates in the professional arena were initially low. Continuing into the mid-season, as he was overlooked by competitive teams, Jin's inherent statistics are not problematic. One might even describe them as exceptional. His lack of popularity stemmed from a superficial understanding of the champion's mechanics. During the spring season, professional teams treated Jin as a conventional ADC, utilizing builds centered around the blade of the Ruined King, Infinity Edge, and Rapid Fire Cannon. However, considering Jin's mechanics, it was inevitable that he would struggle against an overwhelming number of frontline champions. The top lane's trio of resilient champions, along with exceptionally tanky supports like Braum and Alistar, rendered a crit-based Jin slow to come online. In mid to late game team fights, he merely tickles the enemy's tanks, proving far less effective than other favored marksmen of the meta. As the summer season progressed, professional teams finally discovered the optimal build for Jin: armor penetration. This includes items such as Yumu's Ghost Blade, Dusk Blade, followed by the Lord Dominic's Regards and Infinity Edge. The advantages of this build are substantial, offering a smooth progression. Moreover, the fixed armor penetration provided by Yumu's enhances Jin's combat capabilities, while its active effect now grants an attack speed boost. With his passive, Whisper, Jin can convert this into additional attack power. Before the enemy frontline completes their core items, a similarly farmed Jin can deal considerable damage thanks to his armor penetration attributes. By the late game, supported by the Lord Dominic's Regards and Infinity Edge, his output against squishy targets can only be described as terrifying. Consequently, this build has garnered the favor of all teams, creating a stir in the recent competitive scene. In response, the Snake team has banned the Troll, prompting the commentator to quickly realize that they intend to release all jungle champions. Gu Xing currently exhibits proficiency with 2 or 3 champions. If the red side Snake team aims to limit him, they must allocate at least 2 bans. With only 1 ban remaining, Snake's attempt to restrict junglers will prove ineffective, as Gu Xing can swiftly select a powerful champion that he excels with from the blue side. In the final ban phase, VG directed their attention towards the support champion Alistar, targeting the Snake team's Jizu. All 3 bans were allocated to the bot lane, while the Snake team opted to ban Braum, aiming to prevent their opponents from establishing a formidable early game team composition that could disrupt the jungle. Miller was captivated. Neither team focused on jungle bans, allowing Virtue and SOFM to fully unleash their prowess and showcase their utmost potential. The audience relished such narratives. In their eyes, a team that bans junglers is merely timid. Seated in the front row, Shun Guanshan felt his heart leap as he heard the thunderous cheers erupting behind him, an involuntary wave of tension washing over him. Gu Pan, however, remained oblivious to her friend's reaction, her gaze fixated on Gu Xing in the player's area. Noticing her brother engaged in light-hearted banter with his teammates, seemingly unfazed by external pressures, she let out a sigh of relief. In the first pick phase, VG decided to secure Lissandra for Hou Yi, seeking to threaten the opposing jungle. Currently, traditional mages like Oriana and Victor dominated the mid lane. characterized by a lengthy development cycle and a lack of tempo-setting capabilities, primarily relying on farming minions on their lanes. Consequently, professional teams devise strategies employing champions like Lissandra and LeBlanc to counter this. They aim to capitalize on the mid-lane mage's downtime by roaming and providing support. Should the enemy team allow their mid-lane mage to develop into the game, victory in team fights would be assured. However, if they failed to equip the mages adequately before the other lanes crumbled, they would be left in dire straits. Behind the Snake Team's player bench, head coach Zhu Kai was still discussing hero selections with his players. Xianjun, do you think we should prioritize Echo now? With the troll band, the opponents lack effective counters to him. All right, Li Xianjun cracked his knuckles, acknowledging that the team now depended heavily on him and the jungler to carry the match. Selecting a strong champion could prove detrimental to the Snake Team. I will strive to push through the lanes. During their earlier pre-match discussions, he learned of the amicable relationship between Gu Xing and Dong Xiaosa. He and support Jizu had also emerged from the same origins, connected through Dong Xiaosa. And with Gu Xing's exceptional social skills, their trio had grown quite familiar. Today, Sheng Chong intended to provide Gu Xing with a valuable lesson. Zhu Kai proceeded to select Ezreal for Martin, understanding that VG had heavily invested their bans in marksman. If he did not secure a champion for Martin soon, they would face significant restrictions. VG's choice of the duo of Kalista and Thresh came as no surprise, aligning with their prior discussions. All three bans had been directed at the bot lane, and Imp and Xiao Duan sought to exploit their landing capabilities to gain an advantage. However, the Snake Team appeared to anticipate VG's potential selection of a dominant landing combination, having locked in Ezreal for Martin, likely to bolster his resilience under pressure. Zhu Kai indeed had such intentions. He chose to secure Bard for Jizu, clearly intending to grant Martin the freedom to thrive while allowing the support to roam. Subsequently, he locked in Rek'Sai for SOFM, enhancing the team's durability and crowd control. Xiao Gu, what do you think would be a good choice? Homie is not the type of coach who readily grants his players the autonomy to make decisions during the game, as such choices can occasionally undermine the integrity of his premeditated lineup. However, he has been keenly observing Gu Xing's efforts over the past few days. Unlike the village internet, Homie is aware of the current online discourse, especially with the insightful Jin Wenha by his side. This regular season match holds immense significance for Gu Xing, prompting Homie to extend a special privilege to this exceptional rookie. Choose one between Gangplank and Qiyana, he states, acknowledging that both marksman junglers would synergize well with VG's composition. Upon hearing his coach's words, Gu Xing contemplates briefly before deciding on Qiyana, appreciating her range advantage and agility. Homie readily assents, allowing Imp to make the selection. In the opening match, the jungle matchup pits Qiyana against Rek'Sai, and with eager anticipation, Virtue is set to showcase his exceptional mark control skills, presenting a challenge for SOFM to balance farming and ambushing. Ultimately, VG secures Shun to counter St. Gunner's Echo, and in rapid succession, Miller announces that Snake's mid laner opts for Malzahar. Meanwhile, Lizard, akin to the vampire, has undergone a rework in this year's mid-season patch. His passive has transformed into a skill reminiscent of the Liandry's Anguish, granting him significant damage reduction and immunity to crowd control effects after a brief period of evading enemy harm. Sharing a similar role to Frost Queen, Lizard also emphasizes functionality, boasting the suppressive effect of our Grip of Death, combined with formidable jungling capabilities. With both compositions finalized, the blue side VG features top lane Shun, jungle Qiyana, mid lane Frost Queen, and bot lane Kalista with Thresh. The red side Snake comprises top lane Echo, jungle Rek'Sai, mid lane Malzahar, and bot lane Ezreal with Bard. From a purely compositional perspective, I sense VG holds the upper hand. Miller exchanges thoughts with his partner, noting Shun's frontline resilience and his ultimate's protective potential, while Frost Queen offers crowd control upon entry, complemented by the late-game prowess of both Qiyana and Kalista as dual marksmen. Remembering this, I concur with his assessment, but add that Snake's mid-game combat capabilities are formidable, as long as Ezreal secures the Ice Gauntlet and the Sorcerer's Shoes. Their composition will peak in battle power around the 21-minute mark. In summary, if VG can maintain the status quo and transition smoothly to the 30-minute mark, their chances of victory will increase substantially. Conversely, Snake must devise every possible strategy to seize an advantage swiftly and snowball the game to a conclusion. The lengthy discourse initially eluded Gu Pan, who had only recently begun to engage with the game. Nonetheless, the conclusion drawn was easily comprehensible. She noticed an unexpected radiant smile from a veteran on stage directed at her, leaving Gu Pan somewhat unaccustomed. She clutched her cheering stick, attempting to mask her expression. Meanwhile, her neighbor, Shun Guanshan, remained unabashed, returning a bright smile without hesitation. The audience erupted in resounding cheers. With VG's fanbase swelling as many spectators without a home team were captivated by their visually stimulating gameplay. This surge resulted in VG's support resonating more fervently than that of Snake. The broadcast shifted focus to SOFM, who, with his dark and slender frame, adjusted his glasses. His demeanor notably serious. Sofm had seen Gu Xing mention his interview, and he was utterly impressed by the latter's remarkable learning ability. Managing to glean insights even from the ranked matches, he understood the formidable challenge of counter-jungle strategies. Many professional teams' junglers spend extensive hours merely scratching the surface, failing to grasp the essence. Moreover, once a jungler's style is established, altering it proves to be an arduous task, akin to a toddler learning to walk. Yet, Gu Xing adeptly integrated the counter-jungle approach. Sofm harbored a profound respect for Gu Xing, realizing he must present his utmost form to contend with him. His teammates reassured him before the match, asserting that the counter-jungle techniques mimicked by the opponent could not possibly surpass their own, but Sofm remained unconvinced. In Vietnam, there exists a notion akin to the idea that the student can surpass the master. Furthermore, it appeared that Virtue had not only mastered the counter-jungle technique, but also demonstrated considerable prowess in rhythm-based jungling, compelling Sofm to remain fully focused and take this battle seriously. The match commenced. Amidst Miller's resounding commentary, the 10 heroes in the canyon purchased their starting items and departed from the fountain, their signals incessantly flashing along the way. Let us group up and enter their jungle. No need to swap jungles. Just place a ward to observe their movements. Xiao Duan directed his teammates. In terms of early game teamfight strength, VG had a distinct advantage. After all, the combination of Alistar and Thresh in the Shadow Isles, along with the dual marksman, posed a significant threat, while the Snake team had the burden of Rek'Sai, rendering them at a disadvantage. However, under the guidance of Hongmi, the team did not force Sofm to swap jungles at the start. They had other plans in mind. They grouped up to enter the lower half of the Snake team's territory, placing a ward between the opponent's blue buff and the Swamp Frog camp, seemingly aiming to ascertain Sofm's jungle route. Following this, the VG players collectively retreated, dispersing upon returning to the river. Martin anxiously scrutinized the map, leaving no suspicious detail unexamined. Why had the opponents retreated? Jisoo had preemptively placed a ward in the river and observed all 5 enemy heroes departing, generating a sense of perplexity within him. During their pre-match preparation, they had reviewed several of VG's recent matches, knowing that the opposing team favored leveraging their strong early-game composition to invade, which was one of the reasons they chose to ban Braum. But what was happening this time? Sofm furrowed his brow. He had prepared to swap for a blue buff in VG's upper jungle, yet it appeared that VG's invasion was merely for the purpose of warding. Not long after entering the match, the still youthful Sofm could not quite fathom the opponent's intentions. Regardless, they needed to proceed with their normal jungle routine. Falling behind in levels would be detrimental. Martin was equally puzzled, but since VG had retreated, he marked the signal on his own Swamp Frog camp, preparing for his support to assist him. At that moment, Miller and Jide on the commentary desk could not help but lower their voices. The VG duo lingered in the brush connecting the lower lane and the river, while jungle monsters had already spawned. Their decision not to return to farm raised questions about their motives. In the next instant, the maneuvers of Imp and Xiao Duan elicited a chorus of incredulous gasps from the audience. In the depths of the canyon, Alistar and Thresh executed a swift flash over the wall, infiltrating the Snake team's lower jungle. All of their actions transpired within the enemy's blind spot, leaving the Snake team utterly oblivious. Remembering how his voice had turned sharp due to a low tone, the VG bottom lane retreated into the brush behind Snake's second turret, observing Martin and Jisoo not far away, busy farming the magic Swamp Frog. As Martin auto-attacked while pulling the Swamp Frog towards the bottom lane, he effectively minimized his time away from the lane. Just as Ezreal and Bard were about to enter the brush, the audience erupted in sympathetic gasps. Thresh targeted Bard with his basic attack, simultaneously applying Ignite. Jisoo was taken aback, never expecting VG to lie in wait in such an inconceivable position. Startled, he realized that his Q, Cosmic Bind, had already been used while assisting in the jungle and was still on cooldown, leaving him no choice but to flash towards the turret. Imp provided healing to accelerate his movement and unleashed E, Rend, applying a slow effect on Bard. With a successful approach, E, Doom's Pendulum, yanked Jiza back. Martin offered a healing spell to his teammate, but it seemed futile, a mere gesture to demonstrate his effort. He secured the Swamp Frog with an auto attack followed by Q. Before sprinting towards the second turret, left with the fragile Bard, he was ultimately caught by Imp, who swiftly dispatched him with a spear, marking the birth of first blood at an astonishing speed. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Miller proclaimed that although Martin had slain the Swamp Frog, he dared not farm minions in front of VG's bottom lane during Bard's absence. It was indeed an impressive display of decisiveness. Remembering expressed admiration, VG, having established vision during their earlier jungle invasion, discerned that SOFM did not start in the lower jungle, thus opting for an ambush. Bard and Ezreal, having not learned escape skills at level 1 to farm jungle monsters, were fated for doom upon being discovered. Jizu wore a look of disbelief. Did those two actually flash in? The entrance to the jungle had been sealed by his wards, and both Thresh and Kalista had opted for E, with Flash being their sole means of wall invasion. Normally, a level 1 ward to prevent invasion would not be placed in the brush connecting the lower lane to the river, creating a blind spot that VG's duo exploited. Gu Xing continued to clear the jungle, feeling buoyed by the news from the bottom lane. "I'll farm through and hit level 4 first," he reminded his teammates, urging them to remain patient and composed. Imp reveled in the first blood bounty, joyfully returning to the bottom lane to continue farming, eagerly affirming his actions. Gu Xing was still consuming the Shadow Wolves in his upper quadrant, nearing level 3. The game was approaching the 2.5-minute mark. Kiana's first Wolf Spirit mark was about to refresh. With 0 passive stacks, the current version only marked river crabs or enemy feathered birds. Based on positioning, Gu Xing could only confidently secure the lower river crab. A 13 chance was not particularly high. If he were to encounter the lower river crab, it would indeed be quite fortunate. Yet, this time, luck was not on his side. The Wolf Spirit mark has been placed on the enemy's sharp-beak bird camp. For Gu Xing to initiate a counterattack, he must traverse the river to invade the jungle, a task fraught with difficulty. Should he fail, the repercussions on the rhythm of the game would be dire, leaving him no choice but to forego the attempt. Softmess attention to detail is remarkable. Observing the match from a godlike perspective, Miller praised him, noting that after reducing the sharp-beak bird to low health, he refrained from rushing the kill, instead opting to wait for the mark to refresh. Early on, Rek'Sai's jungle clear speed surpasses that of Kiana, and Soph, having already weakened the sharp-beak bird, begins his wait. Had he cleared the F4 camp before the 2.5-minute mark, Gu Xing's Wolf Spirit mark would have appeared on 2 swift crabs, with a 50% probability of spawning on the river's crab. However, by delaying slightly, should the sharp-beak bird survive, the likelihood of the Wolf Spirit mark appearing on the river crab diminishes. Soph expertly controls such details, ensuring Gu Xing's development remains as uncomfortable as possible. Virtue's next mark will require a 75-second wait. Gu Xing, however, is not to be trifled with. Kiana's Wolf Spirit mark possesses a mechanism not explicitly mentioned in the skill text, regardless of who clears the marked jungle monster or whether it is within their vision. The mark remains for 15 seconds from the moment of the monster's demise before dissipating. Gu Xing notes that the enemy's sharp-beak bird camp's Wolf Spirit mark disappears at 2:47. Pushing forward 15 seconds reveals that the enemy's F4 fell at 2:32. The reset point for the next set of sharp-beak birds is thus apparent. 4:12. Gu Xing accelerates his jungle clearing pace, despite his bot lane duo not having engaged the jungle monsters at the start. He need not wait for the stone bug to respawn and can immediately consume it. Yet, he pays no mind to this set of monsters. Nor does he clear the river crab. After securing the red buff, he returns to base precisely at the 3:13 mark. With 5 jungle camps cleared and automatic gold generation, Gu Xing's economy is still a tad short of crafting the green jungle knife. Consequently, he purchases 2 short swords and maneuvers Kiana to leap forward with maximum speed out of the fountain. What is Virtue attempting? It seems perplexing, as this return to base significantly disrupts his rhythm. At this juncture, The additional experience provided by the level 2 jungle knife during jungle clearing is crucial. If Gu Xing has not crafted it, and if Sofm returns to base for the first time with his jungle knife, he will fall behind in experience against his opponent. Yet, Gu Xing can no longer afford to wait. He is racing against time, based on the information at hand. He knows that the Snake team's magic swamp frog has been consumed by Martin, thus resetting only now. The advantageous lane control held by his bot lane allows Xiao Duan to assist his teammate in pushing the wave, enabling him to freely venture into the enemy jungle to place wards, where he spots Sofm still mercilessly attacking the Frog Queen. Gu Xing presses the tab key and discovers that the enemy's last hits total 16, excluding the magic swamp frog. The total number of monsters in the first round is 15. Sofm has not cleared any wards during this time, indicating that the enemy has also farmed the upper river crab. Gu Xing is now well informed. His next wolf spirit mark will appear at 347. The upper river crab and the snake team SF4 have yet to respawn. Only the lower swift crab remains a possibility. Gu Xing hastily returned to the city, driven by the pursuit of this set of marks. Come, lend me your protection. We can prevail. It is not only the bot lane that enjoys a significant advantage. In the mid lane, the Ice Maiden holds the initiative against the Grasshopper, even while Malzahar has yet to upgrade his equipment. Both the mid and bot lanes are under our control, with the entire lower half firmly dominated by VG. SLFM remains oblivious to Gu Xing's scheme. After consuming his team's magic swamp frog, he finds himself with a substantial amount of gold. He attempts to place a ward in the river to safeguard the bot lane before planning to return for supplies. To his astonishment, he discovers that the river crab still lives. A sudden realization strikes SOFM. The reason for consuming the upper river crab was his awareness of the difficulty in contesting the lower swift crab against the opponent's Kiana. He presumed Gu Xing had already claimed it. Little did he know that the enemy was up to some tricks. SOFM possesses a keen instinct in this regard, immediately deducing that Gu Xing intended to keep the river crab for controlling the wolf spirit mark. He does not wish to allow the opponent to easily secure the first mark and plans to use his own smite to quickly claim it before making his escape. As time quietly slips to 3 minutes and 47 seconds, the mark appears above the swift crab. Gu Xing leaps into the river. Upon seeing the two swift attack swords on his opponent, and with VG's mid and bot players having arrived to provide cover, SLFM feels a wave of frustration and retreats. Such exceptional mark control. It is only upon seeing the wolf spirit mark that he realizes the situation, immediately announcing it. Virtue demonstrates remarkable jungle planning from the outset. Gu Xing speaks rapidly, urging his teammates to assist him. I don't need smite. Just keep an eye out and prevent Rek'Sai from coming over to steal it. Easy Hun's Ice Maiden and Xiao Duan's Thresh firmly block the choke point, sealing off all routes for SOFM to contest the jungle. A single crossbow bolt is loosed, and the mark belongs to Kiana. Gu Xing slightly lifts the corners of his mouth. The show is about to begin. 079. The method to counter the bandit-style jungle invasion. Wearing noise-canceling headphones and listening to the indistinct commotion from the audience, Gu Xing's mind races. Sofm's Rek'Sai has failed to secure the river crab and must now return to base to swiftly convert his remaining gold into combat strength. The clock reads 3 minutes and 54 seconds. Rek'Sai will return to the fountain in 8 seconds, meaning he will reappear in the Snake team's base at 4 minutes and 2 seconds. Gu Xing knows that the Snake team's sharp-beaked bird will respawn at 4 minutes and 12 seconds. SOFM lacks his ultimate and cannot set up a series of tunnels to quickly vacate the high ground upon his first return to base. With only a single digging tunnel available for mobility, it is utterly impossible for him to reach the sharp-beaked bird's lair from the fountain in a mere 10 seconds. Gu Xing is precisely timing this window. Virtue crosses through the mid lane, deliberately avoiding the Snake team's vision, while Miller closely observes Gu Xing's movements, responding with remarkable swiftness. He aims to preemptively snatch the enemy's jungle resources. Gu Xing arrives at the sharp-beaked bird's lair 2 seconds early, and as F4 spawns. The rustling sounds within the venue blend into a singular, resonant chorus that lingers in the air. My goodness, my old swan exclaimed in astonishment. Is this even calculable? He was convinced that VG had not established vision at the F4 camp of the Snake team before. The ability to arrive just in time only indicated that Gu Xing had attained an extraordinary level of mastery over the jungle, before returning to replenish his supplies. SOFM also discerned Gu Xing's next move, prompting him to instruct his mid laner to toss a vision ward into the raptor camp, allowing them to anticipate Qianju's movements. However, he found himself powerless against Gu Xing. The latter wielded dual daggers and a mark, while still holding onto his smite. If Safem wished to safeguard the jungle, Easyhun's Ice Maiden would undoubtedly rush to his aid without hesitation. On the other hand, their mid laner tank, utilizing Malzahar, possessed feeble combat prowess before level 6, relying solely on Q Void Shift to provide an unstable silence effect. Should a skirmish ensue in a 2v2 confrontation in the jungle, the Snake team had no chance of victory. Thus, Safem chose to relinquish the raptors and swiftly made his way to the bottom lane. He still possessed flash, while the opposing duo had none. Imp's heal was also on cooldown, presenting a splendid opportunity. Furthermore, when Safem had crossed paths with Gu Xing in the river, he had noted Qianju's CS, enabling him to deduce that the opponent had not farmed the lower stone turtles. Consequently, he planned to seize the opportunity in the bottom lane, which would allow him to counter VG's jungle loss. As the pioneer of the bandit-style jungle counterplay, Safem executed his strategy remarkably well. After Rek'Sai returned to base, he traversed the river to the raptor camp, deliberately avoiding the vision of the river crab altar. He took a long detour, making his way to the empty red quadrant of the enemy. Imp was aware of the possibility of Safem's appearance in the bottom lane. Having made thorough preparations, the Tribrush provided vision, while his W Sentry was summoned to patrol his jungle. Yet, Safem was cunning. He understood that Kalista's Sentry had a limited vision range, so he chose to maneuver around it, successfully evading VG's detection. This led to Rek'Sai arriving at the brush behind VG's next tower via the tunnel, where Imp and Xiao Duan finally caught sight of the enemy jungler's movements. Teleport, teleport. Protect us, Xiao Duan shouted in the team voice chat. He did not wish to perish, having expended both summoners to secure first blood in the early game. If he were to fall in this encounter, all the advantages gained would be forfeited. Easyhun ceased to farm minions and continuously retreated, seeking a safe teleport location. The Snake team's handling of the bottom lane minion wave was subpar. Currently, the minions had yet to reach the tower, delaying their tower dive tempo. Ezreal and Bard were not swift in clearing waves early on, and furthermore, without flash, Jisoo had to remain vigilant against Xiao Duan's hooks. After all, with Safem lurking in the rear, if he were to be caught by a hook, the VG duo might become frantic and charge forward, leading to their own demise. With the wave not yet at the tower, a force dive would result in taking additional damage from turret shots. Kalista and Thresh inherently possessed decent tower dive resistance. Pushing forward would only invite unnecessary troubles. Thus, Safem had no choice but to alter his strategy. As Easyhun secured a safe location to deliver the teleport, he turned back to clear the jungle monsters in the lower section of the map. Rek'Sai countered a set of stone beetles and sought to invade Virtue's feathered birds. Safem, lacking the wolf spirit's mark, was unable to ascertain the precise reset time of the enemy's jungle creatures in the absence of vision. However, a rough estimation proved to be sufficient. Upon reaching the F4 camp, he executed a shockwave to pull the jungle monsters, evidently aware that this set had reset. The instincts of both junglers were astonishing. Miller extolled their prowess, truly mastering the art of offensive and defensive transitions in jungle invasions. Noticing that the opposing jungler had yet to reappear, Gu Xing could surmise Safem's movements. Lord, please place a ward. I need to calculate the jungle monster respawn times. Just as he canceled the teleport and waited by the tower for the minion wave to arrive, Easyhun, without hesitation, placed a trinket ward into the feathered birds camp from behind the wall. The ward illuminated Rek'Sai's position. It was a moment of poignant reflection. Both mid laners were exceptional, utilizing wards not for defense against ganks, but to monitor the enemy jungler's clearing progress. Gu Xing had already swept clean the stone beetles in the Snake team's jungle. He decided to leave the F4 for himself, recalling his prior experiences in virtual matches, leading to a sudden epiphany. His teammates quickly rallied behind him. As Rek'Sai finished off the VG feathered birds, Gu Xing glanced at the timer. 5 minutes and 0.1 seconds. Virtue moved to the top lane to disrupt St. Gun, forcing him back to the tower, despite Li Xuanjuan's efforts to pull the minion wave back. Retreating under the tower while enduring pressure from the enemy's top and jungle would inevitably lead to missed last hits. Satisfied after annoying St. Gun, Gu Xing leisurely departed. By this time, 75 seconds had elapsed since he claimed the river crab. The wolf spirit was about to mark the jungle creatures once again. With only one layer of marks, the wolf spirit would still target the river crab and the enemy's F4. Since the swift crab had just spawned, the only option left was the upper river crab. Seizing the opportunity while the swift crab had not yet respawned, Gu Xing first cleared his magic toad and 3 wolves, allowing them to reset promptly. After tidying up his jungle camp, the upper river crab respawned, and the long-prepared wolf spirit instantly marked it. Virtue was about to secure his second mark. Miller exclaimed loudly, noting that this rhythm was exceptionally favorable for Kiana. Without an explosive conflict, Soph knew he could not intercept him. Previously, Gu Xing had gone to the top lane to assist Long Gu in managing the minion wave. Should a conflict erupt in the upper river, Long Gu would undoubtedly be the first to arrive in support. Currently, the upper half of the map was shrouded in darkness, and Soph dared not venture in to contest the mark. After returning to base, Gu Xing purchased a green jungle knife and a pair of boots, heading straight for the mid lane. After assisting Easy Hoon in pushing a wave of cannon minions, Gu Xing led his mid laner into the snake team's upper jungle. It appeared Virtue was intent on countering the enemy's F4. He must have noted the timing after his last clear, and Miller, with a sharp intake of breath, recognized the critical point, perfectly attuned to the unfolding events. Previously, Gu Xing utilized the disciplinary measure at 4 minutes and 20 seconds to eliminate the snake team's feathered beak bird. This indicates that it would respawn precisely at the 6-minute mark. This timeframe coincides perfectly with the critical moment for mid-lane players to reach level 6. Through diligent practice over the past few days, Gu Xing has become remarkably adept at managing minion waves, as long as he does not miss any minion experience. When both mid-laners consume the first melee minion of the 9th wave at 5 minutes and 38 seconds, they can ascend to level 6. The significance of seizing level 6 is comparable to that of attaining level 2, a fact that players on the lane hold in high esteem. Gu Xing is aware that when Malzahar reaches level 6, a transformative shift will occur. Thus, he takes the initiative to move to the mid lane, assisting Hou Yi in pushing the 9th wave of minions to the enemy's turret, allowing Hou Yi to be the first to reach level 6 and secure safety in the jungle. The tanky Malzahar previously hesitated to advance. Should he be immobilized by Hou Yi, the combination of the level 6 Ice Maiden and Kiana could easily eliminate him, akin to a mere withdrawal from an ATM. He had no choice but to remain under the tower, consuming minions, which significantly delayed his own ascension to level 6. Remember to commend Virtue for facilitating the mid lane push to level up, subsequently invading the jungle for counterplay. This strategy is genuinely astute. Soph lagged behind, helplessly watching as yet another set of feathered beak birds fell into enemy hands. The audience in the background, including Hongmi, nodded in approval, exchanging smiles and whispers with Jin Wenha. This was one of the lane jungle synergy techniques he had imparted to Gu Xing, a fundamental piece of knowledge. However, Gu Xing executed it with a fluidity that suggested a deep understanding, akin to an extension of his own limbs. For a newcomer to the LPL with less than a month's experience, this performance is undoubtedly commendable. In contrast, Soph was aware of the approximate timing for mid-lane level 6 and the refresh point for his F4, yet he lacked the mindset to connect minion waves with jungle play. This reflects a shortcoming in the coaching staff. Zhu Kai's motivational skills may be commendable, but when it comes to the nuances of competitive play, he falls short compared to Hongmi, indicating a disparity in the ability to mentor newcomers. Gu Xing's innate talent, combined with his diligent character and the guidance of a top-tier coach, exemplifies a fortuitous start for a professional player. Virtue proceeded to farm upwards, devouring the snake team's rock-armored beetle before heading to the top lane to allow Shengchang Gu to miss some last hits. Recreating the script from 2 minutes prior, Gu Xing glanced at the time. Preparation was key. He swiftly made his way to the mid lane, while reminding his teammates to hasten their pace. "I'm already in position. You need to speed up," Xiao Duan urged. Observers in the audience sensed something amiss. What was Xiao Duan planning? Under the scrutiny of many, Xiao Duan, having just returned to base, maneuvered Thresh to the vicinity of VG's mid-lane first turret. He stood motionless, placing vision in the vicinity of his feathered beak bird camp. The audience buzzed with speculation. Shortly thereafter, Sophom's Rek'Sai appeared at the edge of their vision. This prompted Miller to ponder. Is he waiting for Sophm? He was aware of the F4 refresh time for VG, and suddenly realized the need to set an ambush in advance. Thanks to the earlier ward placed by Hou Yi, Gu Xing was cognizant that his F4 had perished at 5 minutes and 1 second. The reset point would be at 6 minutes and 41 seconds. Gu Xing was well aware of Safem's penchant for invading the jungle, given that the latter had just spotted him in the top lane. It was only natural for him to target the F4 camp. Gu Xing's strategy was to set an ambush with the support, lying in wait for his prey. To enhance the ruse and eliminate any traces of suspicion, the VG duo had recently engaged in a skirmish with the Snake team in the bottom lane. As Xiao Duan found himself low on health, he naturally retreated to replenish supplies, then swiftly made his way to the mid lane, standing still beside his own first turret. Safem had no inkling that the area harbored an ambush. Rek'Sai's tremor sense offered no feedback, and he certainly wouldn't wander into the VG tower to place wards idly. Once the foul bird respawned, Safem warded the adjacent brush and commenced his farming. In his mind, Lord Ho was tethered to the mid lane by his own mid laner, rendering him unable to assist. Meanwhile, despite Gu Xing's rapid descent from the top lane, he was still some distance from the F4 camp. No one could disrupt his plans. He was assured of claiming the foul bird. However, just a wall away, Thresh observed coldly, his vision allowing him to monitor Safem's jungle movements. The cacophony from the audience was relentless. VG supporters brimmed with anticipation for what was about to unfold, while fans of the Snake team were in a frenzy, witnessing Safem stepping into a trap. Finally, at the very moment Gu Xing departed from the wolf camp, Xiao Duan unleashed his hook, the judgment of death. Thresh's hook struck Rek'Sai, who had just finished devouring the jungle creature, at a cunning angle. Confusion clouded Safem's mind. Yet, he had no time to react. Xiao Duan tossed out a lantern for Virtue to grab, triggering the second phase of the judgment of death, allowing him to leap over the wall and reach Rek'Sai's side. Indeed, Gu Xing could not arrive at the camp in time to safeguard his foul bird before Safem could steal it. However, he had the support of his teammates' lanterns, which could bridge the gap of several hundred yards. Faced with Thresh and Qiyana suddenly appearing before him, Safem was thrown into disarray. 080, the Lamb's Spirit. Rek'Sai found himself in a precarious position, with no allies available to aid him. Initially, Safem believed that his mid-laner tank was holding back Lord Ho, allowing him to farm in peace. But now it was evident that Easy Hoon had ensnared the tank. With Malzahar unable to arrive, Safem was met with a dead end. Thresh still held on to his E-Flay, clearly wary of Safem retreating through the tunnel. Safem could only watch as Gu Xing, wielding his double attack speed dagger, relentlessly dealt damage to him, the 2 stacks of marks in hand, showcasing Qiyana's impressive output efficiency. Virtue still possessed Flash, and even if Safem used his own, he wouldn't be able to create sufficient distance. Moreover, Rek'Sai was far more reliant on Flash than Qiyana. If he exchanged skills with Gu Xing, Safem feared he would be at a disadvantage. After some contemplation, he resolved not to flee, instead turning back to unleash a barrage of damage upon Xiao Duan's Thresh. He understood that the VG support had roamed after returning to base. If he could lower their health, the support, lacking any healing abilities, would waste time returning. If they chose to stay and contest the bottom lane, their combat effectiveness would inevitably diminish. With a full stack of explosive sudden terror, Chinju successfully eliminated Rek'Sai. After his death, Safem wore a grave expression. His talent in the jungle was remarkable, as he quickly deciphered the enemy's strategy within mere seconds. They lured him into a trap using this F4 setup, and the support had even been lurking nearby. Such underhanded tactics. The chat room in the live stream was abuzz with excitement. Xiao Duan's Thresh plays are quite impressive. Oh no. Virtue not only understands counter-jungling, but has also learned how to counter the counters. Does this count as teaching the apprentice to starve the master? Virtue. No one understands counter-jungling better than I do. The director switched the camera to the top lane. Jisu's Bard had not been idle either. Rushing to the top half after returning from a skirmish in the bottom lane, activating Magical Journey, to leap over the wall and ambush Long Gu. However, the Snake team's jungle output was insufficient, and their crowd control abilities were unstable. Long Gu, playing Shun, used Flash to endure damage and barely returned to the tower with low health. Upon witnessing this scene, VG supporters erupted in cheers. In the backstage lounge of the Snake team, Coach Zhu rubbed his forehead, feeling a sense of unease. Jisu's decision to assist Saint Gun in the top lane was born out of necessity. Ideally, aiding the mid lane would have been more advantageous, as the tanky Malzahar had our grasp of the Undying, providing more reliable control. Yet, Gu, the Shun in the top lane, held his ultimate. If Jisoo had attempted to gank the mid lane, Shun could have easily supported with our secret art, Compassionate Soul's Fall. Both Shun's ultimate initiation and Echo's W, Time Winder, have a duration of 3 seconds. This means that as long as Gu activated his ultimate first, St. Gun would be unable to interrupt it. At that point, with Shun landing and teaming up with the Ice Maiden, VG's mid and top duo could even turn the tables. Thus, Jisoo directed his focus toward the top lane. Unfortunately, the damage proved insufficient to secure a kill on Gu. Standing from a god's eye view, Zhu had a broader perspective and could analyze the situation comprehensively. Currently, the circumstances were far from favorable for the Snake team. They had selected an early to mid-game composition but were being pressured by VG. Sofm, the engine of their strategy, had failed to gain momentum, although St. Gun held a slight advantage. As a top laner, instigating the team's rhythm in this version was exceedingly challenging. If this stalemate continued, defeat was inevitable. More critically, the once invincible Sofm now found himself bogged down. The recent encounter between Gu Xing and Xiao Duan had alerted Zhu to the impending crisis. It seemed that VG had discovered a method to counter Sofm's bandit-style jungle tactics. If that were the case, wouldn't other teams' coaching staffs also glean counter-strategies from this match's footage? With this thought, a shadow of gloom settled over Zhu's mind. Virtue has just slain Sofm, successfully securing his third mark. During the initial 7 minutes of the match, Gu Xing refrained from initiating any ganks, allowing the Spirit of the Sheep to mark the opposing Rek'Sai. This kill not only netted him 300 gold, but also captured a layer of passive, resulting in a win-win situation. Reflecting on Gu Xing, memories of the opposing team's devastating 10-layer Qiyana against we flooded back, leaving one to ponder how the Serpent team would contend with this seemingly invincible Virtue as the team fight loomed. After dispatching Rek'Sai, Gu Xing swiftly crossed the river to invade the Serpent's jungle. With 3 marks in hand, the current iteration of the Wolf Spirit would only mark the 4 camps of the enemy, excluding the double buffs. Notably, Gu Xing had previously exposed his position to lure Sofm into countering his own raptor camp, clearing the F4 and the stone beetle in the upper half of the Serpent's territory. As those 2 camps had yet to reset, the Wolf Spirit would now mark either the 3 wolves or the Frog Queen in the enemy's lower half. Unsurprisingly, as Gu Xing crossed the river, he spotted the Wolf Spirit icon materializing above the Magic Swamp Frog camp on the minimap. He promptly collected the jungle creature, amassing his 4th mark with ease. The Frog Queen camp, situated near the bottom lane, drew the broadcast's attention to Martin, who was having a tumultuous time. During the absence of his roaming support Jisoo, he found himself huddled beneath the tower, utilizing his Q, Mystic Shot, to secure last hits while deliberately positioning himself in front of low-health minions to block incoming QS from Imp. Gu Songbin was adept at creating annoyance, especially since he had the Vampiric Scepter, paired with a Doran's Blade to sustain his health. Absorbing 2 QS was inconsequential, yet it hindered the opponent's growth. Martin, witnessing the widening gap in farm between himself and Imp, felt increasingly overwhelmed. Fortunately, his support was about to return to the bottom lane, and with Bard's assistance, his landing experience would be considerably more comfortable. However, Jisoo, furrowing his brow, advised Martin to retreat slightly, sensing that Qiyana might be lurking nearby. Having previously ventured to the top lane, Martin was left alone to withstand pressure beneath the tower, making vision control nearly impossible. The lower half of the Serpent's territory was shrouded in darkness, completely enveloped in the fog of war. Meanwhile, Qiyana's mark was refreshing at the adjacent Magic Swamp Frog camp, and Jisoo had an inkling that Gu Xing might attempt to ambush the lower lane. Upon hearing his support's words, Martin felt a mixture of frustration and understanding regarding his precarious position. Just as he planned to return along the bottom wall to avoid detection, he overheard Sofm speaking. "We can stall the bottom lane. I can make it there." At this moment, Sofm's command of Chinese was still developing, with a heavy accent and occasional reliance on simple English for certain words. Realizing that Gu Xing might target the lower lane, he hurriedly made his way down after respawning. With the jungle monsters in his upper half yet to respawn, Sofm figured he might as well assist his teammates by counter-ganking. "Xianjun, you can join as well. If they attempt to dive, we can counterattack." Jisoo sought to rally more allies to ensure the success of this ambush. St. Gun responded affirmatively, eager for the impending clash. "I too can traverse the battlefield." The tank from the Korean mid lane slows his speech, endeavoring to convey his thoughts clearly. The Ice Maiden's teleport is still on cooldown. What a shock. The exclamation, pronounced with clarity, embodies astonishment and trepidation. He suddenly notices a Qiyana emerging from the junction of our mid-lane turret and the wolf camp. Upon observing Gu Xing's position, the members of the snake team realize they have been outmaneuvered. The true target of Virtue is the mid-lane Malzahar. Miller expresses skepticism. However, the tank still possesses his ultimate. Can VG's jungle and mid-lane duo truly dive the turret? Currently, Qiyana is merely level 5. She hardly appears capable of success. The audience is abuzz with excitement. Meanwhile, Gu Xing has already engaged, unleashing W, Wolf Spirit Frenzy, breaking Malzahar's passive and landing auto-attacks on him, followed by Q, Dance of Arrows, and another auto-attack. AQA's combo flows seamlessly, and with 4 stacks of marks combined with the damage from the Wolf Spirit's bite, Malzahar's health is swiftly diminished, drawing the turret's aggro. As Qiyana suffers a cannon shot, Long Gu decisively activates our Soul Reap, bestowing a layer of white shield upon Gu Xing. Saint Gunnar simultaneously casts his teleport, while the tank hesitates, refraining from using his ultimate. Initially, the tank intended to deploy our Grip of the Underworld on Gu Xing, who is tanking the turret. Yet, Lord Ho's Ice Maiden still holds our Frozen Tomb, which can interrupt it. Should the ultimate be used on the Ice Maiden, the defenseless Lord Ho would face no imminent danger, allowing Gu Xing to deal immense damage while using Grip of the Underworld. Although Malzahar wielding his ultimate seems unlikely to be dove and killed, a moment's contemplation reveals the awkwardness of his situation. Remembering to glance at the mini-map amidst the skirmish, SOFM is still some distance away, unable to provide immediate support. The tank must rely solely on himself. He activates his sprint, attempting to move downward and escape over the wall with Flash. However, Lord Ho swiftly uses Flash and W, Frost Ring, to successfully control him. Qiyana applies Fearsome Presence, leaving the tank to hastily unleash his abilities and activate Grip of the Underworld. If he retains his ultimate, VG's jungle and mid-lane duo could eliminate him in a single burst of damage. Malzahar suppresses the Ice Maiden, striving to minimize her output and survive until Saint Gunnar and SLFM arrive. Gu Xing cannot interrupt Grip of the Underworld, unleashing the explosive damage from Fearsome Presence and easily reducing the tank to low health. Long Gu concludes the channeling of his ultimate, as Virtue sends Malzahar back to the fountain with a well-placed shot, then uses Dance of Arrows to retreat from turret range. Having absorbed 4 turret shots, even with the shield from Shun's ultimate, Gu Xing's health remains perilously low. Saint Gunnar initially aimed to secure a kill with certainty. However, upon slaying Malzahar, a brilliant blue glow envelopes Qiyana. Virtue has ascended to level 6. Saint Gunnar, unwilling to relent, recognizes the urgent need for the team to eliminate Qiyana to thwart the enemy's unstoppable growth. Upon landing, the player immediately activated W, Temporal Shift, to seal off Gu Xing's escape route, advancing further to attempt to unleash a 3-ring attack to diminish Gu Xing's health. Long Gu's Shun taunted Echo, while Ho Yi utilized the Icebound Tomb to freeze him in place. The director swiftly switched the camera to the bot lane where Martin Zezreal, having consumed a magic toad at the start, gained significant experience while the support roamed. Now reaching level 6, he bent down, drawing his bow to unleash our Precision Barrage. Martin's preemptive shot was flawless, the golden crescent slicing through the air, aimed directly at the severely weakened Qiyana. In a critical moment, Gu Xing activated our Spirit of the Ram, blessing the ground beneath him. The sound was loud and urgent as SOFM rushed from the lower area to the battlefield, tunneling in to strike Qiyana with Q, Primal Hunt, yet refrained from further action. Gu Xing's health had plummeted below 10, now sheltered by the Spirit of the Ram, rendering him immune to all damage. SOFM contemplated conserving his skills, awaiting the end of the Spirit's protection. Virtue, while maneuvering, landed basic attacks on SOFM, reducing his health. Echo's Temporal Shift appeared, which he evaded using Flash. Gu Xing positioned himself at the edge of the Spirit's protection, hoping to benefit from the impending healing effect. SLFM followed with a Flash, emerging just as the Spirit's protection concluded, launching Virtue into the air, Q, Queen's Fury, tearing at Qiyana, just as he prepared to eliminate Gu Xing. A glimmer of gold flashed at the edge of his vision. Thresh materialized before SLFM. A swift flash brought him to the battlefield, casting W, Soul Lantern, and subsequently slinging out Q, death sentence. SOFM attempted to evade, but the jungle choke point was too narrow, and Gu Xing blocked his path. The hook landed perfectly. Thresh's hook disrupted Rek'Sai's rhythm, allowing Qiyana to grab the lantern and retreat to her teammates. Since the onset of the mid-lane skirmish, the commentator had been narrating with rapid-fire commentary, but now his voice was slightly hoarse, bordering on exhaustion. Virtue still hadn't been eliminated. SLFM was hooked, and Saint Gunner was obstructed by the VG mid-jungle, just as Jizu arrived on the battlefield. No one could threaten Gu Xing, and the Snake Team players could only watch helplessly as the critically wounded Qiyana escaped. The venue erupted with the thunderous cheers and applause of VG supporters, the rhythmic clashing of cheer sticks reverberating in the enclosed space. It was exhilarating. Shun Guanshan's fair cheeks flushed with excitement. "Gu Pan, did you see that?" Hum. Gu Pan replied nonchalantly, her expression unchanging, though her fingers relaxed slightly on the cheer stick, her taut body beginning to ease. Xiao Duan brought Virtue close, triggering the effect of death sentence, moving beside Rek'Sai, while the doomed pendulum swung back to them. Following the completion of the bot lane minion wave, Imp jumped forward with the support to join the fray, the spear incessantly jabbing at SOFM. Jizu arrived to assist, opening a tunnel, urging his teammates to retreat swiftly. Kalista executed a stunning flash over the wall to pursue Imp with fierce determination. During this intense moment, she deftly evaded Bard's Q, Cosmic Binding, utilizing the leap effect of her passive, Martial Poise. Imp, considering Kalista his signature champion, displayed remarkable proficiency and fluidity in his gameplay. SFM, lacking both his E tunnel and flash, found himself overwhelmed and pierced like a hedgehog. Ultimately, Imp unleashed his E, Rend, dealing substantial damage and successfully slaying Rek'Sai. The exchange ended with a score of 0-2, marking a significant gain for VG. Miller's exuberant voice resonated through every corner of the venue. Let us not forget that Virtue was on the brink of death yet again, but miraculously, he remained unscathed, continuing into his 7th match with a staggering career death count of 0. This statistic is indeed astonishing, leaving many spectators pondering when Gu Xing's first demise would occur. However, it wasn't long before Tank seized an opportunity. While the Lord returned to base for replenishment, he stealthily positioned a ward at VG's feathered nest. Shortly thereafter, he spotted Qiyana, who had just completed her Blood Razor jungle item, approaching the jungle. Without hesitation, he flashed over the wall, suppressing Gu Xing with his R, Grip of Death. Meanwhile, Jizu's Bard, not too far away, cast his R, Tempered Fate, sending a magical arc of energy that coincidentally landed just as the suppression concluded, transforming Qiyana into a small golden statue. Bard's ultimate effectively enforced a mandatory stasis effect lasting an impressive 25 seconds. Feeling helpless, Gu Xing resigned himself to his fate upon seeing Sofn's Rek'Sai, closing in on him with tunnel. He reached for a paper cup, taking a sip of his drink. The excavator's underground Q, Chomp, combined with his emergence, sent the unflashed Qiyana flying, and a flurry of abilities rained down upon her, culminating in Virtue's demise at the hands of Malzahar. Miller was nearly speechless as Virtue endured the grip of death, followed by Bard's ultimate, and was ultimately launched away by Rek'Sai, this entire ordeal lasting perhaps 6 or 7 seconds, with his skill keys presumably all dimmed. We can joyfully proclaim that Virtue's invincibility record has been shattered by the Serpent Squad. Remember, he chuckled light-heartedly amidst the chaos. How cheeky. Gu Pan couldn't help but voice her discontent, exclaiming, "Is there really such a skill that immobilizes one completely?" Having only recently begun her foray into gaming, she still struggles to recognize all the character abilities, occasionally playing a couple of matches at Shun Guanshan's during the evenings. "What did you say?" The venue was too loud for Shun Guanshan to hear her friend's words. "Huh, I didn't say anything." Gu Pan waved her hand, indicating her friend had misheard. The demise of Gu Xing caused a dramatic surge in the live chat, with viewers passionately discussing the unfolding events. "Snake, I heard you enjoy making plays. Let's see you keep it up." That chain of control was ruthless, leaving no opportunity at all. Is it really necessary to be this excited about killing Virtue just once? Why not simply return and print out the kill screenshots to display at the team base? Before training each day, we could review them. To be frank, a single kill is insufficient. Virtue's KDA remains the highest in the league, and another kill is needed to significantly improve the damage ratio. Gu Xing was unaware of the discussions in the barrage, After being swiftly eliminated by the Snake team's relentless combo, his invulnerability shattered, leaving him rather disheartened. This is a normal occurrence. The Marquis's tone was gentle. How could one possibly compete without ever facing defeat? Even someone as steady as he sometimes cannot evade the fate of being besieged and hunted down. Gu also reassured him, stating that dying once now could actually be a blessing. Otherwise, perpetually tensed and fearing for his life would impair his judgment of the situation. Occasionally, when encountering a winnable team fight, one might choose to retreat for self-preservation, which undoubtedly burdens a professional player psychologically. Gu Xing let out a sigh of relief, responding, "I understand. I will complete the hurricane before acquiring the Mercury." As a Jin, facing an enemy team with multiple crowd control abilities, Mercury is nearly indispensable. Otherwise, being immobilized would prevent him from casting his ultimate, leading to disaster. Conveniently, Malzahar's nether grasp can only be mitigated by Mercury, allowing Gu Xing to achieve two objectives at once. There is no rush at present. The Snake team's Malzahar has already burned his flash and ultimate, posing no threat to him in the coming minutes. Gu Xing is not one to swallow his pride. Aware that the tank had used his flash, he lay in wait in the mid lane, ready to strike as soon as Malzahar ventured beyond the protective range of his turret. The Marquis utilized Glacial Path to advance, breaking Malzahar's passive with a basic attack, and then froze the opponent with Frozen Tomb. Virtue effortlessly claimed the kill on the tank. Just as Miller finished his sentence, the broadcast switched to the bot lane, and he exclaimed that Martin was in trouble. After holding steady for 10 minutes, and being obstructed by Imp's positioning that blocked several minions with Q, Martin ultimately could not resist the urge to step forward and secure the cannon minion with a basic attack. Just a tentative forward movement was enough for Xiao Duan and Imp to seize the opportunity. Callista activated her ultimate, and Xiao Duan launched himself into the fray. Although Martin attempted to evade with Arcane Shift, the distance between them was too close, and he was forcibly detained. He lamented silently, as Bard's ultimate was not yet available, and Jizu could not save his ally. Imp leaped forward continuously, utilizing a heal to accelerate and close the distance, ultimately securing the lane kill with 2 spears. The cries of the Snake team supporters echoed incessantly. Compared to his peak, Martin's prowess had diminished significantly, leaving his fans feeling uneasy. The subsequent events only compounded the situation. Sofm ventured into the VG jungle, timing his counter jungle, only to be ambushed and eliminated once more by Gu Xing and his teammates. The man known as Li Guangwei hardly ever felt such irritation. After 2 weeks of competition in the LPL, he had previously characterized his journey as smooth sailing until today, when he found himself punished by Virtue in such a manner. Having faced setbacks early on, Sofm was aware that VG had devised countermeasures against his jungle incursions. Yet, he still harbored a sense of recklessness, hoping to push his luck once more. Moreover, in the absence of counter-jungle opportunities, he was at a loss regarding how to foster his development. At this juncture, SOFM relied solely on his exceptional counter-jungle skills to navigate the league, while his other abilities remained unactivated. He was thwarted by Gu Xing twice in succession, and coupled with a death during a skirmish in the mid lane, Sofm's record fell to 0 kills, 3 deaths, and 1 assist. Meanwhile, Qianju secured a kill and took a leisurely stroll through the enemy jungle, inadvertently amassing 6 stacks of his passive, thus maturing ahead of schedule. Miller expressed his astonishment, noting that the Serpent Team's power spike had been significantly delayed. This was primarily due to Martin's poor development, as his timing for acquiring the Blade of the Ruined King and Iceborne Gauntlet was rather late. Engaging in a head-on confrontation at this point would undoubtedly yield low odds of victory. However, should this stalemate persist, the likelihood of the Serpent Team triumphing would diminish as VG's members equipped themselves fully. After thoughtful consideration, they resolved to proactively initiate a Baron, utilizing the Nashur's Baron to force VG into a decisive confrontation. Seizing the opportunity while VG returned to base to purchase items after establishing vision, the Serpent Team utilized Bard's tunnel to maneuver into the Baron pit. Yet, their movement was detected by previously placed wards. Miller sensed that this could be a pivotal team fight, his expression tightening as VG believed their economic advantage was substantial enough to rally towards the Baron pit. Jizu unleashed his Destiny upon the center of the VG formation, intending to disrupt their cohesion. Yet, VG members remained unfazed, allowing both the Ice Queen and Thresh to be struck by Destiny, without altering their formation. Martin's Ezreal advanced to unleash his ultimate, delivering a precise barrage upon VG's mid and support, while St. Gunner's W, Chrono Shift, activated instantaneously. Echo surged forward, stepping into the temporal field to trigger a wide-area stun effect. It must be said that the synergy of damage and control exhibited by the Serpent team was remarkably harmonious. Had they faced a different composition, they might have leveraged their advantageous timing to reverse the tide. However, Gu Xing was employing Qianzhu in this match. Having maintained a careful position at the rear of his team, he was not ensnared by the overwhelming control from the Serpent team. The Spirit of the Lamb blessed the earth, allowing several teammates to survive. With a duration of 4 seconds, this was more than adequate for VG. Lord Ho entered the barren pit with his glacial path, but before he could unleash any abilities, he was suppressed by the tank's grasp of the underworld. Yet, his task had been accomplished. Dragon Brothers Shen cast his ultimate upon him, facilitating the entrance alongside the Ice Queen. Omen, Shadowbind, combined with Flash, successfully taunting 3 members of the Serpent team. A brief skirmish saw Thresh, aided by Callista's Fate's Call, crash into the fray, activating Phantom Prison to ensnare the Serpent team. VG's frontline charged forward, creating space for their backline marksmen to unleash their damage. The Serpent's explosive burst concluded, entering a period of skill cooldown, while Virtue and Imp unleashed a relentless barrage from the rear. Qianzhu and Callista, both marksmen, adeptly exploited their agility, weaving left and right in the river as arrows and spears pierced the hearts of their adversaries. St. Gunner endured for a time, but ultimately succumbed to Gu Xing's percentage damage, compelled to activate his ultimate to return to safety. Jisoo aspired to manipulate Bard to reopen the tunnel, facilitating the escape of his teammates. However, VG employed Thresh and Lissandra's slowing abilities to ensnare them, subsequently unleashing a torrent of skills upon the Snake team. Only Martin's Ezreal managed to elude capture. Amidst the cacophony of shouts, VG executed a 2-4 trade, sacrificing Howie and Xiao Duan. While the surviving trio swiftly turned their attention to the Baron Nashor, Long Gu absorbed damage at the forefront, with Gu Xing and Imp executing the finishing blow at 1500 health, simultaneously claiming the majestic dragon. VG efficiently dismantled the final remnants of the Snake team's formidable power, dimming their hopes of a comeback. At the 30-minute mark, Howie, once again, initiated an engagement with Long Ji's ultimate and Flash, delivering massive damage and slowing control with Glacial Tomb. Shen's taunt fell upon St. Gun, while Gu Xing and Imp reaped a triple kill and a double kill, respectively. They successfully wiped out their foes, subsequently pushing to obliterate the Snake team's nexus. In a fervent declaration, Miller, still riding the adrenaline from a recently narrated team fight, voiced his anticipation for whether SOFM could reclaim control. He acknowledged Virtue's ingenious counter to the bandit-style jungle invasion, as Virtue and his teammates preemptively set an ambush before their jungle monsters respawned, lying in wait for SOFM's arrival. A successful kill on the opposing jungler would establish a significant advantage. Indeed, Miller concurred, noting that Virtue's Qiyana was indispensable for the next game. No current team had managed to counter her effectively. Virtue's speed in stacking marks was astonishing, allowing him to reach 7 layers of passive early, thus propelling Qiyana into her power phase sooner. Miller mused on the current meta, where stacking the first 7 layers of marks on Qiyana had become relatively manageable. Once marks exceeded 7, the Spirit Wolf would only mark the Baron and Elder Dragon, compelling Qiyana's passive enhancement to rely on kills from the Lamb Spirit. However, in most matches, achieving 7 layers of passive early to mid-game sufficed, as each auto-attack dealt an impressive 875 physical damage based on current health, surpassing the effectiveness of the Blade of the Ruined King's passive. Following the 6-11 patch, Gu Xing's invincible Qiyana performance against We inadvertently sparked a wave of Qiyana enthusiasm within the LPL. Miller had diligently watched every LPL match, yet he sensed an ineffable quality that set Gu Xing's Qiyana apart from others. Observing Gu Xing remove his headset and prepare to exit the stage, Shen Guanshan beamed at him, waving a support banner. Clad in a black short-sleeved team jersey, Gu Xing, having secured a pivotal victory, could not help but smile radiantly, waving back before swiftly following his teammates backstage. Gu Pan furrowed her brows in confusion. Sitting motionless in her chair, she realized Gu Xing was clearly responding to Shen Guanshan. Initially, she believed her brother was greeting her. Could it be that? Gu Pan exchanged a meaningful glance with her friend beside her. Meanwhile, upon returning to the lounge, Gu Xing received a friendly punch from Jack, who exclaimed, "Old Gu, you're on fire today. It's like you're going wild." As anticipated, the MVP award for the upper lane was bestowed upon Gu Xing, who triumphed in the pivotal jungle confrontation. With an impressive record of 8 kills, 1 death, and 10 assists, along with a staggering 287 team damage percentage, his contribution was akin to that typically delivered by dual carries. However, in the previous match, VG's chosen dual carries were the Frost Mage and Alistar, whose team fight output capabilities were not exceptionally formidable. The top lane Shin and support Thresh were merely functional roles, which naturally placed a greater burden of output responsibility on Gu Xing. Yet, he lived up to expectations, successfully accomplishing his task. Such performance was commendable, earning the admiration of Hongmi, who praised his seamless integration of lane and jungle synergy. Upon hearing Jin Wonha's translation, Gu Xing felt a profound joy swell within him upon realizing he had gained the coach's recognition. After spending some time with Hongmi, Gu Xing had come to understand the temperament of their head coach, who exhibited a rather stern coaching style. Aside from the customary pleasantries during interviews, he seldom praised his players privately. Thus, receiving accolades from Hongmi was indeed a rare honor. In the subsequent match, Hongmi gathered everyone to discuss the upcoming arrangements. Meanwhile, in the Snake team's training room, a different atmosphere prevailed. Coach Zhu Kai did not emphasize tactics. Instead, he focused on psychological motivation. He sought to inspire the players with his words, reigniting their fighting spirit after their recent defeat. "Here comes the motivational speech," remarked St. Gunbrother with a knowing smile. Quietly murmuring to the substitute, Crystal, Zhu Kai's intonation swayed, and even the now Mandarin-speaking SOFM and Tank could discern the emotion he intended to convey without the aid of a translator. "Do not dwell on the outcome of a single match," Zhu Kai exclaimed passionately, with a sweeping gesture. "Even if we lose this game, we are still second in the group, and it will not affect our overall ranking. Let go of any psychological burdens." He expressed great confidence in their performance for the summer regular season. In their group, only EDG posed a significant challenge. The other teams, such as IG and GT, were no match for Snake. "Let us unleash our full potential and showcase our best selves." Zhu Kai scanned the room, striving to make eye contact with the players. "Our goal this year is the World Championship. Addressing our issues now will allow us to resolve them in advance. Do not confine your focus to this single match." With their spirits lifted and confidence restored, the Snake team members exited the room to head back to the stage. This was the live broadcast of the 2016 LPL Summer Split, featuring VG against Snake. VG had previously secured a point, and now Snake was selecting sides. Having chosen the blue side, the first ban was directed at Qianju. Indeed, Snake was making adjustments, and Miller displayed an expression of as expected, believing it prudent to restrict Virtue's signature champion. In the eyes of VG supporters, the ban on Qianju signified Snake's concession, and they took to the live chat to boast among Snake fans, observing that his team had won the previous match without revealing any flaws in their draft strategy. Hongmi decided to follow a similar path, opting to ban Sivir. Zhu Kai then proceeded to block the Frost Mage. In the drafting phase of the upper lane, this hero found himself in a precarious position, compelled to select Malzahar, thereby accelerating the entire team's pace and forfeiting any hope of extending the game into the late stages. His disdain for this predicament was palpable. Martin, witnessing the ban on Jin from the opposing team, wore an increasingly bitter smile. Being targeted as a weak link inevitably led to feelings of frustration and discontent. However, his capabilities were undeniable. There was little he could do. The Snake team, relentless in their approach, decided to ban Virtue's Graves as well. Remembering the joy of victory, this strategy effectively curtailed the selection of late-game junglers, indicating that both teams would likely resort to rhythm-oriented junglers paired with mage mid-laners. Redmi made a slight adjustment in the final ban, opting to eliminate Braum. The Snake team swiftly secured the excavator, while SOFM, determined to redeem his performance from the previous match, aimed to prove himself in this game. Without hesitation, Redmi locked in Vladimir for Ho Yi and followed up with the Troll for the top lane. With the Snake team focusing on restricting Gu Xing's champion pool, they were obliged to leave some formidable mid-lane champions available. There was no justification for him not to seize the opportunity. Zhu contemplated for a moment, securing Lucian and Alistar for his duo. Following the bans of Braum, Sivir, and Jhin, the remaining potent bottom lane combinations comprised Lucian, Kalista, and Ashe, paired with Thresh and Alistar. Although Alistar lacked the versatility of Thresh, he offered exceptional tankiness and initiation potential, making his selection entirely reasonable. Each ADC possessed distinct advantages and disadvantages, yet Martin demonstrated considerable proficiency with Lucian. VG's third and fourth picks confirmed Kalista and Thresh, still adhering to the Shadow Isles theme. They were equally formidable in lane and in small-scale skirmishes. Imp cracked his knuckles, exuding an air of calm. Recently, he had enjoyed playing the Spear of Vengeance, and with no bans against him, he found himself with a solid champion pool. VG allocated their final counter pick to Virtue, intending to allow him to analyze the enemy composition before selecting an appropriate champion. The legendary marksman opted for the unconventional pick of Gangplank, aiming to channel the spirit of a pirate. The tank role was filled by the current top-tier mage, the Yellow Chicken. The Snake team's composition appeared more comfortable than in the previous match, allowing the bottom lane and jungler to assist in creating developmental space for the mid and top lanes. However, the drawback lay in the vulnerability of Gangplank and the Yellow Chicken to being burst down, rendering the composition susceptible to being scattered by the enemy. Just as Miller completed his statement, VG solidified their final jungler choice, the Centaur, Hecarim. This selection was indeed commendable, as it synergized well with Vladimir and the Troll, boasting formidable engagement capabilities. The compositions were finalized. The blue team, Snake, top lane Gangplank, jungle Excavator, mid lane Yellow Chicken, and bottom lane Lucian with Alistar. The red team, VG, top lane Troll, jungle Centaur, mid lane Vladimir, and bottom lane Kalista with Thresh. Following their previous victory, the cheers from VG fans grew increasingly exuberant. The wave of encouragement swept through the arena, heralding the arrival of Summoner's Rift. 82. Sunshine, Rainbow, Little White Horse. Gu Xing, upon witnessing Hecarim's emergence from the fountain, hurried into the shop to purchase a talisman and potions. The skin of the centaur in battle spirit is rendered in a striking metallic silver, complemented by an eye-catching rainbow-colored tail that dazzles during high-speed movement. It can be aptly described as a radiant, sunlit rainbow pony. As they venture into the wild, SOFM is forced to retreat to the upper half of the map. A composed voice resonates through the headset, cautioning, "Dragon, be careful in the early game. Xiao cannot assist you." Rest assured, Dragon responds confidently, "They simply cannot catch me." His counterpart, the Saint Gunner, opts for the captain, whose lane strength is not as weak as one might assume, particularly when facing a troll, a champion with limited range. The combination of Q gunfire negotiation and E gunpowder barrel allows for constant harassment of the opponent. However, the drawback lies in the lack of stable crowd control during the landing phase, rendering them vulnerable to ganks and diminishing the success rate of ambushes with the jungler. Even with SOFM piloting the early game powerhouse Rek'Sai, capturing the troll alongside the Saint Gunner seems an unrealistic endeavor. With their plans solidified, the VG team charges into the lower jungle of the Snake team. Gu Xing and Dragon lead the charge, as the Centaur's passive ability, Path of Conquest, converts additional movement speed into attack power. Consequently, he carries 3 movement speed quintessences, bestowing upon himself an impressive 45 movement speed. His pace exceeds that of his teammates, yet he must pause momentarily to avoid becoming disconnected from the group. Meanwhile, Miller seizes the opportunity to explain to the audience that the Centaur, having predominantly played in the top lane, fell out of favor after being nerfed. Although the champion did not receive any buffs, the enhancements to the sprinting ability in patch 610 have breathed new life into the Centaur's jungle role. The cooldown of the sprint has been dramatically reduced by 30 seconds, and the acceleration effect has been significantly amplified. This is a monumental boon for a champion so reliant on mobility. Another factor contributing to the Centaur's newfound prominence in professional play is the Trinity Force. Miller elaborates that in the previous patch, the small item, the yellow fork, within the Trinity Force build has been transformed into the Honey Sting. This alteration has traded the critical strike bonus for enhancements to attack speed and cooldown reduction, thereby indirectly strengthening a champion like the Centaur, who does not heavily rely on critical hits. After a brief exchange, Miller shifts his focus back to the Rift. The VG team's intent to invade is glaringly apparent. Yet the Snake team opts not to engage. Upon detecting their movements through the river vision, they disperse. The Snake Team's jungle duo, Rek'Sai and KFC, is limited by their skill mechanics, rendering them weak in combat and unable to contend with VG. Without hesitation, SOFM moves towards the upper section of VG's territory, planning to methodically trade buffs. No conflict arises between the two teams. At 140, the jungle monsters respawn. Gu Xing begins with the stone beetle from the Snake Team, wielding his long-handled spear with finesse against the creature. The connection between his basic attacks and Q, Rampage, flows seamlessly. After several strikes, he reduces the beetle's health and drags it away from the camp, heading towards the red buff. Upon reaching the midpoint between the two camps, he uses his final Q to finish off the stone beetle. The centaur's mechanics are not overly complex, making him accessible for players, with the primary point of attention being Q, Rampage. Each time the Rampage is unleashed, it accumulates a layer that lasts for 6 seconds, with a maximum of 2 layers stackable. Each layer grants a 1-second cooldown reduction for Rampage and additional damage. A centaur with 2 layers becomes a formidable force, and the short cooldown of Rampage, combined with Sprint, allows it to triumph over most opponents in the jungle skirmishes. Gu Xing's strategy of farming the jungle serves 2 purposes: to minimize travel time and to ensure that the accumulated layers of Rampage at the stone beetle can be maintained, thus optimizing efficiency when dealing with the red buff. After clearing the second wave of minions in the mid lane, both mid laners simultaneously placed a vision ward at their respective Feathered Beak's camp. Shortly thereafter, both wards revealed the movements of the opposing jungler. They employed this tactic to track the respawn times of jungle monsters, thereby deducing the reset points for the next F4 camp. Recall that a similar scenario unfolded in the previous game, where they also took the time to explain. Both Virtue and Sofm are adept players in the art of counter-jungling. Estimating the respawn times of jungle camps based solely on memory and common knowledge can easily lead to inaccuracies. A slight miscalculation of a few seconds may result in a flawed jungle route, providing the opposing jungler with an opportunity to exploit weaknesses. Given that neither mid laner is particularly aggressive in their playstyle, especially while controlling champions like Vladimir and Galio, it becomes exceedingly difficult for them to be caught off guard unless they push too far. Consequently, they opted to forego the strategic vision wards for preventing ganks, choosing instead to place wards for information on the F4 camp to obtain precise jungle respawn timings. Both junglers commenced their respective routes from opposite sides, ensuring they would not encounter one another during the initial clearing of jungle monsters. Additionally, due to either poor synergy among champions or the player's cautiousness, both junglers found little opportunity to exert influence and continued to farm. The rift was tranquil. Gu Xing placed a ward in the brush near the enemy's F4 camp and, as usual, lured the Snake Team's Feathered Beak closer to the river's entrance, using Q, Rampage, to clear the jungle monsters. As long as the centaur manages the stacking of Q effectively, its jungle clearing speed becomes astonishing. Coupled with the assistance of the duo in the bot lane at the start, the efficiency of the farm can only be described as remarkable, with the sole drawback being mana consumption. Sofm executed the jungle details meticulously, yet he still finished clearing the Feathered Beak 5 seconds slower than Gu Xing. Indeed, there was a notable disparity in the early jungle clearing speeds of their respective champions, and Gu Xing's solid fundamentals only added to this gap, which Sofm could not bridge. Gu Xing noted the reset timings for both F4 camps, and, upon crossing the river back to his lower jungle, took the opportunity to defeat the Scuttle Crab. After securing the blue buff, he chose to move towards the nearby wolf camp instead of the magic frog, through the wards placed by his teammates. Gu Xing understood Sofm's jungle route. Shortly, the stone beetle in his upper camp would respawn, followed by the Feathered Beak. Thus, he prioritized clearing the wolves before consuming the magic frog, ensuring that the respawn order in his jungle remained standard, flowing from top to bottom. For those who thrive on the thrill of relentless aggression, nothing compares to the exhilaration of swiftly clearing a lane. Gu Xing meticulously organizes his jungle area in this manner before returning to base to procure a green jungle knife and a true sight ward. With the early jungle exchanges concluded, both junglers reassert control over their respective territories. While it may appear that VG has not accrued any kills or monster advantages, the jungle swap was far from unnecessary. The focal point of this match during the landing phase undoubtedly lies in the bot lane, where Lucian and Alistar confront Kalista and Thresh. A direct confrontation between these duos seems inevitable, Through the jungle swap, SOFM finds himself forced into the upper half of the map, leaving Snake South bot lane isolated and vulnerable, mindful of Gu Xing's presence, and hesitant to trade blows for fear of being ambushed. Unbeknownst to them, VG's duo begins to seize an advantage. Moreover, SLFM, piloting Rek'Sai, enters a brief burst of power at level 3, making a surprise attack on the lane highly probable. Post-jungle swap. SOFM's initial foray into the jungle can only take place in the upper quadrant, where the champions, Gangplank and Kog'Maw, make it challenging for him to coordinate a gank. VG's strategic jungle swap renders Snake South bot lane and jungler quite uncomfortable. Gu Xing heads straight for the upper quadrant stone lizard, signaling to his bot lane that the opposing jungler is likely returning to base, urging them to be cautious. He subtly communicates with Imp, suggesting they push the wave deep and then retreat to the tower. Previously, VG South bot lane had been audacious, capitalizing on SOFM's absence in the lower half to dominate their opponents. In the crucial moments of securing level 2 and level 3, both Imp and Xiao Duan emerged victorious, forcing Snake South bot lane to retreat to their tower and relinquish lane control. Now, in anticipation of SOFM's potential gank, they can push the minions to Snake's turret, creating a favorable wave reset. Even if they withdraw to the tower, the minion wave will gradually push back towards them, ensuring Imp suffers minimal loss of minions while maintaining absolute safety. As VG's bot lane begins to aggressively push the wave, the atmosphere in the arena is tense, eliciting subdued gasps from the supporters. In a God's eye view, SLFM's Rek'Sai burrows underground, poised to enter the bot lane's tri-brush. Xiao Duan had just established vision there. However, this information does not escape Jizu's keen eye. He recognizes that the opponent is about to uncover SOFM's movements and thus decisively chooses to act. Alistar flashes in, initiating a double knockup on Kalista, igniting the skirmish. Imp is caught completely off guard, intent on hastily pushing the wave, only to find the opposing support flashing in to secure a catch. Upon spotting Rek'Sai, Imp and Xiao Duan suddenly grasp the gravity of the situation. Why is he here so soon? A shared thought crosses their minds. Gu Xing's early jungle efficiency was evidently superior, and he has only just departed from the high ground. How could SLFM arrive here so rapidly? The level above their heads reveals everything. Level 3. Rek'Sai clearly has not cleared the entire jungle. Having skipped a camp, he returns to base early, seizing the opportunity to launch a preemptive assault. Imp retrieved the lantern and returned to his teammates, expending all his healing in a desperate attempt to escape. Meanwhile, SLFM, neglecting the jungle camps, made his way to the bottom lane to secure a kill, knowing that profit was essential. Without hesitation, he activated his E ability, Excavating Tunnel, advancing forward and deftly dodging the incoming Doom's pendulum with a flash, forcefully launching Kalista into the air. Despite Xiao Duan landing his Q ability, Death Sentence, on SOFM, Martin swiftly arrived to deliver additional damage. Lucian's final strike, Piercing Light, followed by 2 shots from his passive, successfully eliminated Imp. Gu Xing felt quite vexed. Fortunately, their minions had pushed successfully to Snake Team's next tower. Otherwise, had the minion wave been stuck before the Snake Tower, he would have faced significant losses. The long silent fans of Snake Team erupted in thunderous applause and cheers upon witnessing their team finally gain the upper hand. Gu Xing was taken aback by Sofm's bold ambush. Consulting the data panel and making a quick calculation, he deduced that SOFM had intentionally ignored the untouched jungle camps, specifically the Shadow Wolves. In the current version, the experience from the 3-wolf camp is the lowest in the jungle. SOFM likely had this planned all along, ensuring that even if Gu Xing attempted to counter jungle, he would gain little advantage. Exchanging a group of 3 wolves for a first blood bounty was a significant profit for Snake Team. However, Gu Xing was not one to sit idly by. Virtue headed straight to the top lane, aiming to threaten the Holy Gunner. Li Xianjun also rushed to push the wave into Dragon Brothers Tower before Gu Xing could reach the upper area, creating a pushback scenario to ensure his safe development. Yet, Gu Xing turned the tables. Numerous VG minions were amassing and advancing towards Snake Team's first tower. He intended to wait until the minion wave reached the tower before attempting a dive. Flanking from the rear, he aimed to cut off the Holy Gunner's escape route. Li Xianjun found himself in a predicament. He glanced back at Hecarim, feeling 1,000 frustrations surge through him. The Holy Gunner had sensed Gu Xing's approach, but hesitated to abandon the substantial minion wave approaching the tower, deciding instead to use his barrels to clear the minions before fleeing. However, Gu Xing chose to neglect Snake Team's 3 wolves and instead targeted him in the top lane. As a lone captain, lacking the 6th level, his ability to defend against a dive was nearly non-existent. And being surrounded by both the centaur and the troll beneath the tower was certain death. Where were his teammates? The Holy Gunner urgently called for assistance. At the moment the minion wave reached the tower, VG's top and jungle players sprang into action, with Dragon Brother's troll erecting pillars, and Virtue charging his E-ability. Destruction Charge, aiming to kick the captain out of the tower. A brilliant blue light shone. A teleport from the mid lane tank arrived. The Holy Gunner also used his flash to create distance, avoiding the close-range damage from VG's top and jungle. Retreat, retreat. Gu Xing thought it wise to withdraw. Having already forced the enemy mid laner to teleport and the top laner to flash, he had gained enough from this encounter. He proceeded to counter the 3 wolves, instructing his top and mid laners to provide cover as he ventured deep into Snake Team's jungle, using his smite in conjunction with his Q ability, Rage, to secure the Shadow Wolves before Soft's arrival. In the subsequent period, Gu Xing remained vigilant regarding the state of the 3 lanes, seeking opportunities for ambush. The seemingly unprotected Saint Gunner in the upper lane appeared to be a potential breakthrough. However, SOFM was also aware of the need to safeguard the captain, occasionally patrolling the upper lane to caution Gu Xing against harboring intentions of attack. In the mid lane, the 2 mages were locked in a stalemate, neither able to gain the upper hand, despite Tank teleporting to the upper lane for support once. The unfortunate reality was that Huang Ji's range surpassed that of the vampire, giving him an advantage in lane harassment and depleting Ho Ye's health significantly. Meanwhile, the centaur attempted a gank in the lower lane but was repelled by the newly leveled Saint Gunner with a full-screen ultimate, the Cannon Barrage. During this time, Virtue struggled to shift the tide for the team, and Miller's brow furrowed in concern. Given their composition, they bore the burden of offensive pressure. If the Snake Team's captain and Huang Ji were allowed to develop, late-game team fights would become increasingly challenging. Indeed, Soft's flash was about to come off cooldown, and it was likely that Rek'Sai would initiate the next offensive soon. A hint of worry tinged his voice. What was going on? Gu Pan could not fathom why her once prominent brother seemed to be floundering in the early game. She turned to Shen Guanshan and asked, "Can you make sense of this?" Shen Guanshan hesitated. Her understanding of League of Legends surpassed that of Gu Pan, yet it was limited to enjoying the spectacle, leaving her unable to decipher the unfolding dynamics of the match. Nevertheless, she reassured herself, knowing that Gu Xing would surely devise a plan. Gu Pan detected the deep-seated trust in her friend's tone and observed as her companion, along with the surrounding VG supporters, fervently cheered for the players on stage, leaving her heart a tumult of emotions. Shen Guanshan was indeed correct. Gu Xing was orchestrating a grand strategy. As he progressed upward, the clock struck 7 minutes, and he successfully reached level 6. A skirmish erupted in the lower lane. This time, Xiao Duan initiated effectively, forcing both of Martin's summoner spells to be used. Xiao Duan's health was significantly diminished as well, and after assisting Imp in pushing the lane, he retreated into the brush to replenish. Jiza glanced at the time, sensing something amiss. The next wave of minions, the cannon minion, would arrive at 7:28. VG South lower lane was pushing the minion wave into the tower, and that wave of cannon minions would inevitably push back. When dealing with the cannon wave, he and Martin would undoubtedly be slower than they would be with a standard wave. This retreating wave would take a considerable amount of time to reach VG's tower. The interval presented the ideal opportunity for the support to roam undetected. As long as Xiao Duan returned to the lower lane before the cannon wave arrived at the tower, he would not lose out on minion experience, and Imp would be safe from tower dives. Jizu felt a surge of caution. Once the minions were cleared, he decided to return to base to replenish his state. Tank, be aware that once the enemy Thresh returns to base, he will likely head to the mid lane to ambush you. He warned his teammate, "I'll probably be about 5 seconds late." Receiving his support's warning, Tank took a slight step back. However, at that moment, he did not possess the necessary vigilance to take heed. Jizu remains by the spring, and according to his account, the opposing support can arrive 5 seconds earlier. Roughly calculating, it seems that at this moment, Xiao Duan's Thresh has yet to leave the high ground. If the enemy intends to ambush him, they must wait for their support to position accordingly. The tank believes he can absorb another wave of minions before retreating once the lane is managed. Gu Xing, meanwhile, is clearing his own feathered birds, pulling the jungle monsters from their camp, timing his Q rampage to eliminate the remaining injured birds, and then hastening towards the mid lane. Virtue is set to engage the tank. Miller feels a sense of unease, yet this choice does not seem optimal, especially with SOFM near the F4 camp in the Snake team's territory. Gu Xing aims precisely for this outcome, with soft style of play. As soon as the jungle monsters reset, they will be swiftly cleared. Gu Xing has undertaken fewer early ambushes, thus employing a similar strategy. During his initial jungle exchange, he utilized the vision provided by Hou Yi to ascertain that the reset times of both F4 camps were nearly identical. This implies that while he is clearing his feathered birds, SOFM is likely consuming the Snake team's F4 as well. Gu Xing can roughly deduce the position of the opposing Rek'Sai. He must take the initiative, forcing SOFM to engage in a small skirmish in the mid lane. His previous pressure on the bottom lane to draw out Saint Gun's ultimate was precisely to set the stage for this confrontation. With the captain's ultimate on cooldown, unable to provide distant support, Gu Xing feels the odds are decidedly in his favor. As for Xiao Duan's roaming, it is merely a ruse. The opposing tank believes he must wait for Xiao Duan's positioning before preparing to freeze, yet Gu Xing has no intention of doing so. He seizes the initiative, exploiting a timing advantage to catch the Snake team off guard. Activating his sprint, combined with devastating charge, the speed of the Radiant Unicorn reaches an astonishing level. The rainbow tail sways behind him, trailing a vibrant ribbon, as Hecarim swiftly arrives at the mid lane. The tank raises an eyebrow, surprised at VG's timing of engagement. However, he quickly regains his composure, continuing to manipulate his jungler while executing his commands. Seeing Gu Xing attempt to maneuver behind him to kick him towards Hou Yi, the tank intends to allow the opponent to act, planning to be kicked back before utilizing EQ to command the sand soldiers to return to the tower. Yet Gu Xing does not follow this expected path. Upon closing the distance, he unleashes Q rampage. The 2 stacks he accumulated at the feathered bird camp carry over successfully, inflicting significant damage while providing a 2-second cooldown reduction. Observing Gu Xing holding onto his E without executing a kick, the tank realizes that Hou Yi is already charging forward. If he does not retreat immediately, he will be trapped. Thus, he opts to flash to create distance, and then employs a QE combo to withdraw. Gu Xing had anticipated this move. As Huang Ji follows the sand soldier's displacement towards the tower, he capitalizes on his superior speed to keep pace, executing devastating charge. The hooves rise, interrupting Huang Ji's movement. Though he does not manage to kick him back, the tank is not far from Hou Yi. Virtue's response is remarkably astute. Miller's eyes brighten. SOFM uses burrow from the Snake team's feathered bird camp to cross the wall for protection. However, at the moment he emerged, the meticulously prepared Gu Xing unleashed his shadow impact, instilling terror in the face of the frightened Huang Ji. The spectral cavalry also struck Rek'Sai, inflicting considerable damage. Lord Ho, utilizing the blood tide alongside a flash, positioned himself before the jungle of the Snake team, successfully landing his blood plague on 2 adversaries. Gu Xing's rampage was ready, and he executed a combination of AQA, causing an explosive surge of damage from the VG jungle duo, reducing the health of the just-freed golden squishy chicken to below 14 in an instant. The audience below, first witnessing Gu Xing interrupt Huang Ji's movement with a well-placed hoof, then observing the exaggerated concentrated fire from the VG jungle duo, erupted into a cacophony of cheers, clapping their support sticks. Don't run, retaliate directly. SOFM understood that the chances of their mid-laner surviving were slim, so he decided to trade kills with VG, armed with the insight talent, which provided him with a 15 cooldown reduction on summoner spells. He realized his flash was just off cooldown. He decisively used it, following up with burrow, launching Gu Xing into the air. The challenge's smite landed squarely on the centaur's head. Huang Ji utilized the military wall to shove the centaur beneath his own turret, summoning sand soldiers to incessantly stab at him. Lord Ho, with a crimson dashing version of blood conversion combined with basic attacks, drained the tank's health completely. Gu Xing, using the movement speed boost from his sprint to bypass the military wall, was left with minimal health as he exited the turret's range. SOFM aimed to forcibly eliminate him, and after building up full rage, his wild bite successfully reduced the centaur to a sliver of health. Virtue, Undeterred, activated his Spirit of Fear to counterattack. Gu Xing held on to his skills, waiting for this moment. The damage from the Centaur's Spirit of Fear was not substantial. Its primary purpose was to restore health by converting a percentage of damage dealt to surrounding enemies into his own life force. When he had previously engaged the tank Huangji, this output was inconsequential, so Gu Xing decided to reserve his skills for now. With minions nearby, he used his rampage to strike the wave, triggering health restoration. He also managed to execute a ranged minion with his smite. While in the state of Spirit of Fear, the damage dealt to surrounding units increased, effectively aiding Gu Xing in his recovery. The effect of sprint had not yet faded, and Virtue's damage was astonishing. A gasp of surprise escaped as Rek'Sai's health dwindled. SLFM sensed something amiss. He had already applied the challenge smite to the opponent, yet the Centaur's output was outrageous. A rampage followed by a basic attack could whittle down a significant portion of health. However, he quickly discerned the source of the problem. Aside from his green jungle knife and boots, Hecarim possessed a Devourer. This item is a component for the Trinity Force. The Devourer has a passive effect of frenzy, granting melee champions 20 movement speed upon hitting enemies, and 60 movement speed upon slaying enemy units. Gu Xing's earlier smite was not merely to secure a minion or to trigger the healing effect of Spirit of Fear. Rather, he had executed the minion to gain the 60 movement speed provided by the Devourer, which he then converted into attack power through the Centaur's passive, Warpath. The relentless sprint continues, fueled by the ferocious effect provided by the Cleanse, the Grass Shoes, and the 3 movement speed runes, bestowing an extraordinary attack power upon Gu Xing. Moreover, after Rek'Sai unleashes her full set of skills, she can only resort to basic attacks until her Q, Queen's Wrath, cools down, rendering her incapable of dispatching Gu Xing. The Vampiric Steed. At this moment, SOFM attempts to retreat, but it is too late. The rampaging Centaur persists, launching a Q every 2 seconds, exhibiting unparalleled combat prowess. The R ability, Plague of Blood, cast by the Lord earlier, detonates with a delayed damage output, as Gu Xing charges into the turret, delivering the final Q that claims Rek'Sai's life. Xiao Duan arrives on the battlefield, tossing out a lantern to assist the bloodied Gu Xing in a calm escape. The tardy Jizu can only collect the remains of his teammates, amidst the resounding cheers from the audience. It is imperative to shout loudly that the synergy between VG's jungle and mid lane is rare but extraordinarily effective, breaking the long-standing stalemate. Both members of the Snake team succumb, having exhausted all their summoner spells, leaving them unable to regain momentum for the next 4 to 5 minutes. 083. Roaming and Galloping, the Wild Electric Fan. Chapter title. A 2v2 skirmish in the mid-jungle instantly turns the tide. VG supporters are in a frenzy of jubilation. Once composed, Miller laments the Snake team's misfortune, noting that their engagement was too hasty, as the Centaur's combat strength is simply overwhelming at this juncture. The director aptly replays the recent team fight, amidst the chaotic battlefield, where skills were unleashed in a frenzy. The number of heroes and abilities to monitor was truly excessive, causing the two commentators to overlook many details. Upon reviewing the footage, they focused their attention on Gu Xing, their tone filled with admiration. Virtue is remarkable. The execution of the smite for healing while enhancing movement speed allowed him to shine. Miller wholeheartedly agrees, praising Virtue's execution in such a battle as exemplary, maximizing the Centaur's combat potential. Gupan, did you see that? Shun Guanshan, unable to conceal his emotions, nearly broadcasts his joy, vigorously shaking his friend's arm. I told you Gu Xing would find a way. My eyesight is perfectly fine, Gupan retorts, grasping her friend's hand. Could you possibly be a bit more composed? She sighs inwardly while speaking. Shun Guanshan's reaction only solidifies his suspicions. Within the canyon, Gu Xing assists the Lord in pushing the mid-lane minion wave. Due to Tank's recent teleport usage to save St. Gun, it has yet to cool down, preventing a swift return to the lane after respawning. If the Snake team neglects this, the minions will be wasted, devoured by the turret. Consequently, Jizu intends to remain under the mid-lane tower to farm, gathering some gold to purchase a control ward, expediting his level 6 acquisition of the ultimate ability, and preventing VG's jungle and mid lane from excessively whittling down their turret's health. However, he notices Gu Xing racing towards the bottom lane without pause. As a bullman, he simply cannot match the Centaur's speed. Moreover, after Sofm's demise, Jizu dares not venture into the jungle, knowing that capture by the enemy would spell certain death. To return to the bottom lane, he must take a lengthy detour through the jungle, consuming a significant amount of time. Retreat, the opposing jungler is coming for you. Jizu urgently warned his teammates, and the support was likely nearby as well. Martin realized he could not stand alone beneath the tower. Although the health of the centaur was not substantial, Imp held a healing spell, and the support Thresh had the shield of his lantern. It would be a mere formality for VG's bottom lane trio to dive the tower and eliminate him. With no other option, Martin retreated to the secluded brush in front of the second tower. Gu Xing did not pursue recklessly, choosing instead to remain in a safe position, observing and intimidating the enemy. Earlier, to create roaming space for Xiao Duan, Imp had pushed the wave back with a cannon minion. However, Kallista's wave-clearing speed was certainly not slow among marksmen. He adeptly stacked spears on the cannon minion and transferred them to the next minion using Q, Pierce, and E-Rend. Swiftly clearing the cannon wave, he pushed the regular minion wave into the defense tower of the snake team. Do not eat, do not eat. Imp's face was near to blooming with joy. Martin helplessly circled in the brush, watching as his tower devoured all the minions. While he was deprived of even the slightest experience, it was only when Jizu arrived from the jungle to provide support that Gu Xing reluctantly retreated to a safe position to return home. He immediately noticed the change in the centaur's equipment. Virtue promptly purchased a pair of sorcerer's shoes. Many centaurs previously opted for boots of speed, but in this version, their movement speed was reduced by 5 points, diminishing their cost-effectiveness. Miller attempted to analyze Gu Xing's thoughts, suggesting that the cooldown reduction attribute of sorcerer's shoes was also well suited for Hecarim. Gu Xing indeed had that in mind. Currently, the boots of speed offer 55 movement speed, merely 10 points more than other tier 2 boots, with the cost and price being the same at 900 gold. Moreover, the cooldown shoes provide a 10 reduction in summoner spell cooldowns. Paired with the insight mastery he possessed, it could reduce the cooldown of both summoner spells by 25. The cooldown of the now 180-second ghost spell could be reduced to just 135 seconds. Whether charging into lanes, invading the jungle, or initiating team fights, the effectiveness of the ghost skill is invaluable for the centaur. Thus, the value of the cooldown shoes lies therein. Virtue chose to head to the top lane, planning to confront Saint Gunnar. Eschewing any fanciful maneuvers, Long Gu activated E, Ice Pillar, to pin down Saint Gunnar's position. As a wild horse charged in from the edge of the screen. To avoid being kicked back by Gu Xing, Saint Gunnar was forced to use his flash, which had only recently come off cooldown. Fortunately, the captain also carried the insight mastery. Otherwise, being kicked back would have resulted in dire consequences. Saint Gunnar was seething with rage. He originally selected the captain to suppress the troll, yet now found himself constantly restricted. Having used up his flash twice before the 9-minute mark, living in fear of ganks, terrified of being caught and killed by Gu Xing, he could not exhibit his true landing prowess. Virtue hurried to the mid lane, delivering a forceful kick to tank. He was well aware that Huang Ji lacked both flash and ultimate, thus he boldly engaged, relentlessly chipping away at the health of the enemy mid laner. Gu Xing possesses the W ability, Spirit of Fear, which allows him to recover a significant amount of health while farming in the jungle. In contrast, the Huang Ji of the Snake team lacks any means of health regeneration. With a single skill combo, he managed to deplete nearly half of Huang Ji's health, leaving the tank feeling quite nauseated. How contemptible! If he does not return to the fountain for health replenishment, the Lord's Vampire could potentially eliminate him with just one skill set. To play it safe, the tank decided to recall to base. The positioning of the minion wave was not favorable, and Huang Ji would incur considerable losses upon returning home. Miller, adopting the tank's perspective, felt a surge of determination and quickly shifted the topic. During this time, Virtue began to assert his presence relentlessly. Previously, Gu Xing had been overly cautious, refraining from engaging due to his inability to defeat Rek'Sai in a one-on-one skirmish in the jungle. A rash attack could easily expose him to the enemy. However, after achieving a decisive victory in the mid-jungle 2v2, the tide had turned dramatically. Now, with a lead in equipment, Gu Xing was poised to take the initiative on the battlefield. Capable of winning against the enemy jungler in a duel, his operational freedom expanded significantly. Even if he did not gain immediate rewards, Soft, having learned from past mistakes, dared not recklessly invade VG's jungle again. The consequences of being ambushed once more would be dire. In this predicament, Sofm felt uncertain. Every time Gu Xing launched an assault, he gained the upper hand, either reducing the health of the laners or forcing them to use their summoner spells. During this period, he also returned to the mid lane, successfully collaborating with the Lord to eliminate the unprotected tank. The omnipresence of Hecarim was a source of great distress for the members of the Snake team. Hecarim's high mobility allowed him to save travel time, continuously applying pressure in the lanes. Sofm's mind raced, but devising a perfect solution in such a short time proved challenging. He could only continue to farm in the jungle while searching for the enemy jungler's weaknesses. Unbeknownst to him, Gu Xing had already set his sights on him. Without a flash, Sofm was undoubtedly an easy target. Furthermore, he had firmly grasped the respawn timing of the spearhead birds in the Snake team's camp, knowing that Rek'Sai would soon arrive to farm. Gu Xing brimmed with confidence. After finishing off his jungle camps, he returned to base and, leveraging the gold acquired from defeating Huang Ji, crafted the luminous arc to enhance his combat prowess in anticipation of the impending jungle skirmish. Once his ghost was ready, Gu Xing boldly ventured into the lower river, intending to infiltrate the Snake team's lower quadrant. "Can you hold off Huang Ji for me? Don't let him come to assist," he requested of his teammates. Izihun readily agreed. Gu Xing had previously provided assistance in the mid lane twice and had even secured a kill for himself. Now, asking him to merely stall tank was a trivial task. Virtue decisively initiated an invasion. Remembering to keep an eye on the mini-map and quickly realizing that the two junglers were about to cross paths, Sofm, piloting Rek'Sai, lurked underground, arriving at his own F4 camp. His instincts in the jungle were remarkably sharp, and with precise calculations and exceptional route planning, he could position himself to clear the camp the moment it respawned, ensuring he eliminated the jungle monsters at the earliest opportunity. This ability was a significant advantage, enabling him to develop rapidly as a jungler. However, there lies a drawback. As long as the opponent is well-versed in this jungle-clearing strategy, they can discern Sofm's location even in the absence of vision. Gu Xing has mastered this mindset. Given that both he and Sofm are arguably the most skilled professional players in the world at executing intricate counter-jungling tactics, when it comes to their most significant distinction, Gu Xing believes he has acquired an additional style of jungling from the esteemed coach, the factory director. With the guidance of a top-tier coach like Hongmi, he has been able to amalgamate and innovate a unique approach to the game. In contrast, Sofm relies solely on self-discovery. In other words, while Gu Xing can accurately gauge Sofm's position, the latter cannot ascertain Gu Xing's whereabouts. This constitutes Gu Xing's paramount advantage. As Sofm approached the Beak Bird's camp, the auditory cues provided immediate feedback. Just a wall away, a unit was moving at an astonishing speed within the entire canyon. The only character capable of such rapid movement is Hecarim. Taken aback, Sofm swiftly retreated, as Gu Xing, charging forth with his E-ability for acceleration, caught sight of Rek'Sai through the wall. He instantly activated his Shadow Surge. The centaur vaulted over the wall, successfully instilling fear into the Rek'Sai, who had no flash available. Gu Xing repositioned himself, activating his sprint to enhance both his mobility and attack power. He then unleashed a charged devastating charge, sending Rek'Sai sprawling away from the wall, preventing Sofm from burrowing through it. In the current version, the Radiance has a 10-second cooldown effect, and with the addition of the Boots of Lucidity, Gu Xing enjoyed a 20 cooldown reduction. He quickly stacked his rampage charges, further reducing the cooldown of his Q skill by 2 seconds, continuously weaving in and out with AQ. The polearm transformed into a whirlwind in Hecarim's grasp. Witnessing Rek'Sai's health plummet, the audience erupted in cheers. While Sofm appeared to be heavily armored, in reality, he was merely a facade of bulkiness, possessing only health without any defensive items. Gu Xing exploited the Spellblade effect provided by Radiance, relentlessly whittling away at Sofm's health. With the tank being held at bay mid lane and unable to join the fray, Sofm attempted to tunnel away with Rek'Sai. But Gu Xing's sprinting centaur swiftly closed the gap. With one final AQ, the whirlwind in the centaur's hands came to a halt. Rek'Sai's health was entirely depleted. Collapsing in defeat, Virtue achieved a magnificent solo kill. The commentators on the desk shouted in disbelief. It was nothing short of astonishing. The atmosphere was electric. The broadcast camera zoomed in on Gu Xing, who wore a radiant smile. The venue resonated with cheers and applause. Shen Guanshan, caught up in the fervor, felt a blush creep onto his cheeks, joining the surrounding fans in a chorus of support for Gu Xing. In the VG backstage lounge, Ding Ran leapt from his chair, excitement causing his face to flush. Well played, Xinggu. The room erupted in jubilant celebration, with Hong Mi applauding the achievement. Such a solo kill would undoubtedly bolster morale within the team while yielding significant rewards, except for the support role, of course. Gu Xing's remarkable solo kill would further widen the gap in jungle matchups. In the streaming chat of the match, comments rushed by at an astonishing pace. Can this character really secure a solo kill? Didn't they say Virtue was destined to lose today? How does it feel now? That a walking style is something else. Sofm is being utterly dominated, unable to mount any resistance. What a fierce Guan Yu. Sofm gazed at the monochrome screen, acutely aware that the situation was dire. Despite having anticipated some difficulties prior to the match, the prowess of his opponent left him in a state of disarray. Gu Xing's command of the game was far from that of a mere rookie. Sofm prided himself on being quite formidable among new players. Aside from his impressive record of ranking among the top 5 in Southeast Asia, he had previously engaged in semi-professional leagues in Vietnam and had spent 2.5 years as a trainee with the Flash Wolves. Had it not been for the elusive age restrictions imposed on Sofm, he would have long since graced the stage of top-tier leagues. Although he had not undergone systematic professional training before joining the Serpent team, he had absorbed considerable knowledge through observation, placing him ahead of pure newcomers. Yet in this match, he found himself toyed with by Gu Xing. The Centaur swept through Sofm's jungle, charging toward the bottom lane. Amidst Miller's enthusiastic shouts, Gu Xing activated his E ability. Ruinous Charge, swiftly maneuvering to ambush the duo from the Serpent team. Jizu hurriedly pushed away the Thresh, but he himself fell into a dire encirclement. Even when Saint Gunner unleashed his ultimate in the top lane, it proved futile. Xiao Duan directed his teammates over voice chat, insisting they focus on the bull. Without mercy, he used his E ability, Doom's Pendulum, to pull Jizu back into the fray. The 3 members of VG unleashed their skills, concentrating their fire to reduce the bull's health to a sliver. Can I have that kill? Imp felt quite humble at that moment. He had not gained much advantage in the match and needed assistance from his jungler, feeling insecure about his own economy. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Xing pressed the S key, halting the Centaur in place, allowing Kalista to finish off the bull with her spear. Observing this, Imp sincerely expressed, "Thank you, Xiao Gu." In this match, Gu Xing did not opt for late-game carry champions like Graves or Kiana. Instead, he highlighted the Centaur's disruptive capabilities in team fights. Allowing the kill to go to the 2 carries was indeed a more prudent choice. After defeating Jizu, VG was able to secure the first dragon. By an uncanny stroke of luck, it turned out to be a wind dragon. Gu Xing took it down, granting the team a substantial boost in movement speed out of combat, particularly advantageous for the Centaur. Now, Virtue did not even need to activate E or Ghost. Their movement speed had already surpassed 400 points. With a smile on his face, it was clear that for the Serpent team, dealing with the Centaur posed a significant challenge. In the background, Zhu Kai looked quite distressed. Sofm's aggressive invading strategy was being countered, and now they faced the prospect of losing the match. It was truly a double loss. Saint Gunner harbored intentions against the low-health troll in the top lane, unaware that the dragon was purposefully baiting him. The dragon showcased exceptional acting skills, feigning an intent to approach and using basic attacks along with Q ability, Savage Bite, to obliterate the powder keg. Saint Gun noticed that the opposing troll's Q ability had entered its cooldown, and without hesitation, he activated his R ability, Cannon Barrage, and advanced with the intent of securing a solo kill. However, just as he made his move, he spotted a charging Hecarim rushing through the triangular brush toward the top lane. Given Hecarim's current movement speed, the effectiveness of conventional gank prevention wards had significantly diminished. From the moment he discovered Hecarim to the instant of his ambush, only a mere 2 to 3 seconds elapsed, leaving Saint Gun no time to prepare. Captain, realizing the dire situation, found himself unable to escape. The troll's pillar obstructed his path, and with the activation of R, absolute power, he drained health and boosted his defenses. The captain, lacking resilience, was rendered as fragile as paper after a bite from the dragon. Virtue, taking advantage of his equipment advantage, boldly engaged the turret for a strong kill. The captain met a bitter end. Li Xianjun was left with no choice but to suppress his overwhelming rage with a sip of water. Sofm could only attempt to salvage the situation by focusing on the bottom lane, but his damage output proved woefully insufficient. Ultimately, Imp flashed back, seizing the lantern to escape. The snowball had begun to roll ominously. After gaining the upper hand, Gu Xing employed a thief-like counter-jungle strategy, meticulously timing the respawn of Snake Team's jungle monsters. Arriving at the camps just ahead to clear them all, Sofm seethed in silence. He too could calculate the timing, yet it mattered little. He dared not even glance at Hecarim. Such blatant theft. Miller, observing Gu Xing's incursion into the jungle, forcibly drove Rek'Sai away, claiming Frog Queen's body for himself, and could not help but sympathize with Sofm, as virtue afforded the Snake Team no opportunity to develop. The disparity in jungle farm between the two sides continued to widen. As the match reached the 23-minute mark, the broadcast displayed the economic panels of each player. The junglers were now separated by a staggering 2,200 gold, nearly equivalent to the cost of a major item. Rek'Sai, we discussed earlier, becomes merely a pure tank as the game progresses. The Snake Team's composition, featuring high damage across top, mid, and bottom lanes, heavily relies on a sturdy frontline, without a sufficient quality tank to absorb damage. The three core members of the Snake Team would find no space to unleash their potential. Sofm couldn't even farm jungle monsters, having devolved into a herbivorous jungler, wandering aimlessly in search of scraps to satiate his hunger, living in a state of utter despair. We had never anticipated the match would unfold in such a manner. Miller sighed in dismay. Gu Xing returned to base for supplies. He now wielded a luxurious arsenal, including the Trinity Force, the Frostfire Gauntlet, the Jungle Knife, boots of cooldown reduction, and the Deadman's Plate. The plate remained a highly cost-effective item in this version, offering 500 health, 50 armor, and a stacking movement speed passive, perfectly synergizing with Hecarim. With key items in place, Xiao Duan sought no further delays. Let's manage the minion waves. Dragon, can you handle the captain? Dragon, brimming with confidence, assured absolutely. Xiao Gu has assisted me several times. It would be quite embarrassing if I couldn't manage this. The captain's current mainstream build typically favored a combination of Trinity Force and Yumu's Ghostblade. This set of equipment wields significant lethality against fragile targets. With adequate gear, it can effortlessly dismantle the backline. However, when confronted with tanks, it heavily relies on the passive ability, Infernal Judgment, to deliver true damage via explosive barrels, requiring the detonation of 3 to 4 fire blades to eliminate a beefy adversary. Currently, Long Gu boasts commendable durability, and the Troll's AQ can directly consume the explosive barrels, making it challenging for the captain to inflict multiple fire blade damages without error. Even if health is depleted, he still benefits from the passive King's Tribute, allowing him to voraciously consume tributes, whether from minions or jungle monsters, to restore health. Dealing with the captain is certainly manageable. VG seizes control of the mid and upper lanes, illuminating the vicinity of the barren pit. Once the vision in the jungle is established, Gu Xing decisively initiates the dragon. The blue side, Snake, faces a formidable challenge in contesting the barren. Sofm must traverse the jungle river to enter the barren pit. Moreover, Imp is controlling Kalista, a champion adept at securing the barren with the jungler's assistance. Unless VG experiences severe miscommunication or coordination failures, they will undoubtedly prevent the enemy from successfully claiming the barren. The Snake Team wishes to prolong the game, aware that their odds in team fights are considerably low, especially since their jungler is not Candy, making the likelihood of a barren comeback slim. After careful consideration, they choose to concede the barren directly to VG. The Nashor's barren emits a desperate roar as it meets its end, while the audience erupts in cheers. Even the staunchest Snake fans must concede that their chances of victory are bleak. VG's relentless 3-lane push overwhelms, forcing Snake to avoid conflict and relinquish all resources. The second towers fall, and the economic disparity surges past 10,000, seizing the remaining moments of the barren buff. Gu Xing and his teammates scour the enemy jungle for resources before opting to utilize the enhanced recall effect to return to base. He purchases a chainmail, refraining from acquiring minor items, instead opting for a steel elixir and ensuring he has adequate vision wards. Aware that the team is on the verge of delivering a decisive blow to conclude the match, he selects the most potent equipment available. I will charge in. Can you keep up? Gu Xing exclaims, brimming with anticipation. I will flank you from the side. Long Gu abandons the notion of split pushing and joins his teammates at the forefront. VG rallies together, storming the mid lane of the Snake Team's base. Gu Xing does not hastily initiate the team fight. He understands that if the game drags into the late stages, their chances will diminish drastically, particularly given the formidable output from the opposing Yuumi and captain. He must seize the opportunity to deliver a lethal strike. Should the engagement falter and grant Snake a chance to turn the tide, the outcome would become uncertain. In reality, the frontline team fighting capability of the Centaur is not particularly remarkable. Our Shadow Charge appears to be a potent area control ability, yet in a frontal skirmish. Hecarim's ultimate is exceedingly easy to evade. For professional players, it is even more manageable to dodge than the Golem's ultimate. It merely requires skillful execution. Both sides remain locked in a stalemate, with VG exhibiting remarkable steadiness. Miller reflects on their desire to find the optimal moment to strike. The atmosphere surrounding the high ground tower has grown increasingly tense, with an ominous chill permeating the air. Tank's yellow chicken equipment is rather ordinary, and the speed at which the sand soldiers clear the waves is not as swift as anticipated. One must remain vigilant, focusing intently on the summoner's rift, leaving no detail overlooked. At last, as yet another wave of cannon minions approaches, Tank's inadequate wave-clearing ability allows VG to take advantage and strike at the defensive tower, reducing its health by half. Martin, eager to alleviate the predicament for his team, intends to swiftly eliminate the minions. However, he is controlling Lucian, who possesses a shorter range compared to other ADCs. In his effort to clear the minions, he steps forward. This seemingly insignificant stride grants Long Gu an opportunity. The troll employs Ice Pillar to isolate Lucian from the other champions of the Snake team. Miller leans slightly forward, his years of commentary experience giving him an instinct that a team fight is about to erupt. Imp maneuvers Callista to leap forward, aiming to thrust her spear into Lucian. To evade the impending attack, Martin hurriedly slides backward to regroup with his teammates. Now is the moment. Gu Xing bellows into the voice chat, "Engage. Look at me." He activates his sprint and devastating charge, maximizing his movement speed. Our Shadow Impact hurtles toward the backline of VG. Countless spectral cavalry charge forward under Hecarim's command, flooding into the high ground of the Snake team. The target of fear is aimed squarely at Lucian, who had just used his slide. Realizing the danger, Martin swiftly uses Flash to evade the fear effect of the Centaur. Simultaneously, Imp unleashes our Fate's Call, drawing a small segment into his grasp. Thresh launches from Callista's body, colliding with the formation of the Snake team. Although he only manages to knock up Jizu's Alistar, the small segment successfully approaches the enemy backline. The doom bell tolls. Having exhausted all his mobility skills, Martin can only watch as Thresh drags him back. The small segment operates with remarkable speed, tossing a lantern back to his allies. The troll seizes the lantern and charges into the fray. Long Ge's our supremacy directly connects with Sofm's Rek'Sai. Among the 5 members of the Snake team, he is the tankiest, and the troll's ultimate siphons a significant portion of Rek'Sai's durability. With everything in place, Long Gu activates W, Frozen Domain, to accelerate, swinging his large club towards Lucian. Even with a healing spell, Martin is unable to escape. Lord's Vampire also enters the fray successfully through his sprint, casting our Blood Plague amidst the enemy formation. As Gu Xing is the first to dive in, he absorbs a considerable amount of firepower. Unfazed, he activates W, Spirit of Fear, using his sprint to whirl frantically amidst the crowd. The Trinity Force and Mercury's Treads, with a cooldown reduction of 30. Allow Q, Rampage, to have a cooldown of merely 28 seconds. Furthermore, after stacking 2 charges, it reduces the cooldown by an additional 2 seconds. This means Gu Xing can essentially unleash a continuous barrage of QS like a fan. W, Spirit of Fear, not only converts the damage he inflicts into health, but also benefits from the damage dealt by his allies. The Steel Elixir grants him tenacity and health, enabling him to endure for an extended period. Virtue resembled a wild stallion, ceaselessly galloping in circles amidst the throng. The excitement rendered me momentarily tongue-tied. Martin was eliminated in an instant. Tank's R, the Wall of the Forbidden Army, was deployed with remarkable timing, complemented by Captain S, R, Cannon Barrage, to slow down the members of Team VG. However, once all participants had fully equipped themselves, Lucian's frail physique became alarmingly vulnerable amidst the multitude of skills, suffering grievous damage from mere 2 abilities, his health dwindling to perilous levels. Ultimately, He succumbed to the igniting flames set upon him by Xiao Duan. Captain aimed to detonate the powder keg, yet VG remained vigilant, fixated upon him. Huang Ji's damage emerged gradually, persistently poking with sand soldiers. Captain's barrel combo could unleash explosive damage, posing a greater threat. Gu Xing and his comrades had received prior warnings from Xiao Duan. Thus, when the powder keg appeared, the VG players surged forward, launching a flurry of basic attacks to obliterate it. Virtue remained unscathed, an unexpected stroke of fortune. Gu Xing, buoyed by his swift movement speed, deftly evaded tanks' sand soldiers' assault. At this moment, with Lucian eliminated and Captain S' powder keg unable to ignite, the Serpent team posed no threat to Gu Xing. The VG fans erupted with jubilant cheers, while Hecarim roamed freely on the Serpent team's high ground, as if ambling through his own backyard. By the time his next devastating charge was ready, Gu Xing's health was precariously low. Nevertheless, with fierce determination, he executed a speed-enhanced maneuver to forcibly kick Captain into his own formation. Gu Xing felt immense gratitude toward the Serpent team, for the previous game had shattered his invulnerability, allowing him to advance fearlessly, sacrificing himself to create a chance for victory. Li Huanjuan had just used his flash to evade Xiao Duan's hook, and now, devoid of any mobility skills, found himself kicked onto the vampiric visage of Hou Yi. He was seething with suppressed rage, and as Gu Xing continued to irritate him, he resolved to exchange blows with his adversary before meeting his demise. Captain unleashed his Fireblade Q, gunfire negotiations, attempting to eliminate Virtue, and at this juncture, I remembered to raise my voice. Yet, Imp flashed in, administering a healing spell, compellingly reviving the centaur. Miller was left astounded, exclaiming, "My heavens, how is he still alive?" Amidst the sudden eruption of cheers from the crowd, Gu Xing contributed everything he could for his team, departing with grace. His health bar dwindled to a mere sliver. Captain seethed with frustration, yet his strength was insufficient. He was sent back to the fountain by Imp's 3 spears combined with Erend. Tank fell victim to Hou Yi's final tide of blood, leading VG to successfully annihilate the Serpent team. Victory in this match was within their grasp, with resurrection timers nearing 40 seconds. Even though the Serpent team's high ground remained intact, the surviving members of VG could effortlessly march to obliterate the enemy's nexus. Bravo, my brothers. Long Gu beamed with delight. This match had been exceedingly enjoyable. Gu Xing sighed in relief. His sister, Shun Guanshan, and Ding Ran were present to witness the spectacle, alongside the explosive external commentary. Thus, he held today's match outcome in high regard. Thankfully, he did not squander the diligent efforts of the past week. The tension that had long resided in his heart finally began to ease. At 28 minutes and 22 seconds, the main crystal of Team Snake shattered into a myriad of fragments. Gu Xing swiftly removed his headphones to relish the thunderous applause bestowed upon him by the supporters. Let us extend our congratulations to VG. Miller's voice boomed as he announced their triumphant victory over Team Snake with a score of 2-0, marking their 6th win of the summer season. Since the introduction of the young talent Virtue, VG has yet to taste defeat. Remember also remarked that it must be said, he has forged an exceptionally positive chemical reaction with the entire team. Shun Guanshan was in a state of exuberance, fervently waving the support banner in his hand. Even Gu Pan's face bore a slight smile as she gently tapped the support stick she held. The moment Gu Xing cast his gaze towards the audience, he immediately spotted the two, and his smile deepened. The chat room of the live stream erupted in a frenzy. What can be said about this player? Virtue's gameplay is truly infuriating, spinning around wildly, yet somehow remains unscathed. Is Team Snake really at a level of 9/10? I think they are quite lacking. One must say, Team Snake has achieved an epic feat that no other team has managed, killing Virtue once. It is noteworthy that RNG lost to EDG last weekend, allowing VG to firmly establish themselves as the leaders of Group B. After triumphing over players like Xianghua, Kong Di, and Xiao Hai, today Virtue has vanquished Sofm. Miller counted on his fingers, believing that Gu Xing's journey is indeed legendary. Even he, a seasoned commentator who has witnessed many trials, could not suppress his excitement. Now it seemed that only clear love could stand in his way. As the second team of Group A, Team Snake's strength cannot be underestimated, yet they now find themselves defeated by VG. Among the remaining teams in Group A, NB, GT, and SAT are rather average, with only EDG posing a significant threat to VG. Glancing at the post-match data panel, Gu Xing rose to the other side of the stage to shake hands with his opponents. Jisoo stood up, wearing an expression of resignation, remarking that Gu Xing was much stronger than he had imagined. In preparation for VG, Team Snake had even conducted video reviews to strategize against them. However, the prowess exhibited by Gu Xing in this regular season far exceeded their expectations. With a gentle demeanor, Gu Xing replied, "You played well too. Perhaps we shall meet again." The intergroup round-robin only occurs once, and if Team Snake seeks revenge, they must wait until the playoffs. Jisoo shook his head with a wry smile. Sofm extended his hand to Gu Xing, his expression one of genuine respect. The fact that Gu Xing could learn his unconventional jungle counter strategy had already astonished Sofm. Now, witnessing his ability to devise countermeasures for timely jungle interventions filled him with admiration. With this match concluded, he knew he must return and contemplate his upcoming stylistic adaptations. Since VG had managed to contain him, other teams would certainly attempt to learn from this. He must be proactive in addressing it. Sheng Changgu, on the other hand, wore a look of indignation, expressing, "You are truly infuriating. Did you really have to gank me in the top lane several times today?" Gu Xing listened with an expression of innocence, clearly recalling that it was you who had threatened to show him a lesson. Naturally, he could not remain passive. Li Xianjun was quite displeased. He had barely experienced the game in both rounds, and given the current version's inclination for top laners to be lackluster, being specifically targeted by Gu Xing was unbearable. Who could withstand such treatment? Gu Xing waved farewell to the players from the Snake team, bowed to the audience in gratitude, and returned to his seat. While tidying up his peripherals, he received a notification for a post-match interview. After handing his keyboard, mouse, and mouse pad to his teammates, he stood at the entrance of the backstage corridor to await his turn. During this time, he caught a glimpse of the MVP results for the second match on the television. Unsurprisingly, he had secured the title once again, boasting 6 kills, 0 deaths, and 9 assists, with a gold difference of 3,440 and a damage taken percentage of an impressive 3,977, another 2,000 in his pocket. As Gu Xing continued to watch the live broadcast, he noticed a man in a suit approaching him with a smile. "What's going on?" he wondered. "Hello, Virtue." The man greeted him, introducing himself as Rendong, the post-match host for the day. He extended his hand in a gesture of politeness. Instinctively, Gu Xing glanced down, feeling an inexplicable force compelling him to reach out and shake the host's hand. Unaware of Gu Xing's internal struggle, Rendong continued the conversation. "Virtue, would you mind if we took a photo together after the interview? And perhaps you could sign something for me as well?" Gu Xing was somewhat taken aback by the request. A photo was certainly acceptable, but he felt his signature was rather ordinary. He had never practiced that skill, as most of his signatures were confined to exam papers and assignments. Now, stepping into the professional arena, he realized he could not simply sign his own name. Just days earlier, while at the training facility, he had observed that Imp and Easyhoon, both popular Korean players, signed with their IDs, which were evidently crafted with care and elegance. In contrast, Gu Xing could only manage a straightforward series of letters, much like when he penned an English essay. "Oh, it's no trouble at all," Rendong dismissed with a wave. "I just want it for the sake of memorabilia." Having worked in the LPL for some time, he had often taken advantage of his position to collect signatures and photos from various players after matches. He recalled a time he had asked for a signed photo from Uzi, only to find that the player had whimsically transformed Uzi into V21, with each character reflecting its own unique style, resulting in a combination that was far from aesthetically pleasing. Since then, he had lost all hope regarding the visual appeal of signatures from domestic League of Legends esports players. As the two engaged in light conversation, Rendong was pleasantly surprised by Gu Xing's eloquence. He was able to keep pace with the topics discussed and even humbly sought advice on areas he was unfamiliar with, offering fresh perspectives in return. It was not until Rendong received a notification from the director that he reluctantly ceased his chatter. Stepping onto the stage and into the camera's view, his voice became noticeably stronger and more confident. "Today, we are honored to have as our post-match interview guest the jungler from VG team, Virtue. Let us have him greet everyone." Gu Xing raised the microphone, yet before he could utter a word, he was enveloped by the cacophony of the audience below. The low thuds of support sticks clashing melded seamlessly with the exuberant cheers of his admirers. Together, they formed a harmonious symphony rather than a discordant noise. Thus far, he had claimed 7 MVPs across 8 rounds. and his remarkable performances on the battlefield had led to a burgeoning fan base. He offered a slight bow in gratitude. As the clamor within the venue began to subside, Ren Dong posed his first question, adhering to tradition. How do you feel after winning this match, Virtue? Gu Xing's gaze settled upon Gu Pan and Shun Guanshan in the audience as he replied with composure, naturally, I am exceedingly happy. For I had compelling reasons to secure this victory. There were myriad reasons, ultimately igniting his fierce competitive spirit. This yearning for triumph had been instilled in him since childhood. When both he and Gu Pan vied for their parents' affection, seeking to demonstrate their familial standing and capabilities. Although they had both tempered their ambitions in adulthood, Gu Xing's inherent desire to excel had never waned. In the realm of his expertise, League of Legends, he was resolute in not conceding defeat to anyone. Ren Dong nodded in understanding, presuming that Gu Xing's motivations were rooted in the overwhelming pre-match discourse. Having warmed up the audience with his initial question, Ren Dong finally shifted the focus back to the game. We all know that you and SOFM are currently among the most dedicated players in the league when it comes to precise counter-jungling. In today's focal confrontation, however, you successfully unraveled this strategy. Is there a secret to your success? This inquiry resonated with the multitude of spectators eager to hear Gu Xing's insights. SOFM is an exceptionally skilled player. His mechanics and strategies rank among the best in the jungle, Gu Xing acknowledged before continuing, but I have learned a great deal from the coach. And those tactics proved invaluable when facing SOFM. Upon uttering these words, a rustle of whispers cascaded through the venue as attendees began to murmur and discuss Gu Xing's statement. The live stream was initially flooded with question marks, soon followed by an array of comments. Virtue, with those expressive eyes, has turned traitor and allied with the pig? Clear Love, a nefarious presence. Wait, didn't TEDG and Snake play their group round in the first week, with SLFM not yet in play? Did the coach really teach Virtue? Virtue merely stated he learned tactics from the coach, not that they were specifically for countering SOFM. Your comprehension skills are lacking. He.S. just throwing out an excuse. Surely nobody believes that. Fun fact, before Virtue turned professional, he encountered the coach in the first division and even messaged him on screen to express goodwill. As Gu Xing's reputation grew and he garnered fans, some supporters undertook the task of creating retrospective videos, intending to compile a highlight reel of his exceptional maneuvers while also providing an alternative perspective on him beyond the gaming arena. Supporters traced the Ionio account, known for its exclusive jungle play, back to the ranked match where it encountered the famed player. They meticulously extracted the entire match replay from the player's livestream and shared it within the fan community. However, the majority of viewers, lacking interest in joining fan groups, remained oblivious to the details. After hearing the player's response, Ren Dong sensed the potential for a compelling narrative when the two teams eventually faced off. He pursued the topic further, inquiring, with VG set to face EDG in 2 weeks, do you have any words for Clear Love? Without hesitation, the player declared, Clear Love. I am your fan. Ren Dong glanced at his notes, posing one final question. VG has firmly established itself at the top of the regular season standings. May I ask what the team's objectives are for the summer season? The player recalled the earlier guidance from Lu Wenjun and Jin Wenha, carefully organizing his thoughts before responding. He emphasized the need for improvement, aiming to surpass their spring performance. This spring, VG had only achieved a top 6 finish, which, among the league's 12 teams, could only be described as mid-tier. The player's answer left even the most critical netizens with little to dispute in their eyes. Virtue's statement clearly indicated that reaching the top 4 would be deemed a success, given VG's current momentum. Failing to secure a spot in the LPL's top 4 would be considered a shocking upset. As the post-match interview concluded, the player handed back the microphone at the corridor's entrance, posed for a photo with Ren Dong, and took out a team jersey to sign his ID with a marker. Ren Dong, thoroughly pleased, complimented the signature, stating it was quite impressive. The player, mistaking the praise for jest, smiled and bid farewell, returning to the Team-S lounge. Inside, the atmosphere was vibrant. The management staff, witnessing the team's soaring success, anticipated a generous year-end bonus from Ding Jun, filling their hearts with delight. For the players, besides the triumph, there was another cause for celebration, a day off tomorrow. The esports club's breaks differ from other industries. While most sectors see an increase in viewership during holidays, esports matches continue unabated to maintain high engagement. Only during the off-season following the spring and summer tournaments do professional teams enjoy concentrated breaks. Regular days off are typically scheduled during low-pressure training periods. In this instance, having just overcome the formidable Snake team, VG was set to compete against GT and SAT next week, which posed minimal challenge, leading Lu Wenjun to grant the players a day of rest. This day refers to a full 24-hour period, spanning from midnight today to midnight tomorrow. Given that esports players often keep nocturnal hours, training late into the night, this unique 24-hour rule is in place. By midnight the following day, the players must be seated in the training room for ranked practice. Nonetheless, spirits remained high among the team. Day after day of intense training has indeed become rather monotonous. This day off is just perfect for a bit of adjustment. Imp's lips are pursed in anticipation, yearning to persuade Hou Yi to indulge in a few drinks tomorrow evening. Listening quietly to his plans, Izihun finally replied in a gentle tone, deliberately stating, "Seek companionship elsewhere. I intend to enjoy a leisurely slumber and, upon awakening, engage in a live stream to extend my hours. Later, I shall peruse some literature." Given that Hou Yi is slightly older than Imp, Gu Xing, seeing his firm refusal, dared not insist further and opted instead to find Long Gu and Xiao Duan. Both promptly dismissed Imp's suggestion. Before entering the professional realm, both had faced considerable economic hardships. Earning 30 to 40,000 a month may seem substantial, yet one must recognize that a professional player's peak period spans only a few years, leaving limited time to earn. Unlike Gu Xing, they do not have the safety net of a university education. Their streaming capabilities are not particularly outstanding either, and retirement would equate to a severance of their financial means. Having lived frugally, they neither indulge in luxury goods nor extravagant clothing, instead saving diligently for the prospect of returning home to purchase a modest residence and secure a tranquil job sufficient to sustain a family. With this mindset, they naturally refuse to accompany Imp on his escapades. With Imp's salary level, a single meal with drinks can easily cost thousands, a luxury they cannot afford. Gu Xing, perceiving their concerns, confidently thumped his chest, displaying a generous demeanor. "How about I treat you?" He is not short on funds and merely seeks a companion to unwind. Yet, Xiao Duan and Long Gu still declined the invitation. In Korea, it is customary for seniors to cover the bill, a practice that does not translate domestically. They felt uneasy allowing Imp to treat them to such an extravagant meal, as the resulting debt of gratitude would be burdensome to repay. Exasperated, Gu Xing muttered in his native tongue and turned his gaze to their jungler, who had just entered the room. Gu Xing, sensing his thoughts, promptly declined. "My sister and her friends are here. It's impossible for me to join you." Jiekwa. Imp wore a pitiful expression, seeking solace from Yu Wenba. Hou Yi was utterly bewildered, exclaiming, "Xingbin, have you lost your mind? He is but a child. How can he accompany you for drinks?" After circling the room without finding an appropriate drinking companion, Imp, akin to a wilted eggplant, sat despondently. He found the daily lives of players within VG exceedingly dull. During his time at LGD, he could easily drag Gao Dui and Ping Yiling out for grand feasts, relishing a carefree existence. Now, upon joining VG, he could not locate a single drinking buddy. Despite their previous proximity, the scheduling conflicts made it nearly impossible for the two teams to share time off. For instance, LGD was set to face EDG tomorrow, making it improbable for his former teammates to join him for a drink. "Why not seek out Hongmi?" Gu Xing suggested, stowing away his gear into his backpack and zipping it shut. "Aren't you two quite familiar?" "Absolutely not." Imp vehemently shook his head like a rattle. With his understanding of Redmi, if he were to invite this former colleague out for drinks, the latter would undoubtedly passionately advise him to return and practice an additional 10 hours. Going out with him would simply be a source of discomfort. Gu Xing indicated his inability to assist. Let us go, Ding Ran said as she draped her arm over his shoulder. "Your sister and Shinju Lao must be anxiously waiting." After shouldering his bag, Gu Xing sought out the manager to request leave. Having just won the match and secured 2 MVP awards, Lu Wenjun increasingly found Gu Xing to his liking. Moreover, he had heard earlier that the colleague had family attending the game, making it entirely reasonable for him to reunite with them. Without a second thought, he granted permission, merely cautioning him to refrain from staying out too late or indulging in excessive drinking. "We're just going out for a meal." Gu Xing hadn't finished his sentence before Ding Ran pulled him away. The two exited the Performing Arts Center through the backstage corridor. where they spotted two girls waiting at the corner. Before Gu Xing could speak, Shun Guanshan offered her heartfelt congratulations, her words brimming with unrestrained admiration. Congratulations. You played exceptionally well in those 2 matches. Gu Xing locked eyes with her, feeling as though a tender sensation had brushed against his heart. Steadying himself, he replied, "It was all right. I hope I didn't let you down." As they conversed, Gu Pan was busy glancing around, her eyes full of curiosity and gossip. "What are you looking at?" Gu Xing chose to confront her directly. Gu Pan retorted habitually, her voice bright and melodious. "Why do you care?" After a moment, she remembered she hadn't yet congratulated Gu Xing and hesitantly added, "By the way, you played well today. Why does it feel like you're reluctant to say that?" Gu Xing teased, "You aren't a fan of the snake team, are you? If you don't want to congratulate me, then just don't say anything." "I'm not." Gu Pan, exasperated, lunged to smack him. "Enough already, don't push your luck." Shun Guanshan watched the siblings bickering in the corner, a smile playing on her lips. Just as she began to smile, she remembered Ding Ran was still nearby. She wanted to maintain a serious demeanor for self-protection around those she wasn't very familiar with. However, she reconsidered, since Ding Ran and Gu Xing were particularly close. Wouldn't it seem rude if she kept a stern face? In this regard, Shun Guanshan felt utterly inept, uncertain whether she should smile or not, resulting in her facial expression being caught in an awkward limbo. From Ding Ran's perspective, Shun Guanshan wore a half-smile, prompting her to reflect on how impressive it was that a prominent figure could exhibit such rich facial expressions. Ultimately, Gu Xing subdued his sister using sheer force, and the two finally ceased their quarrel. "What shall we have for dinner?" he inquired of Ding Ran. His friend was quite familiar with the Shanghai market, having scouted nearby Hongqiao Tiandi before the match. "There's a great barbecue place on the 5th floor of the mall." Ding Ran looked at the two girls. "You don't have any dietary restrictions, do you?" "Sounds good," Gu Pan readily agreed, as she was never picky about food, as long as there was meat. Shun Guanshan nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at grain. Gu Xing trailed behind, listening to his friends chat about various topics, occasionally chiming in. His sister and Shun Guanshan had just graduated from high school, their cheeks unadorned by makeup, appearing far less flamboyant than the girls who frequently passed by. Yet the youthful and naive girls radiate exuberance, their every gesture and movement infused with the vitality of youth. Gu Xing, having just triumphed in a match, felt a sense of elation. As the evening peak hour at the restaurant drew to a close, the 4 friends found no need to wait for a table and settled into a window-side seat in the lobby. Ding Ran took charge of ordering, occasionally seeking her friends' opinions. Gu Pan pointed to Gu Xing's backpack, inquiring about its contents. "A mouse pad, a keyboard and mouse, a spare team uniform, and my player ID along with a phone charger," Gu Xing explained. Intrigued, her sister asked, "Can you open it for me to see?" Gu Xing replied, "You are quite peculiar. What is there to see?" Nevertheless, considering the contents were not of significant importance, she handed over the bag. "It isn't very heavy," Gu Pan remarked as she unzipped the backpack and discovered a striking Ferrari red keyboard from Feek. "Your keyboard looks like this? Apart from its appearance, how does it differ from ours?" Initially, Gu Xing had little knowledge about keyboards, but after spending time in professional gaming, she had absorbed some insights. "The switches are different," she clarified. Gu Pan, displaying a good grasp of comprehension, shifted her focus to the price. "This thing costs over 1,000. Her fingers became tentative as she touched the keyboard. "That's absurd. One could buy a phone with that." Gu Xing took back the backpack from her sister, adding a boast. "My keyboard and mouse were gifted by the club. I didn't spend a penny." At that moment, Ding Ran, having finished ordering, steered the conversation in another direction. "The homeroom teacher mentioned you the other day, saying you didn't even attend the farewell dinner. I've been quite busy. It's truly unavoidable." Gu Xing replied with a hint of exasperation. "Do you have a group photo? If convenient, please send me a copy." When the homeroom teacher called to congratulate him on the college entrance examination results, she also inquired about his part-time endeavors as an esports player. Sitting across from them, Gu Pan corrected Ding Ran's terminology, saying, "What do you mean by farewell dinner? That's clearly a celebration banquet." She felt immense pride for her alma mater. After all, she had contributed to its success in some measure. Yes, a celebration banquet," Ding Ran hurriedly apologized, then grumbled, "Half the class is going to Qingbei, while I and Gu Xing are heading to Fudan. If I had known, I wouldn't have participated in the competition. Perhaps I could have aimed higher in the exam." Shun Guanshan had been quietly observing, fearing that his silence would render him an outsider. He attempted to join the conversation, but nearly caused an awkward silence instead. Fortunately, Gu Xing had been vigilant of Shun Guanshan's demeanor and quickly diverted the topic. Gu Pan, have you decided what major you wish to pursue? He had been preoccupied with training and had not been in touch with his family much. His parents, likely concerned about disturbing him, limited their conversations to casual inquiries about his well-being, avoiding discussions about his sister's aspirations. After discussing with my parents, I plan to go to Peking University for information science. The admissions office mentioned that there would be a major distribution in the first year, but essentially, it's fairly open without restrictions. Gu Pan responded casually. I've already made my decision. I'll choose computer science. Ding Ran assisted in placing the cold dishes brought by the waiter in the center, casually inquiring, isn't Peking University's computer science inferior to Tsinghua's? I was well aware of this. Gu Pan sighed in resignation. What can be done? Tsinghua's computer science scores are so high. I ranked over 50 in the province without any competition results, and I can't even squeeze in. Gu Xing was taken aback by his sister's decision. You really want to study computer science? Seemingly provoked by her brother's tone, Gu Pan retorted sharply, what's wrong with that? Do you look down on me? Gu Xing quickly denied, I'm not targeting you, but I didn't see you showing much interest during the information competitions. Zhejiang is known as a strong province in information competitions, benefiting from abundant experience and high-quality educational resources for ordinary students. Many children start training from a young age. Yet Gu Pan had never attended any interest classes, leading Gu Xing to believe she lacked enthusiasm in this area. Times change. Gu Pan felt a cloud of disappointment for a moment. Gu Xing thought she had chosen a less desirable major and wanted to make a sarcastic remark, but ultimately refrained. However, Gu Pan soon brightened up, accepting a can of Pepsi from the waiter, opening it in front of Gu Xing, and showing the blue and white logo towards her brother. Are you looking for trouble? Gu Xing gritted his teeth. Finally, Shen Guanshan found an opportunity and took the initiative to change the subject. Now that the dishes are served, let us eat quickly. Ding Ran also sensed the awkward atmosphere between the siblings and quickly added, Xinggu, you should try it too. Their grilled beef tongue is a signature dish. With two friends present, Gu Xing managed to calm his emotions and shifted the conversation. Guanshan, where do you plan to explore tomorrow? Upon hearing this, Shun Guanshan replied without hesitation, we'll stroll around the Oriental Pearl in the morning, visit a museum in the afternoon, then find a local cuisine restaurant for dinner. Our high-speed train is at 8:20 p.m., returning to Ningbo by 10:20. Gu Xing was puzzled. Such thorough preparations? He knew Shun Guanshan well. Her style was typically casual in all aspects of life, only meticulously planning when it came to mathematics. Shen Guanshan felt a bit embarrassed. This is Gu Pan's memo. I noted it down. Didn't you say you didn't want to stay a day in Shanghai? Gu Xing glanced at his sister. Why the sudden change of heart? Gu Pan replied confidently. Now that I'm here, I must plan properly. Ding Ran served herself a piece of beef and reminded. If you want to visit all the spots, time might be tight. It's fine if you can't see everything. Just don't overexert yourself, Gu Xing said amiably. After all, the two places aren't far apart. You can always come back. I can cover the hotel expenses, as long as it's not too expensive. Gu Pan couldn't help but scoff internally. What do you mean, don't overexert? It seems you want me to take all day and not finish. Should I bring Shen Guanshan along next time I come to Shanghai? Since discovering the subtle dynamics between her best friend and her brother, she felt something was off in their interactions. She retorted, you don't need to pay. I've saved quite a bit recently, thanks to her impressive academic performance. She had secured a well-paying tutoring job. Gu Xing chose not to elaborate further, picking up a piece of tender, flavorful beef tongue. It must be acknowledged that Ding Ran possessed remarkable skills in selecting dishes. One cannot help but wonder who among him and the child Yushan is superior. After dinner, the four of them took a leisurely stroll before boarding the subway to Songjiang University town. The room reserved by the two young women was conveniently located on the outskirts of the university town, significantly more affordable than in the city center, and not far from the VG base. Upon disembarking, Gu Pan insisted on visiting a nearby supermarket to purchase water and snacks, lest the hotel prices be exorbitant. Gu Xing scanned the shelves and suddenly proposed, do you all drink yogurt? His sister, unusually in agreement, replied that some yogurt would indeed be beneficial, as they had indulged a bit too much at dinner. I read somewhere that yogurt has little effect on human digestion, Shun Guanshan murmured quietly beside her. And the probiotics don't do much either. Gu Pan's mind briefly faltered. After pondering, She retorted, I just asked if you drink it, right? Of course I do. Shun Guanshan whispered back, accepting the yogurt Gu Xing handed her, glancing up at his profile, her ears tinged with pink. She also took out her phone to send him a message. This time I'll pay for myself. It doesn't count. Gu Xing, catching a glimpse of her reply, responded with a no-problem emoji. Before departing, Ding Ran reminded the two girls, if anything happens, just call Brother Xing and me. Gu Xing added, make sure to stay safe and avoid wandering into dubious places. All right, I know, Gu Pan replied, sipping her yogurt, then turned to her brother. Don't come to see me off tomorrow night. Guanshan and I are not children. After holding back her thoughts for a while, she finally expressed, I heard you need a day off to rest. Take a nap. Your dark circles are getting quite prominent. Gu Xing smiled slightly, still unaccustomed to his sister's sudden concern. This time, Shun Guanshan managed to maintain a composed expression, smiling as she bid farewell to them, shaking her phone. Gu Xing understood her unspoken sentiments and gave a barely perceptible nod. However, none of this escaped Gu Pan's keen observation. Now, she was filled with suspicion. With ample free time after the college entrance examination, she was eager to uncover any clues that might lead to a significant secret. Upon returning to the VG base at Howlong Mountain, Gu Xing instructed Ding Ran to take a shower first while he himself opened his phone to browse the forum. These days, the anti-pressure forum was filled with praise for him. 8 matches, 7 MVPs. I asked, who else? God among gods, the top jungler among domestic newcomers. His skills are truly ruthless. Now only clear love remains. Can he continue winning? This is truly a paragon for the young players. Virtue witnessed the head coach's defeat at the hands of the chef and resolutely decided to take matters into his own hands, shattering the spring championship in the opening match, thereby avenging EDG. However, there were a few scattered voices of criticism and doubt, suggesting that Virtue, much like SOFM, benefited from the rookie advantage. As other teams had hardly studied his gameplay, they predicted that in 2 weeks, his true self would be revealed. One particularly incisive comment read, Virtue merely lucked into 7 MVPs. You would surely achieve the same if you played, so why not claim the title of the top player in the national server first? The flattery surrounding Gu Xing left him feeling somewhat dizzy, and he dared not continue reading, fearing he might become overly conceited and face dire consequences. He navigated to Weibo and followed the post-match host, Rendong, discovering that an hour prior, the latter had shared a post featuring a group photo with numerous LPL players, complete with signatures. Gu Xing then realized he had misjudged Rendong. His signature, when compared to others, was indeed commendable. He liked Rendong's post and returned to his own profile. His private messages were numerous, with most netizens congratulating him on the victory that evening, while others posed various baiting questions, such as how to play Lee Sin in the jungle against the blind monk, or who was stronger between a fully equipped barbarian king and a sword saint. After sifting through a multitude of messages, he eventually found 2 pertinent inquiries regarding game mechanics. While awaiting his friend's return from the bathroom, he settled into a chair, swiftly tapping away at the screen, crafting and sending his responses. With nothing else to occupy his time, he found it quite enjoyable to assist others in unraveling their queries. Just as he finished answering, a message popped up on WeChat from Clear Love. What is this about an interview today, brother? What did I teach you? Having previously added numerous players and management staff as friends during his trial at the EDG base, Gu Xing certainly did not overlook the head coach. He suppressed a chuckle and replied, You truly taught me. You just don't realize it. Upon reading this message, the head coach, situated far away at the EDG base on Lingshi Road, was left bewildered. The team had just concluded a preparatory meeting for their upcoming match against LGD. And while waiting for a ranked match, he noticed Gu Xing's post-match interview. Anxiety gnawed at him as he hastily sought to chat with Gu Xing, only to receive that perplexing response. The head coach felt he hadn't imparted any significant knowledge. Their encounters had been limited to a single ranked match, and subsequent training sessions had adhered to conventional strategies, devoid of any secret tactics. The most alarming realization was that he had recently been scrutinizing Soften's footage and had indeed devised a counter-strategy against the bandit-style counter-jungle approach. This strategy was newly conceived and had not been disclosed to anyone, not even to Abu. Little did he expect that the thoughts occupying his mind and Gu Xing's responses today would align so perfectly, if not identically. Gu Xing seemed to possess an uncanny ability to grasp the situation with remarkable clarity. What was going on? Was he employing some form of remote mind reading? Oblivious to the tumult his single remark had stirred within the head coach, Gu Xing rose to take a shower, changed his clothes, and headed downstairs to play a couple of ranked matches while simultaneously planning to stream, aiming to promptly fulfill this month's 40-hour streaming requirement. What does advanced mathematics in the wild mean? Following Jin Wenhe's tutorial, Gu Xing brought up the screen recording software, adjusted the camera, and donned his headphones. Greeting everyone with a warm smile. Good evening, everyone. Thanks to the popularity amassed during the last live stream, a considerable number of viewers flocked in as soon as the broadcast began, making the chat lively. This is truly absurd, starting the stream right after the match. I'm honestly in tears. How can there be such diligent players? The meaning of virtue is that the Snake team is simply too weak, finishing their match, yet still having the energy to stream. By the way, the Snake team even managed to take down Virtue once using Malzahar's chaining control. How despicable. Gu Xing glanced at the comments and sensed that the rhythm of the barrage was somewhat off, quickly steering the conversation in another direction. In light of my hard work, those interested can tap the follow button in the top right corner of the screen. No sooner had he spoken than he noticed someone joking in the comments. No problem, I just followed after the match. Now I've successfully unfollowed. Gu Xing promptly added. For those who have already followed, just tap twice. We're at 770,000 followers now, and we should reach 100,000 in a couple of days. Will there be any benefits at 100,000? He opened a bottle of mineral water, asserting confidently, of course not. But it will certainly make the streamer happy for a while. Gu Xing launched the Korean server client while simultaneously logging into Ionia. Since the Chinese server is solely operated by Tencent, he could easily run multiple servers at once. With both the Chinese and Korean servers queuing for ranked matches, he would play whichever account matched first. This tactic was learned from Lord Ho, maximizing the efficiency of climbing ranks. To fill the waiting time, he decided to play a song to avoid any awkward silence in the live stream. Can the streamer play a song by JJ Lin? Gu Xing decisively refused, jokingly stating, I spent a fortune bringing Jay Cho to perform. Inviting JJ Lin would be far too costly for me to bear. With some idle time, he chatted with the audience, answering their questions. However, someone initiated a query about Gu Xing's college entrance examination results. This spurred a flood of responses, with viewers eagerly repeating the question. They recalled that during Virtue's first live stream, he mentioned missing the first 2 weeks of the LPL due to preparing for the college entrance exams. Recent news regarding examination results had dominated the internet's trending topics, and viewers were quite curious about Gu Xing's scores. Gu Xing found this perplexing. As a professional player, why are you more interested in my exam scores than the competitive scene? But the audience was not satisfied with this response. They pressed for more details. Gu Xing attempted to shift the topic once more. Yet, with both the Chinese and Korean servers failing to provide him with opponents, he pondered for a moment. Realizing that since he was already in the limelight, attending school in September might lead to him being spotted and exposed online. He candidly revealed his plans to enroll in the mathematics department at Fudan University as a freshman. In the live stream, a flurry of inquiries erupted after a brief moment of silence. The barrage of text comments quickly followed. Look at what you've forced the host to say. He's already spouting nonsense. How long has this condition persisted? Wait, the admission results haven't been released yet. How can one be so certain about entering Fudan? There's no shame in not performing well on the exam. We won't laugh unless we absolutely cannot help it. He had an inkling of his acceptance due to having previously received an offer from Fudan, and thus, upon seeing the scoreline, he knew he was destined for success. The questions in the comments spiraled wildly. No way. Could it be the real Fudan University? I refuse to believe it. Surely, Virtue has lost his mind. Those who can enter Fudan still have time to top the national server? Keep dreaming. Glancing at the overwhelming stream of comments, he finally lost his composure, questioning. What on earth are you all talking about? Why are some of you asking me to solve exam questions? At that moment, the Lord entered the training room. A philosophy book titled Death in hand, intending to play a couple of ranked matches to unwind before heading to bed. He spotted his jungler frantically typing, searching for a set of college entrance examination math papers. The familiar symbols and numbers piqued his interest, prompting him to stand behind Gu Xing and observe with curiosity. I participated in the college entrance examination in Zhejiang, yet you insist on finding Jiangsu's papers. You really have them, Gu Xing said, scrolling directly to the section on analytical geometry. The problem focused on lines and circles. The first 2 questions were trivial, so he moved straight to the final query. After a cursory review, he mentally devised a solution strategy and confidently replied, "The problem combines circles and vectors. The straightforward approach is to utilize the parallelogram law of vector addition to determine the relationship between the chord length and the variable. The calculations are clear and uncomplicated. As long as the integration of numerical and geometric reasoning is sound, the solution will emerge." Having graduated merely a month and a half prior, his mathematical knowledge remained fresh, allowing for quick thinking. After articulating his response, he glanced at the camera, a look of bewilderment on his face. "Isn't it just a matter of having hands to do this?" The Lord scrutinized the problem for a moment before interjecting, suggesting that one could also convert the vector conditions provided in the question into coordinates, determine the curve as a circle through equations, and resolve it geometrically. Easyhoon, a mathematics major in university, despite studying subjects that strayed from the entrance exam content, had a good memory and occasionally reviewed, enabling him to react swiftly. "Right?" Gu Xing received affirmation, his demeanor increasingly self-satisfied. "I'm not boasting. This question genuinely lacks substance." The audience in the live stream felt a chill run down their spines. Initially skeptical of Gu Xing's ability to gain admission to Fudan, they now found themselves questioning that belief. Jack, seeing the Lord standing behind Gu Xing, thought he might join in the excitement, rolling over in his gaming chair while clutching a savory pancake. "What are you all watching? Count me in." Yet, upon glancing at the examination questions displayed on Gu Xing's screen, he was rendered utterly speechless. Upon graduating from junior high, he ventured into the realm of live streaming, utterly bewildered by the exchange between Gu Xing and Easyhoon. "No way, brother," he exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Is it now a prerequisite to have such high standards for League of Legends streaming?" It was now Gu Xing's turn to bewilder the audience. He had discovered a novel approach to streaming, revisiting the mathematics examination paper from Zhejiang, selecting a few moderately challenging problems, and employing drawing tools to instruct viewers. The barrage of question marks in the chat was relentless. The audience yearned for liberation from this academic predicament. Finally, the Korean server client notified him that it was time to join a match. Gu Xing, still yearning for more, had to momentarily set his teaching aside. After a period of intense ranking battles, his Korean server score had soared to master with 220 victory points, coupled with the hidden points from his super account. He was matched against high-ranking challengers and masters, ensuring a high caliber of gameplay. Seeing himself in the 5th position of the draft, Gu Xing leisurely stretched, asking, "What champions would you like to see in this match?" A plethora of options awaits. The audience seized the opportunity to retaliate, flooding the chat with an array of bizarre champion suggestions. Jungler? Gu Xing recognized this as a playful jest from the viewers, but upon glancing at his team composition, he thought for a moment and decided, "Why not? I will provide you with a tutorial." He confidently declared, "I shall carry with Master E." His words rang true. During his initial foray into League of Legends, Gu Xing had watched an animated series entitled La 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 Damesha, where Master E had captivated his attention. The champion was quite affordable and could easily secure victories in the lower tiers by mindlessly slashing with his red cross. Thus, he became the first champion Gu Xing unlocked. However, as he ascended the ranks, he realized that Master Yi's efficacy in climbing was rather dismal, leading him to shelve the champion for the time being. Master Yi was seldom favored in higher tiers, primarily due to his skill mechanics. Not only did he lack hard crowd control, but he also possessed no slow abilities. Moreover, his frail physique necessitated that his teammates create an optimal environment for him to engage, imposing stringent requirements on team composition. If the opposing team retained 12 reliable crowd control skills, they could easily immobilize and eliminate him as he attempted to enter the fray. Furthermore, Master Yi's dueling capabilities in the jungle were not particularly formidable. Early on, he could easily be overrun by champions like Lee Sin or Graves, proving to be a prime target. These numerous shortcomings made it exceedingly rare to encounter Master E in the higher tiers of play, and even more so in professional competitions. As Gu Xing locked in his champion, the live chat erupted in astonishment. The viewers had not anticipated that Virtue would diverge from conventional strategies and genuinely heed their suggestions. "Bro, I was just joking. Wow, locking in Master E so decisively is quite something. So even a master in the Korean server can conduct a tutorial match. Truly impressive. With both the exam paper and Master E, Virtue is certainly up to something big." The streaming heat intensified, with many viewers rushing to forums to become masters of diversion as a steady stream of new viewers poured in. Upon witnessing their teammates select Master E on the 5th floor, the others expressed their skepticism with 2 question marks, seemingly questioning his choice. Gu Xing, fervently tapping away at his keyboard, implored his comrades in simple English to grant him a chance, assuring them of his capability to carry the game. The 4 teammates displayed commendable bravery. In this era where masters are often relegated to mere subordinates, they did not opt for an immediate retreat, but instead allowed the game to transition into the loading screen. Eagerly, Gu Xing prepared himself, and the moment Master E emerged from the fountain, he commenced his live-streaming tutorial. His support, a Braum, boldly ventured into the enemy jungle at level 1, signaling his teammates to group up for an invasion. Ideally, they would secure a kill on the jungle monsters, but if circumstances did not permit, they would at least place vision in the enemy camp to observe the opposing jungler's route. The enemy team was adamantly resistant, determined to prevent the disadvantaged jungler, Master E, from gaining an early edge. Although Gu Xing's level 1 combat prowess surpassed that of his adversaries, it was only marginally superior. Should a confrontation arise, the outcome remained uncertain. Reluctantly, their support set up vision in the enemy's lower jungle from behind a wall, conceding the invasion attempt. Gu Xing articulated his thoughts clearly and continuously, noting that the enemy jungler had selected Rek'Sai, and they had no chance of winning an early duel. Furthermore, if they were counter-jungled, Master E lacked the means to retaliate. Thus opting for a reverse jungle route seemed more prudent. He maneuvered alongside his teammates back to their jungle, utilizing the support's vision to ascertain that Rek'Sai had commenced his journey in the lower half of the map, signaling his intention to initiate from the upper side. They planned to clear from top to bottom, and before departing, Gu Xing meticulously placed his first trinket ward. He elaborated on the importance of positioning the ward outside their jungle camp, specifically in the river, emphasizing that typical junglers take approximately 50 seconds to clear half their jungle, while a level 1 trinket ward lasts merely 60 seconds. If he placed the ward within their jungle, Rek'Sai could traverse the river to counter-jungle, wasting 10 seconds on the way, rendering the ward ineffective. Thus, they aimed to extend their vision into the enemy jungle and the river's choke point. Should the enemy attempt to counter-jungle, they would successfully track Rek'Sai's movements. Gu Xing's earnest demeanor shone through as he noted that should Rek'Sai invade their lower jungle, they would retaliate by targeting the enemy's upper half, an exchange that would yield no losses for them. Master Yi's jungle clearing speed was not particularly slow. Utilizing basic attacks to refresh his Q ability, Alpha Strike, Gu Xing adeptly reached level 3. However, he was spotted by the enemy's bottom lane, Ashe using her E ability, Hawkshot. As the ward he had placed was on the verge of vanishing, he successfully observed Rek'Sai crossing the river to invade his lower jungle. Noting that the enemy ADC and jungler seemed to be from KT, he glanced at the data panel to verify their summoner names. Otherwise, it was unusual for Ashe to prioritize leveling her Q ability at level 2 in ranked games. He muttered to himself. Yet his actions remained decisive as he crossed the river to enter the enemy's half of the map. A detail worth mentioning. Gu Xing reminded his audience that he had left a small wolf for Rek'Sai. He took a detour to assist his ally in diminishing the health of the opposing top laner before returning to base with composure. Glancing at the barrage of comments, he pondered why he did not farm the small wolf. The reason was that the experience from the small wolf was minimal, and neglecting it would not hinder his ascent to level 4. Furthermore, the champion Master E was inherently weak in the early game. Attempting to invade Rek'Sai's jungle at this stage was impractical. Thus, he chose to leave the creature, ensuring that the enemy's wolf camp would remain unrefreshed, thereby disrupting Rek'Sai's developmental pace. Gu Xing emphasized that the essence of selecting Master E was to prevent early confrontations while making life uncomfortable for the opposing jungler. Otherwise, if he roamed across all lanes, they would merely be spectators. At 4 minutes and 30 seconds, Rek'Sai initiated an attack on Gu Xing's top laner, successfully utilizing Flash to knock him up and, with the help of teammates, claimed first blood. At this moment, it was prudent not to provoke unnecessary conflicts. As long as the enemy champions maintained sufficient health, Master E lacked the capacity for surprise attacks before level 6. Calmly, he ventured into the enemy jungle to counter the F4 camp, focusing on farming until the enemy revealed a vulnerability. The opportunity soon presented itself. By the 7-minute mark, Rek'Sai had amassed a score of 101 and had previously ganked Gu Xing's mid laner. Now, he hastily descended to the bot lane, eager to synchronize with his ally, Ashe. Observing this, Gu Xing decisively moved to the top lane. The enemy top laner, intent on pushing the minion wave into the turret, overextended and unwittingly granted Gu Xing an opening. Through counter-jungling and relentless farming, he reached level 6. Without hesitation, he activated his ultimate and charged in, ultimately chasing the enemy under their turret to secure the kill, utilizing the heightened movement speed from his Highland bloodline to escape. This approach was remarkably sound, and Gu Xing's calm demeanor highlighted the advantages of his counter-initiation against Rek'Sai. Unless the enemy jungler disrupted his farming rhythm, they would continue to farm in their respective halves, making it difficult for Rek'Sai to invade his territory. Though Rek'Sai was impatient and undeniably efficient in ganking, the casual match was not akin to a professional arena. Even at higher ranks, mistakes were more frequent than in formal competitions. Leveraging the synergy between lane and jungle, Gu Xing prudently utilized each of his ultimates to yield substantial benefits. As Master Yi's growth became increasingly formidable, Rek'Sai ultimately forced a change in his jungle path, bringing the mid laner into Gu Xing's territory in an attempt to pressure Master Yi. In response, Gu Xing utilized Highland bloodline, alongside W meditation, to endure until his teammates arrived for support. He reminded them that Q should primarily be used to evade crowd control skills and not wasted recklessly, a notion they should all grasp. As he anticipated the enemy Alistar's charge, he promptly executed Alpha Strike to evade the control while dealing damage, and, with the assistance of his allies, dispatched him with 3 swift strikes. With Highland bloodline's duration extended, Gu Xing surged forward, his blade slicing through the air, inflicting true damage with each basic attack enhanced by Wuju style, effortlessly diminishing the enemy's health. He then utilized Alpha Strike to eliminate a low-health foe, seamlessly transitioning to another adversary nearby. In such a climactic scenario, the intimidation factor of Master Yi could only be described as extraordinary. The Master of the Sword finds harvesting foes to be a rather straightforward endeavor, requiring merely the skill to wield his blade effectively. With a composed sip of water, Gu Xing concludes a triumphant triple kill. The primary challenge lies in creating an environment conducive to steady early game development, ensuring that his equipment keeps pace with that of his opponents. During team fights, he patiently waits for the enemy's crucial crowd control abilities to be expended, seizing the opportunity to engage and claim lives. In this match, Gu Xing's equipment advantage has become quite remarkable. After returning to base for replenishment, he boldly ventures into the enemy's Rek'Sai jungle, engaging in direct confrontation upon encounter. As time progresses, the increasingly feeble Rek'Sai proves no match for him. With the jungle thoroughly dominated, Gu Xing begins to attempt solo ganks in the side lanes. Should the adversary exhibit even the slightest carelessness, daring to push alone beyond the protection of their turret, he strikes with fervor. Mid-game skirmishes unfold with overwhelming devastation. With the support of his ally, Gu Xing plunges into the fray, slicing through the enemy ranks, utilizing the shield from Bloodthirster to absorb damage while fully stacking Braum's passive, stunning foes in place. The elimination of just one enemy broadens the scope for the Sword Master to unleash his prowess. A flurry of slashes culminates in a magnificent pentakill, eliciting exhilarated cheers from the audience. Ultimately, the Sword Master's performance culminates in a staggering 15 kills, 3 deaths, and 7 assists. Upon glancing at the damage statistics, Gu Xing finds himself unsurprisingly at the pinnacle of damage dealt, eager to showcase his prowess to the viewers in the livestream. Did you doubt me? I wield the Sword Master with finesse. Can the Sword Master carry to victory in the master tier of the Korean server? It's virtuous play that leads to success. If it were that easy to win with the Sword Master, wouldn't these rank slaves be playing him daily? This champion is exhilarating to slay with, akin to chopping vegetables. Is the Sword Master not more joyful than Yasuo? If he fails to develop, can the Sword Master still revel in combat? Yasuo doesn't rely on items. Even at 0-2-0, he can still bring joy. With the glorious pentakill and the preceding antics, Gu Xing's popularity in the livestream soars, propelling him into the top 5 of the League of Legends rankings. Following a mass exodus of streamers to Longzhou Live at the end of the previous year, Douyu found itself grappling with a shortage of talent, now reliant on prominent streamers like Liu Benwei to maintain viewer interest. In contrast, Gu Xing's exceptional performance on the battlefield and in his broadcasts complement each other, rapidly inflating his popularity and securing his position among the elite. Gifts shower down upon him, truly overwhelming, as he hurriedly expresses his gratitude to the audience. Upon concluding the stream, viewers linger, reluctant to see him depart, observing the meteoric rise in his follower count. Gu Xing feels that his efforts this evening were not in vain. The following day, during lunch, he checks his phone and realizes the staggering impact of last night's broadcast. The forums are abuzz with discussions about him, featuring clips from the stream complete with subtitles. The most viewed segment showcases last night's discussion of the college entrance examination questions alongside Lord Ho, garnering hundreds of replies. Master, please cease your recitations. Can virtue truly gain admission to Fudan University? The unexpected collaboration between VG and the jungle role has taken many by surprise. In the future, VG's streaming style is sure to be distinctive, perhaps engaging the audience with mathematical problems during idle moments. The notion of two individuals versed in mathematics entering the realm of esports is indeed absurd. What, may I ask, constitutes a high-level jungle role? Despite the fact that students from the mathematics department do not study advanced calculus, it appears that no one seems to mind. The nickname High-Level Jungle was bestowed upon Gu Xing and his counterpart due to Ho Ye's previous livestream, where he explained calculus problems to his viewers, leading to an array of memes circulating swiftly. Jin Gong is once again under siege. The commentary box erupted with the thunderous cheers of the audience as Virtue struck with exceptional force, targeting Jin Gong a staggering 7 times throughout the match. The cheers resonated loudly within the venue. From the audience's godlike perspective, the match between VG and GT had reached the 22-minute mark. Jin Gong's statistics read 0 kills, 5 deaths, and 2 assists, his expression one of discontent and frustration. He felt that the opposing jungler was deliberately focusing on him, coming to the top lane at leisure to ambush him. Who could withstand such pressure? He felt utterly deprived of any gaming experience. His own jungler, Wu Shuang, also wore a troubled expression, finding the jungle a challenging battleground under the immense pressure exerted by Gu Xing. Jin Gong took a deep breath. Although at this moment, career and love could afford to wait, his role as a jungler could not. He understood that as the elder brother of the team, it was imperative to stabilize the morale. Otherwise, GT would face imminent collapse. Let us proceed with caution. I shall continue to split push in the bottom lane. If the enemy jungler comes again, you all should initiate a gamble on the Baron. Jin Gong's Mandarin pronunciation may not have been particularly standard, yet his meaning was unmistakably clear. For GT, the only path to victory lay in a desperate struggle. Yet, while he continued to push in the bottom lane, intending to lure Gu Xing, his team was already being engaged in a confrontation. Easyhoon's Yellow Chicken initiated the attack, flashing in with our Wall of the Forbidden Army, pushing GT's players back. The commentary in the venue surged with fervor. Typically, Ho Yi rarely undertook such risky physical engagements. His style leaned towards a more cautious approach, often positioning himself safely in the rear while playing Yellow Chicken. However, the advantage this match was too substantial. Once the team fight commenced, it would be exceedingly difficult for VG to lose. Gu Xing's Rek'Sai burrowed into the crowd, flashing out to disrupt GT's marksman, Penacue, using his challenge and bite to diminish the enemy's health, and with one final wild bite, he effortlessly sent him back to the fountain. VG emerged victorious, claiming the Baron. The economic and enhancement benefits awarded to VG following the demise of Nashor tipped the scales of victory completely in their favor. In a mere 25 minutes, VG had demolished GT's Nexus. The score stood at 2-0. The vibrant and powerful voice of the commentator echoed as VG swept through GT, their winning streak remaining unbroken. With 10 consecutive victories in this small scale, the synergy displayed by this newly formed summer roster astounded all spectators. When Gu Xing approached to shake hands with the GT players, he noticed that Jin Gong's complexion was far from pleasant. He had originally intended to exchange a few pleasantries. Upon observing the expression of the other party, he wisely decided to keep his mouth shut. Jin Gong's physique was more robust than his own, and he feared that if provoked, his neck might be twisted. Just as he contemplated turning to leave, he heard Jin Gong initiate a conversation. "Have I offended you in any way?" The other person inquired softly. Gu Xing vehemently denied it, asserting that they had never met before and were hardly acquainted. Hence there was no animosity to speak of. "Then why do you keep staring at me?" Jin Gong expressed his discontent, recalling that during the training match, "It was indeed because of your prowess that we couldn't win without targeting you." Gu Xing casually replied, Jin Gong was undoubtedly the sole pillar of GT. Akin to the role that Song Yijin played in IG, though the other players of GT could at least meet the average standard of LPL, unlike the absurdity of IG. However, targeting Jin Gong posed no significant issue. Presently, Jin Gong had yet to evolve. He remained in his initial form, needing to assume a warrior role to carry the team towards victory. This required him to adopt a more aggressive stance during lane play and delve deeper during mid-game split pushes. In essence, he was relatively easy to target. It was illogical for Gu Xing not to devise a strategy focused on Jin Gong. As he passed by, he returned to gather his equipment, only to find Long Gu beaming with delight. Is it really necessary to be this happy? Gu Xing pondered in confusion. Zhu Xiaolong wrapped the data cable around the keyboard and turned to him. Little Gu, I owe you one. I reckon I'm going to secure the MVP for this match. He had chosen to play as the swift assassin. And with the support provided by Gu Xing's strategic ambushes, Long Gu's performance was indeed impressive. Gu Xing had met his demise twice during the match, both times due to aggressive tower dives that led to unfavorable exchanges. The unchanged ultimate ability of Rek'Sai rendered him quite ineffective during such engagements. Once he entered to deal damage, it became exceedingly difficult to extricate himself, and he could easily succumb to tower damage, unless unforeseen circumstances arose. The superior statistics of Long Gu should guarantee him the MVP for the match, along with a prize of 2,000 yuan. Long Gu grew increasingly animated, his eyes shimmering with aspirations for the future. The property prices in my hometown, Changsha, are quite low. If I save up a bit more, I can afford a down payment on a house. This statement resonated deeply with Gu Xing, who also hailed from humble beginnings. The ambience was alive with the fervent cheers of the crowd, as VG was set to face the bottom team of Group A, SAT, with promising prospects of continuing their fiery momentum. 086. The Focus Showdown, the Clash of Titans. Backstage at the Hongqiao Tiandi Performing Arts Center, there was still a considerable time before the match between VG and SAT commenced. The makeup artist stood behind Gu Xing, gently tilting his chin and moving his head side to side, ensuring there were no imperfections before signaling he could leave. Gu Xing rose and gazed into the mirror, tousling his hair absent-mindedly. Xiao Duan, who was fiddling with his phone nearby, looked over and asked, "What are you doing?" "I feel like my hair is getting a bit long," Gu Xing said, pushing his bangs aside. In preparation for the college entrance examination and rigorous training, he had neglected to visit a barber. His hair was already thick, and its length made it rather unkempt, especially during the sweltering summer months. "When is the next holiday? I need to find a place in the university town to get a trim." Upon hearing this, Long Ji's eyes immediately sparkled with enthusiasm. "There's no need for such trouble. I can assist you." "What?" Gu Xing was perplexed. Xiao Duan stifled a laugh and explained. Before Long Gu pursued a career in gaming, he was a barber, and his culinary skills are quite commendable as well. Such hidden talents. Gu Xing was taken aback. "I had no idea you possessed such a skill, Long Gu." "Well, one must earn a living," Zhu Xiaolong remarked as he and his teammates departed from the makeup room, currently engaging in this merely as a hobby. What was that saying again? A chef who cannot cut hair is not a good professional player. "Ah, yes. Long Gu nodded, then turned to Gu Xing. "I have clippers and a comb in my dormitory. If you don't mind, I can help you out. It will save time and money." "That sounds great." Gu Xing readily agreed. "I can get a haircut tonight." After all, he had no desire for an extravagant style, merely a simple trim. And he held great trust in Long Gu. After spending over half a month together, Gu Xing had begun to gauge Zhu Xiaolong's character. Loyal, remarkably steady, grounded, and reliable, mirroring his gameplay style. Given Long Ji's confidence in offering to cut his hair, it was evident he possessed real skill. Amidst laughter and chatter, they traversed the corridor toward their team's lounge. En route, they encountered the optimistic LGD team, who were scheduled for their first match of the day at 5 p.m. Upon spotting his former teammates, Imp's face lit up with joy as he rushed over to greet them. "Brothers, I've missed you all so much." Akane Hirano shared a close bond with him, pulling Zhu Qingbin into a corner for a hushed conversation. The other VG players exchanged pleasantries with the LGD members. After all, they were neighbors, frequently encountering one another and often arranging practice matches, fostering a cordial relationship. The atmosphere in the corridor brightened instantly. However, LGD's current performance was rather mediocre. Following the acquisition of mid laner Punished, the team had not made any significant advancements and had even slipped in the rankings. It must be noted that this year's summer split had rendered LGD's Group B, a notorious death group. As the intergroup matches progressed into the latter half, all spectators were acutely aware of the terror that Group B possessed. Aside from EDG, the other 5 teams in Group A were often overwhelmed when facing counterparts from Group B, who were ranked similarly. VG, RNG, We, and IM firmly occupied the top 4 spots, showcasing formidable strength and seemingly vying for a spot at the World Championship. Despite LGD's lower ranking, their strength was not to be underestimated, even in comparison to the likes of OMG. Yet, according to tournament regulations, only the top 4 teams from each group could advance to the playoffs. Even if LGD were to triumph over the third-place GT from Group A, they would still face relegation if unable to secure victories against the top 4 in Group B. The decision to bring in Dandy was indeed a strategic move. Yet Punished had proven to be quite disappointing, even earning the mock title of the Law King from the optimistic family. Nevertheless, the management of LGD was reluctant to summon Gao Dui, who had been at odds with them, to rectify the situation. The team appeared to be stuck in a rut, drifting further away from the World Championship. Despite this, several players remained as optimistic as ever, engaging in light-hearted banter with the VG members. Dandy greeted Gu Xing with warmth, expressing, "I have been closely following your matches." His gentle smile and slightly accented Mandarin conveyed genuine admiration for Gu Xing's remarkable performance. In the past, when Gu Xing trialed with VG, he relied heavily on unconventional tactics, employing surprise ganks to catch opponents off guard. While his strategic thinking was commendable, his grasp of wave management and neutral resources was somewhat lacking. However, he has been swiftly addressing these shortcomings, demonstrating exponential growth in his abilities. Upon receiving Dandy's praise, Gu Xing felt a surge of joy within, though he maintained a composed demeanor, asserting, "I still have much to learn. Continuous improvement is essential." This was not mere modesty. During his time focused solely on ranked matches, Gu Xing had felt he could easily touch the ceiling of his potential. It was only after entering the professional arena and undergoing formal training with Redmi that he realized the limitations of his previous perspective. Breaking through that ceiling revealed an expansive realm beyond. Even the intricacies of jungle lane interactions were far more complex than all the knowledge he had previously encountered in the league. The deeper he delved, the more Gu Xing uncovered his own superficiality and inadequacies. The pursuit of knowledge is indeed boundless. Accumulate more experience, Dandy advised, his Mandarin halting yet earnest. The jungle role differs significantly from lane positions. The older saying goes, what was it? The older, the wiser. A seasoned player possesses a depth of understanding. Lord Ho, who had been attentively observing, assisted with the translation. Exactly, Dandy nodded. Those who understand, understand. In the jungle, direct confrontations with opposing players are uncommon. Unlike the relentless battles in the solo lanes where one misstep can lead to severe consequences, the jungle role primarily relies on strategy and experience. Yet it cannot overlook the necessity of skillful execution. Gu Xing, eager to foster a connection, inquired, "May I seek your guidance frequently?" He was determined not to miss any opportunity for self-improvement. The recent sessions with Redmi's small class were nearing conclusion. Although his coach exhibited strong mentoring capabilities, Redmi had specialized in the top lane during his competitive career, rendering him less proficient in jungle dynamics. Consequently, the tactical insights he could provide were limited, leaving Gu Xing to decipher the nuances on his own. Dandy, a former world champion jungler, served as an exemplary model for Gu Xing's learning journey. In the S4 World Championship, the synergy between Samsung White's jungle and support revolutionized the industry's understanding of professional play. Dandy was nothing short of extraordinary, possessing a keen sense for counter-ganks, ruthless gank techniques, and near-perfect engagement angles in team fights. Although he did not secure the FMVP title, his performance was undeniably outstanding. Such strategic thinking is certainly worthy of Gu Xing's study and contemplation. Initially taken aback by Gu Xing's request, Dandy soon acquiesced with a smile. "Of course. Should you encounter anything perplexing, feel free to reach out to me anytime." In contemporary times, Dandy's passion seems to have diminished, as he merely seeks to clock in for his salary while contemplating a serene retirement. The eagerness and ambition exhibited by Gu Xing evoke memories of his own relentless pursuit of achievement in the past. After all, Gu Xing belongs to a different era, and given the stark contrast in performance between VG and LGD, they do not constitute rivals. Imparting knowledge to him feels rather trivial. Dandy is quite zealous about mentoring the younger generation. When Gu Xing first tried out for VG, he cautioned him to be wary of IME's unpredictable jungle routes. Should Gu Xing ascend to prominence in the future, Dandy would bask in reflected glory. Upon hearing Dandy's agreement, Gu Xing's smile radiated even brighter, encouraging him with fervor. You all will surely win this match. After a brief exchange, the optimistic player bid them farewell and, clutching his peripherals, made his way to the stage. The day's inaugural contest pitted LGD against NB. Following a tumultuous spring season marked by a schism in the jungle and the subsequent emergence of a 1-minute BO5, the rebranded NB, once known as QG, has witnessed a significant decline in form. Though they have yet to reach a state of utter despair, their potential is visibly diminished. The once mighty Rainbow team, QG, which once dominated the LPL, can now only be described as a fleeting memory of its past prowess. Nevertheless, LGD found themselves embroiled in a fierce struggle. Each team claimed a victory, and as the decisive game reached the 7-minute mark, Dandy, utilizing his exceptional instincts, executed a successful ambush in the bot lane, resulting in a 1-4-3 exchange and securing the dragon, thereby establishing an early advantage for his team. Dandy was truly in his element during this match. Having gained an upper hand in his matchup, he aggressively invaded the jungle, leaving NB's jungler, Swift, in a state of disarray. Swift had previously served as the jungler for the venerable Korean esports club CJ, and upon the conclusion of the S4 season, he joined the Samsung roster in the LPL. However, during that time, the jungle was dominated by the 4 great junglers, Dandy, Kakao, NSEC, and Spirit. Indeed, the term Jungle King was once a compliment. In all fairness, Swift's performance in S4 was not lackluster. However, in the shadow of the 4 Jungle Kings, he was but an insignificant pawn. After joining QG, he enjoyed a year of glory, showcasing remarkable skills with champions like Nidalee and Gragas. And his proficiency in Chinese attracted a considerable fan base. However, following a fallout with Doimb, his abilities inexplicably began to wane. Now, upon re-encountering Dandy, he was reminded of the fear he once felt under the dominance of the 4 Jungle Kings. Dandy's rhythm in this match was nothing short of exquisite. The commentators extolled. With the jungler's ability to set the pace, LGD is poised to seize victory in this match. After an intense battle lasting 36 minutes, Marun's signature champion, Rumble, unleashed devastation, scorching 4 members of NB with his constant temperature burn, while Wu Xing stealthily flanked from the side, assisting the team in achieving a complete team wipe. Unsurprisingly, LGD planned to march down the mid lane, determined to demolish VG's base. Another commentator, Su Xiaoyan, exclaimed, 2-1. LGD has arduously secured victory, tightening their grip on the 4th spot in Group B against IM. In the backstage lounge, VG's players expressed their joy for their neighbors, erupting into applause and cheers. Jin Wenhe swiftly reminded the players not to indulge in celebrations. It was time for them to prepare for their own match. Today, the mood among all staff in the VG training department was remarkably relaxed. For them, the opposing team was not formidable. The performance of SAT had sunk to a level that could scarcely be described as less than ideal. It was downright dismal. As the summer season progressed, SAT remained the only team in the league yet to secure a significant victory. They had suffered defeats in all 9 of their best-of-3 matches. With a record of 2 wins and 18 losses in smaller contests, truly outrageous. Unlike IG and GT, they lacked even a dean. The entire roster was underperforming. However, according to the theory of relativity, if everyone is performing poorly, it equates to a collective mediocrity. They had resigned themselves to the regular season, deciding to abandon it and instead focus their efforts on researching their opponents for the relegation matches. The mid laner was a notable figure, even more renowned than the entire SAT team. Known as Electric Stick, his life motto was that steadiness is synonymous with audacity. To tower dive is to exhibit restraint. He was groomed by IG as the successor to PDD upon entering the professional scene. From the spirited days of single-handedly defeating Gogoing 5 times in a single match to the current dismal state of being at the bottom of the league, one can only say that fate has played a cruel trick. A game of poker combined with years of unstructured training had dulled Electric Stick's once sharp edge. As Gu Xing took the stage, he was met with a thunderous ovation. This marked the first time since his entry into the professional arena. The primary reason being SAT's fanbase was exceedingly small, and with their poor performance, only VG supporters showed up to watch. Amidst the raucous cheers from the fans, Gu Xing donned his headset with a smile, ready to impart a lesson to his opponents. But why was that champion once again on the field? Electric Stick gazed at his monochrome screen, nearly bewildered. From his perspective, the rainbow horse across from him seemed ghostly, frequently darting to the mid lane to kick him. SAT's operational abilities were already lacking, and they currently faced disadvantages, unable to establish vision control. The map was shrouded in darkness, and Gu Xing played with an elusive strategy. Whenever an SAT character dared to use their flash, he would capitalize on it with his E ability, Devastating Charge. Virtue's aggressive tempo remained as relentless as ever. Despite SAT banning 3 junglers in this match, they still could not curtail his impact. Xiao Duan had evidently become an ardent admirer of Gu Xing, lauding him incessantly. SAT had 3 junglers, and the one on the field was captain. This ID might not be well known, but his nickname certainly carried some recognition. Little alert. At this moment, he was utterly flabbergasted. In recent matches, he had faced opponents such as Clear Love, SWFM, Xianghua, Candy, and Gu Xing. Each one of them was in prime form, making it a nightmarish challenge for Little Alert. After being soundly beaten at the start, he had hoped to fight back, but now he had grown numb, allowing his adversaries to wreak havoc in his jungle. He felt as though he was on the verge of losing faith in the game. After respawning, Electric Stick continued to develop in the mid lane, harboring a smoldering frustration within him. In certain respects, he shared similarities with Jin Gong. Electric Stick had always believed that women and children could err, but junglers were an entirely different matter. Xiao, a former teammate of his during the YG era, shares a close bond with him. While engaged in the competition, he would never unleash his frustration upon the jungler. The Electric Stick could only rely on personal prowess to seek opportunities. However, the Electric Stick is but a false defensive tower, whereas the prince enjoys the protection of a genuine tower. Easyhoon displayed impeccable skill in the lane, never revealing a chink in his armor, consistently positioning himself safely and denying the Electric Stick any chance to advance. The situation for SAT can only be described as tragic, as all 3 lanes flourished for the opponent. In merely 15 minutes, VG expanded their economic lead to an astonishing 43k. In this current meta, heavily inclined towards operational play, achieving such a significant advantage through landing alone is indeed a rarity. Ultimately, Gu Xing utilized the ghostly cavalry of his ultimate, our Shadow Impact, to stealthily infiltrate the battlefield from the shadows, leaving the opposing team with no opportunity to respond. Virtue's ultimate instilled fear in SAT's jungler and support, successfully initiating the team fight. It was a complete and utter domination, as VG obliterated their adversaries with a flawless 5-for-0 exchange, opting not to contest the Baron but instead advancing directly to conclude the match in one swift push from the high ground. The entire affair transpired in a mere 22 minutes. This match effectively extinguished the last flickers of resistance from SAT. The second game morphed entirely into a showcase of individual brilliance from VG. Gu Xing, stationed in the top lane, tormented the opposing top laner, Acorn, to the brink of despair. The Electric Stick, facing the Ice Maiden of the Prince, found himself devoid of lane control, forced to watch as Easyhoon roamed freely to create opportunities. Could someone lend me a hand? Acorn, one of the famed Samsung 10, pitifully pleaded for support from his teammates. How can I go when the jungler is outnumbered 3-1 in the top lane? The Electric Stick muttered under his breath. Nevertheless, he diligently attempted to provide offlane assistance. Just as he departed the mid lane, Gu Xing's Rek'Sai pinpointed his location, executing a skillful combination with E-Tunnel and Flash, swiftly dispatching him. Are you even playing? The Electric Stick could no longer contain his frustration, internally shouting in exasperation. SAT's downfall became even more rapid, with only the 3 high ground towers remaining by the 18-minute mark. Imp and Xiao Duan South bottom lane duo secured 2 kills, now unleashing a barrage of damage. They cleared the enemy jungle's vision, and upon the spawning of Baron Nashor, VG promptly set their sights on the dragon, lying in wait at the jungle's choke point for the enemy to take the bait. Should SAT dare to venture into the jungle, they would be swiftly encircled and eliminated due to their lack of vision, subsequently transitioning to claim the dragon and secure victory. However, following their initial defeat, SAT chose a more cautious approach, huddling together at the high ground to farm minions, neglecting VG's actions entirely. After a minute of fishing, VG discovered that the fish had no intention of biting. The audience erupted in good-natured laughter. Even within the VG team's voice chat, laughter echoed. Team captain Xiao Duan, unable to maintain his composure, in a fit of embarrassment and anger, led his teammates to seize Baron Nashor. After returning to base to replenish their gear, they approached the high ground, decisively initiating a team fight, sacrificing themselves to hold back SAT. In the final clash, a 1-for-5 exchange occurred. And as the electric stick listened to the annihilation report emanating from his headset, he slumped in his esports chair. Defeated to the point of numbness, he thought to himself, "How about that? My skills aren't half bad, are they?" Holding the electric clipper, Gu invited Gu Xing to stand and admire the results. Gu Xing turned left and right, assessing his reflection in the mirror. Quite splendid. He gave a thumbs up to Gu in appreciation. Those who managed to thrive in Changsha back in the day clearly possessed remarkable skills. After a significant reduction in hair length, Gu Xing felt rejuvenated. From now on, I shall call you Teacher Tony, a nickname that rolls off the tongue. Hearing his jungler's words, Zhu Xiaolong playfully kicked him, engaging in a light-hearted banter. After sweeping the fallen hair off the floor, Gu Xing proceeded to rinse himself off before heading downstairs for training. The LPL summer regular season spans a total of 10 weeks, with each team required to compete in 16 best-of-3 matches. This implies that on occasion, a team may have to play 2 matches in a single week. For instance, this week, VG is set to play against EDG after completing their match on Thursday. Tomorrow, Saturday at 5 in the afternoon, they will face off in a highly anticipated battle. To be frank, this time slot is not considered peak viewing hours. Most critical and captivating matchups are typically scheduled for Saturday evenings at 7, attracting the largest audience and generating the most excitement. Given the current standings, both EDG and VG, as the leaders of groups A and B, merit such a primetime clash. Unfortunately, the schedule was established before the regular season commenced, and at that time, the league was unaware that VG's roster changes during the transfer period would lead to such a remarkable transformation. Today, Homie has only arranged a single training match for them in the afternoon, while the evening training session has been allocated for reviewing strategies. With a particular focus on the operational approach for tomorrow, EDG's Korean-style gameplay has become quite polished, and their landing capabilities are formidable. Although the top laner Mouse is considered a weakness, his overall strength ranks among the league's elite. Given the current dominance of tanks and champions like Echo and Trundle, relying on the top lane to create openings in a match against strong opponents is simply unrealistic. In the mid lane, the rookie has integrated well with the team, showcasing prowess that, while not quite matching that of the past's renowned General Fat, still reflects the formidable skills of a mid laner emerging from SKT. As for the bottom lane, the synergy between Deft and Miko, dubbed the Camel Sisters, is unrivaled in the contemporary LPL, undoubtedly standing in a league of their own. Their impressive record of 10 wins and no losses is a testament to their formidable strength. With only 12 teams in the LPL, EDG has triumphed over all teams, excluding VG, with overwhelming victories. Even RNG, who once defeated them in the spring finals, now stands no chance against the current EDG.